A novice system, accompanied by an inexperienced host, is devoted to rescuing the tragic souls of countless small worlds. Yet, the system gazes upon the scenes of torment in each lifetime and cannot help but exclaim, "Host, are you not truly a max-level expert returning to the novice village?" Yuan replies, "Thank you, but I find it rather uninteresting to feel wrong myself. Isn't it far more delightful to watch others wallow in regret and misfortune?" Chapter 1. The Master Brother Who Kills His Wife to Attain Enlightenment. The rain poured down relentlessly, as if the sky had been rent asunder, with torrents cascading like waterfalls. On a remote, muddy mountain path lay a youth clad in simple, coarse linen. He appeared frail and emaciated, his complexion pale, and his lips devoid of color. Crimson blood oozed from beneath him, only to be swiftly diluted and washed away by the downpour. A flash of lightning illuminated the boy's ghostly face, and he slowly opened his eyes. Those deep, dark orbs momentarily reflected confusion before settling into a tranquil stillness. The corners of his mouth curling into a faint, sardonic smile, as if he were utterly unconcerned with his predicament. Host successfully bound. "I am System 77. Might I suggest you seek shelter from the rain? Should you remain exposed, this fragile body may not endure for long," came the mechanical voice from within his consciousness. The boy lifted his gaze slightly to survey his surroundings and soon spotted a young cultivator approaching from a distance. The young man, struggling with a battered physique, gritted his teeth and slowly sat up. Then, with a sinister smile, the boy declared in his mind, "No need to seek refuge. The real spectacle is about to unfold." With that, he concealed the cold indifference and malice in his eyes, allowing them to shimmer with panic and dread instead. The young cultivator, upon noticing someone injured and lying on the ground, rushed forward, umbrella in hand, and inquired with genuine concern, "Where did you come from? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" The boy appeared exceedingly fearful, trembling as he instinctively recoiled, causing the sword wound on his chest to burst open, staining the ground with fresh blood. Then his head tilted to one side, and he fell into unconsciousness. Taihao Sect is nestled at the foot of South Peak Mountain, shrouded in mist, with the mountains stretching for miles, verdant and lush due to the nourishment of spiritual veins. Though not the pinnacle of sex within the cultivation realm, it remains an insurmountable peak for mortals who cannot cultivate. At this moment, in the quarters of the outer disciples at the base of the sect, a frail boy lay upon a bed. His gaunt form and ashen complexion suggested a life nearly extinguished. Yet, even on the brink of death, his striking features could not be concealed. With a defined jawline, a prominent nose, and delicate brows and eyes, he resembled a youthful beauty. Untouched by the world, several outer disciples gathered around, engaged in lively discussion. "Brother, where did you find this one? He looks as though he is on the verge of death. I stumbled upon him just outside our sect. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. So I brought him back to see if he could be saved. If the sect discovers we have brought a mortal here, we will surely be punished. Oh, come now." The sect is currently preoccupied with celebrating Brother Cheng's attainment of the ruthless path. They have no time to concern themselves with us outer disciples. I heard that this Brother Cheng wed a mortal, only to pierce her heart with a sword on their wedding night, thereby achieving his ruthless enlightenment. Surely not. Is Brother Cheng truly that ruthless? As soon as the last words were spoken, the boy lying on the bed furrowed his brow, coughed softly, and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with confusion, reminiscent of a delicate porcelain doll, evoking a sense of tender pity. Noticing he had awakened, the young cultivator hurriedly approached, concern etched upon his face. How could a mortal sustain such a grievous sword wound to the heart? After bringing the boy back to the sect, he had examined the injury. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the boy's heart had been brutally pierced. Had the blade not deviated by mere inches, this mortal would have succumbed on the spot. Despite being merely a striking youth of 17 or 18, what kind of vengeful foe could have targeted him so ruthlessly? The young cultivator quickly retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring, barely managing to restore the flickering life that hovered on the precipice of death. Chapter 2. The master brother who kills his wife to attain enlightenment. The youth remained in a state of daze for a considerable while before finally regaining his composure. He tilted his head with effort, and upon recognizing the face of the person before him, his lips quivered as he muttered a barely audible thank you. His voice was as faint as a whisper, almost imperceptible to the ear. The young monk's cheeks flushed slightly. The boy's gaze was so remarkably clear, unmistakably belonging to one of pure heart. Yet, it was incomprehensible how someone could be so cruel as to inflict such harm upon him. Noticing the boy's shallow breathing and fearing that he might have only a day or two left to live without better medicinal herbs, he hurriedly offered reassurance. Rest well. I shall go to the inner sect to procure some elixirs for you. By the way, I do not yet know your name. A glimmer of light appeared on the boy's face as he suppressed the metallic taste in his throat. Nonchalantly, he retrieved a grain-sized piece of incense from the sachet at his chest with his left hand and, under the guise of casualness, extended his delicate white hand from the covers to grasp the young monk's sleeve, quietly crushing the incense upon the fabric. The white powder blended seamlessly with the plain sleeve. After completing this subtle act, he lifted his brow and smiled gently, saying, "My name is Shun Qinglin." The young monk was momentarily entranced by the boy's radiant smile. Entirely oblivious to the small actions that had transpired, he carefully took the boy's hand and placed it back under the covers, tucking the blanket around him earnestly, stating, "I am Song Jinyo. I shall go fetch the elixirs now. Wait for my return." The young monk adjusted his attire, mustered his courage, and encouraged himself silently before turning to dash towards the inner sect of Wandanfeng. Behind him, a group of junior disciples dispersed, leaving the boy alone on the bed with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. Shun Qinglin, Chi, my esteemed husband, is also at Wandanfeng, is he not? System, indeed. He has just advanced and requires elixirs to solidify his cultivation. At these words, a cold smile crept across Shun Qinglin's face, and the innocence in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sinister and ruthless expression. Ah, the path of mercilessness? Once this heartless path is shattered, how I long to let him experience the taste of being transformed from a favored son of heaven into an ordinary mortal. One can only wonder how this husband, who kills his wife to attain enlightenment, will regret the actions of today. The system shuddered at the sight of the host's malevolent expression. The Quick Travel Bureau had recently struck a deal with those wronged souls, filled with deep-seated rage, to traverse back to the beginning of their tales and help alter their fates. In exchange, they could extract thought power from these souls. When accepting the task, the Quick Travel Bureau had clearly stated that this time they were binding a new employee. The system was apprehensive about whether the mission would proceed smoothly. To its surprise, this new employee demonstrated a level of calmness that surpassed even the veteran staff. While the system pondered this perplexity, it consoled itself with the notion that perhaps this newcomer was inherently suited for such tasks. This small world unfolded as a rather cliched tale of cultivation. At Taihao Sect's merciless peak, the chief disciple Cheng Qianying had not experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation for many years. In desperation, he descended to the mortal realm, where he met and fell in love with a commoner. On their wedding day, he ruthlessly drew his sword to slay his wife, thereby achieving enlightenment and finally breaking through his bottleneck, making significant progress in his cultivation. Only the innocent mortal boy, who met an untimely demise, deserves pity. His fervent passion and boundless zeal were wholly devoted to his husband, as he painstakingly prepared for their wedding for over a month, only for it to transform into his own funeral. On that starless night of their wedding, he was pierced through the heart by a sword, succumbing to death before the dawn of the next day. In his final moments, he never laid eyes on his husband, the one who slayed his wife to ascend in his path. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianying ascended to unprecedented heights, his cultivation flourishing effortlessly, eventually becoming the new master of the ruthless peak of the Taihao sect centuries later. Reflecting on this, Shun Qinglin scoffed. Having climbed to power on the blood of others, he need not feel remorse for ensuring that the once great talent would forever be trampled into the mud, unable to rise again. Shun Qinglin retrieved a plump sachet filled with fragrant spices from his embrace, bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff. Despite having absorbed some rainwater, it could not mask the fresh and elegant fragrance. What a delightful scent! Alas, it was misdirected. How could such a fine aroma befit that husband? Chapter 3. The elder brother who slays wives to attain the Tao at Wandan Peak. Cheng Qianying stood quietly beneath the corridor, his robes billowing in the wind. His face bore no expression, as if no earthly matter could stir his curiosity. He seemed detached and cold, transcending the mundane. Yet beneath the voluminous robes, his fingers clutched the hilt of his sword tightly, knuckles paling, while the Shuanga sword hummed ominously, betraying the turmoil within his heart. The purple wind chimes hanging from the eaves swayed gently in the breeze, their copper tubes clinking together to produce a crisp, melodious sound. It was as though a light-hearted voice echoed in his ears. "Husband, let us hang wind chimes beneath the eaves. When the wind blows, it sounds delightful. Husband, husband, we shall wed tomorrow." "Why, husband?" Suddenly, Cheng Qianying snapped back to reality, beads of cold sweat dampening his temples. He swung his sword, cleaving the wind chimes in two. In an instant, only a fragment of the wind chime remained, whirling in the breeze. "It is all over." Cheng Qianying coldly sheathed the Shuanga sword. On the night of their wedding, he had slain his wife to attain the Tao. Now, having perfected the path of ruthlessness, he could not allow a mere mortal to tarnish his progress. Suppressing the slightest ripple of emotion within, Cheng Qianying turned and entered the grand hall atop the peak. Inside, a young disciple knelt, clad in attire indicative of an outer sect member. Cheng Qianying's eyes were devoid of emotion, as still as an ancient well, seemingly unaffected by the world around him. However, as he passed by the disciple, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, delicate floral notes lingering in the air, reminiscent of elegant orchids. Cheng Qianying furrowed his brow tightly. That scent, when he had been in contact with that mortal, the boy's eyes had sparkled like sunlight, and he had always delighted in experimenting with various spices. 1 month prior to the wedding, the young man mysteriously presented a small jar of spices, his face alight with excitement as he eagerly placed it into his hands. With his clear, bright eyes blinking, he said, "My dear husband, open it and take a whiff. This is a fragrance I crafted just for you, named 1,000 Journeys." The tiny jar contained grains no larger than beans, and with a gentle press of the finger, the scent could linger for days, clearly the result of considerable effort in its concoction. After receiving the jar, he cherished it for quite some time. However, on the night of their wedding, for the sake of the unfeeling path, he ultimately pierced the young man's heart with a sword. The jar, filled with the young man's heartfelt dedication, remained untouched beside the wedding candles. That night, the red tears of joy flowed abundantly, and even the jar was adorned with a thin layer of crimson. Reflecting on this, Cheng Qianying sighed deeply. The boy was merely a mortal, and after sustaining such a wound, he likely had no hope of survival. Though it was a pity for the sake of the ruthless path and future prospects, the innocent boy's life had to be taken. Yet, how could this outer sect disciple possess such a familiar fragrance? Song Jinyu felt a wave of unease. As a mere outer sect disciple, he had no right to seek elixirs within the inner sect. Had it not been for the intention to save the boy, he might not have stepped into the inner sect for a year and a half. Upon hearing the reason, the elder on the high platform did not chastise him, but casually tossed out a pill, calmly stating, "Enough, saving a life is paramount. Take this elixir. Once the mortal recovers, send him down the mountain." Upon hearing the term mortal, Cheng Qianying's brow twitched involuntarily. Song Jinyu joyfully accepted the elixir, hurriedly bowing several times before turning to leave, but Cheng Qianying suddenly spoke. "What kind of mortal?" His voice, typically steady, now brimmed with palpable impatience. The word mortal had become a thorn in his heart, piercing him with anguish at the mere utterance. Song Jinyu, without much thought, first bowed respectfully and then raised his head to reply, "Brother, he is a lad about 17 or 18 who was stabbed in the heart and nearly lost his life." "Oh, and his name seems to be Shun Qinglin." As the words fell, Cheng Qianying's pupils constricted abruptly, and then, in a blink, he vanished from sight. In the outer sect disciples' quarters, Shun Qinglin had already fallen into a hazy sleep, yet his brow remained furrowed, as if he was enduring immense pain, even in his dreams. His complexion was pale, and his breathing barely discernible. Upon entering, Cheng Qining instantly recognized the dying figure lying on the bed as the young man he had married in the mortal realm. After knowing him for so long, it was the first time he witnessed the once vibrant boy reduced to this state, lying on the bed, clinging to life. The young man was restless in his slumber, murmuring in his dreams, "Husband, don't go, why?" Cheng Qining felt a sharp pang in his heart and bit down hard on his lip. It was he who caused such suffering. He did not anticipate that Qing Lin would survive and fortuitously arrive at Taihao sect. The Shuanga sword emitted a low hum. The emotionless path detests instability of sentiment. At this moment, it expressed discontent with its master's turbulent heart, wishing to remind him to quell the tempest within. Cheng Qining forcefully suppressed the sword's unusual behavior, reaching out to caress Qing Lin's gaunt cheek. In just a few days, he had become so emaciated that he had lost all semblance of his former spirited youth. Qing Lin felt a tingling sensation on his face, furrowed his brow, and slightly turned his head, drifting back into unconsciousness. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed. Cheng Qining scanned the area with his spiritual sense, then vanished with a wave of his hand. Song Jinyu entered with excitement, illuminating his face, softly whispering into the boy's ear, "Qing Lin, I have procured a medicinal pill for you. You will soon recover." With that, he carefully pried open Qing Lin's jaw and placed the pill upon his tongue. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a cascade of golden light that flowed down his throat. Moments later, the boy on the bed slowly opened his eyes, though his gaze lacked focus and appeared bewildered. In his consciousness, a calm and clear voice resonated. "Qing Lin, Chi, is Cheng Qining still here? System, host, he has used an invisibility talisman. He is nearby watching." Qing Lin's voice turned icy. If he loves to watch so much, let him have his fill today. His dazed eyes seemed to reflect anguish as a wave of bitterness surged in his throat, and he turned his head to expel a mouthful of blood. Song Jinyu was alarmed, quickly wiping away the bloodstains with a cloth, and anxiously inquired, "Where does it hurt? Should I fetch another pill?" The young man gently shook his head, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he murmured, "No need. I feel much better. My chest no longer aches." Song Jinyu's anxious heart finally eased. He exhaled deeply, half kneeling beside the bed, checking the boy's pulse, which indeed felt stronger than before. The medicinal pills from Wan Danfeng were truly remarkable. In the spacious chamber, with only the two of them present, Song Jinyu couldn't help but steal glances at the young man. His complexion remained pale, yet his vigor had noticeably improved, and his breathing had grown steadier, perhaps having been observed for too long. Qing Lin offered a faint smile to the young cultivator before him. Song Jinyu's face flushed suddenly. He fidgeted with the hem of his garment, stumbling to initiate a conversation. "Qing Lin, where are you from? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Qing Lin's eyes dimmed, his entire being shrouded in an air of defeat, resembling a decaying tree, detached from any affection for the world. Believing he had inadvertently touched upon a painful memory, Song Jinyu was about to change the subject when a young man bit his lip and hesitantly spoke. "I reside in Jinxiu village, which lies several dozen miles from here. This sword wound was inflicted by my husband." As soon as the words left her lips, Song Jinyu abruptly sprang up from the bed. "Astonished you. You're already married? How could your husband?" Chapter 5. The master brother who kills his wife to attain enlightenment. Qing Lin's gaze was filled with melancholy, recalling the night of their marriage, where her husband had betrayed her. However, her tone shifted, imbued with determination. "Recently, there have been demonic beasts lurking in the nearby mountains. My husband must have been ensnared by their enchantment. I intend to come to Taihao sect to seek the aid of a cultivator to help restore his senses." In the empty air around her, it seemed as though a ripple of spiritual energy flowed through. Qing Lin discreetly masked the cold smirk at the corner of her mouth. Despite the turmoil within, her exterior remained steadfastly devoted. "If I do not set out to find him, what will become of my husband if he falls prey to those beasts?" The spiritual energy in the atmosphere intensified, Cheng Qianying grasped her spirit's sword tightly, her heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. The heartlessness of the world cannot extinguish all feelings. At the very least, during her time spent with this mortal, the memories she had intentionally buried resurfaced vividly. In the humble courtyard, the willow trees they had planted together stood tall. Inside their modest thatch cottage, the furniture they had carefully chosen from the market filled the space bit by bit. The chickens in the yard, the water brimming in the earthen jar, and the firewood neatly stacked in the kitchen corner, all were fragments of their most cherished memories. Jinxiu village lay at least 100 miles from the foot of Taihao sect, and it was unfathomable how Qinglin, a mere mortal, could drag her injured body step by step to the sect's base, all for the sake of saving her husband, who had been bewitched by a demonic beast. Cheng Qianying felt her eyes sting with unshed tears, her heart twisted in anguish. From her initial disappointment, Song Jinyu evolved into admiration, especially upon hearing Qinglin's unwavering resolve to seek help for her husband. Her eyes glistened with moisture. She grasped the young man's cold, delicate hand. Speaking earnestly, "Do not worry. Once you regain your strength, I will seek someone to help you find your husband." A faint blush finally appeared on Shun Qinglin's pale face, and an unmistakable joy permeated her voice, invigorating her spirit as she responded, "Thank you, Brother Song. I have nothing to offer you. But once I find my husband, I will pray for you daily when I return home." Song Jinyu let out a soft laugh, finding the youth's innocence utterly endearing. He tightened his grip on the young man's hand, unwilling to let go. Cheng Qianying's gaze fell upon their clasped hands, wishing fervently to intervene and break this unwelcome scene. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and when he reopened them, he had returned to his usual demeanor of detachment. He owed Qinglin too much. It was truly unexpected that despite the ruthless sword strike that could have claimed the young man's life, Qinglin not only harbored no resentment, but also sought to absolve him with justifications. Since Qinglin has this opportunity to arrive at the Taihao sect, once her injuries have healed, she intends to find a way to inform her husband of his demise, allowing him to return to Jinxiu village without any lingering attachments and to live out the remainder of his life in peace. In the blink of an eye, Shen Qinglin has resided at the outer sect for several days. Her wounds have nearly healed, leaving only a grotesque scar upon her chest. On this particular day, with the sun shining brightly, Shen Qinglin donned a simple cloak, leaning against the doorframe, gazing into the distance at the mountains, seemingly lost in contemplation. System, host. It has been several days, and Cheng Qianying has yet to visit. You must devise a plan. Shen Qinglin scoffed softly, brushing away non-existent dust from her garment, and replied indifferently, "Of course, he won't come. The unfeeling path is unstable. He is too occupied with consolidating his cultivation to spare a glance at me. Moreover, no matter how pitiful I appear, it pales in comparison to his pursuit of the Tao." System, what then shall we do? We cannot simply wait indefinitely, given your status. You cannot possibly meet Cheng Qianying. Shen Qinglin glanced at the picturesque landscape in the distance, enveloped in mist and verdant splendor, and calmly responded, "Fear not. If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. If he does not come, I have ample means to draw him out. After all, I am someone who has exchanged vows with him. Should I inexplicably perish in the Taihao sect, it would be a blatant affront to the reputation of his esteemed disciple." In the end, a maturity far beyond her years graced the youth's face. Though he may be absent, his consciousness remains vigilant over me. Thus, it is time for those expendable pawns to take the stage. Chapter 6. The eldest disciple who slays his wife to attain the Tao. The outer sect of Taihao is predominantly inhabited by disciples with mixed spiritual roots, where significant breakthroughs in cultivation are rare. In such a diverse environment, the competition to ascend is fierce. Shen Qinglin suppressed the cold smirk at the corners of her mouth, tightened her cloak, and descended the mountain path. The sword wound on her chest had just begun to scab, with each step pulling at the injury, causing a dull ache. Shen Qinglin gritted her teeth, attributing this suffering to her erstwhile husband. The mountain path was rugged and arduous, and with her frail constitution, the ascent was slow, taking her half an hour to traverse only a short distance. As she walked, a group of outer sect disciples approached, engaged in jest and banter, their laughter and playful insults echoing from afar. The system perceptively detected a flicker of consciousness. Host Cheng Qianling's consciousness is sweeping over again. Shen Qinglin's eyes flickered with realization, and she discreetly stepped aside, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. Look, the expendable pawns were indeed arriving. As the disciples drew near, they noticed the frail youth on the path. The leader of the group, upon seeing her, recognized her as a mere mortal devoid of any spiritual energy. After scrutinizing her several times, once he discerned her features, his eyes shone with undeniable astonishment. This person must be the mortal that the junior disciple surnamed Song had brought back a few days prior. Wei Cheng swallowed hard and approached the youth with ill intentions, his warm breath brushing against the boy's ear. How could there be a mortal in this sect? Could it be a disguise from the demon clan? Fear and panic stained Shen Qinglin's eyes as he waved his hands repeatedly, anxious to explain, "No, I was brought back by Brother Song to recuperate. I will leave as soon as I recover." Wei Cheng seized the boy's collar, his sharp gaze sweeping across the youth's face as he feigned ferocity. "Oh, just because you say so, does it make it true? What proof do you have?" Shen Qinglin struggled to free himself from the grip on his collar. But as a mere mortal, he was no match for the foundation-building disciple before him. The wound on his chest bled profusely during his frantic attempts to escape, quickly soaking his robe in crimson. Wei Cheng was indifferent to the mortal's plight. To the cultivators, this boy was nothing more than an insect, easily crushed with a mere flick of the wrist. System. Host, your spiritual awareness has strengthened. Cheng Qianling is monitoring the situation here. Shen Qinglin. Excellent. It is time to adorn him with a vividly colored hat. My dear husband will surely appreciate this shade of azure. Shen Qinglin felt an overwhelming disgust in his heart, but maintained a facade of panic. Trembling under Wei Cheng's leering gaze, he implored, "I will leave today. Please let me go." The faint blush at the corners of the boy's eyes only heightened Wei Cheng's intrigue, rendering him momentarily mesmerized. How could he let such a tempting prize slip away? Clutching the boy's collar, he grinned. "Come with me to the guest room. I shall interrogate you thoroughly. If you're not sent by the demon clan, I will gladly release you. What do you say?" Even the dullest of youths could sense the impending danger from the expression on his face. Summoning all his strength, he shoved against the cultivator, exclaiming, "I want to go." He turned to flee, but after just a few steps, the emotional upheaval caused his wound to bleed profusely, and he collapsed unconscious. Wei Cheng erupted in laughter, joined by his two companions, mocking the frail mortal. Where did he think he could escape to? Today, this mortal would certainly remain within his grasp. Cheng Qianling's expression darkened. Although Shen Qinglin was of lowly status, merely a mortal, he had once shared a bond with her. Allowing an outer sect disciple to humiliate him was akin to slapping her own face. Just as Wei Cheng reached out to touch the boy, a sword chi sliced through the air, and before he could react, his tendons were severed. Agonizing pain surged through him, and he howled, writhing on the ground in distress. Cheng Qianling snorted coldly, sheathed her sword with a clatter, and declared with a grim expression, "To bully the weak within the sect, you all should leave." The other two disciples were terrified, hastily kneeling and bowing their heads, while one of them awkwardly supported the pain-stricken Wei Cheng as they stumbled away towards the disciples' quarters. Shen Qinglin. Alas, such ruthlessness. Wei Cheng's left hand is effectively rendered useless. What a pitiable pawn he is. System. Host, your plight is equally dire. You were pierced through the heart by a single sword, and the original owner perished on the spot. Shen Qinglin. Indeed, you speak the truth. Therefore, at this moment, I need to exacerbate the wound upon my chest. The medicinal pills from Wandan Feng are exceedingly potent, causing the injury to scab over too swiftly, hindering my performance. The system pouted slightly and discreetly tugged at the wound on his chest. Chapter 7. The eldest brother who kills his wife to ascend to the Tao. Cheng Qianling turned to gaze at the unconscious youth, whose chest was now marred by a vast expanse of crimson. The blood showed no signs of coagulation, and the fabric of his robes was becoming increasingly soaked. A deep furrow creased his brow. How could the sword wound remain unhealed even after taking the medicinal pills. With such a loss of blood, was there a risk to his life? The thought that this youth had already experienced death once before tugged painfully at his heart. It was a matter of his own making. Thus, it was his responsibility to resolve it. Cheng Qianning approached and carefully wrapped the frail form of the boy in his cloak, cradling him gently in his arms. He felt almost weightless. The youth's delicate waist was barely encircled by his hand, evoking a sense of tender compassion. Just this once, he would assist him. Once the youth was healed, he would promptly send him back to Jinqiu village. It was not out of pity, but rather a desire to sever any further ties. After all, Qinglin had come in search of him, and should any misfortune befall the boy, he would be unable to absolve himself of the consequences. As Cheng Qianning reassured himself, he swiftly soared toward the guest quarters at the outer gate on his sword. Unbeknownst to him, the youth in his embrace subtly curved his lips into a smile. The empty guest room was furnished with utmost simplicity. The outer gate offered far fewer resources for cultivation than the inner gate, resulting in a stark contrast to the lavish accommodations of the inner disciples. The room was exceedingly austere. Cheng Qianning cautiously loosened the garment over Qinglin's chest, revealing a ghastly sword wound. The injury had just begun to scab, but after the recent commotion, the flesh was now raw and oozing blood, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Even a sword cultivator would seldom endure such severe harm, let alone a mortal of merely 17 or 18 years. In Cheng Qianning's eternally tranquil eyes, a flicker of guilt emerged. When they first met, Qinglin was a carefree 16-year-old. During the Lantern Festival that year, he had been dispatched to slay demonic beasts, and, while passing through Lingbo City, both had simultaneously been drawn to a colorful glazed lamp at a bustling stall. It shimmered with radiant hues, glowing brilliantly. Noticing that others were also interested in the lamp, Qinglin willingly relinquished his hold and smiled, saying, "You saw it first. I'll let you have it." After purchasing the glazed lamp, Cheng Qianning gifted it to the boy with a bright smile. From that moment of their acquaintance, the thought of killing his wife to pursue the Tao began to take root in Cheng Qianning's mind. A mere mortal, utterly alone, held a status so insignificant in the eyes of cultivators that it was akin to that of an ant. A man of status may not take a life, yet the murder of a mere mortal seems to elicit little concern. The path of detachment demands the severance of all emotional ties at the final moment, leading to enlightenment and transcendence. On the night of his wedding, after much hesitation, the visage of Qinglin's smile, which had lingered in his heart for so long, rendered him incapable of action. However, the allure of ascending the path ultimately prevailed, and, with a resolute heart, he plunged his sword into the young man seated anxiously in the bridal chamber. The youth's countenance, unable to shift from its smile, fell into a pool of blood. Had he not crossed paths with him, Qinglin would have been living a blissful life in the picturesque village, immersed in books, penning essays, and perhaps even striving for scholarly recognition. In the end, his life was irrevocably shattered by that single thrust. Cheng Qianning sighed, closed his eyes to steady his mind, and placed a pill into the youth's mouth. Perhaps the elixir worked, for Shun Qinglin's breathing stabilized, and he drifted into a slumber. Cheng Qianning retrieved a silk handkerchief, meticulously cleaning the blood around the wound, and bound it securely with bandages. As his fingers grazed the youth's porcelain skin, a ripple stirred within him. During those countless nights in the picturesque village, he had held the boy close as they slept, and now, the touch evoked memories of those tender, idyllic days, perhaps the happiest moments of his life. It was serene and peaceful, free from worldly concerns, far removed from the relentless pursuit of higher cultivation. There were countless instances when he dreamed of growing old with Qinglin, returning to the Taihao sect only after the mortal's demise. Shun Qinglin. This wretched creature is lost in fantasy. If I were to strike him down now, would that count as fulfilling the task? System. Host. Please refrain from impulsive actions. For the original master's sake, bear with it. The original master will return. The youth on the bed stirred restlessly, prompting Cheng Qianning to gently lay him back down. Only then did the boy return to a deep slumber. Chapter 8. The master brother who kills his wife to attain enlightenment as dawn broke and sunlight cascaded from the clouds. The majority of the outer disciples had departed for their morning lessons with the elders, leaving the surroundings in a tranquil hush, punctuated only by the delicate chirping of birds and the rustling of insects. Shun Qinglin, groggily opening his eyes, found his mind clouded and struggled to comprehend his surroundings. His vision blurred. As he shifted, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and his awareness gradually returned. "Does it still hurt?" Cheng Qianing inquired, concern lacing his voice. Startled, Shun Qinglin turned his head to find a figure whose face was obscured. Shun Qinglin, what is this wretched creature playing at? Is he afraid to show himself? System, he has employed a disguised talisman, obscuring his features and altering his voice. Shen Qinglin, a man too cowardly to face reality. It seems I must teach him a lesson. The youth, somewhat alarmed, managed to sit up with great effort. Cheng Qianing considered offering assistance, but ultimately restrained herself. "Who are you? Did you save me?" The unfamiliar man before him filled the youth's eyes with unease. Cheng Qianing endeavored to soften her tone, fearful of frightening the boy who had already endured so much suffering. "I am a senior disciple of Wuqing Peak. Seeing that you were injured, I brought you back." Upon hearing senior disciple, Shun Qinglin instinctively believed that such individuals must possess great prowess. He struggled to rise, disregarding her attempts to stop him, and knelt on the cold marble floor. Ignoring the pain from his wounds, he steadied his breath and whispered, "Senior, are you very powerful? Can you save my husband? He has disappeared. He must have been taken by a beast. It has been nearly 10 days. Please, I'm deeply worried about him." A gentle breeze wafted through the window, brushing against his face with a slight tickle. Cheng Qianing felt as though her feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move even an inch, enduring the boy's bowing. This gesture was a plea for help, one he was unworthy of receiving. Noticing that the person before him remained silent for a prolonged moment, Shun Qinglin suppressed a cold laugh, his clear eyes lifting in confusion as he asked, "Senior, what is wrong?" Cheng Qianing's heart was tumultuous, her eyes filled with a crimson hue, her spiritual energy spiraling uncontrollably. She uttered a brief, "We shall speak later," and fled the room in haste. Shun Qinglin scoffed, spitting contemptuously at the retreating figure, then leisurely rose to brush off the dust from his knees before returning to bed. Shun Qinglin, "Chi-Chi, in this life, we must linger a while longer." System, why? Your task progress is excellent. The youth on the bed donned an innocuous smile. Speaking within his consciousness, breaking Cheng Qianing's indifference is simple, yet I do not wish for the original host to continue as a repressed mortal. Just imagine how intriguing it would be if the positions of the original host and Cheng Qianing were reversed. The system, perplexed, pondered how such a notion could ever come to fruition. Shin Qinglin's tone suddenly turned as cold as ice. "You must assist when the time comes. As a high-dimensional technology, some small tasks should be effortless for you. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your code in the sea of consciousness." The system shuddered, hastily nodding, internally lamenting. Was this truly a novice? This was more ruthless than any seasoned veteran. The rapid traversal realm was notorious for ensnaring systems like it, and this host had likely traversed hundreds of small worlds. Clearly, he was an experienced hand who had ensnared countless systems, leaving no others willing to undertake missions alongside him, which is why the main deity had thrust this novice system into the fray. Chapter 9. The Master Brother Who Kills His Wife to Prove His Path at the Back Mountain of Wuqing Peak. Cheng Qianing was enveloped in a shroud of blood-red, spiritual energy. A faint trace and a delicate wisp entwined around his entire being, meandering like an inescapable inner demon. The Xiangu sword, filled with discontent at its master's turbulent emotions, was cloaked in frost and emitted a resounding hum. The inner demon was on the verge of breaking free. Beads of perspiration cascaded down the temples, splattering against the collar of his attire. The path of ruthlessness abhors instability of the mind, as it may lead to a decline in one's realm. Should one fall and remain unable to attain a state of desirelessness, the descent would persist until they are reduced to mere mortals. Cheng Qianing relentlessly channeled his spiritual energy to cleanse his meridians again and again, until his internal power was nearly depleted, barely managing to suppress the unruly inner demon. The sword of destiny finally ceased its humming, plummeting to the ground, its blade tainted with mud. This could not continue. A resolution with Qing Lin must be reached swiftly, or his nascent soul cultivation would be irretrievably lost. Yet, with the events having unfolded to this point, how could he possibly broach the subject? Should he reveal to Qing Lin that he had entered into marriage solely to slay his wife and attain enlightenment? Given Qing Lin's temperament, such a revelation would surely be unbearable. Should he take drastic measures, whispers would abound throughout the sect, accusing him of having killed once and now dragging the individual to Taihao sect for a second time. Cheng Qianying felt an overwhelming headache, having been blinded by the allure of wife-slaughtering enlightenment, now trapped in an inextricable dilemma. Forward offered no path, nor did retreat. He found himself suspended in midair, with an abyss yawning beneath his feet. Shen Qinglin lay upon his bed, his consciousness delving into the sea of perception, engrossed in the display screen thoughtfully unveiled by the system, showcasing the chaotic turmoil of Cheng Qianying's inner demon. Shen Qinglin, TSK. His nascent soul cultivation is on the brink of collapse. I must stoke the flames of his resolve. 7. Procure me a bag of spicy snacks from your shop. The system rolled its eyes, searching for snacks within the shop while disdainfully replying, Host, you possess no points. All items here require points for redemption. Shen Qinglin, just put on my tab. Once we traverse this little world and I've accrued some points, I shall repay you. Hurry. After a few days of bland greens in this wretched sect, my palate has grown weary. System, here, a bag of spicy fish jerky, only 2 points. Take it for now, but do remember to repay the points after leaving this world, or I shall have to draw from my personal reserve. Shen Qinglin smiled broadly, eagerly snatching the spicy fish, joyfully tearing open the package and tossing the crimson marinated fish into his mouth. After devouring a bag of spicy fish, his eyes watered from the heat, as if he had just wept. Shen Qinglin, my dear husband remains ensnared at the nascent soul cultivation level. It truly pains me to witness. System, host, do not forget to repay me the points, 2 points, mind you. I am impoverished as well, being a new system with merely an initial 20 points. Shen Qinglin's eyes brightened, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. 7. Do you still have 18 points? The system trembled within the sea of consciousness. Although it was merely a humanoid form constructed from a sequence of ordinary code, Shen Qinglin could still perceive the sheer terror emanating from each line of code. Host, what are your intentions? Shen Qinglin, nothing much. Before long, you shall understand. Now, take a moment to rest and await the arrival of the expendables. In the outer sect, disciples' chamber, Wei Cheng had ceased his pain, his expression dark and menacing as he fixated on his left hand. Fortunately, it was the meridian of his left hand that had been severed. Had it been his right, he would likely never wield a sword again. How could a cultivator who could not grasp a sword continue to cultivate? A young disciple beside him ventured to speak. Wei Shixiang, perhaps it is best to let it go. If we further offend, intersect S. Cheng Shixiang, we shall all face dire consequences. Wei Cheng snorted coldly, gritting his teeth as he spat out through clenched jaws. I cannot afford to offend Cheng Shixiang. But can I not touch that mere mortal? The younger disciple frowned and urged, Please reconsider, Wei Shixiang. If Cheng Shixiang discovers this, what will become of your right hand? Wei Cheng remained unyielding, his face a mask of resentment, a lowly mortal residing within this sect, exuding an air of peculiarity. I do not believe the peak masters and elders will concern themselves with his fate. Chapter 10. The eldest brother who kills his wife to ascend the path. Shen Qinglin was nestled under the covers, lost in slumber, when the door to his chamber was forcefully kicked open. The wooden door slammed against the wall and then rebounded, producing a sound so thunderous that it jolted the sleeping Shen Qinglin awake. Wei Cheng raised an eyebrow in triumph. What did it matter if Cheng Shixiang had rescued this mortal? He was still alone, lying here, utterly disregarded. Who in the sect would care about the fate of a mere mortal? As Shen Qinglin tightened his grip on the covers, he recognized Wei Cheng and was immediately startled awake. He wrapped the blanket around himself and shrank into the corner of the bed, fear rendering him speechless. Wei Chang seemed to relish the sight of the youth's frightened expression, noting the redness around his eyes, a clear indication he had wept profusely. He must have been frightened to tears. Straightening his garments, Wei Chang approached nonchalantly. A mere mortal appearing within the Tai Hao sect piques my curiosity. How is it that you, burdened with such grievous injuries, managed to arrive at the foot of Tai Hao sect from 100 miles away in Jinxiu village? Shen Qinglin raised an eyebrow. This expendable was rather astute. Dragging such heavy injuries, he could not possibly have traversed the distance from Jinxiu village to Tai Hao sect. It must have been the system that transported him to the sect's foot. However, he could not voice this truth. Lowering his head, he pinched his thigh fiercely beneath the covers, tears welling in his eyes, and finally stammered softly, "The villagers brought me out to seek a doctor, and on the way, I encountered Brother Song." His voice was barely a whisper. For Shen Qinglin feared that speaking too loudly would release the lingering scent of the spicy fish. Wei Chang, however, was not inclined to listen to his explanation. He lunged forward, yanked the covers away, and dragged him from the bed. The outer door was eerily quiet, devoid of any disciples skipping classes or shirking their responsibilities. Even Song Jinyu had risen early to attend the morning lessons. Wei Chang successfully dragged the nearly breathless Shen Qinglin directly to the demon suppression tower. This tower, situated in the back mountains of the Tai Hao sect, served as a trial ground for disciples to hunt demonic beasts and enhance their combat experience. Inside, one would typically encounter ordinary demonic creatures of the 3rd to 5th tier, posing little danger to regular outer disciples. However, for an ordinary person, survival would be fleeting, likely resulting in a gruesome demise within mere moments. Before them loomed a 7-story demon suppression tower, its interior echoing with the roars of various beasts. A sound both chilling and foreboding. Wei Chang, wearing a smug grin, leisurely explained, "The beasts within are not particularly formidable. I fear you might be a transformed demon infiltrating our sect, so we must ascertain whether you are truly human." Shen Qinglin, in a state of desperation, vigorously shook his head and pleaded, "I am not a demon. I hail from Jinxi village. Please let me go." With a derisive snort, Wei Chang unceremoniously tossed him into the tower, adding with a laugh, "I hope you possess the fortune to endure until the tower's entrance opens. Do take your time here." Upon hearing this, Shen Qinglin's face broke into an enigmatic smile, his lips silently forming words. Wei Chang, oblivious to their meaning and assuming Shen Qinglin was simply stunned with fear, wandered away, only to suddenly realize that Shen Qinglin's silent articulation conveyed the message, "Thank you. I quite like it here." The heavy tower door slammed shut, plunging the surroundings into profound silence. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, with not a single ray of sunlight penetrating the gloom. The sole source of illumination was a small, flickering candle at the entrance, casting eerie shadows that rendered the demon suppression tower even more sinister. A group of demonic beasts ceased their howling, curiously observing the calm, unperturbed human before them. The leader, a dog demon that had attained a semi-human form, squinted its eyes, sensing something peculiar about this individual, urging caution. Ordinary cultivators entering the tower would have long since cowered in fear, begging for mercy, yet here stood Shen Qinglin with an expression of indifference, as if he were merely on a casual visit, ignoring the bizarrely shaped demonic creatures surrounding him. Shen Qinglin chose a flat spot to sit down and plunged his consciousness into his sea of awareness, hoping to watch a film via his system. The dog demon squinted again, pondering whether Shen Qinglin was merely putting on an act. Unable to endure the scrutiny any longer, Shen Qinglin asked, "Is there something you need?" The dog demon, taken aback, shook its head. In the next moment, Shen Qinglin erupted, "If there's nothing, then scram. With a face like that, I'll be haunted by nightmares tonight. You didn't wear that expression when you entered." The dog demon retorted, intrigued. "I even heard you begging for him to let you go. What is there to plead for from these self-righteous cultivators? Perhaps a plea could grant you freedom. It's better than doing nothing at all. One must have dreams in life." Shen Qinglin replied with a stern face. The canine demon was taken aback by the drastic shift in the mortal's demeanor, yet gave it little thought. With a fierce snort, it cursed towards the tower's entrance. exclaiming that it had been imprisoned there for half a year without a soul coming to release it. It vowed that one day, the demon race would trample the realm of cultivation. The last statement resonated powerfully within the confines of the small, demon-suppressing tower, echoing back and forth several times. Shun Qinglin, growing weary, idly dug at his ears, disinterested in the peculiar creature with a human head and canine body before him. He returned to his previous spot, seated on the ground, and selected a newly released horror film within his mind's eye. The dog demon, having attained a degree of sentience, was aware of the subtleties of a human world. It recognized that some individuals feigned fearlessness towards demons merely to create an illusion of grandeur, yet were, in truth, as fragile as a decorative pillow. After observing the calm and composed young man from a distance of several dozen feet, and confirming that he possessed no cultivation whatsoever, the demon suddenly revealed its true form and lunged at Shun Qinglin's throat. Shun Qinglin, however, did not even bother to lift an eyelid. His system transformed into a colossal serpent demon, emerging from his mind's realm to intercept the attack. The surrounding beasts, upon witnessing the imposing serpent, were struck with terror, hastily tucking their tails and scattering in all directions. The dog demon was equally startled. It realized that this seemingly unremarkable youth possessed genuine prowess. "Did you wish to fight?" Shun Qinglin arched an eyebrow. The dog demon quickly retreated to a corner, frantically waving its hands, one a human hand, the other a paw. No, you carry on. I was merely jesting, haha. It's just rather dull being trapped here." Shun Qinglin rolled his eyes and delved back into his mind's realm. The horror film was portrayed with such realism that both he and his system clung to each other in terror, trembling. When Shun Qinglin's consciousness returned to his body, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming sensation that the demon-suppressing tower was haunted. Even the dark beams of the tower appeared to threaten the emergence of a ghostly figure clad in red, poised to dangle and stick out its tongue. Shun Qinglin thoroughly regretted his choice. Had he known, he would have opted for a comedy instead. After all, he was to remain in the demon-suppressing tower for at least half a day. Surely, there couldn't really be a ghost waiting to hang herself, could there? Chapter 11. The master brother who kills his wife to attain enlightenment. Chung Qianying wiped the sweat from his brow as he grasped the Xiange sword and slowly made his way towards the inner chamber of the peak. The inner demons had finally been subdued, yet he found himself utterly at a loss regarding Qinglin's situation, unsure how to resolve it. The vast and desolate Wuqing Peak was eerily silent, devoid of any semblance of life. Even the birds circled around it, avoiding it altogether. With a discreet sigh, Chung Qianying extended his spiritual sense to ascertain Qinglin's condition. Scanning the outer guest rooms, he found no trace of Qinglin. Pausing momentarily, he meticulously examined the room where the youth had been staying. The bed was in disarray, the blankets strewn on the floor, and the once empty room now held an unsettling absence of presence. His heart sank, sensing a foreboding omen. Hastily, he expanded his spiritual sense to sweep through the outer areas, even scrutinizing the disciples attending their morning lessons. Yet there was no sign of the youth. Where is Qinglin gone? Given the severity of his injuries, it is implausible that he could have ventured far. The disarray of the bedding within the room suggests he must have been forcefully taken away. A profound sense of dread surged within Chung Qianying. His spiritual awareness could not reach far, as many areas within the sect were restricted, disallowing any indiscriminate probing. Resolutely, he summoned his sword and made his way to the outer sect. Today, the outer sect appeared desolate, occupied only by Wei Cheng and a few disciples who had escaped early lessons. No other figures were present. It was highly likely that Qinglin had been taken by them. Wei Cheng felt an unsettling agitation rise within him, unable to articulate why, but that last significant smile from Shun Qinglin had left him feeling perturbed. Yet, given the circumstances, it was unthinkable to release the individual now, though it only served to humiliate himself further. Amidst his turmoil, a loud crash resonated as a sword smashed through the door, embedding itself into the table before him, shattering it into fragments. The glimmering blade was mere inches from his face, nearly severing his head. Wei Cheng, startled, fell from his chair and trembled as he glanced toward the entrance. There stood Cheng Qianying, his face etched with frost, arms crossed behind his back. "Where's that mortal? Where have you taken him?" Wei Cheng's heart sank as he swallowed hard, trembling as he replied, "Senior Brother Cheng, that mortal exhibited peculiarities. I sent him to the demon suppression tower." No sooner had he uttered these words than Cheng Qianying, with a darkened expression, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that struck Wei Cheng's abdomen with ferocity. Caught unawares, he was flung against the wall, then crashed heavily to the ground. As he landed, he spat a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly despondent, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. His cultivation had been obliterated. He had now become a mere mortal, forever barred from the path of cultivation. The sect would not harbor idlers. Soon, he would be expelled, becoming a laughingstock within the realm of cultivation. Cheng Qianying paid no heed to Wei Cheng's fate. A mere outer sect disciple dared to meddle with Qinglin, who had once stood before him in reverence. Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. The demon suppression tower held nothing but ferocious beasts. How could a mortal like Qinglin survive among them? The thought twisted Cheng Qianying's insides, a surge of nausea rising within him, and he tasted blood in his throat. Leaning against the doorframe, he spat forth another mouthful of blood as his internal energy surged uncontrollably. The essence of his Yuan was slowly dissipating. Within a day, his cultivation would plummet to the golden core stage. However, he could not afford to dwell on that now. Attempting to summon his life sword, it merely quivered briefly before settling into stillness. Unable to wield the sword for the time being, he gritted his teeth and stumbled toward the direction of the demon suppression tower. Chapter 12. The master brother who killed his wife to prove his path, Shen Qinglin, had been here for half a day, feeling exceedingly weary. The canine demon beside him continued to prattle on about its glorious past, recounting tales of its youthful exploits in human form and its flirtations with several young maidens, repeating the same stories ad nauseum. Shen Qinglin, Chi-Chi, I truly cannot endure that wretched creature across from me any longer. Do you think if I exchange for an iron sword to slay him now, it would disrupt the task's progress? System. Host, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Your body is still recovering from serious injuries, and the tower is dark and damp. You cannot withstand it for long. Shen Qinglin. This marks the fourth time he has recounted his tale of seducing a virtuous maiden named Xiuxiu at the age of 16. I can no longer bear to listen. Not only do I wish to slay him, but I also yearn to eliminate that Xiuxiu as well. System. Host. Please endure a little longer. Considering her age, Xiuxiu must be at least in her 40s now, with children nearing marriage. Ah, your beloved husband has arrived. Do mind your expression. Shen Qinglin. Mind my expression? Do I appear as if I have lost all will to live, teetering on the brink of a precipice? Wouldn't he, my dear husband, feel heartbroken to witness my cultivation plummet 3 realms? The heavy doors of the demon suppression tower creaked open, allowing a sliver of light to seep in. Cheng Qianying immediately spotted the trembling youth huddled in the corner. The boy clutched his legs tightly, as if confronted by some terrifying specter, his entire body quaking uncontrollably. Shen Qinglin, in a daze, lifted his head, and through his hazy gaze, he beheld the figure of his long-desired husband before him. He froze for a moment, then a peculiar glow illuminated his face. His pallid cheeks quickly flushed with color, and his bewildered eyes sparkled with disbelief and caution. Cheng Qianying, filled with regret, grasped the boy's lifeless hands and pulled him tightly into his embrace, his voice trembling with excitement and the joy of a rebirth. Qinglin, it is I. Forgive me for my tardiness. I am so sorry. All of this is my fault. Shen Qinglin, trembling, lifted his hand to caress the beloved face before him, whispering softly, Qianying, is this a dream? I dream I found you. Let us return to Jinxiu village. It has accumulated dust from my absence. Cheng Qianying's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down his cheeks, his cultivation swiftly plummeting to the golden core realm in that moment. Qinglin, you shall be safe from now on, I promise. The boy in his arms seemed to find immense solace, slowly closing his eyes and drifting into a slumber. Cheng Qianying's expression turned anxious once more. Qinglin, hold on. I shall take you to Wandanfeng. Do not sleep. The youth in his embrace remained unresponsive, his body cold, with only a faint warmth and a weak heartbeat emanating from his chest, affirming his continued existence. Cheng Qianying hastily wiped away his tears, lifted the boy, and turned to exit. This scene left the wretched creature lurking in the corner dumbfounded. Indeed, this boy concealed his true strength, playing the role of a fool to ensnare the unsuspecting. As he saw them about to leave, the creature disregarded everything else and shouted, "I too plead for mercy. I beg you, release me." Seeing the other party's complete lack of response, I mustered my courage and exclaimed, "Although I may not possess beauty, my physique is far more robust than that frail being you cradle in your arms. Having one more person would only add to the merriment, wouldn't it? Whether human or beast, we are not so different. Just imagine, we could all three share the night together." Shen Qinglin was on the verge of losing his composure, nearly bursting into laughter in the embrace of the grim-faced individual. The system swiftly pulled the host's essence back to the sea of consciousness, preventing the pretense of unconsciousness from being discovered. The gate closed once more, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The dog demon fell silent for a moment, perplexed as to why this method had failed him. After much contemplation without clarity, he resorted to a torrent of curses, venting his frustrations upon the entire Tai House sect. Chapter 13. The master brother who killed his wife to attain enlightenment, Cheng Qianying, flew towards Wandanfeng on his sword, accompanied by the youth. Elder Mo, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. "Cheng nephew, your cultivation." Elder Mo gazed in terror, confirming he was not mistaken. "What is happening? Were you not already at the nascent soul stage? How have you fallen back to golden core?" Cheng Qianying, disregarding his own cultivation, urgently implored, "Elder Mo, please save Qinglin. He's been trapped in the demon suppression tower for far too long. His body cannot withstand that chilling aura." Only then did Elder Mo's gaze shift to the youth in his arms. The boy's face was ashen, his breath faint, and he bore severe injuries. He appeared to be on the brink of death. He had heard that this nephew of the ruthless Peak, in pursuit of a breakthrough, had what a mortal youth and then killed his wife to attain enlightenment. It seemed this boy was indeed the fortunate mortal who had survived. Edda Montaxite. To kill one's wife for enlightenment inevitably incurs karmic retribution. Now, the boy was left with barely a breath. Given the circumstances, this matter had become quite intricate. "Very well. Follow me. I shall attend to him." The unconscious youth did not sleep soundly. He seemed to be desperately grasping for something, his hands flailing restlessly, murmuring, "Husband, do not leave." Cheng Qianying grasped the boy's hand tightly, whispering softly in his ear, "I am here. I want to leave. Please, recover quickly." Elder Mo observed and shook his head, sighing, "He is not in immediate danger. However, nephew, your cultivation has fallen to golden core. If this instability continues, I fear." The unspoken words hung heavily in the air. Both understood the implication. Cheng Qianying took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his heart, and replied calmly, "Elder, I understand. Once Qinglin recovers, I will clarify everything with him and send him back to Jinxiu village." Elder Mo did not even glance at him, his focus solely on the pale visage of the youth before him. "Return? Even if he heals, how many days do you think he can survive back there? Such grievous injuries might only afford him a lifespan of a decade or so. How do you intend to repay this karmic debt?" Cheng Qianying was momentarily speechless. He was well aware that the youth's lifespan had already been severely diminished. After such turmoil over these past few days, even a cultivator would require a substantial period of rest, let alone a mortal without any cultivation to support him. Elder Mo observed his silence and spoke again. "The act of slaying your wife to attain enlightenment is intrinsically tied to a karmic consequence. An innocent soul has perished because of you. How could you possibly remain unscathed? Now, this young lad's life is fortunate enough to continue. If you wish to resolve this karmic bond, it would be wise to bestow upon him a fragment of celestial destiny." Cheng Qianying initially fell into silence, but soon her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, and a smile graced her face as she turned to say, "Are you suggesting, Master Uncle, that Qinglin should pursue the path of immortality? This way, not only can his life be prolonged, but it would also allow me to sever the ties between us. Elder Mo nodded. Utilize the cleansing marrow pill to purify this youth's essence and refine his sinews, enabling him to cultivate spiritual roots. However, the cleansing marrow pill typically only produces mixed spiritual roots, with single spiritual roots being exceedingly rare. He may then serve as a menial disciple in the outer sect, where he could barely cultivate, yet still extend his lifespan to over a century. Thus, you would be free to pursue your own cultivation without any lingering attachments, and your karmic ties could be resolved. The cleansing marrow pill is worth its weight in gold, granting a rootless mortal the chance to awaken spiritual roots and embark on the path of cultivation. For countless eons, very few mortals have been fortunate enough to receive such a celestial opportunity. The vast majority only awaken 5 spiritual roots, relegating them to the lowest tier as menial disciples, even beneath those who cultivate in the outer sect. Nevertheless, the cleansing marrow pill remains a coveted treasure sought after by innumerable mortals, many of whom exhaust their fortunes in pursuit of a single pill to grasp their own chance at immortality. Taihao sect, a prestigious and renowned sect, possesses countless treasures, including such exquisite items as the cleansing marrow pill. Given Cheng Qianying's status as the chief disciple of the inner sect, acquiring one for Qingling would not be a daunting task. With this thought, Cheng Qianying exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Let be done. Chapter 14. The discipleship of the one who slays his wife for enlightenment. Outside the door, the voice of a junior disciple rang out. Senior Brother Cheng, the various peak masters request your presence at the discipline hall. Cheng Qianying's expression darkened. The moment she had dreaded had arrived. She turned to Elder Mo and bowed deeply. Master Uncle, I must attend to the discipline hall. I kindly ask you to look after Qingling in my absence. I shall return shortly. Elder Mo nodded, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Within the discipline hall, several elders sat upright, their expressions grave. Cheng Qianying entered the great hall with a stoic demeanor and immediately knelt upon the ground. Elder Li of the Ruthless Peak stood up in astonishment, trembling fingers pointing in disbelief. Qianying, how has your cultivation fallen to the golden core stage? Cheng Qianying first bowed respectfully and then spoke calmly. Master, esteemed elders, I have erred. Meanwhile, Shun Qingling, contentedly observing the scene within the discipline hall through his spiritual awareness, slowly opened his eyes. The unfamiliar surroundings filled him with unease. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the area but found no sign of his husband, and a sense of desolation washed over him. It had all been a dream, a beautiful fantasy of his husband returning, conjured before he lost consciousness. As Elder Mo entered the room, the sight of the forlorn youth caught his eye. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the boy in a glow reminiscent of an ethereal ascent. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Are you searching for Cheng Qianying? He has gone to the discipline hall. As the words fell, a myriad of stars seemed to illuminate Shun Qingling's eyes, his face a canvas of astonishment, soon followed by a look of hesitation. He hesitantly inquired, Senior, this is not a dream, is it? I have seen my husband. Has he been brought back by your sect? Elder Mo glanced at the youth's clear gaze, feeling a pang of reluctance to unveil the truth, and simply remarked, He was always a member of Taihao sect. You will understand shortly. Let him tell you himself. A look of confusion crossed Shun Qingling's face, as he struggled to comprehend how his husband, who once relied on hunting for sustenance, had transformed into a member of the Taihao sect. Nevertheless, confusion aside, if his husband was indeed within the sect, he must see him at once. Senior, the youth's voice was laced with a plea. Could you take me to see my husband? It's been so long since I last saw him. I miss him dearly. Elder Mo hesitated, shaking his head slightly. He is currently in the discipline hall. It may not be convenient. Shun Qingling suddenly knelt, tears brimming in his eyes. Senior, I implore you, take me to him. We have exchanged vows. We pledged ourselves in Jinshou village. Please, I beg of you. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Mo conceded, recognizing that certain matters required the presence of this mortal youth. Very well, let us go. A strange smile appeared on Shun Qinglin's face. His purpose for coming to the Tai Hao sect was indeed for that marrow-cleansing pill. Within the discipline hall, Elderly slammed his palm onto the table beside him, angrily reprimanding his most valued disciple. How could you be so thoughtless? Did you not consider the consequences when you killed your wife to attain your path? That marrow-cleansing pill will likely only yield a mixed spiritual root. Do you intend to keep him in the sect as a menial disciple? Cheng Qianying, bowing deeply several times, responded with a grave expression, Master, as long as Qinglin's lifespan is secure, I can resolve this karmic debt. I will devote myself to cultivating diligently on the peak, forsaking all distractions henceforth. The sect leader, sipping his tea with indifference, remarked, Very well, grant that mortal a chance at celestial fortune. As for your injury to the outer sect, disciple Wei Cheng, I shall not pursue the matter. After all, he was the one at fault first. A mere outer sect disciple can be expelled. His fate is of no concern to me. Cheng Qianying slowly exhaled, recognizing this as the best resolution. Upon entering the discipline hall with Elder Mo, Shun Qinglin immediately spotted his beloved husband kneeling in the center of the grand hall. Ignoring the serious expressions surrounding him, he joyfully rushed forward, embracing Cheng Qianying while weeping. Husband, I have finally found you. Can we return to Jinxiu village now? Cheng Qianying's face displayed a conflicted expression as he slowly removed the youth's hands from himself, carefully choosing his words before speaking. Qinglin, I cannot return with you. Chapter 15. The senior brother who killed his wife to attain the path. Shun Qinglin was momentarily stunned, his hands trembling, uncertain where to place them. He could not fathom why, after enduring so much to find his husband, Cheng Qianying would refuse to return home with him. Elderly furrowed his brow. Enough of this. What kind of decorum is this, embracing in the grand hall? Your husband is the disciple of the esteemed master. How could he possibly return with you? At present, he has sought a fortuitous opportunity on your behalf, which may grant you access to the path of cultivation in the future. From this moment forth, you shall have no further ties with Qianying. Upon hearing this, Shun Qinglin grew anxious. What does it mean to have no ties with my husband? I do not desire the celestial fate. I want nothing but my husband. Shun Qinglin grasped Cheng Qianying's hand tightly, her gaze clear as she looked into his eyes, pleading, Without my husband, the pursuit of cultivation holds no meaning. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, followed by an oppressive silence that enveloped the space. Never had anyone witnessed a mortal willingly renounce a celestial opportunity to remain an ordinary being with a fleeting lifespan. Elderly, standing on a high platform, was taken aback, his usually expressionless face betraying disbelief. Shun Qinglin, am I convincing enough? Today, I must claim this marrow-cleansing pill. This is the only chance for the original host to turn her fate around. System. Host, I am so touched that I could weep. So please remember to return those 2 points to me, all right? Shun Qinglin. Chi, dear, may I borrow those 18 points from you? Surely you wouldn't mind. The system was momentarily stunned. Then its core code shattered within the sea of consciousness, too distraught to even attempt to piece itself together. It simply lamented, Host, what do you need so many points for? You can't take them all. How am I to survive? I am merely a novice system. Why must I endure such exploitation? Shun Qinglin. ISNT, there a reward of 30 points upon task completion? I will give them all to you then. System, greetings, host. 18 points have been credited. What would you like to exchange? Shun Qinglin. I have given Cheng Qianying a chance. If he is willing to return with me to Jinxiu village, I shall spare him. If not, well, you shall see soon enough. Cheng Qianying was momentarily taken aback. But after a brief pause, reason prevailed. He had been a prodigy since childhood, becoming an inner disciple of the sect in his teens, blessed with remarkable talent and rapid advancement in cultivation. Countless envious gazes had followed him throughout his life. Moreover, aspiring to ascend the Tao had always been his dream. How could he forsake it for a mere mortal? He gently withdrew his hand from Qinglin's firm grasp and replied calmly, Qinglin, I regret to inform you that my initial intention in marrying you was to achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation through the act of slaying my wife. I now repent. I am willing to seek a fortuitous opportunity for you to make amends for your loss, but I cannot accompany you any further." Upon hearing the words, slaying one's wife to attain enlightenment, Sun Qinglin felt her strength wane, the tension she had held within her suddenly dissipating. Even as a mere mortal, she had heard tales of cultivators sacrificing their spouses to achieve greater heights. Indeed, throughout their acquaintance, Sun Qianying had rarely displayed any emotion, remaining perpetually aloof, with her always trailing behind him. Had he ever truly regarded her? Sun Qinglin chuckled softly, as if mocking his own sentimentality, or perhaps ridiculing the unfairness of fate. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered on his face. "My dear husband, do you truly wish to be apart from me?" Sun Qianying's heart plummeted, feeling as though a heavy stone pressed upon it, rendering her breathless. He nodded with difficulty, resolutely stating, "I am sorry, Qinglin." With a graceful wave of his arm, the sect leader conjured a golden-hued elixir before Sun Qinglin. This was a cleansing elixir. Once consumed, it would grant him a spiritual root, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. Sun Qinglin reached out for the elixir, but did not turn a glance at the person beside him. Instead, a gentle voice emerged. "Husband, this shall be the last time I call you so. I wish you progress in your cultivation, and may you attain the pinnacle of greatness." After speaking, he placed the cleansing elixir into his mouth. For reasons unknown at that moment, Sun Qianying felt an overwhelming urge to snatch the elixir from his hand and accompany the youth back to the splendid village. What was merely a cleansing elixir evoked in Sun Qianying a profound sense of parting, an irrevocable farewell to the past. "Sun Qinglin, Chi, please exchange some points for a thunder spiritual root for me." System. Host. The exchange for the thunder spiritual root has been completed, a singular thunder spiritual root. The pinnacle of talent in the cultivation realm. Wishing you a pleasant cultivation journey. By the way, 18 points are insufficient. I still have the 10 points borrowed from System 88 last month. In total, 28 points were required for the exchange. Sun Qinglin, I'm aware of those 10 points. I accounted for them from the beginning. I know precisely how many points you possess. System. The elixir settled in his stomach without any discernible sensation, only a warmth radiating from his dantian, and his injuries healed significantly. "All right, I shall take you to the testing platform to determine your spiritual root. If you possess a mixed spiritual root, you will serve as a menial disciple in the outer sect. However, if fortune favors you with a dual or triple spiritual root, you may become an outer sect disciple." The unspoken remainder of his words hung in the air. It was exceedingly rare for the cleansing elixir to yield a singular spiritual root, and the elders harbored little hope. Sun Qinglin bowed his head, and once everyone had departed, he retrieved a pouch of incense from his robe and casually tossed it onto Sun Qianying. "These incense materials were handcrafted by me for you. They are of no use now. If you have no desire for them, feel free to discard them." With that, he turned to leave, not casting a lingering glance back at the other. Sun Qianying felt a sharp pain in his heart, now alone in the vast, silent hall. It was tranquil yet suffocating. He bent down to pick up the pouch of incense, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately tucked it into his robe. Chapter 16. The master brother who killed his wife to attain enlightenment. Beneath the testing platform, a number of curious disciples were already whispering amongst themselves. As today the sect leader had opened the testing platform to assess the spiritual root of Cheng's mortal youth, Song Jinyu was also squeezed among the crowd, with several disciples surrounding him, inquiring about this mortal husband. "Song Shidi, that mortal you brought back has consumed the cleansing elixir in the Hall of Discipline today." "Huh? Why is that?" "Greetings, our esteemed brother Cheng, who took the path of enlightenment through the tragic act of slaying his wife. Had that unfortunate spouse been none other than the mortal youth you rescued." A sudden pang of realization struck Song Jinyu's heart. It is no wonder that the boy bore such grievous wounds. He had been pierced by brother Cheng himself. What a pity for such an innocent youth, who could have lived a blissful life in the mortal realm with a devoted partner. Yet fate led him to cross paths with brother Cheng. Moreover, despite having consumed the cleansing elixir, he is merely a mixed spiritual root, destined to serve as a lowly disciple, toiling in arduous labor. One cannot help but wonder if his fragile body can withstand such trials. At the testing platform, A colossal spiritual stone emanated a soft blue glow. Elder Mo glanced back at the unassuming youth, sensing an inexplicable change within him. In mere moments, it was as if he had transformed, exuding a newfound composure and depth that altered his very essence. Pondering the youth's unfortunate fate, Elder Mo felt a twinge of sympathy and gently advised, "Place your hand upon the testing platform, and in a brief moment, your spiritual roots shall be revealed." The boy nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Song Jinyu amidst the crowd. He offered a slight smile and nod, a silent greeting. Chung Qianying's countenance darkened, an unfamiliar emotion swelling within his chest, his gaze towards the outer disciple deepening with intensity. Shun Qinglin, Chi-Chi, initiate the use of the Thunder Spiritual Root. System, greetings host. The Thunder Spiritual Root has been implanted within you, replacing the 5 roots extracted by the cleansing elixir. Additionally, host, you must certainly repay my points. Shun Qinglin, I want to forget. Rest assured, Chi-Chi. With a gentle placement of his hand upon the testing platform, a blinding golden light erupted, and the colors of the platform began to shift. The disciples below began to murmur once more. Surely it's a mixed root. The outer sect will have yet another servant disciple. Oh, perhaps it's a dual root, allowing him to cultivate alongside us. Indeed, Brother Chung has an eye for talent. This youth is remarkably handsome. Just look at those features. As the chatter grew increasingly disrespectful, Elder Mo cleared his throat lightly, prompting an immediate silence among the disciples. The platform's hue transitioned to gold and then halted, revealing the column corresponding to the Thunder Spiritual Root illuminated. A wave of astonishment swept through the disciples. Even the elders displayed expressions of disbelief. The most coveted spiritual root in the realm of cultivation is the Thunder Spiritual Root. Most ordinary cultivators possess 5 elemental roots, which pose significant peril during thunder tribulations when ascending in rank, rendering each breakthrough a formidable challenge. The higher the cultivation, the more ferocious the heavenly tribulations, making the path to transcendence increasingly arduous. Yet, the Thunder Spiritual Root thrives in such conditions. The more intense the heavenly thunder, the greater the opportunity for the cultivator to enhance their abilities. Each sect eagerly recruits disciples with the Thunder Spiritual Root. Even those with mixed roots containing it are welcomed into the fold. A singular Thunder Spiritual Root is a rarity, a prodigious talent in the cultivation realm, seldom encountered over millennia. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the illumination of another pillar. Should even a single lightning root be revealed, Shun Qinglin's status as an intersect disciple would be assured. After a brief wait, when no further pillars glimmered, the expressionless youth withdrew his hand from the testing platform. It was a singular lightning root. Such a prodigious talent had emerged from the Tai House sect. The sect leader barely contained his excitement, envisioning this young man as the foremost figure in the pursuit of the Tao a century hence, leading the sect to dominance in the realm of cultivation. Elders began to vie for his attention. Let him come to our peak. With such a spirit root, it would be a blessing for me to mentor him. You, do not squander such a fine seedling. He should come to our sword elegance peak. Enough, the sect leader, embodying an ethereal aura, interjected. Shun Qinglin shall be my disciple. There is no need for competition among you. Such a remarkable student is of no concern to you all. The elders exchanged disapproving glances. Chapter 17. The senior brother who killed his wife to attain enlightenment, Shun Qinglin, quick to react, knelt before the sect leader, intending to bow his head. But the leader had already lifted him, grasping his hand with fervor. Qinglin, although you may be a few years late, it matters not. I shall diligently guide you. Our sect will depend on you in 100 years. The youth smiled faintly, casting a glance at Song Jinyu, who was enthusiastically waving from the crowd. I shall certainly cultivate earnestly to reach the pinnacle of the Tao and live up to your expectations. Forget calling me sect leader. You should refer to me as master. Come, let us return to Xylan Peak for your apprenticeship. The master and disciple soared away on their swords, while the elders, witnessing the promising talent depart, shook their heads and dispersed, leaving many outer sect disciples surrounding Song Jinyu, chattering excitedly. Junior brother Song, you are truly Shun's senior brother's savior. If you achieve great success in the future, do not forget your fellow brothers. Indeed, I saw Shun's senior brother stealing glances at you earlier. He must be deeply grateful. Please do not say such things. I am now worlds apart from Shun's senior brother. How could I ever see him frequently? As the thrill faded, Song Jinyu's expression visibly darkened. The youth he once knew was no longer the frail figure gasping in the rain, with his singular lightning root. The future held immense promise for him within the sect. Would he still remember her? Cheng Qianying's face turned ashen, for reasons unknown. She felt no joy at Qing Lin's revelation of a singular lightning root. Instead, her heart sank deeper. Clutching the pouch of fragrance in her arms, she gently squeezed it. Her heart twisted with pain anew. The emotional turbulence was overwhelming. She needed to return to the Heartless Peak to solidify her resolve. Inner sect disciples were afforded private chambers, and upon finding himself alone, Shun Qinglin unceremoniously collapsed onto the soft bed. The injuries sustained over the past few days had indeed left him weary. System. Host. Cheng Qianying is not pleased with your singular lightning root. Shun Qinglin, it is indeed certain. He initially believed that I would remain merely an outer disciple, never surpassing him in my lifetime. Alas, I have manifested a singular lightning spirit root, and surpassing him is merely a matter of time. Every human possesses a tinge of jealousy. How could he possibly bear the thought of the person he cast aside rising to an unattainable height? System. So, host. Will he strive to surpass your cultivation? Shun Qinglin. Oh dear, I am quite apprehensive. I must take the initiative to ensure that he cannot even maintain his golden core cultivation. Chi-Chi, remember this. People are rarely drawn to what is easily obtainable. It is the unattainable that captivates them. System. Seeing the system's bewildered expression, Shun Qinglin rolled over and continued in his sea of consciousness. Cheng Qianying's ascension to such lofty heights in his previous life was indeed linked to the fortuitous opportunities he encountered in the secret realm. In this life, I must sever that opportunity before it can take root. I wonder, without such chances, can this senior brother, Cheng, still aspire to the pinnacle of the Tao? System. Host. Even though you possess a singular spirit root, it will take years of gradual cultivation, and time may not be on your side. Shun Qinglin. Chi-Chi. You must not underestimate your host. The sword techniques of the cultivation realm are, to me, mere child's play. My sole task is to internalize these sword techniques into my very being, ensuring that when the original owner returns, they can wield them with ease. The system gazed at the original owner with starry eyes, suddenly realizing just how formidable this host truly is. Chapter 18. The master brother who slays his wife to attain the Tao, a rumor swept through the entirety of Tai House sect. The newly accepted disciple, Shun Qinglin, who possesses a singular lightning spirit root, is an extraordinary talent for cultivation. He mastered a somewhat complex sword technique in a mere quarter of an hour, something that others would take over half a month to grasp. This young man, however, integrated it seamlessly in just one day, and by the third day, he could wield it with remarkable proficiency. During lunchtime, many disciples gathered in the outer sect's dining hall, sharing meals in groups, their discussions and laughter resounding throughout the space. In an inconspicuous corner, Song Jinyu quietly consumed the meal placed before him. A nearby junior disciple leaned in to jest. Song Shitty, has that senior brother Shin from the inner sect not come to visit you again? Upon hearing this, laughter erupted around them. Shun Qinglin had been admitted to the inner sect for over 2 months and had already established his foundation. Yet he had not returned to see the person who had once saved him. Indeed, with so many cultivation resources in the inner sect, who would still remember a mere outer sect benefactor? Song Jinyu felt somewhat uneasy, lowering his head to reply in a barely audible whisper, "Senior brother, Shun, is very busy. Perhaps you will find time to visit me one day." His voice was as faint as a whisper, lacking any conviction. Nearby, a nosy disciple scoffed. "He has likely forgotten you by now. Which intersect senior brother is not superior to you? Take Cheng Shi-Xiang, for instance. He is 100 times stronger than you." At the mention of Cheng Shi-Xiang, the glimmer of gossip ignited in everyone's eyes. In the beginning, Shen Qinglin harbored such admiration for senior brother Cheng, and now, both of them find themselves within the same sect. It is likely that old feelings may rekindle. Song Jinyu, however, continued to keep his head lowered, hastily shoveling rice into his mouth, unwilling to engage in discussion with the people before him. He certainly did not wish for Qinglin to seek out senior brother Cheng again. After all, how could Qinglin possibly turn back after Cheng had slain his wife to attain enlightenment? Yet, the image of the youth's clear, radiant eyes surfaced in his mind. Filled with an unwavering affection and longing for his husband, it was undeniably profound. Song Jinyu's heart sank. Perhaps Qinglin still harbored feelings for senior brother Cheng, after all. As a brief week passed, Shen Qinglin wiped the sweat from his brow. He had reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, and with only a month remaining until the secret realm opened, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the initial stage of the Golden Core. Only then could he hope to seize opportunities from Cheng Qianying, who was at the later stage of the Golden Core. Shen Qinglin, Chi-Chi, how has my ex-husband been lately? Has his cultivation continued to decline? The system? No. His cultivation has stagnated at the later stage of the Golden Core. Now, rumors are circulating throughout the sect that you have unresolved feelings for senior brother Cheng and are contemplating rekindling your past relationship. Shen Qinglin stumbled, nearly tumbling down the stone steps. Which blind fools spread such nonsense? Do they have their eyes on their backside? The entire sect knows that I long for my ex-husband to find peace sooner rather than later. How could I have lingering feelings? The system, even Cheng Qianying believes this. He is contemplating whether to rekindle your past romance. Shen Qinglin could no longer maintain his composure. He shouted furiously in his mind. Isn't he a practitioner of the path of indifference? How could he possibly want to continue this? What are his intentions? The system offered no reply, instead displaying a recent interaction between Cheng Qianying and Elderly. In the image, Elderly spoke earnestly. Qianying, Shen Qinglin will undoubtedly have a bright future. I suggest you consider rekindling your relationship. It would also benefit our indifference peak. Cheng Qianying appeared perplexed, responding, Master, I practice the path of indifference. How could I possibly marry someone? Elderly shook his head, clarifying, it is merely a matter of formality. As long as you do not develop feelings for him, maintaining emotional stability should suffice. I can see that Shen Qinglin is sincere in his affections for you. Should you unite, it would be of great benefit to you. Cheng Qianying's face reflected a troubled expression. But our relationship has become so complicated. Elderly patted his shoulder reassuringly. As long as Shen Qinglin cares for you, it is enough. If you simply turn back, uniting will not be difficult. Cheng Qianying paused, recalling every day and night since he had met the youth. A confident smile graced his face. Indeed, Qinglin's feelings for him ran deep. With just a slight beckoning, he would return to his side. It was merely a union. A grand ceremony for their partnership would solidify the matter. In that case, Qinglin would still belong to him, and they could cultivate together, with the thunder root aiding him through tribulations. Moreover, he indeed harbored a measure of affection for Shen Qinglin. Upon reflection, the matter of marital union indeed presents more advantages than disadvantages. Chapter 19. The Master Brother Who Slays His Wife to Attain Enlightenment. Shen Qinglin was utterly astonished by the cunning expressions displayed by the master and disciple. While it was true that Cheng Qianying held a modicum of affection for the original owner, such sentiments pale in comparison to the pursuit of the Tao. The act of slaying a wife for enlightenment was one thing, but now, witnessing the other's path to cultivation laid out before them, they audaciously sought to partake in the spoils. Shen Qinglin spat in contempt, wishing fervently to wield his sword and confront that heartless former husband atop the heartless peak. What kind of discernment did the original owner possess? Surely, any random individual selected with eyes closed would surpass Cheng Qianying. System. Additionally, there have been some developments concerning Song Jinyu that relate to you. Would you like to see? Shen Qinglin, by the way, I have been exceedingly busy lately and have not visited the outer sect. How is Jinyu faring? The system slowly unfurled the display screen, revealing a scene in the dining hall where a group of outer sect disciples mockingly derided Song Jinyu, insinuating that his efforts were in vain, as that once favored mortal lad now refused even a glance in his direction. Song Jinyu merely lowered his head, offering no response. Shen Qinglin's expression darkened. He had merely been engrossed in his cultivation, striving to attain the golden core stage before the secret realm opened, leaving him no time even for sleep, let alone a visit to the outer sect. Little did he know that within the eyes of these sycophantic outer sect disciples, he was perceived as having completely forgotten his benefactor, instead embracing wealth and status. Song Jinyu's current tribulations in the outer sect were inextricably linked to his negligence. It was evident that a visit to the outer sect was imperative. With a finger lightly tapping his arm, Shen Qinglin narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. After a moment, he let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of frostiness appearing in his gaze. It was time to instill some jealousy in Cheng Qianying. Otherwise, his own cultivation would stagnate, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Finding a level spot, Shen Qinglin sat down casually, closing his eyes to meticulously sift through the original owner's memories for the recipe to create incense. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not find a formulation superior to that of Qianqing's fragrance. Just as he grew increasingly agitated, a curious voice interrupted his thoughts. Shenshiti, what occupies your mind? Opening his eyes, he beheld the intersect master brother from Xylan Peak. Rising promptly, he greeted him respectfully, responding, Master brother, I have grown weary from sword practice and wish to indulge in crafting a fragrance for someone of great importance. A hint of bashfulness crept across his youthful visage as he spoke. Su Shaoyi's expression shifted to one of understanding. Cheng Qianying carried around that bag of rain-soaked incense daily, indicating that this Shen Shidi still harbored lingering feelings and sought to curry favor with that husband atop the Heartless Peak. However, this Shen Shidi's future was indeed bright. There was no necessity to remain entangled with the individual from the Heartless Peak. Junior brother, Su Shaoyi pondered his words, gently patting the other's shoulder. I understand your feelings. However, he is not worth such devotion. I believe it would be wiser for you to redirect your affections elsewhere. Look around. There are many admirable seniors and juniors in the peak. A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Qinglin's heart. He chose not to elaborate, instead adopting an air of resolute indifference. Echoing Su Shaoyi's sentiment, he replied with an ambiguous response. He is worth my dedication. How could a savior not be deserving? Su Shaoyi sighed, refraining from further persuasion, and shook his head as he departed. Shen Qinglin watched his retreating figure with satisfaction, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. With so many eyes fixed upon him and Cheng Qianying, this sentiment would soon spread throughout the sect. The incense must be crafted, and it must surpass the previous blend in quality, for how else could it disturb a certain individual's state of mind? Shen Qinglin, Chi-Chi, do you have an excellent formula for incense? Please share one with me. System, host, I have run out of points. Shen Qinglin, you do have points. I am aware you borrowed 10 points from System 88 last month. You cannot deceive me. System, host, you must not be so extravagant. We only have 10 points left, and the task is not yet complete. We must conserve our resources. Shen Qinglin, I understand. A formula for incense costs merely 5 points, which is not excessive. Be a dear and select a good one for me. I trust your judgment. System, very well. I shall choose the one with the most favorable reviews. The exchange is complete. This incense is called Floating Life. Its fragrance lingers for dozens of days, reminiscent of the sweet scent of roses, making it irresistible. Host, remember to return my points. Shen Qinglin, excellent, that will do. I shall visit the outer sect tomorrow. Chi-Chi, continue to monitor any developments at Witching Peak. If Cheng Qianying causes any trouble, relay the information to me promptly. Chapter 20. The eldest brother who kills his wife to achieve enlightenment before half a day had passed. A rumor swept through the sect. Shen Qinglin was still infatuated with Cheng Qianying of Wuching Peak and intended to personally concoct a special incense for him. In the dining hall of Tai Hao sect, a group of disciples huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, their heads forming a cluster as curious onlookers attempted to draw near, but were unable to squeeze in. I tell you, the intersect Shun brother has taken dozens of fragrant ingredients, claiming he will concoct a special scent for someone very dear to him. Among the throng, A small disciple from the Elders' Hall wore an exaggerated expression, reveling in the attention from his peers. After all, most disciples in the Elders' Hall were low-ranking and rarely had opportunities to shine. TSK, I told you Shin brother was still pining for Chung brother, and you didn't believe me. I heard he had previously gifted incense ingredients before. Ah, you don't understand, one disciple interjected, poking the forehead of the junior beside him. That incense was soaked in rain. Its fragrance must be significantly diminished. Shin brother is surely preparing a new batch. As if awakening from a stupor, the crowd nodded in understanding. One disciple, savoring the taste in his mouth, lamented, Brother Shin truly possesses a heart as sincere as the sun and moon. Now that he has transcended the realm of mortals, it appears that he and Brother Chung are quite well matched. Song Jinyu remained nestled in the far corner of the dining hall, listening to the fervent discussions among his fellow disciples about how long Shin Qinglin would pursue Brother Chung. The food before him had lost its flavor. After forcing down a few bites, he quietly set down his chopsticks and exited the hall, exhaling a few heavy breaths outside. How could Brother Chung possibly deserve such devoted affection from Brother Shin? A cultivator who had slain his wife in pursuit of enlightenment hardly merited Qinglin's profound feelings. The dining hall buzzed with these discussions daily, and he found it best to tune them out. Chung Qianying withdrew his focus, a faint smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a pouch of spices from his robe, bringing it to his nose to inhale deeply. The fresh and subtle fragrance had remained unchanged. The scent was constant, just as he himself had remained unchanged. Whether in the past, as the innocent youth from Jinxiu village, or the one who, gravely injured, sought his husband with unwavering determination, or the confident individual now capable of cultivation, Qinglin was still the same Qinglin, always trailing behind him, eternally present. It seemed that the words spoken during the consumption of the cleansing marrow pill were merely spoken in haste. Now, with this gesture of goodwill, Qinglin must surely wish to rekindle their bond through the offering of fragrance. Thus, he would reluctantly accept it, subsequently revealing the prospect of their union. Certain that Qinglin would take the initiative to arrange a ceremony for their partnership. With the tide of fortune in his favor, this marriage would surely come to fruition. Chung Qianying tucked the spices back into his robe, a glimmer of anticipation brightening his expression, causing his steps to grow notably lighter. Petals of ephemeral life had been crafted into delicate shapes, nestled within a small, exquisite box. Shen Qinglin picked up a petal, inhaling its rich yet not cloying aroma, a testament to the quality of the rare concoction. He could not help but marvel inwardly. It was truly delightful, 100 times superior to the fragrance he had gifted to Chung Qianying. After securing the box, Shen Qinglin glanced at the sky outside. The sun was setting, painting the horizon with hues of twilight. The disciples would soon conclude their training and return to their quarters, making it an opportune moment to present the fragrance. He let out a cold chuckle. After today, it was likely that Chung Qianying would experience yet another descent in his cultivation level. The greater the anticipation, the more painful the disillusionment. Within the outer courtyard, a cacophony of small disciples erupted in playful banter, reveling in the precious moments of respite after a day of rigorous training, eager to release their pent-up emotions. As Song Jinyu stepped into the chamber, a disciple approached him with a mischievous grin, remarking, "Brother Song, you seem quite lost these days. Are you not perhaps thinking of a certain intersect brother?" Laughter erupted among the surrounding disciples. Song Jinyu lowered his gaze, nervously fidgeting with his fingers as he stammered, "No, Brother Shun is the most promising disciple of the inner sect. How could someone like me from the outer sect ever entertain such thoughts?" Alas, the young disciple beside him feigned a look of astonishment. "Did I mention Brother Shun?" I remarked, "Song Shitty, are you inadvertently confessing?" Upon hearing this, Song Jinyu lowered his head even more, his face flushing as he softly explained, "I never harbored such foolish thoughts." Just as his words fell, a gentle voice resonated from the doorway. "Does Brother Song not miss me?" Chapter 21. The master brother who kills for the path of enlightenment. Song Jinyu was momentarily stunned. The familiar voice rendered him incredulous as he turned around, only to discover Shen Qinglin leaning against the doorframe, a smile gracing his lips. 2 months had passed, And Shun Qinglin had entirely shed the image of the timid youth he once was. Now, he resembled a jade-skinned young man, exuding warmth and confidence. Overwhelmed by this unexpected joy, Song Jinyu took some time to regain his composure and stammered, "Brother Shun, what brings you to the outer sect?" In the outer sect, disciples of lower status, regardless of age, must address the inner sect as brother. Shun Qinglin, with a cheerful demeanor, grasped his hand and led him to the bedside. Affectionately producing a small box from his robe, placing it in Song Jinyu's hands with eager anticipation. "This is for you. Open it and see what it holds." The small box was exquisitely crafted, and even from a distance, a delightful fragrance wafted from within. The surrounding disciples watched in astonishment at this unfolding scene. Was it not said that Shun Qinglin had prepared a box of incense for Brother Chung? Why did it seem that this fragrance was contained within the small box before them? Song Jinyu, too, caught a whiff of the rich aroma. Still unable to believe that the incense meant for Brother Chung had found its way into his possession. Could it be that he had misjudged the contents of the box? Noticing his hesitation, Shun Qinglin playfully teased, "What wrong? Do you not wish to see?" Hurriedly shaking his head, Song Jinyu fidgeted, carefully opening the box to reveal a collection of rose-colored petals, each nearly indistinguishable from real flower petals and exquisitely crafted. In his hands, they felt substantial, clearly a labor of love. The nearby young disciples craned their necks, eager to glimpse the rare treasure within the box. Shun Qinglin raised an eyebrow. "I specialize in crafting incense. This is my handmade creation, named Jinyu. Do you like it?" A voice echoed in his mind from the system. Detected that Chung Qianing's consciousness is scrutinizing this place. "Host, you are truly shameless. This incense is clearly named Fuxing." Song Jinyu, overwhelmed by this surprise, felt slightly dizzy and nervously queried, "Brother Shun, are you certain this is for me? Wasn't it meant for someone of utmost importance?" Shun Qinglin's consciousness manifested within his mind, expressionless. As he cast aside a code far into the distance, returning to focus, he earnestly replied, "You are my savior. Are you not the most important person to me? In this sect, there is no one else of greater significance. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me Brother Shun. Simply call me Qinglin." His heartfelt declaration prompted profound expressions among those who turned to gaze at Song Jinyu. Shun Qinglin is not a person driven by vanity. Song Jinyu, as a savior, holds a status in Taihao sect that is undoubtedly beyond the reach of mere outer disciples, regardless of future cultivation. The title of savior could very well secure his lifelong prospects. It seems that after tonight, the dynamics among the outer sect will undoubtedly shift. Contemplating this connection, everyone quickly warmed up, eagerly offering tea and water, and flocking to praise Junior Brother Song's limitless future, stating that this fragrance suits him perfectly. Song Jinyu appeared taken aback by such fervent camaraderie from his peers, holding the box in a flustered manner, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, in the heartless peak, Chung Qianing's face darkened, and he could no longer remain seated, especially upon hearing the remark that there was no one important to him within the sect. His consciousness became somewhat unstable. Disregarding his tumultuous emotions, he swiftly took flight towards the outer sect. System, host, detecting that Chung Qianing is approaching the outer sect. Shun Qinglin subtly nodded, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he addressed Song Jinyu. "I've been exceedingly busy these past 2 months, and Haven T had the chance to visit you. Once I reach the Golden Core stage and have more leisure time, I shall frequently come to see you in the outer sect." A flush spread across Song Jinyu's face. He understood that he could not delay Qinglin's pursuit of the Tao and hastily waved his hands, saying, "It's all right, Qinglin. You should prioritize your cultivation and need not visit me often." He then lowered his head and softly added, "My cultivation is insufficient. I cannot assist you in any significant way." Shun Qinglin smiled gently, calculating the time until Chung Qianing's arrival. He turned to those beside him and said, "Brother Song, you have saved my life, so there is no need for such formalities in the future." Chapter 22. The Master Brother Who Kills His Wife to Attain the Tao Qinglin. "You actually crafted incense for him with your own hands?" A cold voice resonated from behind, laced with a hint of bitterness. The Shuang's sword in his hand hummed ominously, and his expression darkened, losing all pretense of composure. Without turning around, Shun Qinglin maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Yes, he is my savior." Was a mere box of incense. Cheng Qianying felt an uncomfortable heaviness in his chest as a sour emotion seeped through him. Suddenly, he realized that this inexplicable feeling was jealousy. The heartless Tao warns that jealousy is the most insidious of emotions. It is more toxic than exuberant joy or profound sorrow and is nearly impossible to eradicate. It courses through one's meridians like a parasitic worm, difficult to expel. Suppressing the turmoil within, Cheng Qianying softened his tone, saying, "I know you are angry with me. I apologize for the past. However, you have only gifted me one incense named after me, and you cannot bestow it upon anyone else." Shun Qinglin turned to face him, his clear eyes devoid of any trace of former affection. "As I have stated, the incense I gifted you is to be discarded. There is no need to keep it." Cheng Qianying's heart sank, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He stepped forward, gripping Shun Qinglin's shoulders tightly, desperately searching his calm gaze for even a glimmer of their former bond. Yet, not a trace could be found. The gaze of the other party resembled that of one observing an inconsequential passerby. A fleeting panic flickered across Cheng Qianying's face, but his long-standing pride forbade him from uttering any words of reconciliation. "Qinglin, I have indeed erred in certain matters in the past, yet I have made amends to you. Thus you cannot bestow your affection upon another." Shun Qinglin scoffed softly, forcefully shaking off the hands that gripped his shoulders painfully, and with a slight furrow of his brow remarked, "Senior brother Cheng, you are overstepping your bounds. What I choose to do is not for you to dictate." After this, he quietly bid farewell to Song Jinyu and turned back towards the inner sect. Cheng Qianying remained rooted in place for a considerable time, as if his very spirit had been carried away by that figure who had long since vanished, his surrounding spiritual energy radiating a haunting crimson hue, neglected. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Qinglin truly no longer desired him. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers who stood at a distance, fearful that this ruthless Peak's senior brother might draw his sword in wrath. Simultaneously, their gazes towards him were tinged with a newfound scrutiny. They had presumed the fragrance was intended for senior brother Cheng, never anticipating that perhaps Shan Qinglin had genuinely let go of him. System, detecting a gradual decline in Cheng Qianying's cultivation, projected to reach mid-golden core stage within half an hour. Shun Qinglin, such trivial emotions are beyond his control. The heart of this ruthless Peak's eldest disciple, newly enamored, is truly laughable. Soon, he shall confront the reality that his Qinglin will never return. Shun Qinglin raised his eyes to the luminous moon, his expression gradually darkening. Within his consciousness, he mused, soon, after the secret realm, his status will be irretrievable. I have prepared a grand gift for him. He shall undoubtedly cherish it. Cheng Qianying returned to the ruthless Peak in a daze, blood surging within him as he expelled a copious amount of crimson. He watched helplessly as his cultivation dwindled, descending to mid-golden core stage, unable to halt the process. His heart felt as though it were laden with lead, heavy and devoid of any relief. He felt akin to a drowning soul, salt-laden seawater relentlessly pouring into his mouth and nose, rushing into his lungs, leaving nothing but suffocation and despair. Qinglin no longer held affection for him. Could it be that he favored that outer disciple? If he were to eliminate that outer disciple, might Qinglin then return? A glimmer of malice flickered across Cheng Qianying's face, but he quickly deflated, shaking his head in resignation. That person was merely a newly established outer disciple. What merit could he possibly possess to attract Qinglin's affection? It was merely Qinglin's compassion, a response to a life-saving grace that had earned him a moment's regard. Surely, Qinglin still loved him. He must be sulking. With this thought, Cheng Qianying felt a fragile surge of resolve. He retrieved the pouch of fragrant spices and inhaled deeply, memories of their sweet past flooding back. As long as he waited for Qinglin's anger to subside and then soothed him, they would surely return to their former selves, back to the year they had first met. In all their years, had it not always been Qinglin who yielded first after their quarrels? Waiting for an opportunity, as long as he softens his stance towards Qinglin, she will undoubtedly return to his side. Chapter 23. The master brother who kills his wife to attain the Tao, the Brahma's secret realm, opens once every 5 years, allowing the inner disciples to participate. Within this realm lie countless opportunities and treasures, as well as numerous dangers and perils. Once one enters this secret domain, life and death depend entirely on one's own abilities. A throng of disciples gathered in groups, engaged in animated discussions, their faces betraying unmasked ambition and yearning. Each of these young aspirants dreamt of becoming the foremost figure in the pursuit of the Tao. Alas, how many could ever realize their dreams? Shen Qinglin stood amidst the crowd, discreetly clutching his sleeve, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Merely seizing opportunities was insufficient. It was far more intriguing to lead someone to utter despair. Cheng Qianying was particularly fixated on that box of spices. Today, he would present him with a gift that would linger in his memory for eternity. As customary, the sect leader rambled on before the opening of the secret realm, reiterating the same old warnings against coveting treasures at the risk of one's own safety. To the ears of these young disciples, it sounded like the tiresome admonitions of a stern elder, dismal and yet impossible to ignore. Cheng Qianying stole a glance at Shen Qinglin, who offered not the slightest acknowledgement. Suppressing his rising irritation, he hoped to find an opportunity within the secret realm to clarify matters with Qinglin, allowing them to mend their misunderstandings and rekindle their past relationship. The Brahma secret realm was characterized by its undulating mountain ranges, stretching for thousands of miles. Within these mountains lay vast, verdant forests that blocked out the sun. Countless beasts and tantalizing treasures awaited the gaze of eager cultivators. The inner disciples rarely congregated, preferring to scatter, wary of having their fortunes snatched away by those nearby. Cheng Qianying hastened to catch up with Shen Qinglin, pursing his lips as he urged, "Qinglin, let us venture together. There are many beasts in this secret realm, and it may be perilous for you to go alone." Surprisingly, Shen Qinglin flatly rejected him. Cheng Qianying's expression soured. Qinglin's tactic of feigned indifference seemed excessive, inciting discontent within him. "Qinglin, you've made your point, and I've apologized as you wished. What more do you desire?" Shen Qinglin let out a chuckle, amused by Cheng's assumption that he was merely indulging in childish antics. He regarded the confident man before him, who bore an expression tinged with mild anger. Cheng Qianying preferred the version of Shen Qinglin who relied on him completely, a gentle and timid youth whose every thought revolved around him. Yet, the current iteration of Shen Qinglin, who had become somewhat uncontrollable, left him rather displeased. Suppressing his burgeoning disdain, Shen Qinglin lightly flicked his sleeve, a small spice resting delicately upon his fingertip. "Brother Cheng, after I ingested the cleansing elixir," Shen Qinglin drew closer, seizing the fabric of the garment on the shoulder of the other, subtly grinding the fragrant powder into it, and then whispered, "It is over." The warmth of his breath brushed against my ear, only to dissipate swiftly. Cheng Qianying was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, retorting with indignation. "Over? Without me? Would you have been able to cultivate a singular lightning root and ascend to such heights? Would you possess your current standing? The system, the first to react within my consciousness, angrily berated, the lightning root was acquired with my 28 points. What connection does he have to it? I can only earn 30 points for completing a task in a minor world. I have spent all my savings, and he dares to claim my achievements." Shen Qinglin's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. So, it was jealousy over the spiritual root. Cheng Qianying became aware that he had inadvertently revealed his true feelings, his face reddening slightly with embarrassment. Just as he contemplated shifting the subject, Shen Qinglin interjected, "Then, should I thank my esteemed senior brother for the act of slaying my wife to attain enlightenment?" Cheng Qianying was momentarily speechless. Indeed, if he had not committed that act, none of these subsequent events would have transpired. It was worth noting that Qinglin had come to the Tai House sect in search of him. Reflecting on their initial meeting at the sect, where Qinglin appeared utterly drained, Cheng Qianying's demeanor softened, and he resumed a gentle tone, speaking earnestly, Qinglin, let the past remain in the past. We have already pledged ourselves to the heavens in Jinxiu village. We can unite anew within the Taihao sect and start afresh. Shen Qinglin seemed to have heard an absurd jest, stifling a laugh to maintain his composure. So, in your heart, I am merely someone you can summon and dismiss at will. A reminder from the system echoed in his mind about a pack of wolves approaching, prompting Shen Qinglin to mask his cold smirk and continue. If Brother Qing wishes to rekindle our bond, then there is no need for such efforts. With that, he cast a few icy glances at Cheng Qianying, summoned his spirit sword, and took flight. Chapter 24. The master brother who killed his wife for enlightenment. Cheng Qianying's fingers clutched the hilt of his sword tightly, his heart tumultuous. The current Qinglin was exceedingly unfamiliar. At times, he felt as though there was not a trace of the past left within him. The once vibrant youth, though cheerful and bright, had been timid and somewhat cowardly, even afraid to slay a chicken. He never imagined that Qinglin could master sword techniques so swiftly and that his cultivation would progress at such an alarming rate. Even more astonishing was the fact that the boy who once chased after him, calling out his name daily, no longer harbored affection for him. This overwhelming emotional disparity left Cheng Qianying rooted in place, unable to regain his senses for a considerable time, utterly perplexed. From the dense forest behind him, he heard the faint sound of a beast's footsteps. Regaining his focus, he turned to see a pair of green, gleaming eyes exuding a menacing glow, with foul saliva dripping from its jaws. It was a fifth-tier blood wolf, its fur glossy and sleek. However, it was not a particularly formidable beast. A cultivator at the golden core stage could easily contend with it. Upon encountering the formidable cultivator before him, the blood wolf let out a piercing howl and lunged towards him. Cheng Qianying deftly evaded, channeling his spiritual energy to wield his spirit sword, aiming directly at the wolf's abdomen. A gaping wound was inflicted, causing blood to spurt forth. The blood wolf, in agony, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and attempted to flee deeper into the thicket. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Qianying manipulated his Shuanga sword with his spiritual energy, impaling the blood wolf with relentless force. The sword pierced through the wolf's vital organs, embedding itself into a tree trunk, blood continuously dripping from its blade. The blood wolf lay in a pool of its own blood, its eyes wide open. Shen Qinglin applauded in admiration within the sea of consciousness, remarking, quite impressive, swift and ruthless, as steady as the strike that felled the original master. The system, host, why have you ceased your pitiful act? Wasn't it quite effective when we first arrived? Shen Qinglin, you, with your rudimentary system, fail to grasp that the act of feigning pity is only useful in the early stages. To further disrupt his state of mind, one must resort to more severe measures. Ah, but you wouldn't comprehend this. We're the wolf pack. The system, they shall arrive shortly. In his previous life, Cheng Qianying encountered a wolf pack. But back then, he was at the nascent soul level, barely able to cope. Now, with only golden core cultivation, it may prove difficult. Shen Qinglin, indeed, it is challenging. I'm concerned that the wolf pack may not arrive in sufficient numbers, so I deliberately applied some special spices on him, detectable only by beasts. Wolves are particularly fond of this scent, ensuring he cannot escape. At these words, the system shivered and retreated deep into the sea of consciousness to observe the unfolding events. Shen Qinglin smirked derisively, not lingering any longer, and took flight towards a small pond at the foot of the mountain. Cheng Qianying paid little mind to the mid-tier wolf demon, his thoughts still troubled by Shen Qinglin's unwillingness to look back. It was indeed hard to accept that someone who had always trailed behind him had suddenly changed demeanor. Shen Qinglin had always heeded his words, but now, filled with pent-up frustration, he was at a loss for how to express it. Just then, a cacophony of soft, numerous beastly footsteps echoed from a distance. Cheng Qianying's heart sank. He surmised the wolf pack had arrived. Wolves favored group attacks, and having slain one blood wolf earlier, it was likely to attract the pack's attention. He anticipated a horde of fifth-tier wolf demons, which posed little threat. Gripping his fated sword tightly, he prepared to dispatch the wolf pack swiftly. However, from the dense forest, a three-eyed blood wolf suddenly emerged. Cheng Qianying's pupils constricted. This was a ninth-tier, three-eyed blood wolf, capable of battling at the nascent soul level. Chapter 25. The master brother who kills his wife to attain enlightenment. Shen Qinglin stood by the small pond, surrounded by a winding canyon draped in vines. A hidden cave lay concealed behind the tangled, withered vines. He unsheathed his spiritual sword, severing the bothersome vines, and behind a cluster of small rocks, a diminutive cave was revealed. A faint smile graced Shen Qinglin's face. It appeared that this was indeed the cave harboring the hidden treasure. The cave was shrouded in darkness. Although the entrance was modest in size, it possessed a vast interior, with a long passage that extended deep underground. Shen Qinglin retrieved a fire stick from his pocket, gently blowing on it before venturing into the depths of the passage. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he reached the end of the passage, where an expansive cavern emerged, adorned with intricately carved beams and exquisite decorations. Deep within the cave, a faint golden light emanated. System. Host. Ahead lies the Linglong treasure tower. Shen Qinglin nodded slightly and moved forward to rip away the silk cloth draped over the golden light. Before him stood a treasure tower, radiating a soft golden glow. It had 7 levels, each more exquisite than the last, shimmering with brilliance. Tiny bells adorned the eaves, gently swaying and producing a crisp sound. As Shen Qinglin closely examined the Linglong treasure tower, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Fated one, you are the new master of this Linglong treasure tower. Shen Qinglin let out a cold laugh, glancing around but finding no one in sight. Before turning his gaze back and responding casually, is that so? The master of the Linglong treasure tower is so arbitrary, allowing anyone to claim it? The ancient voice paused, as if contemplating for a long time, before hesitantly replying, perhaps there were past mistakes, yet now there exists an opportunity for a fresh start. Everything shall return to its rightful course. Upon hearing the phrase fresh start, Shen Qinglin's heart skipped a beat, since the elder had seen through it. Then the Linglong treasure tower should rightfully belong to its original owner. The ancient voice fell silent thereafter. Shen Qinglin, unfazed, casually stored the treasure tower and inquired within his consciousness, Chi-Chi, is my dear ex-husband still alive? System. He has been poisoned, bitten by a 9th-tier, three-eyed blood wolf, and his spiritual root has been irreparably damaged. Shen Qinglin, TSK, that blood wolf is quite ineffective. After all this time, it still hasn't managed to kill a golden core cultivator. How can it lead a pack like this? System. Host, please wait a moment longer. The blood wolf will soon put an end to your dear ex-husband. Shen Qinglin. Oh, but it would be so dull if he were to die. Let us see how my host plays the hero and saves the damsel. System. Cheng Qianying's robes were already in tatters, his entire body seemingly drenched in blood, every part screaming in agony. Even at his dantian, each use of spiritual power sent waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Yet he dared not let his guard down, for inexplicably, the number of wolves was increasing. The leading 9th-tier blood wolf was ferociously fierce, its gaping maw lunging repeatedly to tear him apart. Shen Qinglin observed the scene with great interest. The blood wolf's fangs were laced with venom, a toxin that, once entering a cultivator's body, would slowly spread throughout, continuously damaging their spiritual root. In lesser cases, it would hinder their cultivation, while in severe cases, it would utterly destroy their spiritual root, reducing the cultivator to mere mortality. At present, Cheng Qianying's spiritual roots have been irreparably damaged, and this arduous path of cultivation, fraught with thorns and tribulations, seems to have been largely ruined. Shen Qinglin felt a sense of relief as he soared through the air, wielding his sword against the pack of wolves. It would be far too mundane for Cheng Qianying to become an ordinary mortal directly. The true intrigue lies in witnessing his gradual descent into a mere mortal, suffering the torment of his fading cultivation. The pack of wolves was numerous, and Shen Qinglin dared not engage them head-on. After slashing at the blood wolves to force them back, he swiftly seized the unconscious Cheng Qianying and lightly leaped toward the portal of the secret realm. He had already obtained what he desired, and there was little left to cherish in this secret realm. Two astonishing pieces of news swiftly circulated throughout the Taihao sect. The first announced that Shun Qinglin of Xilan Peak had discovered a precious artifact, the Linglong Treasure Tower, within the secret realm. This tower, when activated, could shield its wielder from all external harm and could be used once each day. It was an ancient relic, coveted by countless cultivators traversing the perilous path of cultivation. Alas, the tower had already chosen its master, or else it would surely have incited a frenzy of murder and theft. The second piece of news revealed that Cheng Qianying, the chief disciple of Wuqing Peak, had encountered a ninth-tier blood wolf within the secret realm, leading to the unfortunate erosion of his spiritual roots. Fortunately, Elder Mo arrived in time to preserve what remained of them. However, his cultivation would forever stagnate at the golden core stage, with no hope for further advancement. Had Cheng Qianying practiced a more conventional sword path, he might have fared better, remaining a golden core cultivator and surpassing many disciples. Regrettably, he followed the path of Wuqing, where emotional turbulence could cause his cultivation to decline further, eventually leading him to become an ordinary mortal. The path of Wuqing allowed for rapid advancement in the early stages. Yet in the later phases, if one could not maintain emotional equilibrium, backlash would inevitably follow. Chapter 26. The master brother who killed his wife to attain enlightenment, Shen Qinglin, stood quietly beneath the corridor, extending his hand to catch a drifting leaf. Autumn had settled in, bringing a slight chill to the peak. Yet, no coldness could compare to the frigid heart of a certain individual on Wuqing Peak. With a slight scoff, he blew gently on the withered leaf, which spiraled down to the ground, merging with a pile of dead leaves, forever losing its former verdancy. Within Wuqing Peak, Cheng Qianying's visage bore no trace of the spirited youth he once was. Enduring pain, he knelt upon the ground, trembling all over, his mind clouded and nearly incapable of coherent thought. Elderly let out a deep sigh, sipped his tea, and spoke slowly, Qianying. You have been my disciple for nearly a decade now, always the most talented and diligent among the disciples. However, you are aware of the sect's rules. Resources are limited. You can no longer continue your cultivation. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you shall become an outer disciple. Upon hearing these words, horror etched itself across Cheng Qianying's face, his throat constricting, and his heart feeling as though it were being violently wrenched within his chest. The very skin on his scalp began to tingle with pain. Master, please do not expel me from the inner sect. My entire being, including my muscles, convulses instinctively. His voice trembles, becoming incoherent. Master, if I were to become a partner with Qinglin, I could still utilize the Linglong Zhen Tower, and thus I could remain in the inner sect, right? I cannot be cast out. Once I am relegated to the outer sect, all resources for cultivation will be lost, leaving me perpetually trampled beneath others. As long as I can stay in the inner sect, perhaps one day I might discover a method to mend my spiritual roots, allowing me to once again tread the path of cultivation. Eldeli pundarat briefly. Currently, regardless of his cultivation, aptitude, or fortune, it is evident that within a century, Shen Qinglin will emerge as a distinguished figure within the sect, possibly the next leader of the Taihao sect. If my disciple truly can unite with him, it will be beneficial for Wuqing Peak. Noticing that his master remained silent for some time, the atmosphere in the hall grew so oppressive that he dared not breathe loudly. His blood surged with anxiety. He knelt and bowed deeply, speaking hurriedly. Master, Qinglin must still hold feelings for me. Otherwise, he would not have rescued me from the secret realm. I will seek him out now. Trust me, if I can unite with Qinglin, I will still be of value to Wuqing Peak. Very well, go, Elderly replied, closing his eyes, a rare expression of compassion gracing his face. If Shun Qinglin agrees to unite, you may remain in the inner sect. If he does not, you shall go to the outer sect. With that, he waved his hand, dismissing Cheng Qianying from the hall. Upon reopening his eyes, they gleamed with profound clarity. On the day Shun Qinglin rescued Cheng Qianying from the secret realm, the truth was unmistakable. Within Shun Qinglin's gaze lay a profound amusement, devoid of the slightest remnants of their former affection. At Xilan Peak, Shun Qinglin wore a faint smile. gazing at the almost unrecognizable figure of his former husband, who appeared utterly defeated. Cheng Qianning swallowed hard, suppressing the unease within, and spoke softly, "Qinglin, my spiritual roots have been damaged, preventing me from remaining in the inner sect. Let us unite. If we do, Master will allow me to stay." Shen Qinglin chuckled as if he had heard an outrageous joke. Cheng Qianning's heart plummeted. It felt as though ice shards had invaded his limbs, leaving him cold all over. "Qinglin, brother Cheng, what courage do you possess to believe I would unite with you?" Cheng Qianning found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, how could Qinglin, now on the path to a bright future, wish to unite with one who could no longer cultivate? "Though you were once my mistake, you have gained celestial fortune. Embarking on the path of cultivation, this is a blessing for you." Shen Qinglin rose and paced closer, looking down at him from above, his gaze reminiscent of a deity observing a humble ant. After a moment, he leaned in, clearly enunciating, "Your Qinglin was pierced through the heart by your sword on the wedding night. Has he not perished long ago? Who then do you seek?" Cheng Qianning could no longer suppress his trembling and collapsed to the ground, struggling to regain his composure. His cultivation was swiftly dissipating, accompanied by faint cracking sounds, as he fell below the golden core stage. At this moment, Cheng Qianning finally accepted the harsh reality. Qingling had truly severed all ties with him. Chapter 27. The master brother who kills his wife for the path within the outer sect, a prodigy with a single water spirit root, had emerged. Cheng Qianning, once the esteemed inner sect master brother, had mastered both sword techniques and mental cultivation at the highest level. Many eager outer sect disciples sought his guidance, addressing him with a semblance of respect. However, several proud disciples found his demeanor intolerable. Despite being in the outer sect, Cheng Qianning perpetually carried himself with an air of superiority, ignoring others, which irked many. One day, while Cheng Qianning was perusing medical texts in his modest chamber, searching for methods to repair his spirit root, the door was forcefully kicked open. Frowning, he looked up to see the same few unruly disciples who frequently sought to provoke him. These disciples hailed from prestigious families, but had been unable to enter the inner sect due to their mixed spirit roots, and they often came to stir trouble, creating a cacophony of disturbances daily. The leading disciple surveyed the shabby room with an air of arrogance, crossing his arms and declaring, "I have heard that Brother Cheng's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Might I have the fortune of learning a few moves?" Cheng Qianning did not cease his reading, but coldly uttered 3 words, "Get out." The young scion could hardly tolerate such indignity. Did this man still believe he was the master brother of the unfeeling peak, putting on airs for whom? In the entire outer sect, who did not bow before him. Yet this man, with merely a foundation establishment cultivation, dared to act so high and mighty. The leading disciple's face contorted with rage and humiliation as he unsheathed his sword, lunging fiercely at Cheng Qianning. Both possessed comparable cultivation, yet Cheng Qianning's Xiangu sword was a superior spirit sword, making him the stronger of the two. The other disciples, witnessing this, also drew their swords and charged at Cheng Qianning. Outnumbered, the modest furnishings of the chamber were soon reduced to splinters by the onslaught of sword energy. Cheng Qianning gradually found himself at a disadvantage, his robes torn, blood seeping from his wounds. A burning fury ignited within him. In the past, these insignificant pests would not have dared to breathe in his presence. Yet now they had the audacity to confront him with swords drawn. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? Yet the more enraged he became, the faster his cultivation waned, and the Xiangu sword became increasingly unresponsive, emitting a low hum. Panic surged within Cheng Qianning. At this moment, his only life-saving artifact was this exquisite spirit sword. In a resource-scarce outer sect, acquiring another sword of such quality was an impossible feat. Most outer sect disciples treated him with a degree of respect, primarily out of fear of his life-bound sword. As long as he wielded this sword, he had no need to fear anyone in the outer sect. Suddenly, the Xuanga sword could no longer withstand its master's turbulent emotions. Losing control entirely and slipping from his grasp, tumbling to the ground. The nearby disciples were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. Cheng Qianning, now reduced to merely a foundation establishment cultivator, would find it exceedingly arduous to command this exquisite spiritual sword. Without it, what remnants of pride could he still possess? The leading disciples' eyes gleamed with malice. A cultivator stripped of their sword is but a lamb to slaughter. Wei Cheng, his cousin, had been rendered powerless by Cheng Qianying's blade a few months prior, only to succumb to despair and take his own life shortly after being returned to the family. It was thought that the chance for vengeance would never arise. Yet here, within a mere few months, this once great prodigy had fallen into the mire, forever deprived of redemption. The prospect of humiliating his former foe filled Wei Ming with a sinister grin. Do you truly believe yourself to be the exalted chief disciple of the inner sect? Wei Ming sneered, kicking forcefully at Cheng Qianying. Today, I'll show you who truly wields authority in the outer sect. Cheng Qianying was sent sprawling to the ground, his body covered in dust, a bruise blooming on his forehead. In all his years of cultivation, he had never found himself in such a disheveled state. He attempted to summon the Shuang's sword, but it remained utterly unresponsive. His heart sank into despair, his limbs grew cold, unable to fathom that his life as companion. The sword he had nurtured for nearly a decade would no longer heed his call. Wei Ming prodded the Shuang's sword lying on the ground with his own weapon, and upon receiving no reaction, he finally felt a sense of relief. The path of ruthless cultivation may yield rapid advancements, yet it carries significant risks at this moment. Cheng Qianying's unstable state of mind rendered him incapable of controlling his life as sword. Wei Ming smirked as he tilted Cheng Qianying's chin, taking delight in the sight of this once unattainable senior brother, now disheveled and bloodied, devoid of his former grandeur. Cheng Qianying could scarcely endure such humiliation. He yearned to evade the clammy grasp on his chin, yet the other disciples held his arms tightly, rendering him immobile. Having savored the spectacle of his rival's disgrace, Wei Ming aimed a vicious kick at Cheng Qianying's abdomen, the force of which made him cough up a mouthful of blood. "What are you doing?" A voice of astonishment echoed from the doorway, startling everyone within the room. Just as Wei Ming was about to retort with impatience, he turned to find it was Song Jinyu, and quickly donned a smile. "Ah, it is junior brother Jinyu. What brings you here today?" The outer sect was well aware that even the dogs they kept knew not to offend Song Jinyu, who had the formidable backing of the rising inner sect figure. "Shun Qinglin, how can you strike someone? If the elders of the outer sect find out, they will surely punish you severely." Song Jinyu pushed through the crowd and was taken aback to discover the fallen Cheng Qianying, a senior brother from the Ruthless Peak. He hurried to assist him, checking for injuries. Cheng Qianying held no favorable impression of Song Jinyu and turned his head away, wishing to conceal his current state of disgrace from the younger man. Wei Ming mockingly remarked, "Dear junior brother Jinyu, allow me to impart a heartfelt piece of advice. You must not extend your kindness to everyone. Some individuals are akin to treacherous wolves. Rescuing them would be in vain, as they would not show any gratitude. They are incomparable to that esteemed figure from the inner sect." Cheng Qianying's countenance darkened significantly, his fists clenched tightly, yet he remained silent. Song Jinyu's expression turned awkward. He fidgeted with the hem of his garment, at a loss for words, and finally muttered softly, "Brother Wei, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much." Just as Wei Ming was about to enlighten his foolish junior further, a voice from outside called out loudly, "Junior brother Song, senior brother Shun from the inner sect has come looking for you. He is waiting in your chamber. You should hurry and see him." Joy illuminated Song Jinyu's face as he sprang to his feet and dashed away without a trace. Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle, beckoning a few nearby junior disciples. "Come, let's also take a look." Lingering with someone whose spiritual roots are damaged and unable to cultivate brings nothing but misfortune. The group of disciples erupted into a lively chatter as they wandered off. The room fell into silence, littered with remnants of broken tables and chairs, dust swirling in the air. Cheng Qianying sat quietly on the floor, his face betraying no emotion, yet turmoil churned within him. Shun Qinglin, now a figure of considerable renown, had not spared him a glance since then. In fact, mere days after arriving at the outer sect, he had foolishly ventured to Xylan Peak, only to be denied even a glimpse of Qinglin's presence. Their paths had diverged into realms of stark contrast. Cheng Qianing braced himself, crawling over to retrieve the Xiangu sword from the ground, diligently wiping it clean with the hem of his robe. Fortunately, the spirit sword had already acknowledged its master. Otherwise, it might have been seized on his very first day at the outer sect. At this moment, it was his sole means of protection, despite the sword sometimes being unresponsive to its master's call. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Cheng Qianying's cheek. Yet, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being trembling violently. He could conceive of no means to re-enter the inner sect. Should his cultivation deteriorate further, he might not even retain his standing in the outer sect. The sounds of laughter and chatter from outside reached his ears, painfully ironic. Cheng Qianing sat on the floor for an extended period, listening as the raucous noise gradually subsided. Perhaps Qing Lin had returned to the inner sect. The last time he visited, he had brought a pouch of spirit stones for Song Jinyu, stating they were to be saved for purchasing spiritual artifacts and medicinal materials, and had thrust them into his arms. This time, he wondered what gifts had been bestowed upon him. Regardless, they were all resources for cultivation generously offered, as he would frequently come to deliver them. Alas, he was left alone, hidden away in this corner, unnoticed. Even in the emotionless peak, the master he had called out to for 10 years had closed the door on him. Truly, the path of emotionless was devoid of emotion. For the first time, Cheng Qianing felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would not have ventured onto the path of emotionless. Had he pursued the path of the sword, he need not have engaged in the murderous path of proof, and could have remained with Qing Lin, a mere mortal. Regrettably, as I embarked on the path of cultivation, I became blinded by the allure of ascending to greatness, fervently pursuing rapid enhancement of my skills without pausing to contemplate the significance of such actions. Now, it is too late for regrets. Shen Qinglin stretched languidly in the familiar confines of the inner sanctum, a gentle smile gracing his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Shen Qinglin, system, we must prepare to depart from this world. System, is this truly how it ends? What about Cheng Qianing? Shen Qinglin, the matters concerning Cheng Qianing must be resolved by the original host. I do not wish to make decisions on his behalf. The system nodded, seemingly in understanding. Shen Qinglin seated himself at the pearwood table by the window, lifting the wolf-hair brush that lay upon it, dipping it into the ink, and unfurling a pristine sheet of rice paper to compose a letter. Outside the window, leaves cascaded gently to the ground. Within, the brush danced across the paper with a soft rustle. The letter was not lengthy, and upon completion, Shen Qinglin delicately blew on the still wet ink, then pressed the inkstone atop the paper to weigh it down, stretching once more before reclining upon the bed. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness. Deep within this sea, a shadow lay huddled in a corner, motionless. Shen Qinglin lightly prodded the shadow, which began to react, gradually unfurling into an indistinct human form. Shen Qinglin smiled and whispered a few words. The shadow nodded vaguely and retrieved a golden orb from its bosom. Shen Qinglin cradled the orb as if it were a precious treasure, a rare glimmer of moisture welling in his eyes, threatening to spill over. The system, puzzled, recalled that the main deity had not mentioned anything about a golden orb upon sending it. What could that be? A gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting a corner of the rice paper before gently laying it back down. The system casually glanced at the paper, noting 3 characters inscribed in the lower left corner, Qi Yuan Lu. A jolt of realization struck the system. What was this? This was the signature bearing the host's name, yet the main deity had clearly assigned it under a different name. The system opened its mouth, unsure of how to inquire further. Never mind, let it be. What matters is the completion of the task, is it not? Shen Qinglin, system, let us go. The mess left behind is for the original host to handle. System, understood. Host, this segment of the small world has concluded, and the original host has confirmed satisfaction, awarding us a total of 60 points, with 30 for each of us. Shen Qinglin, you may keep mine. There is no need to allocate it to me. Upon hearing this, the system jubilantly leaped within the sea of awareness, exclaiming, thank you. Host, you're the best. Shen Qinglin, Regardless, should I be absent, you can seek further from System 88. System, how shameless of you, host. The figure on the bed gradually succumbed to slumber. As a cool breeze swept in, Shun Qinglin slowly began to awaken, his gaze reflecting a blend of confusion and resilience. He rubbed his eyes, gently moved his limbs, and slowly lifted the covers, stepping barefoot onto the ground. The chill of the marble floor sent a shiver through him. Yet he remained unfazed. This sensation had long been absent. It was the feeling of being alive. Instinctively, he glanced out the window. It was already late autumn, and the towering trees in the mountains had begun to turn a golden hue. He pushed open the window, and the sparse sunlight filtered through the parasol leaves, infusing the room with a touch of vitality. His gaze descended along the window's sill, resting upon a letter with somewhat rugged handwriting. The ink was barely dry. Shun Qinglin moved the inkstone aside and began to read meticulously. Shun Qinglin, I am the one who has given you a second chance. By the time you read this letter, you have returned to your true self. For the past few months, you have been in the sea of consciousness. Although unable to move or speak, you have witnessed everything I experienced with clarity. Thus, the path ahead is yours to choose. You may feel sorrow for Cheng Qianying and rekindle your past with him, or you may harbor deep resentment and part ways as strangers. You can continue your cultivation or return to an ordinary life. Ultimately, the choice is yours. I have memorized the sword techniques and insights, which should serve you well. I hope that in this lifetime, you can live the life you desire. Qi Yuan Lu. Shun Qinglin read the letter repeatedly, committing each stroke to memory before reluctantly folding it carefully and placing it against his inner garment. Taking a few deep breaths, he donned a heavy cloak and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. He squinted for a while to adjust before taking in the landscape of the mountains. The winding path led to tranquil depths, and the wind swept away the remaining leaves. The sunlight warmed his body, devoid of any pain. It was only at this moment that Shun Qinglin realized he had truly come back to life. In his previous life, on the night of his wedding, he was pierced through the heart by Cheng Qianying's sword. In a moment of fleeting clarity, he had struggled to flee into the torrential rain outside. But he collapsed in the downpour, ultimately losing his breath. His soul drifted from his body, wandering the world for over a century. During this time, as long as it was daylight, the sunlight would sting him, forcing him to hide in the shadows or emerge only at night. He possessed only a sliver of consciousness. Feeling neither hunger nor thirst, unable to smell the fragrance of flowers or touch any tangible objects, he drifted with the wind, gradually learning much about his husband. For instance, in the 10th year of his wandering, he discovered that his husband was the eldest disciple of the unfeeling peak of the Tai House sect. In the 20th year, he learned that his husband had gained an opportunity and was soon to ascend to the Great Path. After 100 years of drifting, he found out that his husband had become the new leader of the unfeeling peak. In Shun Qinglin's heart, only hatred and confusion remained, loathing the husband of the unfeeling path for using his blood to pave the way to greatness. Lost in a profound sense of helplessness, he drifted like a specter. This unrelenting hatred and confusion accompanied him for many years until one day, a self-proclaimed deity sought him out, promising assistance and collaboration. Without hesitation, Shun Qinglin acquiesced. Chapter 29. The master brother who kills his wife for enlightenment soon. The world was reset, returning to the fateful day of betrayal. However, an outsider had taken residence within his body. Although he was the original owner, he found himself utterly incapable of exerting control. Forced to watch as the interloper navigated the complexities of his relationship with Cheng Qianying. Within his consciousness, an entity known as the system had also emerged, the nature of which remained elusive to him. This outsider proved to be remarkably formidable, as Shun Qinglin observed with growing anticipation how the interloper orchestrated Cheng Qianying's downfall, stripping her of any chance for redemption. In those moments, he thought he could relinquish this body without regret, as long as he witnessed his vengeance fulfilled. To his astonishment, the outsider returned the body to him, decisively and without hesitation. Shun Qinglin could scarcely believe it. This body, now possessing a singular lightning affinity, stood on the brink of transcendence, yet the foreign soul seemed utterly indifferent. It urgently requested a pearl from him, an orb that had seemingly resided within him since birth, only to be discovered upon his death, its purpose unknown. Placing his hand over his heart, he felt the thin sheet of paper, which appeared to bestow upon him boundless courage. The person he had never met. Was it Yuan? Shun Qinglin murmured. Yuan, thank you. In this life, I will live well. The following day, he ventured to the outer sect with a pouch of spirit stones. Song Jinyu resolutely refused to accept them, questioning how he could possibly take such treasures from Shun Qinglin. With greedy eyes, Shun Qinglin gazed upon the countenance of this young disciple. It was him, the one he had tirelessly sought in his previous life. In his past, at the moment of his fleeting return to life, Shun Qinglin had dashed into the torrential rain, soon losing consciousness. It was this very disciple who had spotted him, crouching by the roadside to shield him from the downpour. Upon realizing he had passed, the disciple had dug a grave after the rain subsided, laid his body to rest, and erected a nameless stone tablet. Years later, the disciple continued to remember him, visiting to burn paper money and offer tributes, sitting before the tablet and murmuring wishes for a better reincarnation, hoping to avoid an untimely demise. After approximately 20 years, he ceased visiting. Initially, it was presumed that the nameless grave had been forgotten, as there were no familial ties to warrant persistent remembrance. However, after wandering the world for a while, he learned that this young disciple had been devoured by a serpent demon within a hidden realm. With his foundational cultivation, he had left no trace behind, not even a corpse. With the disciple's demise, the nameless stone tablet received no further offerings, and within a few years, it became obscured amidst a tangle of weeds. Song Jinyu was somewhat curious as to why Qinglin had been gazing at her face in silence for so long. She hurriedly inquired, Qinglin, what is the matter? Why do you keep staring at my face? I truly cannot accept any more gifts. I have yet to organize the ones you sent just a few days ago. Shun Qinglin chuckled softly, and his next words left all the surrounding disciples utterly astounded. Jinyu, let's unite our fates. It was both an expression of gratitude and a vow to protect her. A collective gasp echoed around them. Even Song Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the absurdity of his proposition. With his exceptional cultivation and the possession of the exquisite Linglong treasure pagoda, he was destined for greatness within the Tai House sect. Why would he wish to unite with a mere outer sect foundation-building disciple? Qinglin, Song Jinyu stammered, her face reflecting her confusion. I am but a dual-spirit root disciple. You could certainly find someone far more suitable than me. In the next moment, Shun Qinglin's gentle voice broke through her uncertainty. You are my best choice. Will you consider uniting with me? As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his hand, revealing a small pagoda that shimmered with a soft golden light. This is a token of my sincerity. Henceforth, I wish for you to carry this with you. The term sincerity was deliberately chosen over betrothal gift, indicating that he sought equality between them rather than a traditional proposal. Song Jinyu was utterly bewildered, while the surrounding disciples gazed at the Linglong treasure pagoda with wide eyes. Some, quick to react, urged Senior Brother Song, agree to him at once. Otherwise, I shall drag you to the altar. Shun Qinglin turned slightly, smiling at the disciple who had, on that fateful day, inquired about his well-being while surrounding his bedside. This disciple shared a close bond with Song Jinyu. Meanwhile, Song Jinyu remained incredulous, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, subconsciously believing that her mediocre talents would only burden Qinglin on his arduous path of cultivation. After a lengthy hesitation, she finally spoke. Qinglin, I truly fear that I will drag you down. Please reconsider. Shun Qinglin maintained his gentle demeanor, patient and unhurried. First, accept this pagoda, and I shall patiently await your agreement. His words conveyed an undeniable certainty, and his gaze bore a resolute strength that transcended lifetimes. The surrounding disciples began to react, some feeling jealousy, others envy, while a few genuinely offered their blessings. Oh, Senior Brother Song, just accept it. It's not like you're being asked to marry a girl. Another chimed in. I approve of this union. Let us unite at once. This pagoda is truly beautiful. If senior brother Song refuses, perhaps you might consider me instead, brother Shin? Bah, you're not even in the running. Who would choose you? Upon hearing this, Song Jinyu became flustered and exclaimed, Who said I refuse? Shen Qinglin smiled warmly at the disciple who had revered him for over 20 years, his eyes shimmering with emotion. In this lifetime, he vowed not to let her meet a tragic end at the hands of a demonic beast. So, does this mean you agree, Jinyu? In that moment, Song Jinyu's face flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her head, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Shen Qinglin grasped the other's hand firmly, placing the exquisite Linglong Zhun Tower into his embrace, and then took flight on his sword, heading directly to the inner sanctum to seek the approval of his master regarding their union. As their figures faded from sight, a group of disciples lingered nearby, engrossed in gossip, marveling at the fortune of Song Jinyu, and speculating on the worth of the one who had been saved. Cheng Qianying stood forlornly at a distance, momentarily tempted to rush forward and inquire why he had chosen to wed Song Jinyu. Yet, what right did he have to ask? He was the one who had lost him. From a moment he had chosen to slay his wife for the sake of enlightenment. Qinglin had been lost to him. One chose to save lives, the other to take them. Naturally, one would opt for the savior. Cheng Qianying glanced down at his disheveled robes, stained from the scuffle with Wei Ming earlier that day. His Xiangu sword, now lacking its former vigor, hung limply by his side. He lowered his head and turned back towards his lodgings. Fortunately, he resided in a separate room for outer disciples. Otherwise, he feared the incessant harassment from those seeking trouble would never cease. Chapter 30. The eldest senior brother of the slaying wife for enlightenment, the Taihao sect was adorned with festivity, vibrant lanterns and decorations gracing every corner. When Shen Qinglin had broached the subject with the sect leader, he had readily acquiesced, deeming the union of partners a trivial matter, so long as his disciples devoted themselves to cultivation and brought glory to the sect. The wedding garments of the couple were identical, featuring intricate dragon embroidery. Unlike Shen Qinglin's ceremonial attire during the wedding in Jinxiu village, which had sported a phoenix motif, Song Jinyu cast a furtive glance at Shen Qinglin, his heart swelling with joy. He never anticipated that the ailing youth he had once rescued would blossom into such a remarkable figure, graceful as a jade tree, gentle in demeanor, and unperturbed by the disparity in their cultivation levels. This filled Song Jinyu with a mixture of anxiety and sweetness. Within the void, the Linglong Zhun Tower remained, a treasure grand enough to astonish the entire realm of cultivation if presented as a gift. Shen Qinglin held his hand, sensing the slight tremors of the person beside him, and squeezed reassuringly, signaling him to relax. They exchanged a knowing smile. In stark contrast to the clamor of the sect, a solitary figure descended the mountain quietly. He made his way to Jinxiu village. Unable to summon his sword, he trudged forward, arriving at the small village, situated over 100 miles away, just as dusk began to fall. Upon entering the village, a sharp-eyed matron recognized him. Oh, isn't this Qianying? It's been so long since we've seen you, and your Qinglin has also mysteriously vanished. I visited your home last month, and the bed was covered in blood. What happened? She glanced behind him, but saw no trace of the timid youth who usually accompanied him. Cheng Qianying's lips trembled as he stammered a response. Aunt Sue, it's nothing. We are all fine. Qinglin has some matters to attend to and cannot return for the time being. Aunt Sue nodded, her expression complex, and casually remarked, How long will Qinglin be away? He was timid. How could you feel at ease leaving him alone outside? Wouldn't he cry out for you every day? Cheng Qianying lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time, his fingers tightly clutching the hem of his garment, knuckles stark against the fabric. Aunt Sue noticed his pallor and, with a slight frown, engaged in a few more idle words before excusing herself to attend to other matters. Cheng Qianying remained in a daze for a while, eventually managing to move his stiff legs towards the small thatched cottage. In the courtyard, the willow tree they had planted together had grown considerably, now reaching his height. It had just begun to sprout a few tender leaves when he left, but now the leaves had turned yellow and fallen to the ground. Cheng Qianying gently pushed open the wooden door. The room still bore the decorations of a wedding hall. all meticulously acquired piece by Qing Lin. Red candles adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, crimson quilts, and an abundance of auspicious characters plastered everywhere. Upon the bed lay a long-dried puddle of blood, now a dark, crusted stain after so long. On the table, which was marred by melted candle wax, rested an empty box meant for incense. Cheng Qining took the pouch of incense from his bosom and poured it inside, releasing a delicate fragrance. He then tore down the blood-stained quilt and took it to the courtyard, searching for some soap pods to cleanse it. However, the bloodstains had clung for too long. No matter how he washed, the marks remained glaringly evident. With a sigh, Cheng Qining fetched water and cleaned the room, which had accumulated a thick layer of dust, all surfaces coated in gray. He toiled until the late hours of the night before finally restoring the room to order. Gazing at the freshly cleaned wedding hall, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, though it was a strained smile, almost ludicrous as if forced. For tonight, there was also a wedding hall in the Tai House sect, filled with joyous celebrations for a perfect couple. Yet here, the wedding hall was desolate, occupied only by a sinner. Cheng Qining suddenly pondered how despairing Qing Lin must have felt after he had stabbed her and departed, dragging her wounded body through the Tai House sect, pleading for help to save her husband. How agonizing that must have been! The thought twisted his heart painfully, and a tear escaped his eye, trailing down his cheek before plopping onto the bed. At that moment, he finally understood that Shun Qinglin held far greater significance in his heart than the pursuit of the Tao. He had always believed that Qinglin would forever be at his side, impossible to dislodge. Little did he realize he had lost her, never to reclaim her again. Cheng Qining lay down on the bed, feeling the power within him swiftly dissipating. It mattered not. After all, his spiritual roots could not be mended. He might as well embrace his fate as a mortal. On this very bed, he had shared countless days and nights with Qinglin. Now, it was the closest he could be to her. Chapter 31. The master brother who killed his wife to attain enlightenment. Cheng Qining nestled under the covers, gradually drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself transported back to the fateful day of his wife's demise. However, this time, the events unfolded differently from reality. He witnessed another version of himself thrust a sword through Qingling's heart, and he yearned to intervene, yet he felt as if he were a mere specter, unable to penetrate the barrier between them. In this dream, he was rendered powerless, forced to observe the occurrence of his most dreaded moment. After delivering that fatal blow, he resolutely turned away, leaving Qingling to collapse in a pool of blood. Soon, an otherworldly radiance illuminated her face, a sign of fleeting vitality. Cheng Qining observed with clarity. It was the visage of a soul briefly returning to life. With an inexplicable surge of strength, Shun Qingling cried out, "Husband!" and fled. Cheng Qining shouted in desperation, "Do not pursue him. He rides the sword. You cannot catch up." He hurriedly followed her outside. The rain poured down like a torrential waterfall, saturating the boy's frail form in an instant. Just a few steps beyond the village, he fell amidst the curtain of rain. Meanwhile, another version of himself had already soared back to Tai House sect, oblivious to these tragic events. Cheng Qining, filled with anxiety, longed to assist him, but his hand passed through Qingling's body, rendering him incapable of contact. He suppressed his inner turmoil, calculating the time. Soon, Song Jinyu would arrive. Was it not he who had discovered the nearly lifeless Qingling in the rain during his initial descent from the mountain? The rain intensified, and Shun Qingling lay on the ground, the blood beneath him meandering like a river. Cheng Qining's heart raced with mounting dread. Why? Why had Song Jinyu not arrived? Why was he so delayed? After the brief resurgence of life, Shun Qingling's breath began to fade. He opened his eyes one last time, gazing at the rain-soaked veil surrounding him, before slowly closing them once more. Years of cultivation allowed Cheng Qining to ascertain with certainty that Qingling had succumbed to death. He remained in the rain, stunned for what felt like an eternity, watching the downpour wash over Qingling's lifeless body. Yet, he could not fathom why Song Jinyu had not appeared. The rain persisted throughout the night, and as dawn approached, a silhouette emerged in the distance. Cheng Qining focused his gaze, recognizing the figure clad in disciple robes as Song Jinyu. Upon discovering the fallen body, he hurriedly approached, checking for a pulse, only to be met with a grave expression and a heavy sigh. Life had long since departed. Holding an umbrella for Qingling, Song Jinyu stood on the desolate path, waiting for an hour without a soul passing by. With no other choice, as the rain began to lessen, he retrieved a hoe from his storage ring. Escabatingas chalo grave. He gently lifted Shun Qingling's body and laid it to rest nearby, erecting a modest, unmarked gravestone. In the process of acquiring the stone, he found himself short of coins, blushing as he implored the merchant for a discount. As the surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, he glimpsed another version of himself. In this world, he had advanced in cultivation, with boundless prospects, ultimately rising to the esteemed position of peak master. Even the exquisite Linglong treasure tower had fallen into his possession. However, the aspiration to attain the pinnacle of the great path has been realized, yet for a century, a smile has never graced his countenance. Over 100 years later, he met his demise at the hands of a fox spirit during an expedition in search of treasures hidden in a secret realm. This fox spirit, skilled in the art of seduction, bewitched even a peak master who had devoted himself to the path of ruthlessness, catching him off guard and claiming his life. Astonishingly, the master wore a faint smile upon his face in his final moments. Only Cheng Qianying bore witness to this unsettling scene. The fox spirit transformed into the likeness of Shun Qinglin, adorned in wedding attire, cheerfully seated in the bridal chamber, extending a hand towards him and calling him husband. His pupils dilated in shock, joy surged across his face, and tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes as he instinctively reached out to Qinglin. In that moment of their hands clasping, the fox spirit plunged its claws into his heart. The Linglong precious tower showed no inclination to protect its master at that juncture. Even as he collapsed into a pool of blood, a satisfied smile lingered on his face, as if years of yearning had finally been fulfilled, leaving no regrets. Within the Linglong precious tower, an aged voice echoed. It was a mistake indeed. Cheng Qianying was roused by the blinding light on his face. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find that the sun was already nearing its zenith. The dream had felt rather prolonged, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. After some time, he rose to wash his face with cool water, gradually returning to the present. This dream was peculiar, a stark contrast to this life. Cheng Qianying felt a heavy weight in his heart. Perhaps one dreams of what occupies their thoughts during the day. He inhaled deeply and surveyed the modest courtyard around him, arriving at a resolution. After returning to Tai Hao sect to voluntarily leave the sect, he came back to this small courtyard, mimicking Qinglin's earlier demeanor. He tended to the flowers and plants, planting a peach blossom tree beside the ever-towering willow. When he first met Shun Qinglin, he had claimed to be a humble hunter. Now, he had indeed become one. He often wandered the nearby mountains, hunting rabbits and wild boars. The Xiangu sword, which had long remained untouched, was exceptionally sharp and proved useful for hunting. With more leisure time at his disposal, he would sit in the courtyard, cradling a box of incense, gazing blankly in the direction of Tai Hao sect, lost in thought. Without his cultivation, his lifespan was limited to merely a few decades. He mused that spending these years reminiscing about the sweet moments spent with Qinglin would be quite delightful. In Lingbo City, a pair of young lovers were selecting tassels for their swords at a stall. "Jinyu, how about this one? It's beautiful." "Qinglin, what do you think of the one I chose?" "It's lovely as well." "How about this? I'll use the one you picked, and you can use the one I chose." The stall owner, a robust woman, rarely encountered such a handsome young man. She scanned the couple several times, cheerfully exclaiming, "You two are truly a match made in heaven. It's enviable." A blush graced Song Jinyu's cheeks, and Shin Qinglin chuckled in agreement. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the distance, calling out, "Xiao, our mother has come from Jinxiu village to see you. Hurry back. She misses you dearly and has brought many fruits and vegetables she grew herself. Oh, and she sent a wild rabbit too, saying that the village hunter, Cheng, had caught too many and couldn't eat them all." The innkeeper's face lit up with joy as she bid farewell to the two young gentlemen and hurried home. Upon hearing the name Xiao, Shun Qinglin recalled the dog demon in the demon suppression tower and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Beside him, Song Jinyu looked puzzled and asked, "What's amusing you?" Shen Qinglin composed himself, tilting his head, and replied, "It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past. Though it feels like ages ago." Song Jinyu's expression visibly shifted to one of unease as he quietly inquired, "Did they mention the hunter from Jinxiu village?" Shen Qinglin gently squeezed his hand and reassured him, "Others' affairs have nothing to do with us. Our focus should be on living well in the present and the future." "Gome, today is your birthday. Let us explore Lingbo City further." Song Jinyu responded brightly, and the two walked side by side into the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their shadows elongated elegantly. Chapter 1. The unfamiliar general, Shen Qinglin, slowly opened his eyes, finding himself seated in a swaying, confined space. His head felt inexplicably heavy and unclear. He pinched himself sharply to awaken his senses, glancing around to discover he was clad in a crimson wedding robe. Seated within a palanquin, through the trembling curtain, sound from outside reached his ears, intensifying his headache. "Chi-Chi, are you there?" he called out, but there was no response from his mind. After several attempts to summon a reply, he ceased calling, leaning back wearily and closing his eyes to rest. The palanquin swayed for about half an hour before finally coming to a steady halt. Shen Qinglin's mind remained clouded as someone assisted him down. Although he was not veiled and could see the surroundings clearly, his thoughts were so muddled that everything appeared indistinct, and he could barely comprehend the conversations around him. The voices sounded as if they were submerged beneath a thick, muffled water surface. The palanquin came to a stop in front of an imposing residence, its entrance adorned with a plaque reading "Home Mansion." Unfortunately, it was clear that the mansion's inhabitants were not welcoming him, despite it being a joyous occasion. There were no celebratory decorations, and the entrance was desolate, with only a wrinkled steward standing outside, awaiting the arrival of the bride. The matchmaker, taken aback by the scene, hesitated before approaching the grim-faced steward and quietly asked, "Excuse me, will General Huan not come out to greet the bride?" The steward scoffed. "The general is occupied with official duties. He has no time for such trivialities." The matchmaker was taken aback. Did he truly lack time even to attend his own wedding? Might General Hu be concealing some unspeakable ailment? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he dared not reveal a trace of his inner turmoil, instead donning a beaming smile to smooth over the situation. "General Hua is quite occupied with official duties. We can certainly understand. As for this newcomer, I have already brought him here, and the remaining matters will no longer fall under my wife's purview." The chief steward maintained a grim demeanor, pulling several silver ingots from his pocket and casually tossing them into the hands of the matchmaker. With a beaming smile, she accepted the coins and beckoned the wedding party to disperse. The steward signaled to a few young servants behind him, who flanked the dazed Shen Qinglin and ushered him into the Hua residence. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind them, the sound jolting his heart instinctively. Shen Qinglin had already sensed the peculiarities of this body. His mind was clouded, and despite biting his tongue to rouse himself, he could only maintain a fleeting awareness. Rather than being taken to the bridal chamber, he was dragged a considerable distance and halted before a dilapidated courtyard. The house was in disrepair, situated in a desolate area devoid of human presence, with this solitary courtyard standing out starkly. Weeds thrived within, and fallen leaves blanketed the ground, indicating a long period without care. The creaky wooden door swung open, releasing a cloud of choking dust mingled with a musty odor. Inside, the furnishings were exceedingly sparse, a rickety table by the window and a single bed in the corner. Beyond these, there was nothing superfluous. The young servants roughly shoved Shen Qinglin onto the bed and fetched a long iron chain, fastening it around his ankle. The other end of the chain was secured to the intricately carved bedpost. Having completed their task, the chief steward and his entourage turned to leave, not uttering a single word throughout. Silence enveloped the courtyard, broken only by the intermittent chirping of insects. Shen Qinglin assessed the weight of the chain. It was heavy enough to tether an ox, a gross misuse for a youth as feeble as he. Fortunately, the bedding was new and free of dust. He laboriously shifted on the bed to find a comfortable position, then closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, allowing his consciousness to sink into the depths of his mind. This body felt weak and muddled, clearly afflicted by some form of poison. Not long after he lay down, an anxious voice resonated within his consciousness. Host, how did you end up imprisoned? Shun Lin. Yes, I find myself confined. Surprised? System, I am so sorry, host. I arrived late. Shun Lin. Not late at all. Your host still lives, and it is never too late. System, I was delayed as I went to retrieve points from Brother 88. Shun Lin. What is the point of returning them? I shall need to borrow again. This body is poisoned, and my mind is a bit foggy. Please help me maintain clarity and check the type of poison. System, understood. A surge of electricity coursed through his brain, and Shun Lin instantly felt a clarity returning to his mind. The system informed the host that the poison within the original owner was a hallucinogenic powder, which would render a person in a state of confusion. Shun Lin lay silently on the bed, reflecting that his thoughts were indeed correct. The original owner had nearly become a fool. His gaze fixated on a beam of the ceiling. He eventually spoke. This beam is remarkably straight, truly the epitome of a perfect support. The system glanced up at the dark ceiling, shivering slightly, before stating, Host, I am about to transmit the plot. It added, the narrative we are to follow is based on the experiences of the original owner. Due to the poisoning, there may be some deficiencies in the plot that we will need to resolve ourselves. Shun Lin nodded nonchalantly. Chapter 2. The unfamiliar general. This narrative unfolds in an ancient world. General Hua and the young master of the Shun family were betrothed in childhood, awaiting the young master's coming of age to wed. A year prior, the enemy forces launched a massive attack on the borders, where General Hua led his troops to battle, driving the enemy into retreat and pursuing them beyond the pass. Unexpectedly, the supply lines lagged, failing to transport provisions to the northwest front. With the frontline troops deprived of resources, General Hua submitted multiple urgent petitions to the emperor seeking aid, yet the emperor, intent on reclaiming military authority, coldly suppressed the appeals, remaining indifferent. As the supplies dwindled to barely 3 to 5 days' worth, General Hua had no choice but to personally lead his troops in seizing the enemy's provisions. Unfortunately, they fell into an ambush, and out of 1,000 elite soldiers, only General Hua and a handful of subordinates managed to escape. Severely wounded, his life hung by a thread. Upon the news reaching the capital, it wasn't long before letters from the young master of the Shun family arrived in succession. The letters conveyed that upon hearing of General Hua's grave injuries, the young master feared the prospect of becoming a widow after marriage, thus deciding to annul the betrothal. Along with the letters came a jade pendant, a protective charm personally gifted by Hua Ting when Shun Lin was born. General Hua paid little mind to the annulment. After all, it concerned merely a boy of 16 or 17, and he had no desire to contest it. If the engagement was to be called off, so be it. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the pendant was tainted with pheasant poison. General Hua endured 3 days and nights in the camp, spewing forth blood countless times. Yet he managed to evade death's grasp. Fortunately, he had dismissed the betrothal, merely glancing at the pendant before discarding it, thus avoiding excessive contamination. As the army faced imminent starvation, Hua Ting found himself cornered. On the second day of the food shortage, a small convoy from a local escort agency traversed the mountains to reach the northwest border. They were not transporting treasures, but rather carts filled with tightly packed flatbreads and salted meat. In the bitter cold, fearing spoilage due to the long journey, each was carefully wrapped in oiled paper. General Hua could hardly believe his eyes. Such a dire situation had encountered a miraculous turn of fortune. This generous support must have come from some affluent individual willing to contribute silver to aid the border forces. Although the supply of flatbreads was limited, enough to last a day or two, General Hua was still troubled about future provisions when, astonishingly, a steady stream of escort agencies continued to deliver flatbreads and salted meat. The remuneration for escorting the goods far exceeds the value of this cart laden with flatbreads. Relying on these breads and salted meats, General Hua decisively vanquished the enemy forces, driving them completely out of the borders and restoring peace to the northwest, ultimately returning triumphantly to the capital. Upon his return, he discovered, prior to receiving a letter from the young master of the Shun family, that this young master had already sought refuge with the imperial family during his nearly month-long stay in the palace. It appears that this young master is no exception. Thus, on the day of the wedding, he was cast aside into a secluded courtyard, where he was subsequently fed a bowl of the slowly acting 7-cold poison. A month later, the neglected young master of the Shun family perished within that small courtyard. Shun Qinglin lay with his hands behind his head, furrowing his brow as he stared vacantly at the beam of the ceiling. The system, somewhat perplexed, inquired within his consciousness, "Host, what occupies your thoughts?" Shun Qinglin replied, "Do you know that in the fragmented memories of the original owner, I saw him prostrating himself step by step, making his way to the Yuan temple on the outskirts of the capital, slowly ascending the 1,000 steps?" The system responded, "Yuan temple? A place that does not seek marital bonds or wealth, but solely prays for a lifetime of peace." Nodding in agreement, Shun Qinglin continued, "I believe I understand the situation now. What I must do is find a way to alter the course of events within this month. Otherwise, I shall meet my demise in a month's time, and this world would be deemed a failure." The system queried further, "Do you have a plan, host? If the 7-cold poison is ineffective, might it extend your life and provide more time to complete your tasks?" Shun Qinglin smiled and shook his head, responding, "It cannot be changed. This poison has likely already been administered." In the study of the Hua residence, a cold, aloof man clad in a dark cloak, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, was engrossed in examining a scroll of bamboo slips. Despite the auspicious occasion of a wedding, there was not a hint of festivity within the estate. The steward entered, bowing respectfully, and announced, "General, the young Master Shun has been sent to the secluded courtyard." Huiting did not raise his head, but calmly instructed, "Send that bowl of 7-cold poison to him." The steward gasped in shock, suddenly realizing his lapse in composure, and quickly regained his calm demeanor, bowing his head in acknowledgement without a hint of question. Huiting placed the bamboo slips on the table, taking a deep breath as he said, "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Shun family has already allied with the emperor, who is wary of the military power I hold. They believe I would not dare to harm the young master, so I shall make an example of him, demonstrating that as long as this military power remains in my hands, no one shall act recklessly." The atmosphere in the study was undeniably oppressive, and the steward dared not speak further. Huiting sighed again and inquired, "Have you discovered who sent supplies to the northwest borders?" The steward appeared troubled, hesitating before responding. "General, there are a total of 4 escort agencies involved, none of which are from the capital. The agencies even change personnel during transit, and the individuals involved have never shown their faces." After some contemplation, the old servant added, "Perhaps we should begin by investigating these flatbreads to discern which establishment produced them. With such substantial flour consumption, it is possible we may uncover some clues." Huiting, at a loss for a better idea, merely nodded and waved his hand, signaling the steward to quietly withdraw. He leaned wearily against the back of his chair. It had only been half a month since his return to the capital, yet the changes were monumental compared to his last departure. The emperor had decidedly severed ties, becoming a formidable adversary, and the Shun family had made their position clear. This alliance was no longer tenable. However, the individual lurking in the shadows, who had delivered such copious supplies of grain, remained elusive. The compressed flatbreads were not ideal for long-distance transport. Despite being wrapped in oiled paper, the current winter conditions posed a risk. Should they encounter icy rain along the journey, the flatbreads would likely develop mold, rendering them inedible for the soldiers. This indicated that the person responsible for transporting the grain was utterly naive to the realities of military logistics. Fortunately, during such weather, rainfall was scarce, particularly in the northwest, where it was quite dry. It was commonplace for 2 to 3 months in winter to pass without a single drop of rain. When the flatbreads arrived, they carried only a faint musty odor that did not significantly impair their edibility. Several escort agencies had transported dozens of carts laden with flatbreads and salted meat, sustaining the troops on merely 2 meals a day for over 20 days. This duration allowed him to repel the attacks from the Turkic Mongols and secure a peace treaty promising 2 decades of tranquility. Huiting lightly tapped his fingers on the table. The flatbreads and salted meat were worth little. Dozens of carts amounted to merely a few thousand taels of silver. However, the costs associated with hiring the escort agencies would require at least 5,000 taels of gold. The short-term consumption of provisions by the soldiers over those 20 days had effectively been exchanged for over 10,000 taels of gold by the mysterious benefactor behind it all. In the capital, every official or wealthy merchant speculated on the emperor's intentions to seize military power, pondering who dared to invest such a significant sum solely to provide him with a lifeline. Chapter 3. The unfamiliar General Sun Qinglin was engrossed in a film within his mind's eye when the dilapidated door was pushed open. The ancient wooden door creaked ominously, seemingly on the verge of collapse. A solemn steward appeared in the doorway, backlit by the light, followed by a servant carrying a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Even from several paces away, the bitter aroma of the medicine wafted into the air. The system first conducted a scan, then urgently shouted within the confines of his mind. "Host, this medicine contains 7 types of cold poison. Do not drink it." Sun Qinglin appeared oblivious to the warning, smiling as he accepted the bowl of medicine and obediently sipped it in small amounts. The steward was taken aback, having anticipated a dramatic outburst from the young master. Perhaps even a scene where he would throw the bowl and require restraint to force him to consume it. To his astonishment, the young master remained remarkably compliant, doing as he was told. After finishing the medicine, Sun Qinglin cautiously handed the bowl back and tilted his head, saying sweetly, "I've finished. I won tea cause trouble today." The butler furrowed his brow, perplexed by the young master's words, sensing that the boy's mind might be somewhat unhinged. With faces laden with confusion, the group departed in a grand procession. The room fell silent once more, yet the sea of consciousness buzzed with activity. "System, oh dear host, what have you done? You have but a month left to live." Sun Qinglin, enough with the shouting, I am aware. A month is ample time, don't worry. System, woe is me host. My heart trembles with fear. Sun Qinglin, cease your wailing. I have tasks for you to attend to. Instantly silenced, the system perked up its non-existent ears. After Sun Qinglin whispered a few instructions, the system darted out of the sea of consciousness. Observing this, Sun Qinglin smiled faintly. A month indeed. There would be some who might not wish to meet their demise when the time comes. At the Yuan temple in the outskirts of the capital, the incense was not particularly fervent. Most individuals sought wealth or offspring during their lifetimes, and few came to pray for peace. The temple was perched atop a modest peak, with the most striking feature being the 1,000 steps leading from the foot to the summit. It was said that those who were willing to bow on each step as a show of sincerity would receive a perpetual lamp from the temple's abbot, who would bestow blessings upon the supplicant. Inside the main hall of the temple, several perpetual lamps had already been enshrined, and a young acolyte was diligently polishing them. As he reached the last lamp, he suddenly noticed an inscription beneath its base, "For Huiting, blessings and peace." From Qinglin, the young acolyte scratched his head, recalling that typically, the bases of perpetual lamps bore inscriptions of blessings. After 3 months of enshrinement, the temple would personally deliver these lamps to the supplicants. Yet, he distinctly remembered that these lamps were unmarked and ownerless. Some who came to seek blessings refrained from leaving their names for various undisclosed reasons, fearing the potential for gossip. The young acolyte paused for a moment, then, realizing it was likely an oversight, decided to make a swift trip down the mountain to deliver the lamp before the abbot could find out and reprimand him for his carelessness. With haste, the young acolyte completed his cleaning of the hall, wrapped the perpetual lamp securely, and quietly descended the mountain through the back door. In the city, people bustled about, and the cries of vendors echoed through the streets. A young monk dressed in traditional robes hurried past, showing no inclination to pause and take in the novelty around him. As the sun began to set, the acolyte finally arrived breathless at the gates of the Hor residence. The general's mansion exuded a formidable air that instilled a sense of awe. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he adjusted his garments and gathered his courage to knock on the door. Since Huiting's return to the capital over the past half-month, he had been ensconced in his study, poring over military texts, and few visitors had graced him with their presence. At this moment, the butler entered, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. "Is there something you need?" Before him stood a man of remarkable composure, unperturbed, his eyelids scarcely lifting as he perused the roster of all officials in the capital. This general, outside the door, was approached by a young monk from the Fuan temple, who hesitantly announced that the steward of your eternal lamp was reluctant to disclose a name, yet someone had requested your audience. Oh, Hewiting, perplexed, set aside the roster. Who would seek an eternal lamp on my behalf? Allow him to enter. The young monk, encountering for the first time the legendary god of war reputed for his mercilessness, felt his heart race. With trepidation, he bowed and unveiled a beautifully crafted eternal lamp. Hewiting examined it closely but discerned no apparent distinction. Perplexed, he inquired, "How do you know this lamp is intended for me?" The young monk swallowed hard. Gesturing towards the base, he whispered, "Beneath the base of the eternal lamp, the benefactor's inscription is inscribed, which you shall easily recognize." Hewiting turned the lamp upside down, and a crack appeared on his previously impassive visage. Clearly inscribed were the words, "Blessings for Hewiting, may peace be upon him. Shun Qinglin." He could hardly believe his eyes. Scrutinizing the inscription once more, it was unmistakably the handwriting of Shun Qinglin, a message left by him. The young monk had heard in recent days of Hewiting's marriage to the young master of the Shun family, Qinglin, but remained unaware of other matters. Subconsciously assuming that this was a heartfelt request from Shun Qinglin for his husband's safety on the battlefield. "General, acquiring this eternal lamp at our Fuan temple is no simple feat from the foot of the mountain to its summit. One must prostrate oneself on each of the 1,800 steps to obtain it. The young master of the Shun family is truly sincere towards you." After flattering the general, the young monk suddenly sensed an odd atmosphere enveloping the room. Hewiting remained silent, his gaze fixated on the lamp, lost in thought, while even the chief steward stood by. Contemplative, the young monk pouted. Feeling he had misspoken, yet uncertain of the error, he cautiously remarked, "I must return to Fuan temple before sunset, so I shall not disturb General Hewiting further. Please convey my regards to Madam Hu." Hewiting continued to show no reaction, his eyes still glued to the eternal lamp. Immersed in contemplation, the steward, regaining his senses, led the bewildered young monk outside. Hewiting examined the lamp repeatedly, scrutinizing every detail in search of evidence that this was not the request of Shen Qinglin. Yet, after a prolonged inspection, he found nothing amiss. Furthermore, the eternal lamps at Fuan Temple were crafted by the abbot himself, ensuring their authenticity. As the steward returned to the study, he found the general still fixated on the lamp. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "General, there is another matter. I have observed that the young master Shun seems to be of unsound mind. Yesterday, when I delivered medicine, he quietly took it without fuss and uttered some nonsensical phrases." Finally, Hewiting shifted his gaze from the lamp, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What did he say?" The steward pondered for a moment and replied, after drinking. "He said, 'I won't fight today,' very obediently. I did not comprehend its meaning." Olating carefully contemplated the words, yet failed to grasp their meaning. "Never mind. The poison has already been administered. Even if he had sought the eternal lamp, I shall not absolve these matters." He placed the lamp beside his desk and, with a tranquil demeanor, declared, "Let it be this way." Chapter 4. The unrecognizing general within the sea of consciousness. The system observed the scene in the study, nearly bursting with frustration. System. Host, what if he does not intend to come? This infuriates me. That lamp was originally sought by the former owner. Fearing the Shun family would discover it was intended for Hui Ting, hence no inscription was made on the base. Shun Qinglin, naturally, I had no expectation that he would come. System. Then why did you instruct me to write beneath the eternal lamp at Fuan Temple? Shun Qinglin, little by little, it will accumulate. Do not worry, he will soon grow suspicious. This General Hua is rather obstinate. However, once he has set his mind on someone, it is highly likely he will remain steadfast. The dilapidated door creaked open as a maid entered, delivering a modest meal. A single dish, a bowl of soup, and a serving of rice. After placing the food on the table, she left without uttering a word or lingering even a moment. Shen Qinglin paid her no mind, taking a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. With meals delivered thrice daily, and aside from the lack of freedom, life here was relatively pleasant. Provided with sustenance and shelter, he could even enjoy films with the system, leading a rather content existence. However, an unfortunate drawback was the gradual onset of cold poison, causing an inexplicable chill to envelop his body at times. As time passed, this toxin would slowly erode his inner organs, leaving him feeling as if submerged in frigid waters, the cold intensifying until it culminated in a slow demise. Shen Qinglin tightened the thin blanket around him and reclined once more, allowing his consciousness to descend into the sea of awareness, pulling Chi-Chi over to the display screen. With ample free time at hand, it was an opportune moment to revisit the newly released film. Soon enough, such leisure might be a luxury he could no longer afford. Disguised, Huating sat composedly at the main seat in a security bureau outside the capital, leisurely lifting a teacup to savor a sip. The head of the bureau trembled, too fearful to even sit comfortably, his face contorted in distress. While the rules of the bureau prohibit revealing the names of our patrons, I cannot withhold information regarding military matters. The crux of the matter is, I truly do not know who issued the escort. That individual has not shown themselves at any point. General Hua, even if you were to raise this bureau to the ground, I remain in the dark. Huating had heard this lamentation countless times, yet he remained undeterred, intent on extracting something of value. Then, who among you has seen the person who issued the escort? The head of the bureau tugged at a young lad beside him, saying, "This individual coordinated with Xiao Liuzi. Let him speak." Xiao Liuzi, trembling in fear before the figure of death, stammered, "General, I did not see the person's face. They wore a hood and a mask, obscuring everything." Huating pondered for a moment before inquiring further. And the voice? What manner of voice did they possess? Little Lu furrowed his brow in contemplation before uncertainly stating, "He wore a mask, and his voice was rather muffled, but I believe he is quite young, perhaps around my age." The head escort delivered a sharp slap to the back of little Lu's head, scolding, "How old are you this year? Would the master really send someone so young?" Little Lu, cradling his head, whispered. I could tell from his voice that it sounded a bit juvenile. "Besides, I'm already 16, not so young anymore. I could even marry and have children. My mother was considering arranging a marriage for me with Chui'er from the same village just a few days ago." The head escort then kicked little Lu's backside before turning back with a forced smile, saying, "General, this little Lu may have misheard. Please do not take it to heart." Huating felt a jolt in his brow as he recalled Shen Qinglin, who, on the day of their marriage, had just turned 17. The thought made his eyelids flicker rapidly, and the image of that perpetual lamp resurfaced in his mind. He shook his head. It couldn't be. The letter was undoubtedly penned in Shen Qinglin's handwriting. The jade pendant was authentic, and it was true that he had resided in the palace for a time. It could not possibly be him. With a heavy countenance, Huating exited the escort agency. This person was exceedingly clever. The agency had dispatched textiles, which were exchanged for cakes and salted meat after 200 miles outside the city, merely to obscure the eyes and ears of those in the capital. Even those cakes were crafted by individuals in Yulong town, 200 miles away from the capital. No one would suspect that the textiles brazenly transported from the outskirts of the capital would be transformed into provisions for the Northwestern Army along the way. Even the emperor had been kept in the dark. Who could it be? Everyone in the court pondered this. Yet none could identify anyone willing to risk opposing the emperor to supply grain for the Northwestern conflict. Huating spent a long time feigning sleep in his study, contemplating. The 4 escort agencies had been discreetly consulted, and their responses were remarkably consistent. None knew who was responsible for the shipments. The only piece of useful information came from Little Lu of the Longmen Escort Agency. That individual was approximately the same age as him. Huating suddenly opened his eyes wide, immediately spotting the shimmering perpetual lamp on the table. Under the flickering candlelight, the glass lamp reflected a warm orange glow, gentle and serene, reminiscent of the young master deep within his memories. The year he departed the capital for the northwestern border, the young master was merely 14, still a child in stature. His smile was radiant, and his eyes were clear as he waved and smiled at him, following behind old Master Shun. The boy appeared somewhat shy, his face flushed, silently uttering the words, "safe travels." That was Huating's last impression of Shun Qinglin. The northwestern border had never been tranquil. He guarded it for 3 years before narrowly returning to the capital. Though he was now married to Shun Qinglin, his impression of him remained that of the youthful boy from 3 years prior. He wondered what he had become now. The desire to see him, once it emerged, could not be suppressed. Huating clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles clearly defined, as an intense internal struggle ensued within him. After a prolonged half-hour of turmoil, he cast a glance at the ever-burning lamp, ultimately resolving to call out, "Come in." The steward promptly pushed the door open and entered respectfully, inquiring, "General, where are your orders?" Huating pressed his lips together and replied, "Where has Shun Qinglin been placed?" "Lead me to see." The steward, seemingly unable to believe his ears, noticed the undeniable expression on the general's face and quickly bowed his head, saying, "Yes, sir," before turning to lead the way. Chapter 5. The unfamiliar General Shun Qinglin lay on the bed, appearing to be in a deep slumber, his breath coming in shallow intervals. It was evident that his health was not well, as he trembled slightly, as if haunted by some dreadful dream. Within his consciousness, however, there was a bustling activity. "Shun Qinglin, Chi-Chi, that female ghost scared me to death when she turned around. This horror film is far more realistic than any I've seen before. System, host, I'm terrified as well. Shall we watch some comedies instead? I am truly frightened." Shun Qinglin, "No way, I relish this thrilling sensation. Only horror films can invigorate my world." System, then could you perhaps watch alone? I'll find a corner to hide. Huating has come to this small courtyard. Prepare yourself. Shun Qinglin, why bother with him? Ignore him. Continue watching. Why are you hiding? Come watch with me. It's far too dull to watch alone. Huating frowned as he walked a considerable distance. It was his first realization that the general's residence was astonishingly vast. So much so that even a martial artist like him needed a quarter of an hour to reach the most remote corner in the northeast. Before him appeared a dilapidated courtyard, the ground littered with fallen leaves and withered grass, a clear sign of late autumn. The night wind carried a chill that sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. The courtyard was engulfed in darkness, with the only source of light emanating from the lantern held by the steward, casting a faint glow. Huating waved his hand, signaling for everyone to remain outside. He took the lantern and cautiously pushed the door open. The aged wooden door creaked, yet it did not disturb the slumbering figure on the bed. Huating surveyed the room, a simple bed, tattered window paper allowing gusts of cold air to seep in. On the table lay the remnants of supper, a plate of cold vegetables, a bun, and a pot of cool water. Beyond this, there was no other sustenance. The bun bore 2 bite marks before being returned to the bowl, while the dish of vegetables had barely been touched. Suddenly, an inexplicable sourness churned within Huating's heart. He steeled himself, reminding himself not to show mercy, lest he ultimately perish at the hands of the emperor and the Shun family. In his years guarding the borders, the emperor had long harbored deep-seated fears regarding the military power he wielded. This instance of cutting off supplies was intended to ensure that the Hua family army would falter at the frontier. The Hua family had been loyal for 3 generations, which one had not begun battling on the battlefield since their teenage years. By the time it reached his lineage, only one solitary individual remained. Even in the absence of formidable generals within the court, the emperor still harbored suspicions towards the Hua family, risking territorial loss in his quest for power. The young master on the bed tightened his quilt, finding little solace in sleep, his body trembling, brows furrowed, and complexion pale, as if ensnared in a nightmare. Bathed in the dim light of a lantern, Huating finally discerned Shun Qinglin's features. 3 years had passed, and the once bashful young master had matured into a figure of adulthood. His jawline was well-defined, his nose regal, and his eyes gentle, truly a striking visage. Having spent years in the barracks, surrounded by boisterous soldiers, Huating found himself momentarily entranced, regaining his senses only after a prolonged silence. An inexplicable twinge of regret welled within him. The poison had already taken hold, and there was no turning back, regardless of the circumstances. This young master's life was dwindling to less than a month. As he lost himself in thought, the youth on the bed stirred from his slumber. Ting felt a rush of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing, and hesitated, contemplating whether to turn and leave. When a frail voice broke the silence. "Do you want to take the medicine?" Ting was taken aback. What did drinking medicine entail? Did it refer to the bowl of concoction delivered days prior? Noticing the lack of response from the boy, Shun Qinglin propped himself up, rubbed his eyes, and sleepily stated, "I'll drink it. Please bring it to me." Confused by this, Ting instinctively replied, "I want to drink the medicine." To his astonishment, the once drowsy boy suddenly widened his eyes, recoiling in terror, his expression filled with fear and horror, his tongue stumbling over words. "I want to fight anymore. I'll drink the medicine. I truly will." Doubt clouded Ting's gaze. Shun Qinglin's demeanor appeared frenzied, entirely unlike that of a normal person, his speech disjointed. As he leaned in for a closer look, this motion frightened the boy further, causing him to retreat to the corner. The chains on his feet clinking as he clutched the quilt tightly around himself, eyes fixed in terror on Ting's every movement. The general, who had fought on the battlefield since the age of 15, swiftly concluded that Shun Qinglin's condition was a manifestation of a fear response from prolonged abuse. The Shun family's influence within the court was deeply entrenched, and they were favorites of the emperor, with no one daring to offend them. Even as a scion of a concubine, no one in the capital would dare to harm him. What had transpired to render this 17-year-old scion of the Shun family so utterly terrified? Ting rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation, standing before the bed without further action. Observing this, Shun Qinglin let out a slight sigh of relief, yet remained huddled in the corner, silent. His gaze fixed upon Ting, too fearful to move. In the stillness of the room, only the soft sounds of breathing and the flickering of the candle wick in the lantern could be heard. Before long, exhaustion overtook Shun Qinglin. He yawned, tilted his head in a puzzling manner, and revealed a sweet, harmless smile. Ting's heart sank. It was evident that Shun Qinglin had lost his sanity. This indicated that he had already succumbed to this state before the wedding carriage arrived. The Shun family could not possibly be unaware. Yet how could they allow such a deranged young master to be married into the general's residence, a place that could claim his life at any moment? Shun Qinglin, utterly exhausted, could barely keep his eyes open. His head bobbed as he succumbed to drowsiness. Blood was seeping from the iron chains fastened around his delicate, pampered ankles, leaving the skin in a pitiable state. Ting felt a tumult of emotions. He realized that beneath this coup for military power lay numerous hidden conspiracies. He gently lifted Shun Qinglin, carefully laying him down with the utmost steadiness. The weight in his arms was astonishingly light. The young master had become little more than a collection of bones. Once laid upon the bed, Shun Qinglin instinctively curled into a ball, a vivid display of his profound insecurity. Ting's heart felt constricted as he tucked the blanket around him and fled the desolate courtyard. Shun Qinglin, who had been peacefully sleeping with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing the distant footsteps receding behind him. A cold smirk graced his lips as he called out in his mind, "Chi-Chi, stop pretending to be dead and come out to watch a horror film. Otherwise, I will dismantle your code right now." System, Shun Qinglin. "Oh, by the way, use my points to exchange for some newly listed sturgeon meat sauce noodles. I haven't eaten much since marrying into the family, waiting for that fellow to arrive." System, Host, can we opt for something less expensive? The newly listed sturgeon meat sauce noodles cost 5 points each. Shun Qinglin, it's fine. If the points run out, I can borrow from System 88. I believe you can manage it. System, all right, the exchange for sturgeon meat sauce noodles is complete, consuming 5 points. Host, we still have 40 points remaining. As Shun Qinglin sat on the bed, devouring the meal voraciously, he nonchalantly replied, "That's plenty. It will surely suffice in this world." Chapter 6. The unrecognizable General Ting nearly fled back to his study, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, his heart heavy with discomfort. The multitude of uncertainties rendered him incapable of calmness. He had initially thought that if the young master of the Shun family dared to marry, he would simply deliver a bowl of slow-acting poison. Yet now he realized that even without his intervention, given the young master's current state of madness, he likely would not survive for long. Outside, a full moon ascended, suspended in the night sky. It was already late, and apart from the occasional chirping of insects, no other sounds filled the air. The stillness was unnerving, as if something was gradually dissipating with the passage of time. Hua Ting, fraught with agitation, ordered the housekeeper to summon the maid who attended to the young master's meals. Chui Hong trembled as she knelt on the ground, fearing she had committed some grave error, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Ho Ting exuded an air of indifference as he toyed with the jade ring in his hand, softly inquiring, "It has been 4 or 5 days since Shun Qinglin arrived at the manor. How has he fared at mealtimes?" Chui Hong, too fearful to lift her head, bowed deeply and stammered in response, reporting to the general, "Young Master Shun scarcely eats at each meal. Why go to clear the dishes? The food on the table is often untouched." Summoning her courage, she stole a quick glance at the general before hastily lowering her gaze and adding in a whisper, "I followed the steward's instructions and only brought the simplest fare. Perhaps young Master Shun finds it unpalatable." Ho Ting's gaze fell, his fingers lightly tapping the table. He had indeed instructed the steward to act thus, and could not fault anyone else for it. Yet, Shun Qinglin had been in residence for several days now, barely consuming any sustenance. A person in hunger would not be so discerning. This could only indicate that the young master was gravely unwell, or perhaps deeply fearful. After a moment's pause, Ho Ting pondered before asking, "When you deliver meals each day, have you noticed anything peculiar about the young master?" Upon hearing this, Chui Hong raised her head, her fear dissipating somewhat, and spoke more fluently. "Yes, the young master is particularly afraid of others. Each time I enter to deliver the meal, he curls up on the bed, gazing at me as though I mean to harm him. Furthermore," she continued after a moment's reflection, "the other day, when I entered, the young master seemed less afraid, yet his mind appeared somewhat clouded. He asked me for ink and brushes." "Ink and brushes?" Ho Ting echoed in confusion. "What does he require them for?" Chui Hong shook her head. "I do not know, as the steward instructed us not to engage with young Master Shun, so I did not inquire further. During the evening meal, I could not resist asking if he still needed the ink and brushes, but he reverted to that fearful demeanor and did not respond." The atmosphere in the hall grew exceedingly oppressive. Ho Ting remained silent for a long while, and Chui Hong, kneeling at his feet, felt her anxiety mount, her fingertips trembling slightly. After a prolonged silence, Ho Ting's calm voice broke through. "From now on, ensure that the young master receives better meals. Additionally, should he request ink and brushes again, procure some for him. Report any unusual behavior of the young master to me." Chui Hong promptly replied affirmatively, bowing her head as she turned to exit, carefully shutting the door behind her. Ho Ting relaxed, weariness etched on his face, and rubbed his temples. In his mind, 2 voices incessantly tugged at his nerves. One voice insisted, "The Shun family harbors no good intentions. You fight for the court on the battlefield, yet this has resulted in the near starvation of 100,000 troops at the border. You must not spare a single member of the Shun family." The other voice countered, "The young master of the Shun family exhibits too many anomalies. Do not let yourself be burdened with regret. Investigate thoroughly that which requires scrutiny." Frustration gnawed at him, disturbing his peace of mind. Ho Ting let out a long sigh. There remained only 25 days until the chilling poison would claim the young master's life. This toxin bore no antidote. Initially, I feared that I would lack the resolve to deal decisively with the young master, merely 17 years of age, and thus severed all his potential avenues for survival. Shun Qinglin delved back into his consciousness, continuing to watch horror films, as the system intermittently screeched at the appearance of the female ghost, its cacophonous cries causing Shun Qinglin's head to throb painfully. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night slipped away, and as the first light of dawn broke the horizon, he finally turned off the horror film with a sense of satisfaction. Without uttering a word, he began to shed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments. The system, still reeling from the sight of the bloodied female ghost, stumbled upon a rather provocative scene and hastily covered its eyes within the realm of consciousness, exclaiming, "Host." It is just the two of us here. We merely watch a horror film. Please remain calm. I am merely a novice system, devoted solely to my esteemed 88 brother. Shen Qinglin rolled his eyes dramatically, finding conversation with such a system to be a severe detriment to his intellect. He positioned himself by the window, where the cool breeze swept in, causing him to shiver. At the break of dawn, the air was at its coldest, with a delicate layer of frost adorning the many withered branches and leaves in the courtyard. The chilling poison spread more ferociously in this frigid environment. Shen Qinglin Pa, rest assured, I harbor no thoughts towards beings of your two-dimensional nature. System, oh, I apologize for the disturbance. After enduring the cold wind for over half an hour, a satisfied smile finally graced Shen Qinglin's lips. He donned his clothing once more, yet waves of cold surged through his body, beginning from his limbs and spreading throughout. Except for the warmth lingering around his heart and abdomen, the rest of his body felt as though it had been submerged in icy water. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the small courtyard, prompting Shen Qinglin to swiftly roll onto his bed and wrap himself in the quilt. Sui Hong entered, placing a heavy food box upon the table. As she opened the box, it revealed several exquisite small dishes. After arranging the meal, Sui Hong glanced back at the slumbering young master, her expression complex, before exiting. Shen Qinglin, had I known I would improve my meal this morning, I would have endured through the night. I just wasted 5 points on sturgeon meat sauce noodles. System, host, you have already eaten, so what is the point of lamenting waste? Shen Qinglin, the issue is that even a belch now carries the taste of sturgeon. I cannot possibly swallow this delicious meal before me. Once the room was empty, Shen Qinglin opened his eyes and dragged the iron chains from his ankles as he descended from the bed. He glanced at the meal on the table, a plate of flaky naan rolls, a dish of candied chestnuts, a bowl of fish belly stewed within gnocchi mushrooms, and a steaming bowl of egg fried rice. Quite suitable for someone of his age, it even included a dessert. Shen Qinglin sighed and flopped back onto the bed. What was the point of eating? He had consumed a hefty bowl of sturgeon meat sauce noodles in the dead of night, and his stomach still felt uncomfortably full. No matter how delectable the food, he simply could not manage to eat. As the sun gradually rose, warm rays filtered through the window, yet the chill clinging to his body remained unyielding. Shen Qinglin had spent an entire night without sleep and was now exceedingly fatigued. He wrapped himself tightly in his quilt and drifted into a deep slumber. Throughout the morning, he remained in a state of profound unconsciousness. By noon, Sui Hong entered, carrying a heavy food box. Upon seeing the untouched breakfast on the table, she was momentarily taken aback. Not a single trace suggested it had been disturbed. Not even the chopsticks had been moved. Quietly, Sui Hong tiptoed to gather the now-cold breakfast and set the steaming lunch in its place, then cautiously approached to check on the young master. He lay on the bed, deeply asleep, his complexion not well, his face flushed, lips pale, and he appeared utterly exhausted and wan. A pang of concern struck Sui Hong's heart, prompting her to dash to the main hall of the general's residence with the cold breakfast in hand. Chapter 7. The Unrecognizing General. What did you say? The young master hasn't eaten a single bite of breakfast? And he still hasn't awakened at this hour? Hua Ting abruptly stood up, his voice sharp, causing the bamboo slips on the table to tumble to the floor, momentarily forgotten. Sui Hong knelt on the ground, nodding vigorously like a garlic pounder, adding, the young master truly looks unwell. He is exceedingly haggard. Hua Ting, upon hearing this, found it increasingly difficult to remain composed, his heart entwined with threads of concern. He harbored a genuine disdain for the Shun family, and his resentment towards Shen Qinglin was real, especially recalling the near-fatal incident involving that jade pendant. Yet, there was something peculiar about this young master that compelled him to delve deeper into his circumstances. Very well, I shall go and see. Shen Qinglin remained in a profound slumber, oblivious to the presence of others in the room, breathing heavily with his head buried in the pillow. Hu Ting, his expression laden with worry, glanced at Shen Qinglin's flushed face and moved closer to check his forehead. The moment his hand made contact, he was met with an unexpected heat that radiated through to his palm. It was a sudden high fever, evidently having persisted for more than 2 hours. The young man was not merely asleep, but had succumbed to unconsciousness. Huiting found himself in a moral quandary. If he did not intervene, Shen Qinglin might only have this day to live. Yet, if he did, it would merely extend his life by a few weeks. The decision to save or not save was fraught with difficulty. Unbeknownst to Shen Qinglin, who was struggling with discomfort, he rubbed his head against the pillow, mumbling indistinctly, reminiscent of a purring kitten, stirring a softening within Huiting's heart. A rare ripple of compassion washed over Huiting as he instructed the steward to remove the iron chains from Shen Qinglin's ankles. The inner side of the iron clasp was stained with blood, the flesh mangled, and there was a deep abrasion visible to the bone along the edge of his ankle. Huiting, unable to bear the sight, gently lifted the seemingly weightless Shen Qinglin and carried him to the adjoining chamber where he slept. Dr. Su from the residence hurriedly arrived, carrying a medicine box. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the general, a grave expression upon his face. Standing vigil by the bed where a fainted young man lay. Show him, he instructed softly, he is burning with a high fever. Let us see if there is a remedy to bring down the excessive heat. Without turning his head, Huiting gave the command. Dr. Su wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, steadied his nerves, and placed his hand on the unconscious Shen Qinglin's wrist to take his pulse. Initially, he frowned in concentration, but suddenly he stood up, disbelief etched across his face as he glanced at Shen Qinglin, then repeatedly took the pulse again. Huiting observed his astonished demeanor, impatience creeping into his voice. Isn't it merely a fever? Is it truly so difficult to treat? Dr. Su's white beard quivered slightly as he hesitated. Finally articulating, it appears that young Master Shen may be poisoned. You administered the poison yourself. Huiting dismissed the concern nonchalantly. It is merely the 7-cold poison. Is there a problem? Dr. Su's expression darkened with growing worry. He shook his head and replied, General, it is not just the 7-cold poison. Young Master Shen has been afflicted by another toxin. Huiting was taken aback, instantly recalling Shen Qinglin's deranged state. How could the young master of the Shen family be poisoned again? He found it hard to believe that anyone in the court would dare to harm him. Dr. Su, with his hands lined with wrinkles, lifted Shen Qinglin's eyelids for a closer inspection. He then retrieved a bundle from his medical kit. Unrolling, it revealed a series of extremely fine silver needles of varying lengths, all glistening ominously. With a grave countenance, Dr. Su stated, General, the poison has permeated young Master Shen's internal organs, but upon examining his pulse, I discovered that the primary damage is to the brain. Therefore, we must use a silver needle to pierce the Qingqi acupoint atop his head to discern the nature of the poison. Only then did Huiting grasp the severity of Shen Qinglin's condition, his own expression turning serious as he replied slowly, Thank you for your efforts. A silver needle, approximately 4 to 5 inches long, was slowly inserted into the Qingqi acupoint, and Shen Qinglin showed no reaction, not even a twitch. Huiting watched anxiously, feeling that this tiny needle was more perilous than the swords of the battlefield. As the needle gradually penetrated, moments later, Dr. Su carefully withdrew it, inspecting it closely. Half of the needle had turned black. Dr. Su delicately wiped it with a silk cloth and brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff. What poison is it? Huiting inquired. Dr. Su shook his head in response. I cannot ascertain its nature at present. I shall return to investigate thoroughly and report back to the general. Huiting nodded, glancing back at the slumbering Shen Qinglin on the bed. Beneath his flushed complexion lay an undeniable pallor, revealing exhaustion and a lack of vitality. Following Huiting's gaze, Dr. Su regarded the ailing young master and spoke. I will prepare some prescriptions to reduce the fever and further examine the nature of the poison on the silver needle. General, the 7-cold poison is notoriously untreatable. You are well aware of this. Huiting's face revealed no change, yet his tightly clenched hands cracked with tension. Thank you, Dr. Su. Steward Song, please assist in preparing the medicine. In the quiet of the side hall, Huiting crouched beside the bed, motionless as he gazed at Shen Qinglin's sleeping visage, mentally sketching his features over and over again. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It seems a great deal has transpired during my 3-year absence from the capital. What have you truly endured? The youth on the bed remained unresponsive, lost in a deep slumber, breathing heavily. Chapter 8. The general who fails to recognize a bowl of steaming, dark herbal concoction was brought into the side hall, and from a distance, Huating's brow furrowed. The spacious hall was soon enveloped by a pungent bitterness that made one grimace and churn within. This medicine was likely infused with the bitter herb huanglian. There was no need to taste it, for the mere scent was sufficient to evoke dismay. It was indeed astonishing that the young master of the Shun family could possibly drink such a bitter brew. As if sensing the acrid aroma, Shun Qinglin gradually stirred awake. Yet his gaze remained unfocused, shrouded in a fog. Huating, concerned that the medicine might cool and lose its efficacy, leaned closer and spoke gently into his ear. Shun Qinglin, it's time to take your medicine. Perhaps it was not mere illusion, but upon hearing the words, take your medicine, the figure on the bed seemed to gain a semblance of clarity in his eyes. He struggled to summon the strength to sit up, but the fever ravaged him, leaving him utterly weak. Just as he managed to prop himself up, he collapsed once more. Seeing this, Huating tenderly supported him, drawing him into his embrace. The steward hastily presented the tray. Beside the bowl of bitter medicine, a plate of candied fruits glistened with a frosty sheen. Huating lifted the thick concoction and took a tentative sip. The moment it touched his tongue, an overwhelming wave of bitterness surged forth, flooding from his throat to his stomach, an unbearable taste. His brow knitted tightly. Such a repulsive potion was something even a seasoned warrior, faced with death, would hesitate to consume. While grimacing, he brought the medicine to Shun Qinglin's lips, coaxing him gently. If you obediently drink this, I shall reward you with these candied fruits. Huating mused that at this tender age, the young master would surely have a fondness for sweet treats. Shun Qinglin stirred uneasily, as if trembling or perhaps fearful. He strained to maintain his consciousness, attempting to locate the bowl of medicine. He raised his hand to feebly support the base of the bowl, his expression unwavering. And with a single breath, he gulped it down. Huating was taken aback by the youth's ability to consume the medicine. The myriad of coaxing and persuasion he had prepared now rendered unnecessary. He hastily set down the bowl and proffered a piece of candied fruit. However, the sweet aroma of the confection seemed to instill dread in Shun Qinglin, who recoiled in fear. Huating's hand, holding the candied fruit, froze mid-air. Suddenly, in a fit of anger, he smashed the bowl against the tray. The porcelain shattered with a crisp sound, scattering into pieces, causing Shun Qinglin to tremble in fright. Retreating further into the corner, cocooned in his blanket, Huating took a deep breath, striving to soften his voice. I accidentally broke the bowl. Do not be afraid. After taking the medicine, just obediently go to sleep. A good rest will cure your illness. Shun Qinglin hesitated, observing the expression of the other person. After waiting for a considerable time, he sensed that the individual before him posed no threat and obediently laid down on the bed. The vastness of the bed felt overwhelming as he curled up in a small corner, slowly closing his eyes. Huating coldly instructed the servants to clean up the shards of porcelain scattered across the floor, feeling an oppressive weight in his chest. He turned and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. This medicine was so bitter that, notwithstanding Shun's status as the young master of the Shun family, even the infamous illegitimate son of Minister Li, who had endured years of harsh treatment in the rear courtyard, would surely grimace at its taste. Although Shun Qinglin was also born out of wedlock, he had lost his mother at a young age and grew up under the care of the matriarch. Shun Chongshan indeed regarded this youngest son with affection, raising him in luxury and pampering. Yet, looking at his current state, one could see that downing the bitter concoction without so much as a frown indicated the hardships he had endured over the past year. When he had departed the capital, Shun Qinglin had been vividly clear-eyed, a gentle young master who had not yet weathered the storms of life. In just a few short years, he had transformed into this. These intricate details could no longer be ignored by Huating. The person covertly transporting grain to the northwest border needed to be found, and Shun Qinglin's situation required further investigation. In the side hall, only the slumbering Shun Qinglin remained. After hearing the last maid exit, he swiftly opened his eyes, quickly sprang from the bed, and barefoot, grimaced as he grabbed a piece of candied fruit from the table, chewing it absent-mindedly before swallowing. He then nimbly returned to bed, pulling the embroidered quilt over himself. Were it not for the fear of being discovered for taking too much of the candied fruit, Shen Qinglin would have gladly devoured the entire dish. Surely, that bowl of medicine must have contained a few dashes of Huanglian simmered within it, right? Shen Qinglin, Chi. When I finished that bowl of medicine, I felt like hanging myself. System. Host, your performance was impeccable. Huiting is undoubtedly suspicious and will pursue the matter further. Shen Qinglin. If he remains unconvinced, I shall plunge his head into the slop bucket until he drinks his fill and wakes up. System. Shen Qinglin. The charade of feigning madness is too arduous. I must not make it easy for Huiting. I need to give him some trouble. Chapter 9. The general who cannot recognize people in the evening. After breaking into a sweat, Shen Qinglin slowly awakened. His body felt sticky and uncomfortable as he rubbed his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily unable to discern his location, his gaze tinged with confusion. Huiting reached out to check his forehead temperature. Fortunately, the high fever had subsided. Although the medicinal brew was bitter, it had effectively treated the fever. As the high fever subsided, Shen Qinglin appeared to regain some clarity, his gaze no longer dazed but considerably more lucid. He spoke in a soft, muffled tone. I need writing materials. Huiting's fleeting expression of confusion was evident. He was at a loss for the purpose of it all. Yet he gestured towards the paper and brush on the nearby table, inquiring, "What do you need these for?" Shen Qinglin turned his head to observe the desk for a while before struggling to rise. Despite feeling dizzy and disoriented, he persisted and seated himself at the writing desk. He picked up the wolf hair brush, dipped it in ink, and began to inscribe something on the Xian paper. Huiting's bewilderment only deepened. What could possibly warrant writing? Was he sending a letter? Shen Qinglin's small, elegant characters were exceptionally beautiful. Even in his muddled state, he instinctively maintained a poised posture at the desk. Once he set down the brush, Huiting casually glanced at the paper, and his complexion darkened instantaneously. It was indeed a letter addressed to him, the nominal husband. It was precisely the same as the letter of annulment he had received 6 months prior in the military, identical in content, albeit with slightly more disorderly handwriting. Huiting felt an explosive surge of anger. He should never have shown leniency. What kind of family was the Shun family? Had the old general been blind to have arranged a betrothal with such people? Unaware of the fury radiating from the man beside him, Shen Qinglin glanced at Huiting with a sense of accomplishment, wearing a curious smile akin to a child who had pleased an adult. The letter, its ink still wet, lay squarely on the desk, piercing the heart with its poignant message. Huiting grasped Shen Qinglin's slender wrist tightly, yanking the frail figure from the chair, and exclaimed sharply, "What is this? Do you need to write a second letter of annulment? Are you so fearful of being left alone?" Shen Qinglin's expression faltered. His large eyes filled with confusion, as if he could not comprehend why his writing had provoked such ire. The pressure on his wrist caused him pain, and tears quickly welled in his eyes, the corners tinged with a hint of red. Yet instinctively, he stole a glance at the fierce visage before him, his lips trembling. Afraid to voice his discomfort, Huiting was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his tears, but soon his thoughts shifted. Why do you have a right to cry? The letter was penned by his own hand, unembellished. Its words hinted at a life deemed short, a desire to dissolve the engagement, and a return of the jade pendant. He had yet to voice his own grievances, yet Shen Qinglin was already playing the victim. These troubling thoughts ignited a deeper rage within Huiting. With a dismissive wave, he flung Shen Qinglin harshly to the ground. The skin on his wrist grazed against the floor, yet he paid no heed to the pain, curling up and trembling in fear. The sight of Shen Qinglin's timid demeanor further exasperated Huiting, and he shouted towards the door, "Butler!" Butler Song hurriedly entered, immediately noting the small master sitting on the floor and his master's thunderous expression, swiftly averting his inquisitive gaze, sending him back to the side courtyard. The general declared with finality that he wished to see him no more. The steward, wary of incurring his master's displeasure, hastily summoned several young attendants to escort the visibly terrified Shen Qinglin away. System. Ah, dear host, you have returned. What a pity had you remained by Huiting's side. there might have been a chance for him to uncover the truth. Shun Qinglin. Patience. Huating's people have already traced the matter to Yulong Town. The truth will soon come to light. My objective is to ensure he feels guilt for a lifetime. System. However, host. Your lifespan is but a little over 20 days. Shun Qinglin. Enough. To die at the moment he feels the most remorse is a splendid notion, especially as this situation is of his own making. Shun Qinglin returned to his disregarded existence, sequestered in a modest side courtyard where the meals were satisfactory. Yet, he dared not indulge, for the sake of maintaining his facade of madness. He feigned a total lack of appetite and could only manage a meager portion at each meal. Starving throughout the day left him lightheaded, particularly as delectable dishes lay tantalizingly before him, mere objects of torment that he could only gaze upon. Shun Qinglin. Chi. Please provide your beloved host with something to eat. This is the 120th time I have made this request. System. No negotiations. There is plenty of food on the table, and those items in the marketplace are exorbitantly priced. Exchanging points for even a morsel is simply not worthwhile. With a resigned sigh, Shun Qinglin turned over on his cot. That obstinate system, always unyielding. His mind was filled with visions of savory braised pork and duck, and he clutched his blanket, yearning to nibble on the soft cotton. The pangs of hunger were intolerable. Perhaps he would turn to the sea of consciousness to watch a horror film instead, as fear could easily distract from hunger. Meanwhile, Huating had not found peace in recent days. He summoned Shui Hong 3 times daily, only to receive the same vexing response each time. The young master had barely eaten a few bites. Each repetition of this answer heightened his agitation. An inexplicable fire smoldering within him, seeking an outlet. After dismissing Shui Hong, Huating stared blankly at the ever-burning lamp on his desk when a steward rushed in, a look of elation upon his face. General, we have located the individuals from Yulong Town. They have now entered the estate. At this news, Huating's face lit up with joy, casting aside his earlier frustrations. Quickly bring them in. Chapter 10. The general unfamiliar with people. A stout, unassuming middle-aged man entered behind the steward, walking with decorum. Huating scrutinized him before cutting straight to the chase. Half a year ago, you engaged in a significant transaction in Yulong Town. Someone paid you to produce a large quantity of flatbreads. Am I correct? The middle-aged man, unaccustomed to conversing with someone of Huating's stature, promptly knelt and answered earnestly, Yes, General. Over half a year ago, I was approached by someone who requested a custom order of baked goods, with rather peculiar specifications, insisting that the flatbreads be pressed as tightly as possible. Money was no object, but they demanded the goods in the shortest time possible. Do you know who the other party is? Huating's voice was laced with palpable anticipation. Or have you ever seen the visage of this individual? The middle-aged man pondered carefully, then shook his head. I have not. He was well concealed. Yet from his voice, he sounds quite youthful, perhaps around 16 or 17 years of age. Huating's brow twitched. This description was strikingly similar to that of the young lad from the escort agency. It seemed that this individual was indeed a youth. However, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the person's appearance, which left Huating feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Then, are there any distinguishing features? Relate everything you can think of to this general. He pressed on, desperate to uncover any clue. After a moment of reflection, the middle-aged man suddenly brightened, raising his gaze with excitement. Yes. 6 months ago, when he visited, I took him to see the exceptionally sturdy dough cakes at the processing workshop. The cutting tools that were not properly secured, and that young man accidentally sliced his right hand from the webbing between his thumb and wrist, leaving a substantial gash that bled profusely. Given that it has only been half a year, he must still bear the scar from that wound. Huating furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought. As a fleeting recollection surfaced, he felt he had seen a scar like that on someone else's hand before, but the image slipped away before he could grasp it fully. When he sought to inquire further about any other distinguishing traits, the middle-aged man pondered for quite some time, but could not articulate anything else. Just as Huating's thoughts became a tumultuous mess, Dr. Su hurriedly sought an audience in the study. Steward Song promptly escorted the middle-aged man out, thoughtfully securing the door behind him. Huating, his mind in disarray, spoke with a hint of impatience. This general is not unwell. Dr. Su's face was a mask of terror, clutching a delicate silk cloth that concealed a slender silver needle. "General, I have discovered that the young master of the Shun family has been poisoned with a substance known as hallucinogenic powder, a toxin unique to the royal court." Huating was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the elderly Dr. Su, whose hair and beard had long turned white, failing to comprehend the gravity of the revelation. "What do you mean, this poison is exclusive to the palace?" The wrinkles on Dr. Su's face deepened as he trembled, placing the silver needle before Huating, his murky eyes reflecting profound sorrow. "This poison, known as hallucinogenic powder, leads to a state of delirium with prolonged use, ultimately reducing one to a state of folly." He cautiously glanced at the closed door and whispered, "In the royal family, during the struggle for the throne, it is discreetly administered to opponents. If taken over an extended period, the afflicted becomes akin to a puppet, easily manipulated. In the later stages of poisoning, their lifespan dwindles to mere months." Huating stood in disbelief, inadvertently knocking the military text from the table to the ground in a chaotic scatter. What reason would the royals have to poison Shen Qinglin? Can he really still vie for the dragon throne? He is merely a bastard of the Shun family. The words remained unspoken. Yet a bold thought flashed through his mind like a thunderclap. Huating's pupils constricted suddenly, and he inhaled sharply. Shen Qinglin would certainly not vie for the throne. However, since the day of his birth, he has been betrothed to the Hua family. The emperor's dealings with Shen Qinglin are, in essence, a confrontation with the Hua family. The Shun family has likely long since abandoned Shen Qinglin, this seemingly useless, illegitimate son. This marriage is not a matter of whether the Hua family dares to challenge the young master of the Shun family. Rather, it is that the Shun family has already relinquished this pawn. Whether Shen Qinglin lives or dies is of no concern to the Shun family or the emperor. This revelation struck Huating like a bolt from the blue, rendering him speechless as he sank back into his chair, murmuring, "Why? The Shun family has no reason to sacrifice Shen Qinglin. They could simply annul the betrothal. Why risk Shen Qinglin's life? To the Shun family, he has committed no heinous acts." The words caught in his throat, leaving him unable to utter another syllable. The young servant had mentioned that the master was a boy of 16 or 17, and there was that scar. A flash of realization struck Huating. That scar resembled one he had glimpsed on Shen Qinglin's hand just days prior, when Shen Qinglin, in the throes of sudden fever, had inadvertently revealed it while holding him. Huating trembled all over, his heart racing as if attempting to escape the confines of his chest. A bold thought emerged in his mind. Could Shen Qinglin be the enigmatic figure transporting grain to the northwestern frontier? The instant this notion surfaced, a heavy pain seized Huating's heart, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Dr. Su was taken aback by the scene before him, ready to check Huating's pulse, only to see him push past him and stagger towards the door in a frenzy. That figure was in utter disarray, devoid of the spirited demeanor he once possessed. Shen Qinglin, having been reduced to a state of starvation, could muster only enough strength to lie down. Upon witnessing this scene in his consciousness, he quipped, "I cannot consent to this marriage. Huating is so prone to spitting blood. It's obvious he has a short lifespan." The letter was not mistaken. "I'll be a widow after marriage." The system. "Host, you have only 20 days left to live. Perhaps you should consider your own situation first." Shen Qinglin, "I've thought it through. 20 days feel infinitely long. How wonderful it would be if my life were limited to just 10 days. The system. It meticulously reviewed the code within the consciousness, retreating into a corner, wearied. The primary deity's requirement was that the original host must remain alive. However, now the original host body could only endure for 20 days, poisoned with no remedy in sight. How could this task possibly be accomplished? Chapter 11. The unfamiliar General Huating had never felt a road so interminable, one that seemed to stretch on endlessly as he stumbled countless times before finally spotting that secluded little courtyard. The ground was still littered with fallen leaves, unattended. Gasping for breath, Huating trembled as he pushed the door open. Shen Qinglin, startled by the sudden intrusion, was filled with fear, trembling against the corner of the wall. Huating forced a smile, attempting to appear harmless, and slowly approached, kneeling beside the bed to speak softly. "Qinglin, do not be afraid. Do you remember who I am?" The boy on the bed exhibited no sign of recognition, his expression still one of wariness. Hua Ting, with a gentle demeanor, coaxed softly, "Could you please extend your hand for me to see?" Perhaps reassured by the presence of one who would not harm him. Shun Qinglin slowly emerged from the warmth of the brocade quilt and revealed his hand. Upon his right hand, a conspicuous scar ran from the base of his thumb to his wrist, a testament to a past inflicted by a sharp blade. Hua Ting's throat tightened, his eyes brimming with tears that cascaded down his cheeks. The benefactor he had yearned for day and night was, in fact, within his own estate, poisoned, rendered a fool, and left to languish in a secluded courtyard awaiting death. Wait, the poison, 7-cold poison. Hua Ting trembled violently, as if shards of ice had been inserted into his skull, spreading a chilling sensation throughout his entire being. He momentarily forgot his pain and sorrow. Shun Qinglin had ingested the 7-cold poison, with only 20 days left to live. His complexion was visibly turning a pale blue. Hua Ting, disregarding Shun Qinglin's fear, rushed forward, yanked the quilt aside, and embraced the trembling youth. He fought to suppress his own rising panic while swiftly making his way to the side hall. Shun Qinglin, bewildered, struggled earnestly in Hua Ting's grasp. But the latter's grip was akin to an unyielding fortress, rendering escape impossible. In desperation, he clawed at Hua Ting's neck, leaving several bloody marks. Yet, Hua Ting remained steadfast, holding the youth tightly. Perhaps exhaustion took its toll, compounded by days without proper nourishment. Shun Qinglin's head lolled, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The side hall was warmed by several small stoves, creating an ambience reminiscent of early summer in the midst of autumn's chill. On the soft couch lay the unconscious Shun Qinglin, his pallid face tinged with a faint bluish hue, even his lips betraying a hint of color. A thick quilt enveloped him. Dr. Su, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, frequently wiped his brow. "General, there's truly no hope left. The 7-cold poison, coupled with the hallucinogenic powder and the young master's frail constitution, render any chance of recovery impossible. He may not last even 20 days." Hua Ting's eyes turned red with despair. Had it not been for Dr. Su's lifelong service as the family physician, he would have lunged forward to seize him by the collar. "We must save him. Find a way to save him." Hua Ting's voice trembled with fear, a vast net of dread enveloping him, stifling his breath. "Tell me what medicine is needed. I will procure it. I can even retrieve medicine from the palace. Just provide me with the prescription." Dr. Su gazed at the sleeping youth, his visage indicating a fate not long to endure. "General, please be realistic. The moment the 7-cold poison was ingested, there was no turning back. To start anew at this juncture is simply impossible." Hua Ting shook his head vehemently, gripping Shun Qinglin's icy hand, his voice quaking as he implored, "No, he cannot die like this, not in such an unfathomable manner. He is merely 17. He cannot die. It is my fault, my foolishness. I want him to live." Shun Qinglin seemed to be roused from his slumber by the sounds nearby. Furrowing his brow as he opened his eyes, his gaze lacked clarity, and he muttered a single word, "Cold." Hua Ting, as if receiving a divine command, quickly reassured him. "Fear not. A thicker blanket will keep you warm." With that, he draped a substantial quilt over Shun Qinglin, tucking in the edges before kneeling beside the bed, attentively observing the youth's complexion. Shun Qinglin appeared haggard, resembling a flickering candle nearing its end. He offered a silly smile, then turned his gaze to the beams above. Lost in thought, Hua Ting gently stroked his hair and softly inquired, "Would you like something to eat?" After a lengthy pause, Shun Qinglin barely nodded. A rare smile graced Hua Ting's face as he instructed the servants to bring forth an array of dishes, personally serving a steaming bowl of 8 treasure porridge, blowing on each spoonful to cool it before feeding the boy. Perhaps due to being fed, Shun Qinglin surprisingly consumed a substantial amount, more than he typically would in a day. A flicker of hope ignited within Hua Ting. Shun Qinglin was still young, and having been nurtured in the Shun family for years, he had a solid foundation. With the right medicine, perhaps the poison could be countered, and he could return to normalcy. Dr. Su remained silent, quietly sighing. Shen Qinglin had but a few days left to live. Even the highest celestial being could not save him. After finishing the bowl of porridge, fatigue overtook Shen Qinglin once more, and he drowsily lay down, falling asleep. Only after the boy had succumbed to slumber did Huiting quietly exit the side chamber. The warm sun graced his face, yet cast a grim shadow over him. And even Dr. Su followed behind in silence. It was time for the general to visit the palace. Shen Qinglin had resided there for over a month, and had likely been poisoned during that time. The antidote for the hallucinogenic powder would be sought from the emperor, but for the seven-cold poison, he would have to rely on Dr. Su. Huiting spoke with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for negotiation. Dr. Su, unable to discern his expression, merely lowered his head and said, "I will do my best." Chapter 12. The unrecognizing general in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. A squadron of well-trained soldiers surrounded the area. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on Huiting's face, resembling a vengeful spirit. The Minister of Justice sat nervously in a chair, barely perched on the edge, too fearful to sip his tea. Huiting remained silent, savoring his tea for a while before leisurely speaking. "I have heard that the young master of the Shun family visited this dungeon 6 months ago. May I inquire what crime he committed? Is the Shun family plotting a coup, or is your ministry simply apprehending innocents?" Upon hearing the words "plotting a coup," Minister Li's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he forced a smile and said, "General Hua, you jest. The Shun family is filled with loyalty. They would never conspire against the throne." Huiting, unfazed, inquired with curiosity, "Is that so? Then what brought the young master of the Shun family to this dungeon?" Li Shangshu was drenched in cold sweat, caught between the emperor and the merciless general, both of whom could easily extinguish his life. He could not afford to offend either side. When he failed to respond, Huiting's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. He gestured to several deputy generals, who had fought alongside him on the battlefield, to forcefully pin Li Shangshu to the ground. Huiting drew his sword, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he approached slowly, the blade scraping against the ground with a jarring sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Although Li Shangshu had witnessed countless executions in the Ministry of Justice, he had always been a mere observer. Now, he found himself in the terrifying position of facing punishment. Huiting, grinning like a demon risen from the depths of hell, spoke ominously. "If you choose silence, I shall deliver a fatal blow, and you may find yourself serving as a eunuch in the palace. Rest assured, someone will soon take your place as the Minister of Justice. There are many who wish to see you brought low." At those words, Li Shangshu's mind raced, conjuring images of numerous enemies within the court who would gladly usurp him. In his position, a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Once the Li family fell from grace, their enemies would come knocking for retribution by dawn. Whether the emperor would protect the Li family remained uncertain, but Huiting, with his military power, was certainly capable of annihilating them. Even the new emperor had risen to power with his family's support. With his mind whirring, Li Shangshu swiftly resolved to act. He struggled desperately and cried out, "General Hua, I shall speak. It was the Shun family who conspired with His Majesty to bring Shen Qinglin into this. This is not my doing." Huiting raised a hand, and the deputy generals released their grip on Li Shangshu. "Is that so? Has Shen Qinglin suddenly changed his surname to Li?" Huiting retorted mockingly, shattering a teacup on the ground. What purpose did the Shun family have in sending Shen Qinglin to the Ministry of Justice? Li Shangshu's face contorted in distress, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally uttered, "The two legitimate sons of the Shun family are both military generals, just waiting for—" His words trailed off. Huiting raised an eyebrow, understanding dawning upon him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The Shun family had not relinquished their treacherous ambitions. Shen Chongshan had 4 sons. The 2 legitimate elder brothers were warriors, while the 2 illegitimate younger brothers pursued scholarly paths. The court was devoid of capable generals, with military campaigns relying solely on the Hua family as support. Even the deputy generals had sworn lifelong loyalty to the Hua family, thus consolidating their military power. Numerous civil officials, envious of this, encouraged their own sons to pursue martial training in hopes of sharing in the glory of military achievements. Naturally, the Shun family, having attained the rank of chancellor, was at the forefront of this ambition. 5 years prior, upon returning to court, Hua Ting had been approached by Shun Chongshan, who sought to send his 2 legitimate sons to train in the military. At that time, Hua Ting had not refused, for he had engaged to Shun Qinglin, making those 2 young men his nominal brothers-in-law. It is permissible to bring them along. Unexpectedly, these 2 inept scions have been flaunting their authority in the military camp, treating themselves as esteemed generals from the capital, demanding lavish meals and indulgences daily, growing corpulent and complacent. They even ventured to a small town in the northwest to harass local women. One woman, desperate to resist, attempted to end her life by colliding with a pillar. Fortunately, she was stopped in time, sparing her life. Upon learning of this, Hua Ting, in a fit of rage, enacted military law against the 2 brothers-in-law, administering 20 lashes to each in front of a multitude of onlookers, before sending them back to the capital under the cover of night. Shin Chongshan dared not voice any objections, yet he felt a deep dissatisfaction within. The emperor had long harbored intentions to seize military power. If he could perish in the ongoing conflict in the northwest, then the promise of sharing military authority with the 2 scions would surely compel the Shun family to assist the emperor in his endeavor. Minister Li, noticing that General Hua had fallen silent, uncertain of his thoughts, licked his cracked lips and cautiously remarked, "The Shun family, Shun Qinglin, does not consent." Hua Ting's heart quivered. Qinglin was merely a bastard son, lacking any authority within the Shun family. Yet, he was betrothed to the Hua family. Why then would the Shun family involve Shun Qinglin with the Ministry of Justice? Hua Ting, with a darkened expression, inquired. Minister Li inwardly lamented, fearing to speak. After all, his family's survival was at stake. Seeing his silence, Hua Ting unleashed a swift kick to Li's solar plexus. The pain caused Li to writhe on the ground, gasping and struggling to rise, exclaiming in a faltering voice, "General Hua, if you can ensure the safety of my family, I would dare to speak anything today." Ultimately, someone would be offended. It appeared that the military power wielded by General Hua held more sway. Following the battle in the northwest, Hua Ting had returned safely, which likely signaled a shift in the political winds of the capital. Today, Hua Ting boldly entered the Ministry of Justice, evidently prepared to confront the emperor. At this moment, the army must have encircled the capital, with only a few thousand imperial guards left to defend, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Those civil officials, who usually dazzled in the court with their eloquence and pride, found themselves without any military power, rendered powerless, unable to step beyond the gates of their residences. Chapter 13. The unfamiliar General Hua Ting cast a cold gaze upon the corpulent figure before him, forcing a statement through clenched teeth. "I shall ensure the safety of your entirely family, including that unfortunate bastard son of yours, who has endured years of mistreatment, now known even in the vast Northwest." Minister Li, upon hearing this, wore an awkward expression, managing to muster a smile more grotesque than tears. Before he spoke, 6 months ago, Shun Qinglin was summoned to the palace, where the emperor requested he draft a letter to annul the engagement. However, Shun Qinglin resolutely refused, stating that the betrothal, established over a decade ago, could not simply be dismissed. The emperor was enraged. He merely intended to teach him a lesson, but was taken aback when Minister Li painfully rose to his feet and gulped down a draught of cold tea. He then recounted that Prime Minister Shun had discovered the Shun family's granary had been plundered, the thief being audacious enough to nearly empty the entire storehouse. After much investigation, suspicion fell upon Shun Qinglin. A chill coursed through Hua Ting. Months prior, the carts laden with grain transported from the northwest had been procured with hard-earned gold. He had meticulously calculated that the transportation costs alone amounted to approximately 10,000 taels of gold. Shen Kanglin, a favored illégitimat, had managed to amass a few hundred taels over the years. Yet this was still a far cry from the requisite sum. It appeared that emptying the Shun family granary was perhaps the only recourse available. Furious, Prime Minister Shun pressed Shun Qinglin to disclose the purpose behind his acquisition of such a vast sum, but Shen Qinglin resolutely refused to divulge any information. The emperor, having lost his patience, was informed of the general's severe injury and seized upon the opportunity to abandon this young master of the Shen family, administering poison from the palace and casting him into the Department of Punishments. Huiting found himself unable to bear the unfolding events. His hands trembled slightly, subconsciously attributing Shen Qinglin's terrifying transformation to the Department of Punishments. Despite his resilience, Shen Qinglin steadfastly refused to reveal the whereabouts of the substantial silver, and the emperor, growing increasingly impatient, subjected him to a bowl of medicinal concoction every few hours, followed by further tortures. Minister Li paused, noting the pallor of General Hui's face, which was marred by bloodshot eyes. He swallowed hard, contemplating a sip of tea to soothe his throat, but ultimately refrained, choosing instead to continue. After 3 days and nights of torment, Shen Qinglin had descended into madness, yet the silver's fate remained undisclosed. The emperor ordered him to write a letter, when his handwriting was deemed unsatisfactory. He endured further torture for 3 days until he finally produced a letter of reasonably legible script, which, along with the jade pendant he always carried, was poisoned and dispatched to the northwest. Huiting could no longer contain himself. With a furious sweep, he overturned the table before him and seized Minister Li by the collar, gritting his teeth in outrage. Is this how your Department of Punishments treats a mere 16 or 17-year-old boy? Minister Li, taken aback by the fiery intensity in Huiting's eyes, spoke with a tremor of desperation. General Hua, I have shown mercy. I informed the emperor that should we employ severe torture, Shen Qinglin's frail body would scarcely withstand a day. Thus, ordinary instruments of torture were utilized. Huiting's hands shook with increasing intensity, a tempest of rage swirling within him. Yet he compelled himself to maintain composure. Minister Li's assertion bore truth. Had they resorted to extreme measures, Shen Qinglin would have perished long ago within the Department of Punishments. Continue. Shen Qinglin lingered in the department for a month, consuming countless bowls of medicinal broth and enduring repeated tortures, ultimately succumbing to complete madness. Yet he never revealed the whereabouts of the silver. It was only 2 months prior that news returned from the northwest, revealing that the silver had been allocated to support the northern armies, a revelation that astonished both the emperor and the Shen family. At this moment, Minister Li's face bore a hint of admiration. Shen Qinglin had long anticipated that the court would withhold the grain supplies. Thus he had preemptively emptied the treasury of all its gold ingots, cleverly disguising them with tin and copper. Through unknown means, he managed to deceive the people of the capital and quietly transported the grain to the northwest. Before entering the palace, Shen Qinglin had already completed the transport of all the grain. Having consumed copious amounts of hallucinogenic powder, his mind was utterly clouded, and even in madness, he revealed not a word. In conclusion, he lamented, the emperor learned of this far too late. Any attempt to intercept is futile, and the method of transport remains shrouded in mystery. Even now, it is all a perplexing enigma. If my illegitimate son possessed such capabilities as Shen's, I would be furious with my wife for mistreating him for even a day. Huiting, feeling utterly deflated, collapsed to the ground. He should have anticipated this. The Shen family had sent Shen Qinglin to the bridal sedan, fully aware that their son had succumbed to madness, incapable of speech or action. The journey to Hua's residence was, in truth, a path to his demise. Huiting felt an excruciating pain in his chest, as if a pair of hands had plunged into his torso, gripping his heart with a vice-like force, making it difficult to breathe. A metallic sweetness filled his throat, and instinctively, he swallowed back the blood that threatened to surge forth. His eyes blazed red, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour. Minister Li discreetly glanced at Huiting, whose complexion was grave, and hesitantly remarked, only the emperor, myself, and Minister Shen, along with his 2 legitimate sons, are aware of this matter regarding Shen's illegitimate son. After Shen Qinglin completely lost his sanity in the Ministry of Justice, he was taken back to the Shen family by his elder brother, and no one knows how he fared there until his recent marriage into the Hua family. A deputy commander behind them suddenly recalled something and interjected, General, The incident concerning the young master of the Shun family was kept under strict wraps. Everyone knows he spent a month in the palace, but the specifics of his ordeal remain unknown. However, my subordinate's family has been in the capital, and 2 months ago, they accompanied the wife of the Minister of Revenue to the Shun residence to deliver embroidery samples. Upon taking their leave, they overheard Shun's eldest legitimate son shouting something in the outer hall, which, in hindsight, seems to pertain to the young Master Shun. Huiting abruptly lifted his head, his voice hoarse as he demanded, "What did Shun Xingyun say?" The deputy commander, wearing a troubled expression, hesitated for a moment before quietly responding, "Bring that wretched creature here. The Shin family has been thoroughly ruined by him. If he does not learn to bark like a dog today, I shall toss him into the river myself." Upon hearing the first sentence, Minister Li reacted swiftly, nimbly moving his corpulent frame to a corner. Indeed, upon hearing the news, Huiting's eyes nearly bulged with fury. He clenched his teeth and, with a swift motion, drew his sword, cleaving the table before him in two, and prepared to storm out. The deputy commander hurriedly blocked his path. Urgency etched across his face as he implored, "General, do not act impulsively. The matter is of great importance. Shin Xingyun's situation is not something to be rushed." Huiting's blood was boiling, his heart raced, and the veins in his hand gripping the sword were prominent. He yearned to rush to the Shun residence, slay Shin Xingyun with his sword, and hang his head at the entrance for all of the capital to witness. It was this arrogant Shun Xingyun who in the northwest brazenly harassed common women on the streets, only to be subjected to military law. Huiting closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. There was no need for haste. These debts would be settled one by one. At present, the most critical task was to procure the antidote for the hallucinogenic powder from the emperor. Chapter 14. The unrecognized general in the capital. Anxiety permeated the air. Every household remained shuttered, with soldiers equipped and well-trained patrolling the streets, swords at their sides. Servants peered through the cracks of doors, observing the unusual military presence. What was happening in the capital? Why were there suddenly so many soldiers? General Hua has entered the palace with his troops. What? Is the general planning a rebellion? Hush! Don't bring trouble to our Li household. Haven't you seen how our master fell gravely ill upon his return a few days ago? TSK. It seems a storm is brewing. In this city of trepidation, the Hua residents remained undisturbed. Shun Qinglin, wrapped in a heavy cloak, sat dazed on the stone steps, gazing blankly at the fish swimming in the water, his eyes unmoving for a long while. Under the midday sun of late autumn, the warmth enveloped him, while the servants wore only light garments. Yet Shin Qinglin had donned a winter fox fur cloak. Despite this, he still felt cold, frequently tightening his clothing, as a chill seeped through his very bones. Huiting entered the courtyard with a worried expression, his gaze landing on Shun Qinglin's pale face and bluish lips, causing his heart to sink. The poison from the hallucinogenic powder was notoriously slow to dissipate. Despite numerous doses administered, Qinglin remained in this delirious state. At least there was an antidote for that. The true challenge lay with the 7 cold poison. Even the palace physicians had come multiple times, each shaking their heads in despair, utterly at a loss. Huiting felt a heavy weight in his heart, a profound ache, rubbing his weary eyes. He forced a smile and called out to the youth still observing the fish. "Qinglin, I am back." Shin Qinglin remained in his dazed state, offering no response. Huiting, undeterred, approached his side, grasped his icy hands, and placed them against his own heart to warm them, speaking gently. "Qinglin, do you remember who I am?" Shin Qinglin furrowed his brows, glanced up at the hopeful face before him, then lowered his gaze once more, remaining silent. Huiting tenderly massaged the back of his head, maintaining his calm demeanor. "It's all right. I remember you, Qinglin. In the past, you were the one who remembered me. Now it is my turn to remember you." A gentle breeze swept by, causing Shun Qinglin to shiver involuntarily. Huiting, sensing his discomfort, quickly enveloped him in an embrace, concern etched upon his face. "Are you cold? Shall we return indoors to warm up for a while?" Shin Qinglin tilted his head slightly, merely uttering a single word, "cold." Huiting promptly lifted him into his arms and carried him to his side chamber. Inside, 3 or 4 roaring braziers radiated warmth, and upon entering, one was immediately greeted by a wave of heat. The young servants, clad only in thin garments, began to sweat lightly, yet none dared to voice a complaint. Oting, mindful of the situation, first enveloped Shen Qinglin in a cloak, taking a moment before gradually removing it. He then inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Shen Qinglin appeared lost in thought, staring intently at the brazier before him, offering no reply. Ho Ting repositioned the brazier closer, turning to instruct the servants to bring forth the lunch. In the final stages of the hallucinogenic powder, one's faculties often dulled, leading to an almost complete detachment from the external world. Shen Qinglin, in his current state, remained unresponsive to any call, unlike when he first arrived at the Ho residence, where he still exhibited signs of fear and awareness of medication and letters. Now, he seemed perpetually dazed, requiring Ho Ting to feed him before he would recognize the act of eating. Thus, every mealtime, regardless of the commotion outside, Ho Ting would return punctually to accompany Shen Qinglin. A series of exquisite dishes adorned the table, accompanied by a selection of pastries and a warm porridge. Ho Ting gently took Shen Qinglin's hand and carefully seated him in a chair, then lifted a bowl of porridge, blowing on it delicately before offering it to the young man's lips. Shen Qinglin obediently consumed whatever was presented to him, swallowing each mouthful without hesitation. As the porridge warmed him from within, his complexion began to regain some color, and the pallor of his lips diminished slightly. In such moments, Ho Ting's spirits would lift, harboring the illusion that as long as Qinglin was willing to eat, the poison would surely be dispelled. A large bowl of steaming shark fin soup sat on the table, and as Ho Ting reached to ladle some into a bowl, Shen Qinglin inadvertently brushed against his elbow, causing the hot soup to spill across Ho Ting's hand. Instinctively, he recoiled from the scalding liquid, swallowing his gasp to avoid startling Shen Qinglin. The boy, now aware of the mishap, exhibited a flicker of fear in his eyes, trembling slightly as he sat in his chair, too apprehensive to look up. Oting, disregarding the burn on his hand, quickly reassured him, "It's all right. I was careless. Don't be afraid, Qinglin. We'll continue eating. I'll get you another bowl." The burn reddened his skin and even formed blisters, yet Ho Ting seemed impervious to the pain, diligently preparing another bowl of shark fin soup, cooling it just enough before feeding it to the young man. After finishing his meal, Shen Qinglin began to feel drowsy. The extreme weakness of his body forced him to spend a significant portion of each day lying in bed, lost to slumber. Ho Ting meticulously tucked the blanket around him, fearful of the chill, and moved the brazier closer to the bed before finally feeling reassured enough to leave. The palace fell into a serene silence as Shen Qinglin reclined on the bed, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and the foolishness in his eyes had vanished completely. System. Host. I see it quite clearly. You intentionally approached him. Shen Qinglin, indeed, who instructed him to poison me. Each day, I feel as though I might perish from the cold. The chill penetrates my bones, and I truly wish to pour that bowl of shark fin soup over his head. System. Host, your poison cannot be resolved. If you die, how will the task proceed? A confident smile appeared on Shen Qinglin's face. Why the haste? Even in death, the task can still be accomplished. You need not worry. System. The main deity truly perplexes me. How could they bind themselves to someone already rendered foolish by poison? Shen Qinglin, unusually silent, fell into contemplation. After a while, he softly remarked, "He is not at fault, nor is he to blame." The system, pondering the code, found itself bewildered by this statement. It sensed that the two he's referred to distinct individuals. Observing the host's growing fatigue, it chose to remain silent within the realm of consciousness. Ho Ting casually rinsed his hands in cool water, applied some burn ointment, and paid no further heed. After years in the military, who among them had not endured injuries far worse than this minor burn? Vice Generalson had been waiting in the main hall for some time. Upon Ho Ting's entrance, he promptly saluted, saying, "I pay my respects to the general. The palace has been secured. The emperor is under house arrest in the study, cursing daily. The majority of the 3,000 imperial guards have been persuaded to join us, and those who remain unyielding have been dealt with accordingly. What are your orders moving forward? General? Huating tapped his fingers lightly on the table, contemplating for a long while before responding. I have no desire to engage in treasonous schemes. However, it is time for this throne to be relinquished to a worthy successor. As for the Shun family, I was previously preoccupied, but now it is time to address them as well. Vice General Tsin appeared puzzled. The young Master Shun is still a member of the Shun family. If the general takes action against them, what if the young master holds a grudge in the future? Huating's expression remained calm as he replied coolly. Qinglin has been treated worse than a dog in the Shun household over the past 6 months. He harbors no affection for them. He left unsaid the thoughts that lingered behind. Qinglin, it seemed, had little time left. Huating dared not dwell on these matters. Yet the days slipped by relentlessly, and the symptoms of the cold poison grew more severe. Qinglin visibly waned, and he could not bring himself to forgive those who had wronged him, not just the emperor, but the Shun family and himself as well. Chapter 15. The general unacquainted with humanity, the Shun residence was in utter chaos, strewn with discarded valuables. Tables and chairs lay overturned, and the ground was littered with scattered jewelry and bags abandoned in haste. In the courtyard, the sounds of weeping filled the air as various women wailed, creating a tumult that frayed the nerves. Shun Chongshan, held down by several vice generals, knelt on the ground, yet he still endeavored to maintain his dignity, embodying the spirit of a scholar as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Huating, you ambitious scoundrel, dare to conspire for the throne. You are destined for eternal infamy. Huating let out a cold laugh, wiping the blood from his sword with a handkerchief. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a tempest of hatred. It is precisely this proud spirit of Prime Minister Shun that I admire. Thus, let us begin with your 2 legitimate sons. I surmise they are equally haughty. Shun Xingyun trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering incessantly. Moments earlier, when Huating had stormed into the estate, his prized Persian dog had rushed forward, barking, only to be cleaved in 2 by Huating's sword. Its head rolled to Shun Xingyun's feet, blood splattering the ground. As the head came to a halt, its unblinking eyes met Shun's gaze, nearly causing him to soil himself in terror. Huating had already cleaned his sword blood. He slowly rose and strolled to Shun Xingyun's side, lifting his chin with the sword's tip. Shun Xingyun dared not move, fearful that the sharp blade would pierce his throat. Shun Chongshan, in a state of panic, struggled and shouted, Huating, you dare? If you harm Xingyun, I will not spare you. A mocking expression crossed Huating's face as he sighed. If Prime Minister Shun possessed even a fraction of paternal affection for Qinglin, I would be inclined to spare the Shun family. The mere thought of that illegitimate son filled Shun Chongshan with rage. That wretched child, relying on my affection, has absconded with the provisions from the storeroom to support the Northwestern Army. Otherwise, military power would have long since returned to the Emperor's hands. Huating laughed heartily, relishing the fear etched on Shun Xingyun's face, before speaking leisurely. Return to the Emperor's hands? Surely, Prime Minister Shun is hoping to seize military power for his 2 legitimate sons. But with your young master's current disposition, commanding an army would only lead to our great nation compensating for losses day after day. His expression suddenly turned cold as he gripped the sword hilt tightly, staring at the quaking Shun Xingyun with gritted teeth. Even though he had not resided in the Shun household for half a year, he could well imagine how Shun Qinglin had been tormented by this debauched older brother. Such hatred churned within his heart, his teeth grinding audibly. With a sudden, forceful swing of his sword, a crisp sound echoed as bone shattered. A warm spray of blood erupted, splattering several feet away as an arm rolled onto the ground. Shun Xingyun's arm had been severed. The womenfolk gasped in shock, some fainting from the horror. Shun Xingyun let out a ghastly wail, writhing on the ground in agony, blood staining his robes and mingling with the fresh earth. Shun Chongshan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that his son's arm had been severed. He suddenly realized that this was not the court, not a place for scholarly quibbles. This General Hua, a battle-hardened warrior, was truly capable of murder, treating it with utter disregard. Huating gazed with satisfaction at Shun Chongshan's reaction, instructing his subordinates to drag away the young master, who was in such agony that he had lost his senses and was crying out wildly. The remaining individuals dared not utter a word. Even Madame Shun, who had been frightened to tears, fell silent. Huating then turned and settled into the grand chair, idly playing with a jade pendant. This was the very piece of jade he had personally gifted upon Shun Qinglin's birth. Shun Xiang, in his quest to secure military power for his legitimate son, had disregarded the lives of the soldiers at the border. If I were to perish, who would lead the military for the great Jing kingdom? Who would safeguard the homeland? Shen Chongshan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the kingdom lacked capable generals. While Huating wielded military authority, it was a legacy forged over 3 generations, with the venerable Hua generals having perished on the battlefield. Huating was a master strategist, seldom experiencing defeat. The current peace of the Great Jing was undoubtedly the result of the Hua family's efforts. Though Shun Chongshan felt a twinge of resentment, he dared not speak further, fixating instead on the long trail of blood on the ground. Shun Xingyun, having lost a hand, was rendered incapacitated, leaving only Shun Xingzhou as his sole legitimate heir. He could not afford to provoke this formidable general again. A sly smile danced across Huating's face as he could discern Shun Xiang's thoughts. At this juncture, Shun Xiang would not be concerned with the fate of Shen Qinglin. Rather, he would forever resent this disobedient, illegitimate son for independently transporting provisions, thereby ruining the promising futures of his 2 legitimate brothers. Huating remained unfazed, leaning closer to Shun Chongshan and whispering, "Today, I shall spare the Shun family. However, as long as Qinglin lives, the Shun residents shall endure. Should Qinglin perish, the Shun residents shall accompany him to the grave." His tone was unremarkable, devoid of any indication that he was discussing the fates of countless lives, as if he were merely commenting on the day's weather. Yet, to Shun Chongshan, the words struck like a death knell, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He was acutely aware that Shun Qinglin had endured nearly 6 months of torment and had long been poisoned, with little time left to live. How could he resign himself to allowing so many from the Shun family to accompany that rebellious son to the grave? Were it not for that ungrateful child, the emperor would have seized military power, and the Shun family would undoubtedly have reaped a portion, elevating their status significantly. Considering Huating's willingness to advocate for that illegitimate son, Shen Chongshan forced himself to regain composure and hesitantly remarked, "The Shen family does not have only Shen Qinglin as a son. I have another illegitimate son, should General Hua be interested." Before he could finish, Huating delivered a vicious kick, sending the aged Shun Chongshan sprawling. His chest heaved violently, clearly incensed. This general, out of respect for the Shun family's years of raising Qinglin, has pardoned the half-year of torment. Yet, Shun Xiang calculates, in his pursuit of power for his legitimate son, disregarding the safety of the border's populace and the stability of the nation, and now he seeks to exploit the last remaining illegitimate son as well. Such paternal devotion is indeed a rarity. Shen Chongshan felt as though his ribs had shattered, curling on the ground with his hands clutching his abdomen, drenched in cold sweat. Huating, still consumed by resentment, contemplated advancing to deliver another kick when a deputy general rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. Whispering a few words in Huating's ear, Huating's countenance shifted dramatically. He turned and ran towards the Shun residence, his steps chaotic, entirely devoid of the earlier decisiveness in his demeanor. In the side hall of the Hua residence, Shun Qinglin lay motionless upon the bed, his visage a ghastly shade of ashen blue, occasionally expelling small amounts of viscous black blood. A multitude of imperial physicians surrounded the bedside, their brows furrowed in despair. Rendered helpless, as Huating lifted the curtain, he beheld Shen Qinglin's haggard face and the nearly lifeless rise and fall of his chest. His heart nearly faltered, and an icy chill enveloped his entire being. The harrowing scene he had dreaded for days suddenly unfolded before him, causing his lips to tremble uncontrollably. "Quickly, prepare the medicine. What are you all dawdling for?" Huating exclaimed, striding forward to kneel beside the bed, gently caressing Shun Qinglin's face while murmuring softly, "Qinglin, please don't frighten me. Wake up, want to you? This morning, I severed your brother's arm. If you disapprove, just rise and scold me, will you? Dr. Su sighed heavily, proclaiming that Shun Qinglin's life was now limited to mere days, beyond the reach of divine intervention. The group of physicians behind him trembled in fear, none daring to speak. As the resident physician, Dr. Su steeled himself to voice the grim truth. General, Master Shun has succumbed to poison beyond salvation, and his condition renders him unable to ingest any more medicine. Who says that? Huating gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. He is still alive. Just this morning, when I left, he was sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. How can he not be saved? You inept doctors, if you cannot save him, then go and accompany Qinglin in death. The physicians behind him turned ashen, prostrating themselves in supplication. Amidst the clamor, Shun Qinglin slowly opened his eyes. Huating's heart found a modicum of solace. Fearful of startling the fragile youth before him, he lowered his voice. Qinglin, you are awake. Is there anywhere that you feel unwell? Shun Qinglin tilted his head, managing a faint smile before shivering. Huating hastily adjusted the blanket around him and moved the brazier closer. The poison had seeped deeply into Shun Qinglin's organs, leaving his body, save for his heart, icy cold. The youth maintained his usual dazed demeanor, gazing through the gauze at the ceiling beams, though his complexion appeared somewhat improved. Huating remained vigilantly by the bedside, his gaze unwavering. He understood why Shun Qinglin often fixated on the beams above. Initially, during his time in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, after enduring tortures, the partially rational Shun Qinglin had contemplated hanging himself, yet lacked the means. The sole occasion he attempted to use his belt for such a purpose. Shun Qingyun had caught him and yanked him down, resulting in a brutal beating. Eventually, Shun Qinglin had completely lost his sanity, forgetting the notion of hanging, but had developed the habit of staring at the rafters. Huating wished not to disturb him. After dismissing the physicians with a wave, he sat quietly by Qinglin's side, placing his hand over his heart to warm him, intently observing the contours of his gaunt face. Shun Qinglin's spirit was indeed in a pitiable state, his appetite waning. And after regaining consciousness for a brief half-hour, he succumbed to slumber once more. Huating's heart sank anew, each breath feeling like a laborious task. The deception he had clung to was no longer tenable. The question of whether Qinglin would survive the night loomed ominously. In the matter of Qinglin's peril, he bore his share of culpability. System. Host, your body is only viable for tonight. What shall we do about our mission? Shun Qinglin, it appears I am excelling at this. Look, I am nearly the cherished moonlight in his heart. The system fell silent for a moment before wailing anew. You are on the brink of death. Once you perish, you will depart this body. How will the original host return? Shun Qinglin, I shall return in spirit to grant myself a proper burial. System, host, you cannot do this. We must take our mission seriously. Shun Qinglin, be quiet. Chi-Chi, cease your wailing. Go borrow some points from System 88. System, we still possess 40 points. Why must we borrow? Shun Qinglin, it is insufficient. Hurry and borrow. No questions asked. The system obediently nodded and swiftly returned to the main divine space, leaving Shun Qinglin's consciousness eerily vacant, the stillness palpable. Huating remained steadfast by Shun Qinglin's bedside, not daring to divert his gaze for even a moment. As dusk approached, a gentle rain began to fall, the dense curtain of droplets resembling a sticky web. In this deep autumn, each rain's conclusion brought a further chill to the air. Once the rain ceased, it would not be long before the first snowfall of the year arrived. The palace dimmed, and Huating lit a candle, its flickering flame casting a soft glow upon his crimson eyes, which reflected a mixture of fear, helplessness, and a hint of resolute despair. Shun Qinglin awoke once more, his eyes still heavy with sleep, a faint halo gracing his countenance. This peculiar luminescence enveloped his entire face, imbuing it with a subtle blush. Huating's expression brightened, sensing a slight improvement in Shun Qinglin's condition. He leaned in eagerly, inquiring, Qinglin, how do you feel? If you are hungry, please let me know. Shun Qinglin shook his head, replying, I am not hungry. Ting nodded, about to speak when suddenly he stood up abruptly, grasping Qinglin's icy hand. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, Qinglin, what did you just say? His smile froze, morphing into astonishment, and then a profound fear, words failing him thereafter. Qinglin's demeanor was unmistakably one of fleeting vitality. He would not endure the night. Ting's heart plummeted to the depths, as though he could hear the shattering of his own heart. This sensation was one he had never experienced amidst the battles of war. Despair, helplessness, a mournful cry. He suppressed the anguish etched upon his face, forcing a smile as he leaned closer to touch Qinglin's forehead, whispering, Do you still remember me? Qinglin carefully scrutinized the appearance of the person beside him, then smiled, as if recalling an amusing memory, and spoke, Surely, I remember. You are General Hua. Ting bent down and gently kissed his forehead, softly uttering an apology, his voice tinged with palpable sobs and tremors. Qinglin shook his head, maintaining his gentle demeanor. General, there is no need to apologize. I have never held any grievances against you. Ting felt a lump in his throat, and large tears cascaded down his cheeks. On the battlefield, where his flesh had been sliced countless times by blades, he had never shed a tear, even when bones fractured. He gritted his teeth in silence. Yet now, he could no longer contain the surging emotions within him, his eyes swelling with tears that flowed uncontrollably. A hint of anxiety crossed Qinglin's face as he struggled to raise his hand to wipe away Ting's tears, only to have his cold hand grasped by the latter. Qinglin felt a warmth spread across his face, a touch of embarrassment creeping in. Ting hastily wiped his tears, removed his outer robe, and carefully slid under the covers, then gently lifted his hand to embrace Qinglin. Qinglin, feeling shy, blushed and whispered, Is this appropriate? Ting's voice, rarely filled with lightness, responded, What could possibly be inappropriate? We are already married, since your birth. Our betrothal has been established. Do you wish to renege on that now? Qinglin lowered his gaze and smiled, his eyes reflecting the innocent clarity unique to youth. Ting was momentarily taken aback, reaching out to teasingly poke the tip of Qinglin's nose, jesting, I'm 10 years your senior. Do you find me too old? Qinglin's face broke into a playful grin. Indeed, I find you old, not at all delicate and tender. The two shared an unspoken understanding, deliberately avoiding mention of their current predicament, as if by mere will, their troubles could forever remain unacknowledged. Chapter 17. The unrecognizing general. The autumn rain continued to patter outside, showing no signs of abating. Ting's heart felt a profound ache. No matter how he attempted to feign ease, he could not conceal the harsh truth of their circumstances. He caressed Qinglin's cheek, his voice growing significantly somber. Qinglin, I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness. I only wish for your well-being. Is that all right? Qinglin comfortingly patted Ting's arm, smiling. Fate is capricious. I do not blame you. Even without the 7 cold poison, I would not have long to live. Ting choked back a sob, sniffing, his voice thick with emotion. It is my folly, my blindness. Qinglin, do you regret helping me? If it were not for me, you would not have. The words faltered as he could not continue. You would not have become what you are now. The esteemed young master of the Shun family, once precious and revered, had now become a mere shadow of his former self, worn and faded. At the tender age of 17, in the prime of his youth, he had withered before he ever had the chance to bloom. Qinglin wore a resolute expression and spoke with an undeniable tone. General, the kingdom of Jing can only rely on you for protection. My 2 brothers are utterly inept. We cannot allow personal interests to jeopardize the safety of our people. Ting moved a little closer, his warm breath brushing against Qinglin's neck. So, Qinglin, is it possible that your tireless efforts to assist me stem from your affections? Qinglin blushed deeply, turning his head away, and managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Nonsense, how could that be? My love for you pales in comparison to my duty to the nation. Ting chuckled softly, gently turning Qinglin's face back towards him, their gazes locking in a moment of mutual understanding. The emotions in their eyes were unmistakable. Qinglin, We have been married for nearly a month now, yet you have yet to call me husband. Shun Qinglin's eyes flickered, shimmering like the scattered stars he had once seen in the vast desert of the northwest, reminiscent of meteors streaking across the night sky. His lips parted, whispering a sound so faint it resembled the buzz of a fly. Husband. Huating's heart soared with joy, and he leaned in to place a tender kiss on Shun Qinglin's forehead. Outside, the rain grew denser, sticky, and relentless, pattering softly against the tiles. The flush on Shun Qinglin's face gradually faded, revealing a pallor beneath. Huating's heart ached anew. Each breath felt like a tightening grip on his very soul. Shun Qinglin began to feel drowsy. He gently touched the rough, strong hand that clasped his, murmuring weakly, "Husband, I'm tired." Those simple words sent a chill down Huating's spine, as if facing an adversary. His body trembled anew, and he leaned closer, his voice choked with emotion. "Qinglin, please don't sleep. Stay with me a little longer. I beg you, truly, I implore you, don't sleep." Hearing this, Shun Qinglin summoned all his strength, rising to nestle into Huating's embrace. The slight movement left him breathless. Huating felt the icy body lean against him, and he quickly wrapped his arms around him, carefully tucking the blanket around them, using his own warmth to envelop Shun Qinglin's frigid form. Shun Qinglin, too weary to keep his eyes open, murmured drowsily, "I'll just sleep for a bit. I'll wake up soon. It's nothing to worry about." Huating's heart trembled violently, his lips quivering to the point of near silence as he clutched the cold figure in his arms, stammering, "All right, I'll wake you shortly. Once the poison is gone, I'll take you to see the northwest, the vast desert, the setting sun over the river, and the military camp. You've never seen it before. You will surely love it." Shun Qinglin nodded imperceptibly before closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Through the thin fabric of his garment, Huating could distinctly feel the faint rhythm of Shun Qinglin's heartbeat. Though weak, it was a testament that he still lived. Huating yearned to warm him, but his body was too cold, and he struggled to transfer any warmth. Huating pressed another kiss to the forehead of the sleeping figure, resting his cheek against Shun Qinglin's brow. In the tranquil side hall, flickering candle flames danced, while the autumn rain fell softly outside, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of two hearts upon the bed. One pulsated fiercely like a drum, while the other was faint and barely perceptible. Huating felt a surge of anxiety. No matter how hard he tried, he could not warm Shun Qinglin's body, which remained cold even after half a day. Suddenly, a bird flitted against the window pane in the rain, its wings beating against the frame before it soared away. Huating's heart skipped a beat. The side hall fell silent once more, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. A chill spread through his body, and his scalp prickled, for he could only hear one heartbeat. That feeble heart, after the bird's startled intrusion, fell utterly silent. Everything returned to stillness. Shun Qinglin's expression was serene, as if he had fulfilled a long-held wish, a faint smile gracing his lips. If one overlooked the pallor of his complexion, he seemed as if he were merely asleep. Gazing at that tranquil visage, Huating's heart inexplicably calmed. He pressed his lips against Shun Qinglin's icy ones and held them a little tighter, murmuring softly, "I will be there soon. Do not depart too hastily." After a moment's hesitation, he added reassuringly, "If you leave too quickly, I will catch up." The rain outside intensified, and Huating kept his eyes wide open, watching the candles in the hall burn down, one by one extinguished. It was not until the latter part of the night that he gradually succumbed to sleep. In the half-lit air of the side hall, an invisible, translucent figure floated out from Shun Qinglin's body. "System. Host, you have emerged from the original body. What shall we do about our mission?" Shun Qinglin, "Wait, it won't take long. By the way, how many points did you borrow from your brother 88? This time, brother 88 lent me 20 points. He is the best system in the world. I love our fast travel bureau with brother 88. Shun Qinglin, unexpectedly hit with dog food. Enough of that. Let us follow Huating and take it slow. I believe it will be about a month at most. Chapter 18. The unfamiliar general the next morning. The sky was a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds, a rare sunny day. The world, washed clean by the rain, exuded an unusually fresh atmosphere. Small puddles gathered among the leaves and branches, and with a gentle shake, countless droplets fell. Several vice-generals had been waiting in the main hall of the Ho residence for quite some time, their faces solemn, eyes filled with concern. General Ho had retreated to the side hall since the previous evening, commanding that no one disturb him, and as noon approached, there was still no sign of movement. The physicians had whispered that the young master of the Shun family might have already succumbed the previous day. Ho Ting's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze. Years of warfare had rendered him rarely prone to morning irritability. The person in his embrace had completely lost all breath. A chill enveloped him, his heart devoid of a beat. Yet, as if oblivious to this, Hu Ting gently kissed Shun Qinglin's forehead, settling him comfortably before leaning close to whisper, "Qinglin, your husband has risen. You may slumber a while longer." With deliberate care, Hu Ting lifted the quilt, tucked Shun Qinglin in, donned his outer robe, and exited the side hall. Sun Zhao, witnessing Hu Ting emerge with an impassive expression, was taken aback. He dared not inquire about the fate of the young master of the Shun family, opting instead to bow respectfully, concern etched on his face as he asked, "General, are you well?" Hu Ting offered no response, merely drawing his sword and stating coolly, "There is no need to linger at the Shun residence." Sun Zhao gasped, astonished. Will the young master not object? Hu Ting's eyes held no glimmer. He simply murmured, "I shall explain to Qinglin." Sun Zhao paused, contemplating the possibility that the young master still drew breath. He refrained from further questioning, closely trailing Hu Ting, who exuded an aura of lethal intent as he led his troops to forcefully breach the gates of the Shun estate. Shun Xingyun had staunched his bleeding. Yet after enduring pain for an entire day and night, his mind was somewhat clouded. The door was kicked open by a throng of soldiers, the noise so jarring it made him want to hurl a nearby vase. Just as he prepared to curse the intruders for their lack of awareness, that face which had once instilled fear in him reappeared. Cradling his severed arm, Shun Xingyun recoiled in terror to the corner of the bed. Hu Ting signaled, and several soldiers, their expressions impassive, dragged Shun Xingyun into the main hall. Shun Chongshan had lost the arrogance he had displayed the previous day, now too fearful to plead for mercy. Blood seeped from the wound where Shun Xingyun clutched, and trembling, he knelt, begging, "General Hua, you possess great mercy. Spare me, and I shall never return to the northwest." His pleas were choked in his throat. With a fierce countenance, Hu Ting swung his sword, severing Shun Xingyun's head without a moment's hesitation. As the head tumbled to the ground, an expression of desperation lingered on its features. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, quickly followed by a cacophony of shrieks. Numerous maidservants huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, their tear-filled eyes cast downward, unwilling to behold the head of the eldest son of the Shun family being displayed beneath the eaves. Standing beside Shun Xingyun's warm corpse, Hu Ting surveyed the ashen-faced women kneeling nearby and casually pointed at one maidservant. She quivered as if stricken by fear, her words stumbling forth. Blood dripped from Hu Ting's sword, coalescing into crimson droplets that splattered against the earth, blooming like flowers of blood. "This general inquires," he demanded, "who among the Shun family has tormented Shun Qinglin since his return from the palace?" The maidservant, nearly paralyzed by terror, could barely comprehend the scene. The lifeless eyes of the eldest son still wide open, his head suspended above, blood continuing to flow from the severed neck. General Shun's young master returned from the palace, inexplicably deranged. The eldest master claimed he had been possessed and had stolen all the gold from the estate. The old lord's maidservant cautiously glanced at Shun Xiang's countenance, swallowed hard, and hastily lowered her head to speak. The lord declared that he had no such unfilial son, thus casting the young master's jade tablet out of the Shun family ancestral hall and confining him to the woodshed. Shun Chongshan was already pale, his lips trembling. Now, even his majesty was unable to secure himself, let alone the Shun family. Hu Ting, growing impatient, urged continue. The maidservant trembled as she resumed. By that time, the young master had completely lost his sanity. The eldest master took pleasure in tormenting him, tethering him with a dog leash. even tossing him into the pond and then retrieving him. Who else has bullied the young master? Huating's expression could no longer be described as merely troubled. A group of sycophants had brought Shun Qinglin to disgrace, from a lofty position to the depths of despair. In the Shun Manor's rear courtyard, not just any servant dared to mistreat him. Huating's chest heaved with intense breaths. Those before him were all accomplices in Shun Qinglin's suffering. None would be spared. The gates of the Shun Manor were tightly shut, and from outside, one could vaguely hear the wails and pleas for mercy within. This massacre continued until the evening glow painted the sky. Then came a raging inferno, thick with the scent of tung oil, flames soaring, illuminating half the capital. The fire only began to subside in the latter half of the night, leaving behind the once magnificent Shun Manor as a desolate wasteland, accompanied by a throng of weeping women and children expelled from the estate. As night fell, Huating, weary, returned to the side hall. Upon stepping inside, he hesitated, withdrawing his foot. He removed his blood-stained outer robe and washed his hands before entering the chamber. Shun Qinglin lay quietly on the bed, devoid of anger or heartbeat. His face ashen, his hair lacking luster. Yet, Huating regarded him as a treasured gem, sitting beside him, murmuring, "Qinglin, I have slaughtered the Shun family, the place where you lived for over a decade. If you are angry, rise and curse me." Seeing no response, Huating continued, "However, I have released the women and children of the Shun family. A maidservant often brought you food in secret. I gave her 10 taels of gold to leave the capital and live elsewhere." Still, there was no reply. A wave of bitterness spread through his chest, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. "Wait for me a little longer. It will soon be over. Don't leave too quickly. I fear I want to find you." Huating grasped the icy hand, placing it against his cheek, feeling that chill. "Those who harmed you, I shall not spare, including myself." As Tinjiao entered the side hall, he beheld Huating holding Shun Qinglin's hand, muttering something. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. Shun Qinglin was clearly deceased, his complexion suggesting he had been on the brink of death for some time. He was a rough man, lacking in the art of consolation, and could only muster the courage to pat Huating's shoulder with a worried expression, softly advising, "General, Master Shun has departed. Let him rest in peace. This room is warm, and if we delay any longer, his body will begin to decay." He expected Huating to descend into madness, but to his surprise, Huating gently released Shun Qinglin's hand and, without turning back, said, "Let us place Qinglin's remains in an ice coffin. I wish to see him every day." Tinjiao felt an ominous premonition. The general's reaction was exceedingly abnormal, yet he could not discern what was amiss. So he lowered his gaze and proceeded to the ice chamber to open the coffin. The lifeless body of the 17-year-old was soon encased in the ice coffin, and a delicate layer of frost quickly formed on his eyelashes and hair. Frost soon crystallized on his face, rendering it less pallid, as if he were merely asleep and could awaken at any moment. Huating sat beside the ice coffin, undeterred by the cold, continuing to reminisce about their childhood. He recalled the first time he met the newborn Shun Qinglin when he was 10 years old, frowning at the frail infant he dared not hold. Fast forward to 3 years ago, when, after going to war, that little child had matured into a young man, graceful in his every motion. Had he not been betrothed already, countless matchmakers would have flocked to his door in the capital. And now, Shun Qinglin floated in the air, arms crossed, with a playful eyebrow raised as he gazed at the general. "System, host, how much longer must we wait?" "Shun Qinglin, soon. He only needs to resolve the matter of the throne, and then he shall be unburdened. Perhaps just over half a month." The system suddenly grasped something and, in a tone of terror, exclaimed, "Host, do you mean Shun Qinglin?" "Yes, I want him to die." "System, but, the original host has been rendered foolish by drugs in this life, and he is already lost. If Huating dies, the task will be impossible to complete." Shun Qinglin smiled faintly, not directly answering, only stating, "There is a way." The system was alarmed. What did the host mean? Was he intending to become a ghostly couple in the afterlife? Chapter 19. The unrecognizing general in the palace of Jinghua, Emperor Jing, disheveled and furious, shattered everything within the hall. Huating stood quietly by, observing in silence, neither speaking nor intervening. The emperor pointed at Hua Ting, vehemently cursing. I have long suspected the Hua family of treachery. I should have acted sooner to eradicate your clan, preventing us from reaching this dire situation. Hua Ting, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, carefully tucking the jade pendant he had been toying with into his sleeve before lifting his gaze to the impetuous young emperor, disdainfully remarking, if the Hua family sought to usurp the throne, would it have been possible for you to ascend the throne 5 years ago? To ensure your peace of mind, I entrusted the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers to you, yet you wish to starve us and destroy the Hua family along with the soldiers. If that is the case, it is time for a change of emperor. The emperor, momentarily at a loss for words, stubbornly retorted in the realm. Do not subjects serve their sovereign? If the sovereign wishes for a subject to die, must the subject not comply? Hua Ting burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes as he found it hard to believe that a sovereign of such stature could be so naive. Even before he had firmly settled upon the dragon throne, he was already contemplating how to eradicate the Wu family entirely. Your Majesty, you are far too hasty. With the meager leverage and prestige you possess, you are outnumbered by the followers of the virtuous prince. Do you truly believe you can muster the power to eliminate the Wu family? In this world, victors and vanquished are clearly defined. It is time you accepted this reality. The Jingdi was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face as he stammered, You will not ascend as emperor? You intend to support the virtuous prince? Hua Ting raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded in affirmation. In a fit of rage, the Jingdi unleashed a torrent of curses, this time not only directed at the Wu family, but also at both the late emperor and the virtuous prince. Although the virtuous prince possessed the talent to govern, his humble maternal lineage had compelled the late emperor to bequeath the throne to the current Jingdi, who, under the pressures of court, had seized the crown. The virtuous prince, wary of suspicion, refrained from wielding any power, choosing instead to immerse himself in poetry and artistry amidst a company of scholars. Hua Ting lifted the teacup beside him, savoring a sip before he languidly stated, I must trouble your Majesty to draft a decree of abdication, transferring the throne to the virtuous prince. Dream on. The Jingdi, filled with fury, grabbed a nearby object and hurled it at Fu, vehemently rejecting the notion of allowing one born of a county magistrate's daughter to occupy the dragon throne. Such a thought was utterly absurd. Hua Ting deftly tilted his head, evading the inkstone while maintaining his composure. No matter. Should your Majesty refuse, I shall simply present you with a few bowls of hallucinogenic powder. After indulging, a visit to the Ministry of Punishment to experience the myriad tortures might lead you to a clearer understanding. Upon hearing Ministry of Punishment, the Jingdi trembled, realization dawning upon him as he quivered. You are referring to that illegitimate son of the Shen family? A crimson glint flickered in Hua Ting's eyes, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by an aura of icy menace. Slowly, he rose and approached the Jingdi, reminiscent of a specter emerging from the depths of hell, his voice chilling as he met the emperor's fearful gaze. Indeed, I'm here for him. What will you do about it? Chaos enveloped the palace as numerous maids and eunuchs attempted to seize their belongings and escape amidst the turmoil, only to be intercepted by patrolling soldiers, their cries for mercy echoing throughout the halls. Furrowing his brows, the virtuous prince remarked with a look of bewilderment, General, how is this any different from a coup? Unfazed, Hua Ting replied, Should you ascend to the throne, I assure you that I shall immediately withdraw from the palace, guaranteeing that the Wu family army will forever safeguard the northwestern frontier and never return to the capital. The virtuous prince hastily shook his head, candidly confessing, It is not that I fear the Wu family threatening the realm, but rather my royal brother would never willingly relinquish his claim. You are well aware of the fierce competition that once surrounded the position of crown prince. Hua Ting produced a decree of abdication from his robes and tossed it into the hands of the virtuous prince, stating nonchalantly, His Majesty has consented. The virtuous prince was incredulous, swiftly unfolding the document to scrutinize it, confirming that the handwriting indeed belonged to Jingdi. His eyes widened in astonishment, mouth agape as he stammered, How could he possibly agree to this? For reasons unknown, the benevolent king felt a somber aura enveloping Huating after posing his question. He quickly diverted the conversation. Half a month later, holding the abdication edict of Emperor Jing, the benevolent king proclaimed his ascension to the throne in a grand hall where not a single minister opposed him, announcing the change of the nation's name to Xian. The assembly knelt before the new emperor, who lightly lifted the pearl curtain from his forehead and surveyed the room, yet failed to catch sight of Huating. He sighed, still clutching the tiger talisman bestowed by Huating. Perhaps it would be better to deliver this talisman to the Huo residents later. After all, there were no suitable generals in the court to safeguard this vast kingdom. Huating, bearing a jar of wine, entered the ice chamber and locked the door behind him. He approached the lifeless body of Shun Qinglin with a smile, his eyes brimming with profound affection. Gently, he wiped the frost-laden face of Shun Qinglin clean before sitting beside him, meticulously etching his features into his memory, delicate and warm, yet strong and reserved. The former was Huating's evaluation of Shun Qinglin's appearance, the latter a tribute to his inner strength. Taking a swig of wine, the sharpness ignited a warmth that coursed through his throat to his stomach. With each sip, Huating's brow unfurled, as if fulfilling a long-held aspiration. His face adorned with a look of satisfaction. He leaned down and kissed the young man's forehead, cold, devoid of any warmth belonging to the living. That chill quelled the fiery burn at his lips, encasing his entire chest in frost. Huating lowered his head and took another hearty gulp of wine, the flames rekindling within him. This time, the liquor was somewhat harsh, causing him to cough, his eyes stinging with tears. An ache began to pulse within his insides. Yet, he paid it no mind, smiling even as tears streamed down his face. The pain became almost unbearable, prompting Huating to lean over the ice coffin. Resting his chin on its edge, his gaze greedily fixed on Shun Qinglin's visage. Softly, he spoke, "Qinglin, I have come to realize that the most excruciating aspect of life is the absence of second chances. There's so many words, so many matters I wish to share with you, but alas, you cannot hear me. I am filled with regret, yet powerless to change the past. I was the last to harm you. When I pass away, should you not wish to see me in the afterlife, I shall keep my distance. Just do not send me away. I would be content to watch over you from afar." Sweat began to bead on Huating's forehead, his speech becoming increasingly fragmented, his stomach churning violently. He raised his head and took another swig of strong liquor, suppressing the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. The occupant of the ice coffin remained unresponsive. Huating carefully placed a jade pendant into the breast pocket of Shun Qinglin's attire. "This is a token from the year you were born. Keep it as a memento." His stomach roiling fiercely, Huating turned and expelled a large mouthful of thick black blood. His complexion turned a ghastly shade of gray, his lips darkening to a purplish hue, indicative of poisoning. Sweat beads, the size of mung beans, continuously cascaded down his temples. Huating, enduring the agony, managed to speak intermittently. "Qinglin, let us be together in our next life. Promise me, will you?" As his words faded, a fresh surge of blood erupted from his mouth, his internal organs racked with pain, as though a sharp blade were ruthlessly churning within him. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to wipe the blood from his lips and rolled himself into the icy coffin. A chilling aura enveloped him. Cradling Shun Qinglin's lifeless form in his arms, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. As crimson seeped into his senses, the beloved visage before him gradually blurred. Amidst the scarlet haze, Huating slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 20. The Unrecognizable General Shun Qinglin. TSK, finally dead. I've waited for over half a month. The system was utterly bewildered. Both individuals had perished. What was left to accomplish? Who could be pursued? Who could be saved? Would the main deity consider reworking it entirely? System, host, what are you aiming to achieve? If this task cannot be completed, will I never see my brother 88 again? Will he even miss me? Shun Qinglin, he will miss you. You owe him points, and that is what he desires most. Heaven and earth will surely bring you back. System, Shun Qinglin, enough. Withdraw 50 points, restart this world, preserving memories. The system paused momentarily. What? Restart? Shun Qinglin, noticing Chi-Chi's foolish expression, tugged at his code within the sea of consciousness. Silly. It means rebirth, adjusting the timeline back to when we first arrived. Ho Ting's memories will remain intact, allowing him to be reborn with the memories of this life. I verified that restarting the world line requires 50 points, and you currently possess 60 sufficient. After a considerable delay, the system's voice brimmed with elation. System, wow, I understand. This way, everything can have a chance to start new, correct? However, host, there is one matter I wish to inquire about. The distinction of this world from others is that when we first arrived, the original host was poisoned into foolishness. After restarting the world line, given the original host's circumstances, he can only be with Ho Ting, as the main deity requires the original host to make his own choice. Shun Qinglin weighed a golden bead in his hand, a knowing smile gracing his face as he replied, "The original host is already chosen. During the moment of return, it was not me. It was the original host who returned. At the brink of death, he can reclaim his body." The system suddenly comprehended, recalling the original host's words during the moment of return. "I have never held resentment against you." Shun Qinglin carefully stored the precious bead, gazing at the now lifeless Ho Ting, and thoughtfully articulated, "Ho Ting is not inherently malevolent. He merely erred in taking irreversible actions before uncovering the truth, leading to an inevitable conclusion. Since the original host has forgiven him, I shall honor the original host's choice. At the very least, compared to Cheng Qianying, Ho Ting is far superior." The system nodded in agreement, producing a vast luminous screen upon which countless lines of code flashed like shooting stars. Soon, a small line of symbols appeared on the screen. It inquired earnestly, "Shall I proceed to reboot the small world now, host?" Shun Qinglin, clutching the bead in his hand, felt a significant sense of reassurance. He glanced down at the two individuals entwined together and replied, "Let us reboot." System, timeline reboot exchange completed. A total of 50 points consumed, with 10 points remaining. Characters Hu Ting and Shun Qinglin retained memories from their previous lives. The sounds of gongs and suona filled the air, creating a chaotic and somewhat irritating atmosphere. Hu Ting furrowed his brow, his fingers trembling as he opened his heavy eyelids. What met his gaze was a familiar scene, a shelf filled with military texts, a screen embroidered with fluttering flowers and falling leaves, and a pile of imperial officials' rosters on a desk. He touched his cheek and realized he had fallen asleep on the study desk. This was inconceivable. He had consumed strong liquor laced with pheasant poison, which should have been fatal. How could he possibly find himself back in the study? Was it possible that Dr. Su had mastered the art of medicine to such an extent that he could revive the dead? While he pondered this perplexity, the study door creaked open, and the butler entered with a respectful demeanor, failing to notice the anomaly on Hu Ting's face. Instead, he bowed and announced, "General, the bridal sedan from Shun family is about to arrive at the Hor residence. I have selected the most secluded courtyard. Shall I take young Master Shun there directly?" The mention of the Shun family and the bridal sedan sent a jolt through Hu Ting's scalp. He sprang to his feet, fists clenched, and with a tremor in his voice demanded, "What did you say? What bridal sedan? Who is getting married?" The butler, taken aback and puzzled, recalled that just half an hour prior, the general had mentioned taking young master to the most remote courtyard. Now, however, he seemed to have forgotten everything. Nevertheless, years of experience guided him to respond respectfully, "General, it is the marriage arrangement with young Master Shun. The wedding is set for the day of the young Master's 17th birthday, and now the Shun family has sent him over. The youngest son of the Shun family." Shun Qinglin. Hu Ting's pupils constricted sharply. He could scarcely believe his ears. He understood every word that the butler spoke, yet collectively, it made no sense. Hadn't Qinglin ceased to exist long ago? How could he be marrying anyone? Not only Qinglin, but hadn't the Shun family also been lost? Today, an unbelievable thought suddenly surfaced in Hu Ting's mind. What day was it? "General, it is the 25th of September in the 4th year of Jinghe." Hu Ting's heart sank, followed by a rush of ecstatic joy. He glanced down at his right hand, suddenly raising it to deliver a sharp slap to his own face. The butler, taken aback by this spectacle, anxiously grasped Hu Ting's hand and exclaimed, "General, what are you doing?" The sting of the slap surged through him. Yet Huiting remained in disbelief, subconsciously convinced that this was merely a beautiful dream he was experiencing in his final moments. As he glanced around, he grasped the treasured sword that had accompanied him for many years. With the blade unsheathed, he hesitated not a moment to slice a gash across his arm. Though the wound was not deep, blood surged forth, and the searing pain radiated from the injury. The agony jolted his mind into clarity, allowing him to perceive the authenticity of this world. It was no dream. Indeed, it was reality, as the heavens had bestowed upon him a second chance. The steward, rendered speechless by shock, fumbled with a silk handkerchief, attempting to staunch the general's bleeding, yet Huiting paid no heed. Instead, he looked upon the crimson flow with a radiant smile. Blood and pain, this was the tangible world. He had been reborn after death, returning to the day when Qinglin was to marry into the Hua family. As he smiled, tears unexpectedly streamed down his cheeks. Surely, the heavens had heard his prayers and granted him this opportunity. This time, he would not err again. The steward, still bewildered by the events unfolding, watched as the general, disregarding his bleeding arm, dashed toward the front gate, prompting the steward to hastily follow in pursuit. Chapter 21. The unrecognizable general. The sedan chair came to a halt outside the Hor residence, where the anxious matchmaker gazed at the closed gates, her heart brimming with complaints. Did this resemble a wedding? Not even a single character of happiness was posted, and now, not a soul could be seen. Where was she to escort the bride? Should she toss her over the wall into the Hua compound? No wonder the capital whispered that the Hua family were harbingers of calamity. Look at the groom, devoid of the most basic decorum. Whoever married into this family would surely be cursed for 8 generations. As the matchmaker furrowed her brow in silent grievance, she craned her neck to peer at the ominous gates. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the heavy doors swung open and a disheveled figure rushed out. Before she could comprehend the situation, the figure sprinted to the side of the sedan chair and lifted the young master of the Shun family with urgency. The matchmaker's instinctive cry for help, someone's abducting the bride, was stifled as she recognized the steward and a gaggle of servants, the words swirling in her mouth before retreating down her throat. This individual must be General Hua. A groom carrying his bride could hardly be deemed an abduction. Shun Qinglin, feeling frightened, trembled uneasily in Huiting's arms, her gaze lowered, too timid to meet his eyes. Yet Huiting gazed at the person he held with a ravenous intensity, his eyes unwilling to blink. The memory of her lifeless form lingered vividly in his mind. Now, witnessing her so vibrantly before him ignited an exhilarating joy. Amidst the matchmaker's perplexed expression, Huiting carefully returned to the Hor residence, cradling Shun Qinglin as though she were a rare treasure. The steward, refraining from further inquiries, tossed some silver to the matchmaker and hurried after the general. Once more, the gates of the Hua residence closed, leaving the matchmaker and the bearers of the sedan chair exchanging bewildered glances. The matchmaker scoffed in disdain, her lips curling. Another man who could only feign sincerity. This meager wedding, devoid of any genuine expenditure, relied entirely on cheap sentiments to deceive the bride. Bah! She has spent her entire life as a matchmaker, encountering countless men along the way. Tomorrow, when she goes to discuss a potential match for her niece, she must remember to caution her against such men. Huiting held Shun Qinglin tightly, as if she were a precious treasure regained, unwilling to loosen his grip for even a moment. In this life, he could not afford to let go again, nor repeat the mistakes of the past. He must tread carefully, mindful of every step. Presently, Shun Qinglin had not yet reached the final stage of her affliction, merely fearful rather than foolish. It was imperative to seize the moment and procure the antidote from the palace. Huiting's gaze darkened. Many matters required foresight in this life. There was no time to waste. The cold wind swept through, swirling fallen leaves that danced before settling on the ground. The temperature continued to drop, and Shun Qinglin, wrapped in her cloak, stood beneath the eaves, watching the fish fight for food in the water, her spirits lifting considerably. Now, the virtuous king had ascended the throne, with no dissent from the ministers. The common folk continued their daily trade, indifferent to the identity of their sovereign. All they desired was a stable life. The only distinction in this life was that the Shun family had not suffered a massacre of its male members. Ultimately, she had survived, and the Shun family had cared for her for over a decade. There was no need for total annihilation. General Hua had spared the lives of the Shun family, while the minister Shun, in his reckless bid for military power, had been demoted to commoner status and exiled from the capital. It was said that his elder brother, in defiance, had openly confronted the emperor in court and was subsequently dragged out and had a leg broken. His engagement to the daughter of Minister Li had been entirely annulled. As Huating turned the corner, he spotted Shen Qinglin standing by the corridor, scattering fish food into the pond. A rush of blood surged to his head, prompting him to quickly remove his outer robe and wrap the young woman snugly within it. Shen Qinglin chuckled softly, assuring him, "It's not cold. I'm dressed warmly enough." Yet Huating remained unconvinced. The haunting memories of Shen Qinglin's poisoning from their previous life lingered in his mind, and each night, as he closed his eyes, he was plagued by the image of her lifeless form, cold and devoid of vitality. No, autumn had deepened, and with her poison just lifted, she could not be exposed to the chill. A gentle smile graced Shen Qinglin's face, but her next words sent a chill through Huating, turning his blood to ice. "In this life, I am not afflicted by the 7 cold toxins, so I am not afraid of the cold." The warmth of Huating's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy dread that coursed from his head to his toes. His heart felt as though it were submerged in frigid water, devoid of any warmth. His hands stiffened, and his lips trembled as he stuttered. "Qinglin, do you remember our past life? Among those who harmed you, I was one. Will you hate me? Will you leave me? Will you become a stranger to me?" Shen Qinglin turned and embraced the man before her, who awaited the verdict of a death sentence, offering comfort. "I remember, but as I have said, I do not blame you. My words hold true." Huating's rigid hands finally enveloped the person before him, burying his face in the other's shoulder as tears welled in his eyes. "Qinglin, I swear, such a thing shall never occur again. Never." Shen Qinglin nestled in Huating's embrace, nodding slightly, though unspoken words lingered. "This was already our 3rd life. Yet, it was perhaps best left unsaid. In the first life, the foolish youth had regained his senses only after death, his spirit wandering until he beheld Huating weeping at his grave, having uncovered the truth. Ultimately, he had consumed poison and collapsed before that small mound of earth. The benevolent king ascended the throne. The Shun family's male lineage was extinguished, and Huating met his end, not much different from the 2nd life. Now, having finally attained a semblance of peace in this existence, some matters ought to remain eternal secrets. 3 years later, in the Northwestern Territory, well-trained battalions were engaging in drills on the practice field. The synchronized movements and spirited energy stirred a sense of fervor among the spectators. Sun Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow and cast a glance at 2 individuals galloping nearby, spitting in irritation. Is there no sense of decency left in the military? Who doesn't have a lady by their side? Deputy General Sun, the grain from the capital has arrived. You should take a look, a soldier reported. Sun Zhao rolled his eyes, pointing his sword at the 2 on horseback. Go find them. It's broad daylight, and they're gallivanting around. They seem rather idle. A lieutenant in plain military attire, Li, hesitated, glancing at the 2 figures fading into the distance. Perhaps you should wait, Deputy General Sun? Sun Zhao smacked Li on the back of the head in frustration. I have no time to wait. Let those idlers deal with it. Shen Qinglin rode a magnificent steed, galloping along the vast northwestern border, his robe billowing and his complexion radiant, devoid of the weariness from before. Huating chased after him, calling out, "Qinglin, wait for me. Slow down, don't fall." Shen Qinglin turned back with a smile, raising his whip to strike the horse, urging it to accelerate even further. "Husband, today marks your 30th birthday. What gift do you desire?" Huating shouted as he chased. "Is you sufficient?" Shen Qinglin covered his mouth in laughter and replied, "Catch up first." Huating raised an eyebrow, thinking it a simple task. With a swift motion, he employed his lightness skill, leaping onto Shen Qinglin's horse. Suddenly, Shen Qinglin found himself in an embrace, startled. "You're cheating." Huating grinned widely. Holding him tightly, "Indeed I am. Deputy Generalson said that when two people are together, one must play the rogue. That is how I pursued my beloved. You are being corrupted by Deputy Generalson. Yes, I am indeed quite wicked, and he has led me astray. Meanwhile, Deputy Generalson, busy counting grain, sneezed twice in succession, rubbing his nose. With a sharp gaze, he swept his surroundings. Who dares to insult me from behind? If you have the audacity to curse, why not reveal yourself? Is it that Li Duwei? Although he is a son of the Li family, he is nonetheless the offspring of the Minister of Justice, Li. Surely he wouldn't come to the barracks out of disdain for hardship. Beneath the setting sun, where the horizon kissed the last rays of daylight, two figures rode together on a single horse, gradually making their way towards the military camp. Their shadows stretched long behind them, intimately entwined. Chapter 1. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight in a modest hospital room, a pallid youth lay upon a bed. His head was swathed in layers of bandages. An in-4 drip was coursing a medicinal solution into his bloodstream. Nearby, a young man in his 20s faced away from the bed, his hands cradling a phone as he furiously tapped on the screen, eagerly inputting something. The soft glow emitted by the phone illuminated his face, which bore an expression of excitement that was somewhat unsettling. Suddenly, Shen Qinglin opened his eyes wide, devoid of any lingering drowsiness or fatigue. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was indeed in a hospital bed. A dull ache throbbed in his head, and in-4 was connected to his hand. The hanging bottle was empty, and only an unknown liquid lingered in the drip line, slowly making its way into his veins. With a soft cough, Shen Qinglin drew the attention of a young man, who jumped in surprise, as if fearing he had been caught. The young man instinctively turned off his phone and hastily tucked it into his pocket, then turned around with a concerned smile, exclaiming, "Qinglin, you're awake. How are you feeling? Does your head still hurt?" Shen Qinglin's gaze shifted discreetly from the young man's pocket to his face, then glanced at the 4 line before replying weakly, "I'm all right. The pain has subsided." The young man looked up at the empty 4 bottle, suddenly realizing its state. He hurriedly called for a nurse to remove the needle, his fingers fidgeting in embarrassment as he said, "I'm sorry, Qinglin. I didn't notice the bottle was empty." Thankfully, it didn't backflow. Shen Qinglin silently scoffed inwardly, knowing well that his attention had been fixed on the phone screen, leaving little concern for his 4. Although he harbored these thoughts, his expression remained impassive. The young man seemed poised to say more when the shrill ringtone of his phone abruptly filled the small room. The volume of what was once a refined, classical melody shattered the tranquility. Startled, the young man instinctively reached for the phone, but upon seeing the caller ID, his expression lit up. He quickly reassured the youth in the bed. "Qinglin, I have a business matter to attend to. I'll step out to take this call and return promptly." Shen Qinglin nodded obediently. The young man clutched his phone as if it were a rare treasure and dashed out of the room, anxious not to keep the caller waiting. As the room fell into sudden silence, a shadow of gloom enveloped Shen Qinglin's countenance. The unmistakable green hat is evident to even the blind. It is akin to a vast emerald grassland atop one's head. Even while confined to a hospital bed, he must endure the burden of such dishonor. Truly, it defies reason. System. Host, I am here. I have never left. Shen Qinglin. Oh dear. Haven't you gone to find your brother 88 for points? System. I will go later. I cannot allow what happened in the previous world to repeat itself. One moment of inattention, and you, dear host, would be imprisoned. Shen Qinglin. This is a lawful society. That won't happen. However, I fear my green hat is inevitable. System. Ahem. You are correct. Your boyfriend has indeed strayed. Shen Qinglin. Very well. I must make him regret it profoundly. Can you cease your laughter and transmit the plot? The system stifled its laughter and, humming a merry tune, commenced the transmission of the code. In this life, it is a modern little world. Young Master Shun has fallen for the impoverished yet ambitious and handsome youth, Yuan. After a heartfelt confession, the two naturally come together. Yet, in Yuan's heart, there exists only the memory of his first love. With the assistance of the Shun family, he rises to prominence, but, without hesitation, breaks up with Shen Qinglin, turning his affections toward his first love, justifying it with the claim that he once had no choice but now he possesses the freedom to choose. Meanwhile, Shun Qinglin, who remains infatuated with Song Ziyuan, refuses to relent. After futilely pursuing him, one fateful night, while intoxicated and driving towards Song's residence, he meets with a tragic accident, losing his life instantly. Now, Song Ziyuan has finally escaped Shun Qinglin's entanglement, reveling in his newfound relationship with his first love, leaving behind Shun's elderly parents to mourn, their hair white as snow, weeping daily from the heartbreak. The youth on the hospital bed furrowed his brow, inquiring within his consciousness, "Is that it? The original owner met such a pitiful end?" System. Indeed, the story is quite concise. The original owner's demise was indeed abrupt. Shun Qinglin scoffed. "Certainly, such a cliched tale warrants no further discussion. Please reveal the situation on Song Ziyuan's side." The system nodded, conjuring a screen within his consciousness, swiftly inputting the code. Song Ziyuan lurked around the corner of the hospital staircase, lowering his voice, his face alight with excitement. He glanced around, modulating his tone to a more magnetic timbre as he tenderly spoke into the phone. "You finally returned to the country. I've had people inquiring about you. Business is going well. I've only made a few million so far. This is just the beginning. I am still young, and great success awaits me. Of course, my heart holds only you. No one else could ever penetrate it. All these years, I've been waiting for you. Do take care. If anything arises, call me, and I will be at your service." After hanging up the phone, Song Ziyuan pressed his mobile device against his chest, wearing an expression of utter satisfaction, as if that scorching phone were a token of love shared with his partner, brimming with dreams and aspirations for the future. In the depths of his consciousness, Shun Qinglin observed Song Ziyuan's contented demeanor with a tumultuous sense of nausea. How could he wear such a metaphorical green hat without a second thought, relying on a few meager orders from the Shun family to earn a few million? He now flaunted his newfound status, eager to impress his white moonlight, which was truly nauseating. Shun Qinglin. Chi, the original owner's fortune must exceed 100 million, right? System. Indeed, host. In truth, Song Ziyuan remained oblivious to the Shun family's wealth until Shun Qinglin's demise. The original owner, fearing his boyfriend might feel burdened, deliberately understated their assets, claiming they possessed less than 10 million. Shun Qinglin. And what about that white moonlight? If Song Ziyuan is so poor, why would he be willing to associate with him? System. He is even poorer, having his family sell their home to support his studies abroad. The expenses overseas are exorbitant, and he found himself returning home in disgrace. The wealthiest person he could encounter is none other than Song Ziyuan. Shun Qinglin scoffed, pondering what the original owner was thinking. Was his mind clouded, or had he been struck by a meteor? Even if Song Ziyuan possessed an appealing countenance, with his pronounced brows, striking eyes, and well-defined features, the original owner, being so affluent, could easily find someone far superior in every regard. Chapter 2. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight, Shun Qinglin shifted slightly, realizing that his body wasn't in much pain. He slowly leaned against the soft cushion and sat up. The room was an ordinary hospital ward, capable of accommodating 2 patients. Fortunately, the hospital was not crowded, and the adjacent bed remained unoccupied, having earned millions from the Shun family, yet only affording his partner the most basic hospital room, refusing to spring for a VIP suite. Truly displayed a parsimony that was astonishing. If his white moonlight were hospitalized, perhaps he would even consider renting out the entire hospital. Shun Qinglin. Where exactly did I hit my head? System. You were rear-ended, and your head struck the steering wheel, though it's not severe. Shun Qinglin remained silent for a moment, then resolutely declared within his consciousness, Song Ziyuan must be a curse upon the original owner. Otherwise, why would the original owner be perpetually entangled in car accidents? The system nodded vigorously, expressing agreement. Meanwhile, Song Ziyuan remained lost in his euphoria, his fingers tightly gripping the phone, knuckles beginning to pale. His longtime crush had finally returned to the country and was willing to wait until he achieved success for them to be together. Could anything be more exhilarating? Recalling the subtle moments they had shared in high school, the flirtations that blossomed in college, The 25-year-old Yuan felt as though he had returned to those verdant years. His spirit rekindled. With a smile still gracing his lips, he pushed open the door to the ward. Shun Qinglin was already seated on the hospital bed, gazing at him with a smile. The smile at the corner of Yuan's mouth faltered, and an immediate sense of guilt washed over him. He hastily inquired, "Qinglin, why are you up? You should lie down a bit longer. It will aid in your recovery." His voice inadvertently rose, betraying his inner turmoil. Shun Qinglin feigned ignorance of his unease, maintaining his gentle demeanor. "It's nothing serious. The injury isn't severe, just a mild concussion. I can be discharged today." Yuan donned a facade of deep affection as he carefully unwrapped the bandage from Shun Qinglin's forehead. Upon observing the wound had begun to scab, he felt a wave of relief. He patted the back of Shun Qinglin's hand reassuringly. "All right, I will take care of the discharge procedures. We'll head home today, and you can rest for a few days." Shun Qinglin nodded obediently. At that moment, a click sounded at the door, and the figure outside vanished. The youth, who had been smiling brightly by the bedside, now darkened at the sight of the door. Yuan, a man straddling two worlds, a man who feasted off others' fortunes, was in for a reckoning. The taxi halted in front of a dilapidated 5-story building. Yuan tenderly opened the door for Shun Qinglin, cautiously assisting him out. Shun Qinglin frowned at the exposed wires and the graffiti-covered walls, noting that the motion sensor lights in the stairwell were broken. The darkened corridor resembled a beast eager to devour in broad daylight. Emerging from a humble background, Yuan had journeyed from a small county to this bustling metropolis. Even with over 2 million earned, he hesitated to rent a better place. One might suspect that if it weren't for Shun Qinglin's preferences, he would have opted for a basement. His ingrained habit of penny pinching came from childhood and would not change overnight. The heavy iron door creaked open with a key, revealing a cozy little 2-bedroom apartment. The space was tidy, a notable achievement. According to the original owner's memories, these chores were all handled by Yuan. Due to his mild obsessive cleanliness, could not tolerate Shun Qinglin's negligence in household matters and always took the initiative to tidy up. For this, Shun Qinglin was somewhat pleased. As he himself was rather lazy and preferred not to labor, why not enjoy a helping hand? Suddenly, Shun Qinglin grasped why the original owner had been drawn to Yuan. Handsome, diligent, and ambitious, he appeared quite commendable at first glance. If one were to overlook his infidelity using the Shun family's resources, he would indeed make a fine boyfriend. "Qinglin, are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you?" Yuan asked eagerly when he noticed Shun Qinglin's silence. Rubbing his head, Shun Qinglin feigned a return of his headache and casually replied, "Sure, I would love some braised pork ribs and grilled fish. Takeout could never compare to your cooking." Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Those 2 dishes would take at least an hour to prepare. He contemplated asking if his companion would like a simple meal, but it was evident that the latter's headache had returned, causing him to close his eyes and rub his temples in discomfort. With a resigned sigh, Yuan turned and made his way to the kitchen, retrieving frozen ribs and fish to thaw in water. He stood by, peeling garlic and slicing ginger. Shun Qinglin observed the busy figure in the kitchen with a sense of satisfaction. His mood considerably lifted. The money Yuan had worked so hard to earn over the past year lay safely in his bank account, yet to be spent. In his previous life, it was only after meeting Su Yi that he had been willing to buy a house. A cold smile curled at the corners of Shun Qinglin's lips. If that were the case, in this life, he would ensure that this unfaithful man spent his money early. On this scorching summer noon, even with the air conditioning running, the kitchen was stifling, and beads of sweat trickled down Yuan's brow as he served up braised ribs and grilled fish, his short-sleeved t-shirt thoroughly soaked. Shun Qinglin, observing this, feigned guilt and eagerly beckoned him. "Songgu, come eat with me. Your dishes are the best." Yuan swiftly removed his damp shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles before saying, "I'll take a quick shower first. You eat ahead. Make sure to have plenty. It'll help your wound heal faster." With that, he dashed in the bathroom, phone in hand. Shun Qinglin pretended not to notice the muscular physique and the phone, instead picking up his chopsticks and indulging in the meal. The ribs had not been stewed long enough, the flavor mediocre, while the grilled fish was passable. Despite the visually appealing presentation, the taste fell far short of expectations. Much like the man who brought his phone into the shower, handsome yet lacking substance. Chapter 3. Embracing the boyfriend of the moonlight songs, Yuan, soaked in sweat, felt a twinge of frustration. Why not have something simple like scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Why insist on ribs in this heat? His companion's temper was certainly difficult to accommodate. No comparison could be made to the considerate Sue E from his memories. As he lathered himself with shower gel, he closed his eyes and fantasized about how wonderful it would be if Shun Qinglin were as obedient as Sue E, combined with their current affluent circumstances. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. He resolved to earn enough from the Shun family first. Once he had fully utilized their resources to rise again, he could then pursue a life with Sue E, a splendid choice indeed. Lost in this misty realm of daydreams, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by the sound of his phone pinging on a shelf. Rinsing off the foam, he hastily dried his hands and opened his phone to find a message from Sue E. Songgu, let us go out for dinner tonight. My treat. You choose the place. His heart raced with excitement, and he disregarded the lingering foam on his skin as he quickly typed a response on his phone. It is indeed my privilege that you can come to meet me. There is no need for you to spend extravagantly. Let us convene at the Royal Garden Hotel tonight. Your treat, dear Song. Do not hesitate on my account. Once the message was sent, the notification promptly indicated that the other party was typing. Song Zin, with unwavering focus, fixed his gaze upon the screen, unwilling to set his phone down for fear of a delayed response. A chime echoed as a new message materialized in the WeChat interface. Song, ever generous. I shall graciously acquiesce. Let us meet at 6 this evening. Come what may. Song Zin hastily replied in affirmation, feeling a wave of relief as he exited the conversation, promptly erasing the chat history. At this juncture, he still relied on the Shun family and could not allow Shun Qinglin to discover Su Yi's existence. Once he firmly established himself in this city, he would sever ties with Shun Qinglin and soar alongside his first love. Contemplating the bright prospects of his future, Song Ziyuan felt his spirits lift, and even the annoyance from earlier dissipated like mist. He turned the shower to its maximum flow, gradually washing away the lingering foam, which piled at his feet before trickling down the drain, much like those whose worth has been exhausted and are no longer needed. On the other end of the phone, a young man residing in a cramped rental room felt a sense of satisfaction as he turned off his device. It was the weekend, and the sounds of footsteps echoed from outside, the commotion of his housemates busily attending to their laundry. In this poorly soundproof dwelling, the noise was unmistakably clear. Su rolled his eyes disdainfully towards the door. A group of lowly workers, earning meager wages, would likely spend their lives confined to this dim, damp basement rental. With only 2 hours of sunlight filtering through a small window each day, the room was permeated with a musty odor. These individuals certainly did not possess the financial means of someone like Song Ziyuan. Su opened his text messages. The remaining balance clearly displayed on his screen. Only 4 digits to the left of the decimal point, starting with a 2. This shabby studio apartment cost over $1,000 in rent each month. With utilities extra, it was nothing short of highway robbery. The recent message suggesting a treat was merely him putting on a brave face. He hardly had the luxury to dine out. Fortunately, he was well aware of Song Ziyuan's feelings. Having harbored a crush on him for years, he would never allow him to foot the bill. Indeed, the Royal Garden Hotel, Su repeated the name several times, a smirk of satisfaction playing on his lips. It was an exquisite establishment, with a minimum per capita expenditure in the 4-digit range, where even a glass of water cost 88 yuan. Regardless of the occasion, luxury cars lined the entrance, each worth millions. The sight was tantalizing. Countless times, as he passed by the Royal Garden Hotel, he had cast envious glances at those opulent vehicles. It appeared that Song Ziyuan had truly found his footing, frequently dining at such prestigious venues. Had I known earlier, I would have refrained from going abroad and instead openly established a relationship while still at university, allowing the two of us to be together. Several years ago, while Su was still a student, he feared that his diploma would be insufficient, compelling him to pressure his parents into selling their house in the county, so he could venture abroad for further studies. However, Upon his arrival, he quickly realized that the cost of living was exorbitantly high. Su Yi and his parents persevered for 2 years, but ultimately, they could no longer endure the financial strain and had to return home in disappointment. He had harbored the belief that with an international education, he could thrive in the bustling metropolis, yet in a city teeming with talent. His degree from a lesser-known institution proved inadequate. After 2 months of striving to find employment, he managed to secure a position with a meager monthly salary of 6,000 yuan. His parents, residing in their rented accommodation back home, could only provide minimal support, barely covering their daily expenses and debts, leaving Su Yi to fend for himself in the vast city. With no other options, he found himself residing in a cramped semi-basement, sharing the space with numerous others like a solitary ant. Yet, fortune still smiled upon him. After 2 years of hardship, he learned last month from a classmate's group chat that his former university peer, Yuan, had achieved great success in business. Upon receiving this news, Su Yi felt a spark of hope. If he could rekindle their past relationship, perhaps he too could enjoy a better life. With a tentative heart, he dialed the number provided by his classmate, and indeed, Yuan appeared unchanged, ready to come at Su Yi's beck and call. When Su Yi had initially gone abroad, his classmates, including Yuan, believed his family to be affluent. A frown crossed Su Yi's brow as he realized he must conceal the dire straits he was currently facing. One must maintain their dignity, and if he could successfully marry Yuan, all debts could be resolved in a single night. With this thought in mind, he quickly rolled out of bed, rummaged through his suitcase, and laid out his finest garment on the bed. After a careful selection, he stood before the mirror, examining himself for an extended moment. He still possessed that clean, youthful visage, unchanged over the years. A confident smile graced Su Yi's face as he gazed into the mirror, sensing that a brighter future was already beckoning him. Chapter 4. Embracing the moonlight of a boyfriend. Qinglin took his time, leisurely enjoying his meal for nearly 20 minutes before Yuan emerged from the shower, droplets still glistening at the tips of his hair. Clad only in simple shorts and bare-chested, he stood nearby, drying his hair. Qinglin frowned, finding it difficult to muster any interest in this unappealing man. A mere glance was enough to induce disgust. Fortunately, Yuan initiated the conversation. "Qinglin, Mr. Li has invited me out for dinner this evening. I plan to leave early. Please behave at home. I will return to accompany you as soon as I finish. If you experience a headache, do not hesitate to call me." His tone was calm and forthright, presenting a perfectly reasonable excuse, leaving no room for suspicion. One might assume he was genuinely heading out for a business dinner. Qinglin scoffed, wishing he could hurl a plate of braised ribs at this man's head. After a moment's thought, he dismissed the notion, considering it better suited to be fed to a dog. He raised his slightly pale face and spoke gently. "All right, Brother Song, you attend to your clients first. My car has been involved in an accident and is currently at the repair shop. Perhaps you should take a taxi." Upon hearing this, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had always been frugal, with his earnings tightly held in hand, having seldom spent a penny. The only vehicle he possessed was a Mercedes owned by Qinglin, which was still being repaired. Taking a taxi seemed rather undignified. Moreover, after their meal, he would be sending Su Yi home, surely. He couldn't resort to a taxi for that. A look of discomfort crossed his face. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his first love. However, unable to retrieve his car for the time being, he hesitated. Qinglin curiously inquired, "Brother Song, is taking a taxi to meet Mr. Li inconvenient? Perhaps you should consider renting a car. It would be more presentable and we wouldn't want our clients to see us in a poor light." Upon hearing this, Yuan's frown relaxed. Indeed, renting a Mercedes would suffice. By the time Qinglin's car was ready, the rental would be a mere memory. He reached out and playfully tapped Qinglin's well-defined nose, smiling as he remarked, "You truly think ahead, Qinglin. You are indeed my beloved treasure." With a smile on his face, Qinglin felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, almost wishing to regurgitate onto the other's face. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with 3 hours remaining until their meeting, and Yuan was already eager to leave home. Hailing a taxi to the rental agency. After watching him disappear from view, Shun Qinglin turned and expressionlessly rinsed the plate of braised ribs in water before tossing it down to a scruffy yellow stray dog waiting below. The dog wagged its tail excitedly as it devoured the bones, and after finishing the last few morsels of meat, it trotted over to a lush flower bed by the roadside, carefully dropping the remaining pieces for a tiny 2-month-old puppy lurking in shadows. The small pup, not particularly thin, seemed to have been fed regularly. As it sniffed the ribs and drooled profusely, quickly consuming the scant meat and attempting to gnaw on the remaining bones with its baby teeth. Shun Qinglin observed the two similarly colored dogs and decisively returned to fetch the beef dumplings that Song Yuan had painstakingly prepared. He boiled them, let them cool for a moment, and then brought them downstairs, seizing the opportunity of the warm weather and lack of passers-by to generously offer them to the two dogs. The little dog wagged its tail joyfully, disregarding the hard-to-chew bones and focusing instead on the beef dumplings. Pleased with the sight, Shun Qinglin returned home. System. Host. Why did you give the beef dumplings to the dogs? Those were painstakingly crafted by Song Yuan himself. Shun Qinglin. I feel a bit sorry for those two dogs. I truly do. System. Well, never mind the dumplings. Your boyfriend has rented a car and is currently shopping for gifts for his first love. Shun Qinglin. I suspect that, given his innate frugality, the gift will hardly exceed 1,000 yuan. The system was momentarily stunned, realizing just how remarkable its host truly was. Song Yuan truly lingers in the section of gifts priced at a few hundred yuan, completely disregarding those exceeding 1,000. The system. Wow, host, how did you know? Shun Qinglin scoffed softly. It was hardly a mystery. A person accustomed to hardship, one who learned to stretch every penny from a young age, would never be frivolous. Even after acquiring wealth, he certainly harbored fond feelings for Su Yi, yet his love remained pure and untainted by the scent of money. To him, money was merely a means to impress his first love, not something he would casually throw away in the thousands. For instance, the lavish meal at the Yuan Grand Hotel today was a significant splurge only because it was their first meeting. For their next outing, they would likely dine at a restaurant where the average bill was a few hundred, and once their relationship deepened, they might even downgrade to street stalls and humble eateries. The summer sun blazed fiercely, and even at 5 o'clock, the outdoors remained oppressively warm. Shun Qinglin splashed some water on his face and admired his own innocent and fair visage in the mirror, calling out in his mind, "Chi-Chi, we are heading out." The system perked up instantly, swirling in excitement within his consciousness, its code a tangled mess. Host, are we going to catch someone cheating? I love this plot. Rolling his eyes, Shun Qinglin subdued the overly enthusiastic system, stating clearly, what is the point of catching someone cheating? Spending money is the real deal. At this, the system deflated, as its envisioned scenario diverged from reality. It preferred the drama of infidelity. Chapter 5. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight at 5:30 in the afternoon. Song Yuan had parked his car in the Yuan Hotel parking lot, but remained seated, anxiously adjusting his bangs in the small mirror. On the passenger seat lay a beautifully wrapped gift, a bottle of men's perfume he had purchased for over 800 yuan. Fresh and elegant, it exuded a delightful scent when sprayed. Initially, he had intended to buy a high-end watch, but the prices had shocked him. Any watch with decent craftsmanship started at 5 figures, and with the added prestige of a well-known brand, it would easily soar into 6 figures. His pocket held only a little over 2 million yuan, hard-earned money that, in the capital where every inch is precious, was barely enough for a down payment on an ordinary home. He dare not spend a dime frivolously. Su Yi was also affluent. His spending habits during university revealed much, and one could hardly expect a person studying abroad to come from a modest background. He believed that his first love would not concern herself with the value of gifts, as long as they were heartfelt. As time passed slowly, Song Yuan repeatedly glanced out the car window, his heart racing and palms slick with sweat. After 5 years apart, the prospect of seeing the one he had dreamt of night and day brought an overwhelming sense of trepidation, akin to the feeling of returning home after a long absence. The emotion he felt was reminiscent of a youthful boy mustering the courage to confess his feelings to his beloved, only to find himself rendered speechless in her presence. As the clock approached 6, an Audi glided into the parking lot. The door swung open, and Su Yi, clad in designer attire, stepped out with a confident smile. He was still the same clean-cut, cheerful youth from memory, standing under the sun with an air of nonchalance. True to his name, he exuded a graceful elegance. Song Yuan felt as if he had suddenly shed 5 or 6 years. Steeling his resolve, he opened the car door and waved to his first love, who stood not far away. Su Yi's gaze immediately landed on the brand-new Benz, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, reflecting dazzling rays, further enhancing the smile on his face. Indeed, he had made something of himself. Even the latest model of Mercedes was now his. Did this signify that his own fortunate days were on the horizon? Suppressing his inner joy, he locked the car with a swift motion and approached the visibly excited young man. "Hey, how have you been abroad these past few years? I haven't heard from you in ages," Song Yuan stammered, his voice somewhat awkward, his throat tightening, and his hands gripping the car door, uncertain of where to place them. Su Yi responded with a bright smile, subtly shifting his gaze away from the Benz, lightly patting Song Yuan's shoulder, and teasingly remarked, "Life's been rather ordinary. No matter how splendid it is abroad, it lacks the presence of the person I long to see. Thus I have returned." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan's already stiff body became even more rigid. Could the person Su Yi yearned to see be him? The thought sent a wave of sweat to his palms, and his heart raced anew. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly retrieved a gift from the passenger seat and awkwardly thrust it into Su Yi's arms. His face flushed as he stammered, "I'm not sure what you like, so I just picked something at random. I hope you won't dislike it." Su Yi's eyes lit up, his mind racing with visions of treasures worth a fortune. $1 million watch, keys to luxury cars, a set of keys to a 3-bedroom apartment. He imagined it all. However, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, casually tossing the gift into his bag and joking, "You even brought me a gift. I shall have to take a good look at it once I get home." All right, it's so hot today. Are we really going to stand here chatting? Let us head to the hotel and cool off, Su Yi suggested. Only then did Song Yuan snap back to reality, wiping the sweat from his brow and hurriedly apologizing. After securing the car, he took Su Yi's hand and dashed towards the hotel. In that moment, it felt as though they had returned to their university days, racing against the clock to reach class, a hint of blush gracing their faces. The hotel's air conditioning was fully operational, and once they settled into the private room, they exchanged smiles as the waiter presented a thick menu, inviting the two to place their orders. Song Yuan confidently handed the menu to Su Yi, feigning nonchalance as he said, "You may order whatever you like. This meal is on me, so don't worry about the cost." Su Yi chuckled shyly, teasing, "I never would have guessed, old classmate, that you struck it rich. Tonight is certainly not like any other." Seizing the opportunity to flaunt, Song Yuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Oh, not at all. I wouldn't call it wealth. I've just been fortunate, having earned barely under 10 million. This amount hardly qualifies as riches." Su Yi's eyelids fluttered in astonishment. "My goodness, is that not considered wealth? Just a few years after graduation? Could it be that Song Yuan has struck gold in the mines? With such a fortune, Su Yi knew he had to seize this big fish. The dishes on the menu all ranged in the thousands, and Su Yi hesitated to order anything too inexpensive, fearing he would be looked down upon. Yet he also refrained from selecting anything overly extravagant, concerned it might suggest he lacked sophistication. After settling on a few moderately priced dishes, he returned the menu to the waiter. He calculated in his mind that this meal would likely cost over 4,000, equivalent to more than half a month's salary. The lifestyle of the affluent, where one dines without concern for prices, was a life he had always longed for. Now that his dream was on the verge of becoming reality, how could he not feel exhilarated? After placing the order, he glanced at Song Yuan with renewed fervor. Shen Qinglin nearly chuckled aloud in his mind. These two individuals, each driving rented cars, one pretending to possess 10 million with only 2 million in savings, and the other, a penniless fellow with merely 1,000 left in his account, masquerading as a wealthy heir. How perfectly matched they seemed. Having savored the spectacle long enough, Shen Qinglin finished the last sip of his milk tea, discarded the empty plastic cup into the trash, and turned to enter a lavishly decorated clothing store. This establishment was the most expensive men's fashion brand in the mall, characterized by sleek tailoring, trendy designs, attentive service, and prices frequently soaring into the four figures, which brought a mischievous smile to Shun Qinglin's lips. He switched off his phone and patted the two credit cards belonging to Song Yuan tucked in his pocket, stepping confidently inside. Chapter 6. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight inside the clothing store, an exceedingly enthusiastic saleswoman approached him. Tall, well-dressed, with exquisite makeup. She flashed a smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth, a sight most delightful. Having encountered many like the well-off young master before him, she recognized that such individuals never scrutinize prices, making them the most favored type of customer. With a radiant smile, she followed closely behind and inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you today?" Shun Qinglin raised an eyebrow, surveying the dazzling array of garments, and casually stated, "I'm in need of new clothes. I wish to purchase a full set. Price is no object." At this, the saleswoman's smile broadened, nearly unable to conceal her delight. She sensed that today's sales figures might very well be achieved in one fell swoop. Upon the mere mention of commissions, she enthusiastically pointed toward a section of apparel suitable for the youth. "Flattering, with your stunning looks and youthful demeanor. Anything you wear will undoubtedly transform you into a striking sight, sure to attract the admiration of young ladies." Shun Qinglin, beaming with enthusiasm, nodded appreciatively, seemingly pleased by her words. He requested the female sales associate to assemble around 10 outfits, which he then assessed against his frame. Those who manage to secure employment in such establishments typically possess a discerning eye. Indeed, the selected garments were perfectly suited for his age, gentle yet understated, aligning well with his character. After a thorough examination, the sizes were impeccable, and without even trying them on, Shun Qinglin confidently instructed the sales associate, "That will be all. Please wrap these for me." The sales associate was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon lit up with sheer joy. Swiftly, she organized the garments into bags and efficiently scanned the prices into the computer. After calculating the discounts, she looked up with a warm smile and said, "Good day, sir. The total comes to 110,000. May I ask for your payment method?" Shun Qinglin decisively interrupted credit card with a series of beeping sounds. 2 slender cards were processed through the card machine in 3 transactions. The 110,000 was successfully transferred to the clothing store. The sales associate's grin stretched from ear to ear as she eagerly carried a multitude of shopping bags, escorting Shun Qinglin to the store's entrance while urging him to return for future purchases. Even after he had walked a considerable distance, she remained at the door, waving and smiling. "Shun Qinglin, Chi-Chi, that sales lady has such a wonderful attitude. I wish to return tomorrow for more clothing." System. Her monthly base salary is merely 3,000, with her earnings primarily reliant on commissions. Your purchases likely yield her around 20,000 in commission. Naturally, her service is impeccable. Shun Qinglin, wow. High-end brands are indeed lucrative. However, the young lady is kind, and she deserves to earn more. System. How do you know she is a good person? Shun Qinglin. I witnessed her feeding the stray dog downstairs every day while it was giving birth to puppies. I saw it in the original host's memories. The system comprehended, realizing why those 2 dogs appeared well-fed. Someone had been consistently providing for them. Shun Qinglin, content with 7 or 8 bags in tow, boarded a taxi, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of spending money, not his own, making it all the more delightful. At the Royal Garden Hotel, the dishes had all been served. Song Yuan, accustomed to a humble lifestyle, rarely dined in such upscale establishments. This was his first encounter with such exquisite cuisine. Likewise, Su Yi was experiencing a meal in such a venue for the first time, having last eaten a 15 yuan rice box with somewhat undercooked rice. Yet, for the sake of their respective prides, they hesitated to pick up their chopsticks, fearing ridicule for overindulgence. Song Yuan personally poured a glass of red wine for Su Yi, and as their glasses clinked amidst the warm, amber glow of the lighting, a hint of boldness emerged. In college, the thing I cherish most is having met you." Su Yi smiled shyly, taking a delicate sip of red wine. The flavor was rich and mellow, worth at least 50 yuan. Brother Song, my heart is the same. He replied candidly, causing Song Ziyuan's eyes to brim with ecstatic joy. The wine had not intoxicated him, yet he felt emboldened by the effects of that small glass. Yearning to reach out and touch Su Yi's gently curled fingers. Suddenly, the sound of a text message chimed loudly in the dimly lit, tranquil private room, shattering the ambience. Su Yi, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered his head to sip his wine again. Song Ziyuan frowned imperceptibly and picked up his phone to glance at it. Your credit card has been charged 40,000 yuan. For a moment, he was taken aback. Thinking it must have been 4 yuan, he had misread. Before he could ponder further, 2 more messages cascaded in rapid succession. One stated a charge of 40,000, and the other 30,000. 3 messages in total revealed a staggering loss of 110,000 yuan. Song Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes nearly glued to the screen as he meticulously read each message, only to discover that his credit card had been charged 110,000 yuan at a clothing store. 110,000. Forgetting all about his first love and any semblance of dignity, he stood up decisively and left the private room to call Shen Qinglin. Those 2 credit cards had always been with Qinglin and had never been used. Over time, he had simply neglected to reclaim them. After dialing a cold, mechanical female voice soon echoed in his ear. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Song Ziyuan could hardly believe his ears. How could she have turned her phone off? He tried several times, but the familiar voice continued to confirm the line was indeed off. If not for the fact that the transaction occurred at a well-known shopping complex in the capital, he would have suspected his card had been fraudulently used. 110,000. Even with 2 million yuan in his account, this amount loomed large, especially as it had been squandered on clothing. What kind of clothing could possibly cost 110,000? Was it woven with gold threads? Never before had Song Ziyuan felt so acutely awake. His mind instantly conjured a 10-meter-long list of essentials that 110,000 could procure, none of which included clothing. He could not remain there for another minute. All the tender moments had evaporated in an instant. Song Ziyuan only wished to return home and confront Shen Qinglin about her intentions. Was there any hope of continuing this life together? Meanwhile, Su Yi sat in confusion, unable to comprehend why a mere text message had sent Song Ziyuan fleeing the private room as if he had seen a ghost. Was there someone outside he was meeting? Su Yi's gaze darkened. Song Ziyuan felt a chill in his limbs as he made his way back to the private room, his expression cold as he hastily concocted an excuse. I've encountered a business issue. A batch of goods has quality problems, and I must return promptly. I shall treat you to a meal to make amends another time. Su Yi paused, surprised by the coincidence. Why did this have to happen now? Yet, in an effort to maintain his gracious facade, he quickly replied, No worries. You should attend to your matters first. We can gather again in a few days. Song Ziyuan had no intention of appeasing the other's feelings. He muttered a few apologies before hurrying out. As he vanished from sight, Su Yi's smile faltered. It was just as well. He had not yet satisfied his appetite, and this spared him the embarrassment of overindulging. Su Yi angrily stuffed several bites of foie gras into his mouth. The flavor was exquisite, melting upon contact, a testament to skillful culinary artistry. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Once the foie gras was consumed, a sudden dread gripped Su Yi, plunging his heart to the depths. In the sweltering heat of July, his hands and feet turned icy. The matter at hand seemed unresolved. Chapter 7. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight, Shen Qinglin lounged lazily on the sofa, surrounded by a chaotic array of shopping bags strewn across the floor, carelessly discarded without a thought of tidying up. System. Host, your boyfriend will be home in 5 minutes. Shen Qinglin. So soon? Did he drive that rented luxury car at 120 kilometers h? System. Indeed, he returned at quite the speed and even ran a red light. He is undoubtedly coming back to confront you. Shen Qinglin. Chi-Chi, please access Song Ziyuan's phone and block Su Yi's number. System. Understood. Upon rushing home, Song Ziyuan found Shen Qinglin, pale and slouched on the sofa, watching television, surrounded by the spoils of a shopping spree that had cost him 110,000 yuan. The latest fashion pieces filled 6 or 7 bags, cluttering half the small living room. What infuriated him further was that these garments had been purchased using his own credit card. The more he looked, the angrier he became, the sight increasingly irksome. Yet, Shen Qinglin remained blissfully unaware, his large, innocent eyes filled with confusion as he asked, "Songgu, you're back so early? It's not even 7 yet." Song Ziyuan's anger surged. How could he spend such a fortune and act as if nothing were amiss? You spent 110,000 yuan on clothes? You truly have the audacity. And why did you turn off your phone and ignore my calls? His emotionless interrogation, accompanied by a distorted visage, came crashing down upon Shen Qinglin. The latter stood in stunned silence, his face a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, as if he were meeting the boyfriend he had known for 2 years for the first time, feeling no trace of tenderness from the now hostile figure before him. My phone ran out of battery, so I resorted to using your credit card for the purchase. Moreover, it has been quite some time since I last bought clothes. Spending 110,000 isn't exorbitant at all. Song Ziyuan felt a surge of unnameable anger as his gaze fell upon the charging phone beside the sofa. Shen Qinglin, do you not comprehend? What garments could possibly warrant an expenditure of 110,000 and to charge it to my credit card? If you lack the funds, should you not simply refrain from such purchases? Before he could finish his sentence, regret washed over Song Ziyuan, and the words caught in his throat, for he had inadvertently voiced his true feelings. It was not the amount spent on clothing that troubled him, but rather the fact that it was charged to his credit card. If Shen Qinglin wished to buy something, he could do so without using his credit card. The amount spent would be inconsequential. Who knows if Shen Qinglin would ever repay him? Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Ziyuan attempted to steer the conversation in another direction, hoping to mask the tension. However, unexpectedly, Shen Qinglin abruptly stood up from the sofa, his complexion pale, and with a trembling voice, pointed at him, saying, "So, you fear that I want to repay you for the charges on your credit card, correct? Since we met, I have secured orders for you, expanded your connections, and assisted you in business, only to receive your coldness in return?" Song Ziyuan felt a pang of guilt, his voice softening as he reached out to grasp Shen Qinglin's hand, gently reassuring him, "Qinglin, that was not my intention. I merely believe that spending 110,000 on clothes is unjustifiable. Please do not overthink it." In past quarrels, as long as Song Ziyuan softened his stance, the gentle Shen Qinglin would quickly cease to be angry. Yet today, for reasons unknown, his conciliatory tone seemed to fall on deaf ears. "Not worth it, huh?" Shen Qinglin scoffed. "Indeed, my sacrifices are worthy, while yours are not. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, so as not to trouble your eyes any further." With that, he forcefully wrenched his hand away from Song Ziyuan, snatched his phone, and stormed out, neglecting to gather his belongings strewn across the floor. Caught off guard, Song Ziyuan stumbled back onto the sofa. This was the first time he had witnessed Shen Qinglin in a fit of temper. He was momentarily taken aback, but his immediate reaction was one of concern. He could not afford to sever ties with Shen Qinglin, especially given the reliance on the Shen family for orders. He hastily pursued him, only to find that by the time he reached downstairs, Qinglin had already vanished without a trace. A wave of anxiety coursed through Song Ziyuan's chest. He fervently reassured himself that it would be all right. Shen Qinglin was inherently gentle. A little coaxing would surely bring him back. He believed that with time, the tension would dissipate. With this thought bolstering his confidence, Song Ziyuan, still under the oppressive heat of the afternoon sun, swiftly retrieved his phone to call Qinglin. His first attempt was met with silence, and the second call was outright blocked. Undeterred, he bombarded Shen Qinglin's WeChat with messages, offering numerous apologies, his tone so sincere that even Shen Qinglin, sitting in the taxi, felt the urge to roll down the window and breathe the fresh air for a moment. At that moment, the anxious Song Ziyuan completely forgot about the individual at the Yuding Grand Hotel. In the opulent confines of the Yuding Grand Hotel, Su Yi was drenched in cold sweat, contemplating the exorbitant cost of the meal, over 4,000 yuan, while the bottle of red wine, from which it only sipped twice, amounted to more than 2,000. The price of this dinner equated to nearly an entire month's salary. Surely, it was not his responsibility to pay for this. After Song Yuan hurriedly exited, a waitress lingered by the door of the private room, feigning busyness while discreetly watching for Su-yi, fearing he might flee. Su-yi found it difficult to swallow, his face marred by embarrassment. Countless excuses swirled in his mind as he contemplated calling Song Yuan to subtly inquire about how to settle the bill. Yet, he was apprehensive about shattering his facade as a wealthy heir. His reason battled with his emotions in a tumultuous struggle. He sat uneasily for half an hour, glancing at the dwindling balance in his account due to car rental expenses. Finally, resolute, he decided to call Song Yuan. If he feigned concern for his business and casually mentioned the dinner, Yuan would surely grasp the situation. Steeling himself, Su-yi composed his trembling hand to dial Yuan's number. To his dismay, he was met with a busy signal. Taken aback, he pondered the implication. No signal? In a frenzy, he dialed over a dozen times, each met with the same busy tone. Cold sweat trickled from his palms, and his heart felt as if submerged in ice water. Reluctantly, he realized that Song Yuan had blocked him. Was this man merely seeking a free meal? It seemed implausible. With such a lofty status, how could he stoop to such a disgraceful act for a mere dinner? Su-yi's mind throbbed with anguish. After one last futile attempt to call Xing, he accepted the harsh truth of being blocked. The pressing concern now was how to procure the over 6,000 yuan required. His account barely held a little over 1,000, leaving him 5,000 short. Besides his credit cards, he had no other recourse. However, many of his credit cards were already maxed out, and he was uncertain if he could gather the necessary funds. After sitting in the private room for over an hour, Su-yi managed to consume all the dishes, his stomach now painfully full, before finally exiting the room and heading downstairs to settle the bill. Chapter 8. Embracing the boyfriend of a moonlit dream in the lavish lobby of the Yuan Grand Hotel, Su-yi's face had turned nearly as red as a cooked shrimp. He lacked the inclination to admire the elegant, vintage European fountain at the center or gaze up at the massive crystal chandelier suspended dozens of feet above. After swiping 3 credit cards, he barely managed to scrape together 6,000 yuan. The thin cards felt burningly hot in his hands. Nearby, several waitresses stifled their laughter behind their hands. In such an extravagant venue, it was rare to encounter a patron so financially constrained that they required 3 credit cards to cover a single meal. Given the difficulty of accumulating such funds, why did he even choose to dine in such a place? Finally completing the transaction, Su-yi hastily exited the Yuan Grand Hotel, a place that had stripped him of his dignity. Seated in the Audi that was not his own, Su-yi remained silent for an extended period, his mind racing with calculations. This meal expense could not be in vain. He must find a way to have Song Yuan reimburse him. But what method should he employ to reclaim the money? After much contemplation, Su-yi finally took out his phone, snapped a photo of the receipt against the backdrop of the Audi's 4 rings, and posted it on his WeChat moments. The accompanying caption read, "I wonder if this receipt will yield any rewards." Song Yuan had not blocked him on WeChat, and this post was intended for his eyes. Unfortunately, Song Yuan was too preoccupied to notice it. He descended the stairs in search of Shun Qinglin, his mind consumed with thoughts of his future and orders. Completely disregarding the existence of the Yuan Grand Hotel, he lingered downstairs for quite some time, until darkness enveloped the surroundings and the mosquitoes had their fill of feasting upon him, before he finally ceased his lengthy apologies on WeChat and returned upstairs. Dejected, he sank back onto the sofa, a heaviness settling in his heart and his eyelids twitching, a sense of inexplicable panic washing over him. In the 2 years of knowing Shun Qinglin, this was the first time he had left in a fit of anger. He recalled that although Qinglin came from a well-off family, he was remarkably gentle and kind, devoid of any spoiled demeanor or malevolent intentions. Apart from a hint of laziness, he appeared to be an excellent candidate for marriage. People often cherish what they have lost or cannot attain, and Song Yuan was no exception. With Shun Qinglin gone, he immediately perceived that this wealthy young master was indeed more suitable for him. Affluent, well-connected, and possessing a gentle temperament, most importantly, elevating his own status. Yuan retrieved his phone once more and fervently continued his sincere apologies and promises on WeChat. Completely oblivious to the post visible only to himself and the phone number of his first love lying in his blacklist. Meanwhile, Lin took a taxi directly back to the Shun residence. To relieve his boyfriend of any pressure, he had always concealed the specifics of his family's wealth. This luxurious mansion, worth tens of millions, had never been mentioned in conversation. Upon leaving the cramped rental apartment, Lin found his spirits notably lifted. The original owner truly had it good. Why live in a rental when one could reside in a mansion? Mom and Dad, I'm back. Did you miss me? As soon as Lin entered, he cleared his throat and called out to the expansive house, his gaze frequently darting toward the second floor. Hearing his voice, Shun's mother hurriedly descended from her bedroom on the second floor, eagerly chiding her son as she rushed down the stairs. Oh, so you know how to come back. I thought you had forgotten your father and me. Lin adopted a playful demeanor, sweetly intertwining his arm with his mother's. How could I? I'm back for good this time. I'll be with you every day. You won't be able to chase me away. Oh, Shin's mother, curious, reached out to gently poke her son's prominent and handsome nose. What happened? Did you have a quarrel with your partner? Moreover, how did you acquire that scar on your head? Where did you bump it? Shun's father trailed behind, slowly descending the stairs with an expression of disdain, remarking, if your son weren't prone to quarrels, would he even remember to return a check on us old folks? Pray tell, what was the cause of the dispute? Lin, with a cheerful demeanor, playfully shook his mother's arm, yet in the next breath uttered words that sent shivers down spines. I accidentally bumped my head. It's fine now. Today, I discovered that my boyfriend is aiming to profit from me and then fly away with his first love. As soon as the words left his lips, silence enveloped the already sparse room. The smile on Shun's mother's face froze, while Shun's father's expression soured to an extent that it seemed ready to drip with discontent. When he first clandestinely met Yuan, he found the young man rather likable. Hailing from a modest background and diligently striving in the capital, he was quite handsome. Although he did not graduate from a prestigious university, Shun was willing to lend a hand given his evident ambition. However, it became apparent that his aspirations were grander than expected, as he harbored the audacity to desire not only wealth, but also to sever ties with the Shun family without considering if he was worthy of such a connection. Seeing the grim expressions on his parents' faces, Lin added, he believed I was oblivious to his ulterior motives. Hence, I shall retract my affections. And as for the money, I'll certainly reclaim that as well. Upon hearing this, Shun's father raised an eyebrow, feeling inexplicably that his son had suddenly become astute following his romantic entanglement, contemplating matters with newfound clarity, shedding the image of a languid, unambitious scion. Indeed, one must endure some hardships to mature. What do you intend to do then? Shun's father asked, casually taking a seat on the sofa, his tone turning serious. What else can be done? Lin shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever he has earned from our family, I shall ensure he returns it, principal and interest alike. Shun's father's eyes brightened with approval as he nodded. His son had indeed grown. He was now capable of understanding the weight of relationships, exhibiting significant maturity. That evening, as Lin lay on the soft large bed, he tossed and turned, marveling in his mind, ah, this bed is so comfortable, far superior to the hardboard bed in that rental. System. Host, please be mindful of your image. Also, blacklisting that phone number cost you 5 points. Lin, rest assured, I shan't spend many points this lifetime. What is mine is yours. The system relished this sentiment, jubilantly bouncing in Shun's consciousness, exclaiming, Host, you're the best host in the world. Startled by this exuberant declaration, Lin grimaced, disdainfully wrinkling his nose as he dug into his ears. He cranked up the air conditioning, cocooning himself in a cotton quilt, sinking into the cloud-like softness of the bed, and turned on the projection television. To avoid disturbance from a certain individual, he decided to switch off his phone for some peace. Chapter 9. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight Yuan sat in the empty rental room, feeling exceedingly out of place. He sent numerous apologies, yet received no response. He dialed the number again, only to discover that Lin's phone was turned off. Rubbing his throbbing temples, He frantically pondered how to reconcile with Shun Qinglin. He didn't even know where the Shun family resided, making it impossible to apologize in person. All he could do was wait for Qinglin's anger to dissipate, hoping to charm him back. As he was plagued by both frustration and confusion, he couldn't fathom why Qinglin's temper had flared so unexpectedly that evening. He had never before stormed out in such a manner. By the late hours of the night, Yuan still had not found any clarity. He had barely touched his dinner, and now he felt a pang of hunger. He rummaged through the refrigerator, but to his dismay, there were no remnants of the ribs and fish he had prepared earlier that day. The cold storage was utterly barren, save for a few eggs quietly resting in their compartment. He recalled that he had made a batch of dumplings last week, dedicating a day to hand-prepare them, even chopping the beef himself with great effort. He had only eaten them once, so there should have been plenty left. However, despite opening the freezer several times, he could not find even a single dumpling, only some frozen meat. His agitation grew. How could everything be gone? Were the dumplings capable of vanishing into thin air? Was there a thief solely dedicated to pilfering dumplings? With a frustrated slam, he shut the refrigerator door. If they were gone, then they were gone. Perhaps he had simply misremembered, and the dumplings had been consumed long ago. He decided to boil some noodles instead. It would suffice. In a nearby rented room, he found it impossible to close his eyes. Outside, his roommates were noisy and boisterous, while he, inside, checked his WeChat every 5 minutes. The interface was devoid of messages, with no unread notifications. He attempted to call Yuan, but the line was still busy. Enraged, he hurled his phone onto the bed, gritting his teeth in frustration. He was left with just over 1,000 yuan, and his credit card was maxed out. With over 10 days until his next paycheck, that amount was woefully inadequate for repaying his credit card, covering rent, and managing daily expenses. When he had just returned to his rental room and eagerly unwrapped a gift, he had fantasized about it being a luxury watch that he could sell for some quick cash, only to find it was merely a bottle of men's perfume worth a few hundred yuan. What man needed perfume? Such a trivial item was unlikely to fetch anything even secondhand. Yi trembled with indignation. He remembered how Yuan had always been financially constrained in college, never displaying generosity, always pinching pennies. This was also why he had been reluctant to pursue a relationship with him. To think that years after graduation, despite earning a decent income, he still couldn't afford to be generous. Deep down, he remained miserly, focused solely on gaining advantage without giving anything in return. The cost of the meal had amounted to over 6,000 yuan, and Yi could not swallow the bitter pill of frustration that came with it. It is not advisable. Perhaps a subtle approach on WeChat could yield the reimbursement for the meal. He rose to switch on a light, the dim fluorescent bulb casting a stark pallor over the room, rendering Yi's complexion even more unappealing. After several attempts at crafting a message, deleting and retyping, Yi finally assembled what he considered a reasonably perfect greeting. He could not directly demand the money, as it would imply financial distress. Yet he could not meander off topic, for his primary intention remained the request for funds. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the send button. "Brother Song, how is business? I've been unable to reach you by phone and am somewhat concerned." Upon sending the message, Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Gripping his phone tightly, fearful of missing any response, his eyes scarcely daring to blink. Meanwhile, Yuan was in the kitchen preparing noodles. The sound of the exhaust fan drowning out any notifications from the phone resting on the living room table. When he leisurely brought out a bowl of noodles and picked up his phone, he discovered a WeChat message had arrived. A surge of elation coursed through him. Could it be that Qingling had read his lengthy confession and decided to forgive him? He neglected the noodles, which had begun to lose their appeal, hastily opened his phone, only to find it was a message from Yi, which unexpectedly filled him with profound disappointment. How wonderful would have been if it had been from Qingling. Holding the phone, he began to eat the noodles, swiftly typing a response with one hand. "Business is fine. Why are you unable to reach me?" Yi, on the brink of madness from the wait, had been fixated on his phone since sending the message. And after 10 agonizing minutes without any reply, he was about to crumble. At last, a response arrived, like a lifeline thrown to him. He quickly typed back, "Brother Song, have you blocked me?" Why does my call always indicate a busy tone? Song Xian, curious, wondered about the busy tone. He meticulously checked his phone's blacklist, only to discover Su Yi's number residing within, alongside several missed calls from that very number. Hastily, he replied, "My apologies. I must have inadvertently added your number to the blacklist while handling my phone." Su Yi instantly perked up, opting not to continue chatting on WeChat. He called again. This time, the call connected swiftly. Song Ziyuan's voice came through, weak and apologetic. "I'm so sorry. It was my oversight. My phone must have been in my pocket and accidentally pressed." Su Yi rolled his eyes dramatically, yet his tone was carefully measured as he replied, "It's all right. This evening at the Yuan Grand Hotel, I noticed you rushed off. I was quite worried about you. Now that I know you are well, I can finally relax. Apologies for the inconvenience. When time permits, I shall invite you again and make amends." Before he could finish his words, a call interrupted him, and his nerves instantly tightened upon seeing that the caller was Qinglin. Su Yi, sensing that the other party had no intention of transferring the over 6,000 yuan for the meal, subtly remarked, "It's all right. We can gather another time. The Yuting Grand Hotel is rather expensive, and dining at such places is not cost-effective." Through the receiver, Su Yi was abruptly interrupted by the anxious voice of Song Xin. I need to speak with you later. I have an urgent matter." Before Su Yi could gather his thoughts, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving him in stunned silence. After a moment, he confirmed that the call had indeed ended. He hurled his phone in frustration, pondering what could be so pressing that one would hang up without offering any explanation. Did Song Ziyuan intend to abscond with the 6,000 yuan? What a delusion! Chapter 10. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight, Shun Qinglin calculated the timing of his call, and as expected, Song Ziyuan abandoned his lofty ideals and answered. Shun Qi had been diligently monitoring these two individuals. Believing Shun Qinglin's anger had subsided, Song Ziyuan felt emboldened and spoke with less deference than in their previous exchanges. Expressing a mild complaint, "Qinglin, you've made your point. Please come home. I'm waiting for you. It's late, don't worry me." Shun Qinglin scoffed internally and shouted into the phone, "You must have dialed the wrong number. Goodbye." After which, he hung up and switched off his phone in one swift motion. At last, he could finally enjoy a restful sleep. Meanwhile, Song Ziyuan stood in the living room, dazed for a considerable time, unable to recover from that fierce outburst. Had Qinglin truly been enraged? Was a breakup imminent? The thought sent a chill through Song Ziyuan, and as he contemplated his future and business prospects, he felt a sudden coldness envelop him. That night, he tossed and turned restlessly, burdened by an oppressive weight on his heart. Su Yi, on the other hand, had an equally sleepless night. With no funds to speak of, he saw no swift means of acquiring money other than through Song Ziyuan. The rented Audi was only available for 24 hours, until 5 o'clock the following afternoon, and he had to meet Song Ziyuan before then. With no way to request money over the phone, he resolved to confront him in person. After making this decision, Su Yi lay in bed, turning over his thoughts until he finally drifted into a troubled slumber. The next day, just before noon, Su Yi opened his bleary eyes, groggily checking his phone to find it was nearly 11 o'clock. Alarmed, he sprang out of bed and swiftly dialed Song Ziyuan, stammering that he wished to treat him to a meal. Song Ziyuan frowned. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to win Shun Qinglin back, leaving him little inclination to dine with his first love. However, it was indeed Su Yi's invitation, and coupled with Shun Qinglin's utter silence since last night, it had left Song Ziyuan in a state of considerable agitation. Perhaps it was best to accompany Su Yi for a meal first, and later devise a way to reconcile with the sulking Qinglin. The rented BMW still sat downstairs, and with time to spare, it was a perfect opportunity to drive over. After Song Ziyuan agreed to dine out, Su Yi felt a significant sense of reassurance. He meticulously calculated the meager sum in his account, which amounted to a pitiful 1,000 yuan. The Yuting Grand Hotel was a place he would never wish to revisit. A moderately priced restaurant would be far more suitable. He opened his phone and carefully selected a Japanese restaurant, known for its exquisite decor, secluded location, and reasonable average cost of 300 to 400 yuan per person, with decent reviews. While dining and conversing, he would find a way to have Song Ziyuan reimburse him, ideally with a little extra as compensation for his troubles. What could be better than that? In his mind's eye, Shen Qinglin observed the two setting off in the rented car. A cold smile creeping across his face. He called out to the massive code in his consciousness. Chi-Chi, let us go catch them in the act. Your favorite scenario is about to unfold. The system rolled around in his mind, then adopted a serious demeanor. Host, I have awaited this day for a long time. Let us depart immediately. Shen Qinglin donned a remarkably ordinary outfit. A cheap t-shirt, the most basic jeans, and shoes worth merely a few tens of yuan. The entire ensemble cost no more than 200 yuan. After casually fixing his hairstyle, he playfully remarked to his father, who was sipping tea and perusing the newspaper, Dad, I'm off to catch a cheater. May I borrow your Porsche? The elder's tea had barely touched his lips before he sputtered it all over the coffee table. Shen's father increasingly felt that his son was destined for greatness. The nonchalance with which Shen Qinglin approached such a significant matter was reminiscent of his own youthful composure in the face of adversity. Go ahead. I will ensure that your Uncle Li's collaboration with Song Yuan is terminated. Shen Qinglin, grinning, wrapped his arms around his father's neck and cooed, You needn't worry about this. Dad, that batch of goods from Song Yuan has already encountered problems. It's only a matter of time before the contract is dissolved. Startled by this revelation, Shen's father turned to scrutinize his son's excited expression, asking, How do you know there will be issues with that batch? Shen Qinglin's eyes sparkled with a mysterious glint, and with an enigmatic smile, he replied, Just wait and see, Dad. If this deal were to succeed, Song Yuan's fortune would nearly double. There was no way he would let it slip away so easily. On the very first day of his arrival in this world, Shen Qinglin had already surreptitiously tampered with that batch of goods. At a Japanese restaurant in the southern part of the city, Song Yuan and Su Yi were seated in the far corner booth, one brimming with anticipation, while the other was lost in heavy thoughts. Su Yi's gaze darkened. Damn it. They had been sitting in silence for 5 minutes, and Song Yuan had yet to mention the matter of the 6,000 yuan. He needed to think of a way to remind him. Song Gu, Su Yi wore a smile on his face, casually inquiring whether the business matters had been resolved. I intended to have a proper conversation with you yesterday at the Yu Ting Grand Hotel, but alas, you left in a hurry. He emphasized the name of the hotel, as though it held significance. Unfortunately, Song Yuan's mind was a tumultuous mess. Not only was he troubled by Shen Qinglin's affairs, but he also had an unsettling premonition that something significant was amiss. Yet, he could not discern what precisely was wrong. He had lost the capacity to decipher the implications of Su Yi's words and instinctively replied, Nothing much. I was just a bit busy yesterday. I truly apologize for leaving so hastily. He refrained from mentioning the matter of the dining expenses. Su Yi's expression darkened slightly. Undeterred, he continued to hint, As long as business is fine, that's good to hear, Songge. You see, the prices at Yu Ting are exorbitant. Dining there is hardly more economical than visiting a sushi restaurant like this. Surely, with such a blatant insinuation, even a fool would catch on. Su Yi mused with anticipation. To his dismay, Song Yuan remained oblivious, not considering the expense of the meal at all. Well, let South try this sushi place today. I trust your choice will not disappoint. Still, he did not mention the cost incurred at Yu Ting. The smile on Su Yi's face was on the brink of breaking. His fingers tightly entwined beneath the table, knuckles stark. In that moment, he even contemplated slamming the table and shouting at the oblivious man across from him. You treated me to Yu Ting. Return my money, over 6,000, and perhaps add another 100,000 for emotional distress. Yet, he restrained himself. A small sacrifice for a greater plan. Song Yuan had some wealth and a promising future ahead. Su Yi needed to bide his time and hold on to this prize catch. Once their relationship was established, wouldn't Song Yuan's money become his to spend freely? Chapter 11. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight, delicates sushi and sashimi were served at the table. Su Yi enthusiastically picked up a piece of salmon and placed in front of Song Yuan with a cordial smile. Try the signature salmon of this restaurant. The texture is exquisite, not at all flaky. Song Yuan mechanically took a bite, finding it tasteless. With a sour mood, he could not appreciate any flavor, and the salmon felt as greasy as fat in his mouth. Nevertheless, to spare his companion's feelings, he mustered a forced smile. Indeed, It's quite delicious. He also looked up, a slight smirk tugging at his lips, while internally cursing, if it's so delicious, why don't you pay for it, damn it? Meanwhile, Lin parked his car outside the sushi restaurant. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he immediately spotted the two seated by the window, an enthusiastic Yi and a Songzin who could hardly manage a smile. The scene appeared oddly surreal. He chuckled to himself and quietly pushed the door open to enter the restaurant. Yi delicately placed a sweet shrimp on Song Ziyuan's plate and gently urged, Songge, do give this a try. It's exceptionally fresh. Before Song Ziyuan could bring the shrimp to his lips, a voice, familiar to him in every way, resonated from behind. Song Ziyuan? The tone was laden with disbelief and suspicion. The sweet shrimp slipped from his chopsticks with a soft thud, falling back onto the plate, and his heart nearly skipped a beat. Was that voice not from Qingling? Trembling, he slowly turned around, hoping against hope that he was merely imagining things. Alas, no miracle unfolded. Behind him, Qingling's astonished face came into view. It was no mere figment of his imagination. In the vast expanse of the imperial capital, within such an obscure Japanese restaurant, and amidst the echoes of their recent quarrel, they encountered one another in this melodramatic fashion. He regarded the youth before him with curiosity. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a clean visage and delicate features. Yet his attire was exceedingly ordinary, far from any branded luxury, barely even reaching the standards of commonplace quality. A quintessential representation of a youth from a less affluent background. He slightly curled his lip in disdain, perceiving the young man as someone eager to latch on a Songzin, likely in pursuit of monetary gain. Truly, it was disheartening to witness such moral decline, where one would forsake dignity for wealth. Song Ziyuan's mind felt as though it had short-circuited. Before him stood his first love, and behind him, his current partner. He could scarcely fathom that he would find himself embroiled in such a love triangle. Despite years of education, no one had ever taught him how to navigate such a predicament. Qingling, what brings you here? His voice trembled, lacking conviction. Qingling cast a sharp, scrutinizing glance at Yi before responding with a hint of provocation. I heard from a friend that this Japanese restaurant is quite good, so I thought I would come and try it out. I didn't mean to intrude. He furrowed his brow at the audacity of the young man, who, dressed in garments worth no more than 200 yuan in total, exhibited a strong sense of possessiveness. Alas, it seemed he was unaware of the bond between Song Ziyuan and himself during their high school and university years. Never one to shy away from confrontation. Yi replied with a hint of ambiguity. When I first met Songge, you were likely nowhere to be found. Is it not a tad late for you to intervene? If you wish to assert your influence, it would have been more appropriate during your high school days with Songge. A flicker of delight surged within Qingling, who mentally applauded Yi for his timely intervention. Indeed, the white moonlight had its unique charm, effortlessly intensifying the conflict and revealing their long-standing affection for one another. Songzin, upon hearing this, felt as though his head had been bombarded with chaos. He was hardly adept at managing such jealous rivalries and could only grasp Qingling's hand earnestly, saying, Qingling, please don't misunderstand. I'm merely having a meal with an old classmate. There's nothing more to it. Nearby, several couples began casting curious glances in their direction, their conversations dwindling as they leaned in, eager to catch the latest gossip. Even the two waiters stood at a distance, eyes alight with excitement, eager to witness this scandalous drama unfold, hoping to enrich their mundane conversations. Yi, upon hearing this, was filled with urgency. What did this song imply? Was he merely toying with him, and now refusing to take responsibility? He sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Ziyuan, exclaiming, Song Ziyuan, are you truly willing to sever ties with me for this person? Our years of camaraderie, which blossomed since high school, cannot possibly be eclipsed by someone who has only recently appeared on the scene. Qinglin nearly burst into laughter. This was hardly a matter of camaraderie. It was a question of future prospects and contracts. Songzin wished fervently to vanish into thin air. The curious gazes of those around him felt like daggers, and his face burned with embarrassment. He lowered his voice, attempting to placate Shun Qinglin. Qinglin, I will explain everything when we return. We merely stepped out for a meal. It is not as you imagine. Let's go back. With that, he attempted to pull Shun Qinglin away. Shun Qinglin forcefully brushed aside his unwelcome hands and declared, enunciating each word, no need. Let's part ways. I wish you and your first love a harmonious union and a rekindled romance. The words part ways left the other two momentarily stunned. Su Yi's skeptical gaze shifted from the young man. Could it be that Song Ziyuan truly had someone special? If so, why had he sought him out? Ultimately, it hardly mattered. It was perhaps for the best. What was there to cling to in a youth whose face was cleaner than his own? Song Ziyuan was utterly taken aback. He had no desire to end their relationship. His career was just beginning, and his splendid life was only unfolding. He could not afford to abandon it now. This separation was not merely the severing of ties, but the dismantling of his future and destiny. Ignoring the disdainful looks from those around him, he rushed after the departing figure, leaving Su Yi in a state of utter confusion. Why pursue? The youth, while somewhat attractive, could not possibly compare to the years of friendship he shared with Song Ziyuan. A gleaming Porsche, radiant under the sunlight, slowly rolled away and through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Su Yi's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The driver was none other than that very young man. The gossip within the Japanese restaurant ignited like wildfire. Look, that Porsche must be worth at least 4 million. Oh, it appears to be a limited edition. Now it all makes sense. P.S. Living off the riches of others while simultaneously straying. No wonder he is reluctant to part ways. If I were involved with someone so wealthy and youthful, I too would resist breaking up. I covet that Porsche. While purchasing one is out of reach, perhaps I could save up for a model. The chatter of those around Su Yi bombarded him relentlessly, leaving him dazed for an extended period. After much contemplation, he finally pieced together a single truth. This young man was far wealthier than Song Ziyuan. Indeed, the money that he had assumed was derived from the affluent Song might very well have originated from his youth. Despondently, Su Yi slumped back onto the booth, lamenting how he had failed to connect with such a wealthy individual. Young, handsome, and affluent. Doesn't that far surpass Song Ziyuan 1,000-fold? Chapter 12. Embracing the boyfriend of my dream, a striking Porsche raced down the road, with numerous vehicles swiftly yielding in its wake. In the blink of an eye, it left a Mercedes trailing far behind, out of sight. Only Song Ziyuan remained, watching the bustling thoroughfare, furiously pounding the steering wheel. The Porsche soon entered a broad avenue, and Shun Qinglin glanced at the empty rearview mirror, a smug smile curving his lips. System. Host, this cheating scene lacks excitement. You should have overturned the table instead. You barely uttered a few words before leaving. Why the haste? Shun Qinglin. Oh, I feared Song Ziyuan would reach for the bill. The system paused, then erupted into laughter in his mind. Code scattering chaotically about, too lazy to gather. Your boyfriend's first love is about to become a financial burden. Shun Qinglin smiled contentedly. The first love is quite remarkable. I adore such luminous figures. In a Japanese restaurant, Su Yi gazed at a table laden with untouched delicacies, his heart sinking suddenly. This time, his reaction was much swifter than at the Royal Court Hotel. Once again, he was to foot the bill. Su Yi's chest heaved, nearly rendering him speechless. Could it be that Song Ziyuan and his ex were colluding to ensnare him? In just 2 days, he had become utterly broke. Not only was his credit card maxed out, but even the most basic means of survival posed a dilemma. While others cruised in Porsches and Mercedes, he was reduced to driving a rented Audi, pathetic and unpresentable. Su Yi's frustration gnawed at him. With a grim countenance, he instructed the waiter to pack the untouched sushi, spending over 700 yuan in the process. Initially intending to swipe his card and depart, he felt it would be a waste not to take the expensive food home after barely tasting it. Reluctantly, he bore the whispers of onlookers, stuffing everything into bags. His dignity thoroughly shredded. At this moment, he could no longer contain himself. Seated in the Audi, sushi in hand, he pulled out his phone and dialed Song Ziyuan. He was determined to reclaim his meal expenses. Song Ziyuan, troubled and contemplative by the roadside, pondered his next steps. Now that Qinglin was fully aware of Su Yi's presence and had decisively severed ties, What would become of his future orders? His career had only just begun, and so had his life. With a promising future ahead, how could he allow a breakup to jeopardize it? Amidst the turmoil in his mind, a familiar ringtone echoed from his phone. Song Ziyuan's heart leaped with joy as he quickly grasped the device, but upon seeing the name on the screen, his enthusiasm was doused with a cold splash of water. It wasn't Qinglin calling, it was Su Yi, initially reluctant to answer. He reflected on the embarrassing love triangle at the restaurant, shifting all blame onto Sui. The phone rang incessantly, the jarring sound echoing within the confines of the small car, causing Song Ziyuan to lose his patience. With a furrowed brow, he reluctantly answered the call. On the other end, Su Yi's emotionless voice resonated. Song Ziyuan, you promised to treat me at the Yuan Grand Hotel yesterday, yet you left halfway through. I covered the bill of over 6,000. You need to reimburse me immediately. Taken aback, Song Ziyuan did not realize he had forgotten to pay for the meal, but rather, he suddenly recognized that throughout his relationship with Shun Qinglin, it had always been the latter who footed the bill during their outings. Qinglin had never cared about who paid. She consistently insisted on handling the expenses. As silence lingered on the line, Su Yi's frustration escalated, his voice rising several octaves. Song Ziyuan, why are you silent? You should have paid for the meal at the Yuan Grand Hotel. Why should I be the one to settle the bill? The sharpness of his tone contrasted starkly with the memory of his first love. That boy in a white shirt standing beneath the mottled shadows of a tree. Furrowing his brow, Song Ziyuan subconsciously blamed Su Yi for his breakup with Qinglin. If Su Yi had not insisted on dining out today, Qinglin would never have discovered his past. Anger bubbled within him. Aren't you a wealthy heir? Are you truly fretting over a mere 6,000? I barely touched the food at the Yuan Grand Hotel. How dare you expect me to cover the entire cost? Su Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. How could someone named Song be so shameless? He had nibbled at a few dishes before leaving. Should he then be expected to have them delivered to his door? Did Su Yi need to feed him personally as well? In that moment, Su Yi clung to his identity as a wealthy heir as a final bastion of dignity, determined to reclaim the cost of the meal. He could not swallow such indignity. Just because I have money doesn't mean I should spend it on you without reason. Who do you think you are? Let me make this clear. Song Ziyuan, if you don't reimburse me for the meal today, this matter is far from over. I can't believe you're dating someone, yet sneaking around pretending to be single. How disgusting. With each word, Song Ziyuan's anger intensified. What had he once seen in Su Yi? There was simply no comparison between Su Yi and Shun Qinglin. It was akin to losing a watermelon over a sesame seed. Tired of the fruitless argument over the meal, Song Ziyuan abruptly ended the call, transferring 3,000 through WeChat with a curt message stating that they would split the bill. He then promptly deleted Su Yi from his contacts. After all was said and done, he leaned wearily against the cushioned seat of the car, his temples throbbing with pain. He needed to devise a plan to win Qinglin back. What did first loves and classmates matter when compared to Shun Qinglin? Returning home in a daze. The silence enveloped him, the absence of sound unnerving. Sitting alone in the living room, he could almost hear his heartbeat. The ashtray on the table was already filled with a pile of cigarette butts. Amidst the swirling smoke, Song Ziyuan's chin bore the unmistakable signs of burgeoning stubble, and he exuded an aura devoid of vitality. Suddenly, the phone, previously cast aside, rang anew. His eyes brightened momentarily as he hastily grasped the device to discern the name on the screen. Disappointment washed over him as he noted the caller ID displayed the name Uncle Wei. A long-standing employee at the factory, Uncle Wei had always been responsible for quality control. Hardworking, honest, and reliable. Coughing from the smoke, Song Ziyuan carelessly swiped to answer the call. Uncle Wei's anxious voice resonated through the receiver. Boss, there's a problem with the goods at the factory. You need to come and take a look. This simple, yet alarming statement sent Song Ziyuan's very essence into a state of turmoil, as if his soul had fled in disarray throughout the living room. The nearly extinguished cigarette he held between his right hand's index and middle fingers fell with a dull thud onto the tiled floor, the sound tinged with evident trepidation. Uncle Wei, what is the matter? President Li is expecting the goods next week. How could there be an issue now? Song Ziyuan's heart sank as he listened. I'm at a loss myself. Everything was fine until yesterday, but now the patterns being printed are all double images. You really need to come and see this." Upon hearing this, Yuan felt his legs weaken. With the delivery deadline looming, failure to meet it would not only incur double compensation as per the contract, but would also tarnish his reputation, making it difficult for anyone to trust him in business again. Without a moment's hesitation to compose himself, he rushed downstairs. During the peak of rush hour, he had already returned the rented Mercedes and now found himself without a vehicle. In this remote neighborhood, hailing a taxi proved to be a challenge. After a grueling half-hour wait, he finally managed to flag down a cab. Apologizing to another passenger vying for the ride, he squeezed into the front seat, leaving behind an irate middle-aged man who berated him for disregarding the rules. In Chapter 13, titled Embracing the Moonlight, Uncle Wei, with a furrowed brow, wiped the sweat from his forehead in the factory located in the suburbs. The heat of the day, compounded by his anxiety, caused beads of perspiration to roll down his temples like tiny pearls, and his work attire was thoroughly soaked. Yuan's concern deepened. The products were completed, yet the final printing stage had encountered a setback. Now the once finished items had been rendered defective due to this last hurdle. By the end of the day, the losses had already exceeded hundreds of thousands. A group of seasoned workers gathered around the machinery, but none could discern the cause of the malfunction. As long as the issue remained unresolved, the factory would be unable to operate, leaving all workers in limbo. Despite the sweltering July heat causing him to sweat profusely, Yuan felt as though his heart were submerged in frigid water, struggling to breathe. Uncle Wei, alongside the workers, toiled for hours, and it was not until the late hours of the night that they managed to recalibrate the machinery to test its functionality once more. Yuan gazed with eager anticipation as layer upon layer of color was applied, only to feel disheartened upon seeing the final product marred by persistent ghosting. He could not ascertain the source of the problem. Lacking knowledge of machinery, he was acutely aware that if this order went awry, it would spell disaster for him. The $2 million he had painstakingly earned through his business would likely be insufficient to cover the losses. The machine remained under repair until noon the following day, and amidst a chorus of cheers, it finally succeeded in printing in vibrant colors. Having spent a sleepless night, he was only now able to exhale a sigh of relief. A delay in the order was inevitable, and now he needed to find a way to discuss the matter with General Manager Li, hoping to persuade him to agree to a one-week extension for delivery. Since their acquaintance, Li had always been cordial, and Yuan believed he would likely acquiesce this time as well. As evening descended, Xin, his heart heavy with trepidation, dialed Li's number. The call was promptly answered, and through the phone, Yuan donned a cheerful expression, first offering his apologies, then sincerely explaining, "General Manager Li, there has been a slight issue at my factory. Would it be possible for me to deliver that batch of goods a week later?" Though his tone was conciliatory, a trace of discernible confidence lingered in his voice. After collaborating for so long, he felt a sense of familiarity with Li, believing the latter would most likely consent. Li chuckled softly, glancing at Shun Qinglin, who was leisurely savoring a glass of red wine, and exchanged a knowing look with him. Shun raised his glass with a smile. "Ah, Xiaosong, that batch is also required by my upstream client. The contract stipulates a specific time frame, and delays are unacceptable. Otherwise, there will be penalties for breach of contract." His tone was bland, yet it carried an undeniable finality. Yuan's heart sank. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Without further contemplation, he rushed to plead, "General Manager Li, I truly have encountered some difficulties, and I will expedite the goods as swiftly as possible. Could you possibly grant me a few additional days?" Xiaosong, Li replied, "As businessmen, our utmost priority is integrity. If it was agreed upon that the goods would be delivered in several days, then they must be delivered within that time frame. Should you fail to meet the deadline, you will incur penalties, and I must account for this with my upstream client. Now, if there is nothing else, I will hang up." The call ended abruptly, leaving no room for negotiation. The beeping tone resonated in Yuan's ears, rendering him momentarily dazed. How could General Manager Li, who had always seemed like an old friend, turn so cold at such a critical juncture? His heart was as hard as iron, leaving no possibility for compromise. Even if the machine were to function flawlessly henceforth, delivering on time was now an impossibility. The delay of this batch was a certainty. Yuan's face was etched with worry and fear. Every cent in his pocket was hard-earned, and he could not afford to lose it all to penalties. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hotel, Shen Qinglin personally poured a glass of red wine for General Manager Li. Li, taken aback, waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Why so courteous, Shen? Your affairs are my affairs. If it weren't for your reputation, I would never consider doing business with a fledgling like you." Hearing this, Shen Qinglin chuckled softly, gently swirling the burgundy liquid in his glass. Under the warm light, through the transparent stemware, the liquid resembled diluted blood, having lost its vibrant red hue, now appearing dry and desiccated. "Thank you for today, Uncle Li. Song Yuan will certainly not comply with a breach of contract penalty, so I will need to trouble you," Shen Qinglin remarked. Li burst into hearty laughter, downing his glass of red wine before responding cheerfully. "Such a trivial matter is easily managed. I have plenty of time to engage him in a lawsuit. However, I wonder if my nephew will be disheartened." Shen Qinglin chuckled softly, refilling Li's glass, his gaze clear and resolute. "Uncle Li, it would be best to bring him to ruin. By the way, the land in the south of the city, it's time for the Shen and Li families to commence construction. Rest assured, my nephew, with the trifling assets that Song Yuan possesses, he cannot withstand even a slight upheaval. I'll visit General Shen tomorrow. We need to discuss the entertainment complex in the south, as we've already delayed for over half a year." The two glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound of glass meeting glass. A faint smile graced Shen Qinglin's lips as he drained his wine. The meager fortune of Song Yuan was hardly worth consideration. The business initially given to him by the original owner was merely a drop in the bucket. Yet, Song Yuan foolishly believed himself capable, becoming arrogant after a modest profit. The delivery date soon arrived, and having spent a week living at the factory, Song Yuan anxiously sent the goods away today. During that week, the machinery had broken down twice, requiring extensive repairs, and he had barely managed to produce half the goods. With no other option, he resorted to using inferior products from the warehouse, passing them off as quality goods. The goods were delivered on time, but their quality was subpar. Now, he could only hope that Li, preoccupied with work, would not inspect the shipment, allowing him to work overtime to fulfill the outstanding orders. To his dismay, however, just hours after the shipment left, Li's phone call arrived. The ominous ring felt like a death knell, and Song Yuan's hands trembled uncontrollably as he hesitantly answered. Li's furious voice resonated through the line. "Song Yuan, it seems you are quite capable. Half of this shipment consists of defective goods, suitable only for the lowest market. What do you mean by taking my deposit for premium products and sending me these rejects?" Song Yuan's heart plummeted. It was astonishing how quickly he had been discovered. The goods had barely been dispatched for 8 hours, as if someone had been waiting outside to inspect them thoroughly. He still harbored hopes of salvaging the situation. Pleading through the phone in a submissive tone, "Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. I am pressed for time and unable to deliver the goods. Could you possibly grant me another week?" "I assure you," Mr. Li chuckled, "if your assurances held any weight, why would I need a contract? Song Yuan, you have two choices. Either compensate for the breach of contract, or I will have the court compel you to do so. The decision lies with you." With the ultimatum delivered, Mr. Li confidently ended the call. Such trivial business was hardly worth his time. He would rather discuss the City South entertainment project with the Shun family. As for Song Yuan, he had climbed the social ladder, yet remained oblivious to the need for restraint. After 3 years of navigating society, he still thought like a student, lacking practical wisdom. Without the Shun family, who would be willing to engage in such unprofitable ventures with him? Now, having offended the Shuns, he might find it difficult to secure a foothold in the capital. Chapter 14. Embracing the moonlight of his heart with a loud crash. Song Yuan's phone fell to the ground, shattering upon impact with the hard concrete floor, the screen fracturing like a spider's web. Fortunately, it still functioned. He swallowed hard and, through the broken screen, dialed Shen Qinglin's number once more. Unsurprisingly, there was no answer. At this juncture, Qinglin had become his last lifeline. It was Qinglin who had introduced him to Mr. Li, facilitating his first business expansion. Yet now, he could not reach Qinglin and had no knowledge of the Shun family's whereabouts. Qinglin seemed to have vanished from his life without a trace, leaving him in despair. Defeated, Song Ziyuan let the phone slip from his grasp, collapsing to the ground. His unkempt stubble had grown considerably, and he lacked the motivation to groom himself. The penalty for breach of contract amounted to 3 times the value of the goods, totaling over 2 million. Coupled with the losses from defective products in the factory, the total exceeded 3 million. After laboring for more than a year to earn 2 million, he now faced the prospect of losing it all. Struggling to his feet, chilled to the bone, a singular thought consumed him. No, I cannot afford to pay. If only he could expedite production, perhaps Mr. Li would relent and not hold him accountable. With this glimmer of hope igniting a spark of energy within him, he pushed through the fatigue of several sleepless days and resumed his watch over the workers. Meanwhile, Shun Qinglin lounged in the empty Shun family living room, delighting in a plate of succulent grapes, their flesh plump and seedless, quite delectable. Qinglin, Chi, the court summons should be dispatched shortly, correct? System, yes, host. By tomorrow at the latest, you shall witness the unfolding drama. Qinglin, does Song Ziyuan possess sufficient funds to cover the compensation? System, allow me to calculate. The total loss exceeds 3 million. With his available assets in the factory, he is barely on the brink of adequacy. Sun Qingli nodded in satisfaction. This time, he must ensure that Song Ziyuan is left with no money, for otherwise, the ensuing matters would not be amusing. System, host, do you intend for Song Ziyuan to be unable to recover from this bankruptcy? Sun Qinglin shook his head and tossed a grape into his mouth. The succulent flesh bursting delightfully in his mouth, lifting his spirits. Sheng Qing, in a society governed by law, I shall not act against him. However, I take pleasure in watching this hollow facade decay in the mire, and this mire must be one he willingly leaps into. The system was somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Nevertheless, it did not dwell on it, trusting that the host, like System 88, was intelligent enough. As long as he complied, that sufficed. Early in the morning, Song Ziyuan was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his phone. Having been sleepless for several days, he felt utterly drained. He had only fallen asleep past 3 o'clock the previous night, and now he was being disturbed before dawn, struggling to lift his eyelids. With bleary eyes, he cracked them open a sliver, picked up his shattered phone, and without discerning who was calling, pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Good day. May I speak with Mr. Song Ziyuan? Yes, who am I speaking to? Hello, we are court officials, and we have a summons for you regarding an economic dispute. Please ensure you collect it by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Upon hearing the word court, Song Ziyuan's sleepiness vanished, and his mind went blank, nearly halting all thought. He could scarcely comprehend the rest of the conversation. From birth, Song Ziyuan had always been the type to avoid troubling his parents, and the court had always felt like a distant realm. Even now, in business, he adhered to the rules, engaging in the most ordinary of trades. To his astonishment, Mr. Li had truly taken a hard stance this time, evidently intent on making him pay. Without the luxury of contemplation, Song Ziyuan trembled as he stammered. I've only delayed a few days. Could you possibly grant me an extension? I assure you I can settle the payment. The official on the other end replied with unwavering formality, I'm sorry, Mr. Song. I am not concerned with your business affairs. You must pay the fine in full, and Mr. Li will be willing to withdraw the lawsuit. Other matters are outside our jurisdiction. Alternatively, you may wish to negotiate further with Mr. Li. What was there left to negotiate? Mr. Li was evidently determined to pursue this to the bitter end. He wouldn't have been so impatient otherwise. Could it be that his urgency stemmed from Sun Qinglin? Song Ziyuan's gaze darkened as he recalled that he had only known of a slight connection between the Shen family and Mr. Li. He could never ascertain the depth of their ties. Yet Mr. Li's aggressive stance surely indicated Sun Qinlin's hand in this. With this thought, Song Ziyuan slammed his fist onto the table beside him, gripping his phone tightly, his heart brimming with indignation and rage. After all, he had been with Sun Qinlin for over a year, and yet he was being struck down from behind. He no longer cared for even a trace of their past affection. His wrist was bruised and swollen, yet Song Ziyuan felt no pain. There was no room for negotiation at the courthouse. The money he had earned over the past year, along with the factory where he had poured his heart and soul, was likely beyond salvation. His temples throbbed, and within his chest, a fire of fury blazed, yearning for the opportunity to confront Sun Qinglin face to face. However, he could not locate him and was forced to endure, taking a taxi to the courthouse. The staff at the courthouse patiently explained the economic dispute to him, and on several occasions, he nearly lost his composure and overturned the table. Most infuriating was the fact that General Manager Li had not shown his face at all, delegating the matter to a young lawyer. This bespectacled attorney, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, remained silent until he spoke a barrage of incomprehensible legal jargon. Even if Song Ziyuan shouted obscenities at him, the lawyer would calmly parry with an eloquence devoid of any foul language. After a half-hour of this verbal sparring, Song Ziyuan found no advantage and chose silence instead. The lawyer, seeing his opponent subdued, smirked coldly and remarked, "It is your utmost fortune in this lifetime to sit here and engage in such discourse with someone of my stature." This incited another tirade from Song Ziyuan. Ultimately, after an extensive asset evaluation, the factory was valued at 1 million, alongside over 2 million in cash, and after several days of turmoil, he was left with a mere 30,000 yuan. Chapter 15. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight defeated, Song Ziyuan took a taxi back to his apartment complex. As he stepped out of the vehicle, a stray dog rummaging for food brushed against him and was inadvertently kicked. Nearby, a stylish young woman in high heels rolled her eyes at him before cheerfully addressing the dog. "My salary this month is several tens of thousands. From now on, I'll buy you meat every day. I'm off to work now, but I'll bring you and your puppy something delicious tonight." Her words only heightened his irritation, prompting him to retreat into his complex. The woman, dressed in such vibrant attire with towering heels and a handsome salary, surely did not hold a respectable profession. He sluggishly returned to his silent, desolate rented room, which had accumulated a fine layer of dust after a week of his absence. Lacking the energy to clean, he staggered onto the sofa, his hand resting on his forehead, embodying an indescribable weariness. All his efforts had come to naught. Just half a month prior, he had dreamed of joining the ranks of millionaires before turning 28. In a matter of days, he had plummeted from a fortune of millions to a state of utter destitution. What could a few tens of thousands accomplish? This small, dilapidated rental, located in a less-than-ideal area, was older than he was, demanding a monthly rent of 5,000 yuan. The meager funds he possessed would suffice to cover merely half a year's rent. Song Ziyuan cradled his head in his hands, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool. At present, the only lifeline he possessed was Sun Qinglin. Once more, he unlocked his phone, and through the cracked screen, he dialed Qinglin's number once again. It remained unanswered. Ziyuan had grown accustomed to disappointment. This time, he harbored little hope. Just as he contemplated ending the call, unexpectedly it connected. In that fleeting moment, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. Qinglin had answered. Could it be that he still harbored feelings for him, finally willing to grant him another chance? "Are you not tired of this? Why not reach out to your first love instead?" A vexed voice came through as soon as the call connected. Ziyuan straightened up abruptly, gripping the phone tightly, fearful that the call would be terminated once more. "Qinglin, you must believe me. You are the one I love most dearly. I have never held any affection for my first love. I miss you so much. Can we meet just once? Just once, please. It has been far too long since I last saw you, and thoughts of you fill my mind." Ziyuan poured out his heart in a single breath, intent on seizing this opportunity to express his devotion. However, Sun Qinglin interjected, "Your first love must not have wanted you, so you have come to me, looking for pity." "Not at all," Ziyuan quickly refuted. "It is he who has been persistent. I merely wished to have a meal with him to turn him down. Qinglin, you will always be my number one. Can we meet just once?" On the other end, Sun Qinglin felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What a clever twist of words. In a few sentences, Ziyuan had painted the picture as if Su Yi were the one relentlessly pursuing him. How utterly repugnant. Sun Qinglin casually popped a piece of candied fruit into his mouth and replied nonchalantly, "All right, let us meet tonight at that restaurant on the second floor of the Dijing building." Upon hearing this, Yuan was nearly propelled off the sofa with joy, terrified that Qing Lin might retract his agreement. Great. Tonight it is. I'll be waiting for you, and I won't leave until I see you. After hanging up, his heart danced with elation, almost compelling him to throw open the window and shout out to the world below. Qing Lin must still harbor feelings for him. After all, in terms of looks, he had received countless compliments during their school days, particularly on the university basketball team, where throngs of girls clamored to offer him water after each game. Qing Lin, with his innocent disposition and amiable temperament, was someone Yuan vowed to hold onto tightly, never letting go. Meanwhile, Qing Lin stood before the bathroom mirror, inspecting his reflection. With his fair complexion, delicate features, and prominent nose, he appeared far more attractive than anyone bearing the surname Song. Noticing the prolonged gazing of the host, the system inquired, "Host, are you truly going to meet Song Yuan? What could possibly be the merit in that?" Qing Lin finally tore his gaze away from the mirror, unplugging his fully charged phone while explaining, "If I don't go, he will cling to false hopes. I must extinguish any lingering aspirations he has of climbing the social ladder through me." System, then why are you preening in front of the mirror? Is it sufficient to simply change into another outfit? Qing Lin replied, "No, with my unparalleled beauty. I must make an impression tonight. Before I do so, I must take a moment to admire myself." The system was taken aback, unsure of the implication. Was she suggesting a confrontation? Noticing the system's confusion, Qing Lin, in a rare cheerful mood, elucidated, "Chi. The strengths and weaknesses of individuals like Song Yuan are quite evident. His merits lie in his handsome appearance, diligence, and resilience. However, he struggles to manage his temper and fails to recognize the reality around him, likely due to his upbringing in a family lacking both material and emotional support." After a pause, she added, "Without the original host's intervention, he would never achieve wealth in this lifetime. Just watch tonight. The moment he encounters dissatisfaction, he will undoubtedly lose control of his temper." The system, though partially comprehending, nodded in agreement. It then recalled what Brother 88 had informed it earlier and cautiously inquired, "Host, the main deity mentioned selecting the best system and traveler. Shall we participate?" Qing Lin raised an eyebrow, her demeanor unruffled. "I shall not partake. It lacks significance. My sole focus is on completing tasks." The system pouted, its tone laced with a hint of sorrow. "Host, you are so formidable. Why not join? Brother 88 and its host are participating. If we enter together, we are bound to secure a ranking." Qing Lin chuckled softly, casually twisting a piece of code in her hands. "I would rather evade your main deity than appear openly before him. From now on, refrain from discussing my matters with other systems, understood?" The system, startled, instinctively nodded, then remembered something and cautiously asked, "Your name seems different from when I first received my tasks. I recall the main deity mentioning a novice named Zhou. Yet I see your name in the first world is Qi." Qing Lin sighed, tucking her phone away, and dismissively replied, "If someone named Zhou came, you would be exasperated. How can a novice compare to me? Enough questions. I am preparing to leave." The system swiftly reclaimed the code from her hands, piecing it together with a serious nod. Regardless of which host appeared, the priority remained to fulfill the task. Chapter 16. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight in the bustling Empire building. Crowds flowed in and out. Song Yuan had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, glancing anxiously at his watch. It was already past 7, and Qing Lin had yet to arrive. Could it be the Shiwunti show? Just as he was becoming increasingly restless, a familiar Mercedes-Benz appeared, gliding into the parking lot. It was Qing Lin's car, the one he had seen countless times as she departed for social engagements. His previously dejected spirit was instantly revived. He adjusted his hair and collar, adopting his most charming expression while standing at the entrance, a vibrant bouquet of 99 fresh roses in hand, glistening with morning dew. People come and go, curiously eyeing the handsome young man and the bouquet he holds. From a distance, Qing Lin noticed the vibrant red at the entrance. He silently critiqued with a single thought, "Showy." Song Yuan enthusiastically waved at Qing Lin and hurried over, presenting the roses to him. The latter wore an expression of disdain. Unfazed, Song Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled Shen Qinglin toward the restaurant on the second floor. Inside, a familiar figure was bustling about, attending to customers. Song Ziyuan's entire focus was on Shen Qinglin, oblivious to the identical-clad waitstaff. Shen Qinglin discreetly averted his gaze from the familiar sight, and the two settled into a secluded booth, a quiet spot conducive to whispers. Song Zin, visibly excited, trembled slightly, his face glowing with a peculiar sheen from exhilaration. Qinglin, it's wonderful that you're willing to meet me. I am truly delighted. Shen Qinglin pursed his lips and summoned the nearest waiter, ordering a lavish array of dishes without even letting Song Ziyuan glance at the menu. He then returned to the conversation, casually stating, "To be honest, there's really no point in us meeting. It's best to part ways amicably." Upon hearing this, Song Ziyuan grew anxious. He had come here with all his hopes, and he could not bear to leave empty-handed. Adopting a sincere demeanor, he reached for Shen Qinglin's hand, only to have it pulled away. With an awkward smile, he implored, "Qinglin, every mistake is mine. We've been good together for a year. It would be a pity to end it now. I promise such incidents won't happen again. I'll adhere to whatever you say." Shen Qinglin sipped his lemon-honey tea, bemusedly observing the expectant man before him, and mockingly remarked, "Song Zian, you're not bankrupt and seeking my help to settle debts, are you?" At this, Song Ziyuan's face visibly fell. The sting of such a jibe was palpable. As the expensive dishes began to arrive, the tension at the table eased somewhat. Song Ziyuan forced a smile, offering Shen Qinglin a bite of food, but the latter, on high alert, furrowed his brows and pushed the plate away, declaring, "I dislike when others serve me food." The moment the words left his lips, the smile on Song Ziyuan's face froze. Throughout their relationship, he had always served food to Shen Qinglin during meals, and the latter had always welcomed it. Now, however, Song Ziyuan's expression darkened as he silently consumed his meal. The dinner was steeped in silence. After a prolonged pause, Song Zin, undeterred, carefully chose his words. "Qinglin, I genuinely care for you. I'm not concerned about wealth." Shen Qinglin struggled to maintain his composure, nearly unable to suppress a laugh at such a statement. "Really? I am aware that you are indifferent to money, hence I entrusted General Manager Li to take all your funds. I believe Brother Song wouldn't mind, would he?" Song Zin was taken aback by such bluntness, and it took him a moment to respond. A surge of repressed fury ignited within him, consuming his entire being. He slammed his chopsticks down and shouted, "Shen Qinglin, what do you mean by that? That money is what I have worked tirelessly for. How dare you conspire with General Manager Li to deceive me?" His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of fellow diners, even startling several nearby waitstaff. One of the servers, upon hearing that familiar voice, looked over curiously, eyes wide in surprise. "Deceive you?" Shen Qinglin widened his innocent eyes and smiled, asking, "Wasn't it you who breached the contract first? How can you claim that I deceived you?" Song Zin was momentarily speechless, unable to counter, yet stubbornly retorted, "General Manager Li is a very approachable person. He wouldn't have denied me even a single day. You instigated him behind my back, didn't you?" Unfazed, Shen Qinglin leisurely picked up a piece of cod, savoring it slowly while under the fiery gaze of his opponent, before finally speaking, "Indeed, it was I who did it. Your money was earned through my efforts, and now that I am reclaiming it, what issue do you have with that?" Song Ziyuan felt his rage boiling over. Memories of his arduous work at the factory flooding his mind. Night after night, countless hours of toil. He approached Shen Qinglin, gripping his wrist tightly, and through gritted teeth declared, "It was clearly General Manager Li who appreciated my abilities and chose to collaborate with me until now. You have sabotaged everything I have worked for." Meeting that predatory gaze without fear, Shen Qinglin boldly replied, "Compared to your abilities, General Manager Li admires your talent for living off others even more." This remark was starkly mocking, shattering the pride Song Ziyuan had kept concealed for so long. He had repeatedly deceived himself into believing that everything he had achieved was due to his own strength. Shen Qinglin's unflinching remark stripped away all his dignity. The flames of fury intensified. Song Ziyuan could no longer contain himself. Grabbing Shen Qinglin, he forcefully hurled him into the booth. Caught off guard, Shen Qinglin struck his forehead against the corner of the window, blood immediately oozing forth. A nearby girl stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Someone's been assaulted. Call an ambulance. There's blood." A man beside her quickly reached for his phone to dial the authorities, amidst the chaos not forgetting to scold the girl. "You see, such a man is not worth pursuing. I heard everything. He lives off others and resorts to violence. I am far superior to him. Jingjing, why not consider me?" Song Yuan stared in shock at Shen Qinglin, whose fingers pressed against his forehead were stained with blood. He had come today, seeking reconciliation, yet it had devolved into this chaos. Surrounding them were a chorus of whispers and pointing fingers. Even the young owner of the restaurant was alerted, rushing out to address the turmoil. Chapter 17, embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight amidst the onlookers. Su Yi, dressed as a waiter, stood utterly astonished. He had merely sought a part-time job at a high-end restaurant after his shift, yet he found himself witnessing such a melodramatic scene. Song Yuan dared to strike his benefactor. He truly seemed to despise money. If only he could encounter someone as youthful, handsome, and generous, he would surely worship him as a deity and shower him with flattery daily. Under the anxious inquiries of the boss, Shen Qinglin gently shook his head, softly uttering that he was fine. Indeed, he was unscathed. The earlier collision had not been forceful enough, and it was he who had inadvertently reopened the wound, leading to the flow of blood. Otherwise, there would have been merely a small bruise, devoid of blood, which would have lacked any intimidation factor. Standing amidst the crowd, Song Yuan was at a loss, mechanically shaking his head, his lips stammering. "I didn't mean to. I just pushed him lightly. I didn't use any force." The boss, while comforting Shen Qinglin, turned to scold Song Yuan. "Our establishment is equipped with surveillance. You may relay that to the police." After aiding Shen Qinglin to his feet and offering quiet reassurances, he prepared to drive him to the hospital personally. Song Yuan wished to follow, but Su Yi shouted loudly through the crowd, "Why are you following? Settle the bill first, then head to the police station." In his heart, Shen Qinglin silently gave Su Yi a thumbs up for the second time. This first love always managed to discern the essence of matters swiftly, truly deserving of the title White Moonlight. Had it not been for the embarrassing scene, Shen Qinglin would have considered befriending Su Yi. The meal had cost over 7,000. Song Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. This place indeed boasted high prices, but surely a table of dishes could not amount to such an exorbitant sum? Yi, with a smirk of cold disdain, tossed the bill into Song Yuan's hands, crossing his arms icily. "Hurry and pay. We still have to go to the police station." The bill clearly listed the price of each dish, honest and straightforward. Shen Qinglin had ordered a table full of food, yet the two had barely managed to eat half of it. With trembling hands, Song Yuan extracted his remaining 30,000 yuan card from his pocket. This was all the money he had left. Su Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed Song Yuan's situation was far from favorable. Look at that despondent expression. He drove a rented Mercedes, flaunting it while deceiving others. Had he not recognized the familiar license plate at the rental agency, he might have believed that the car was purchased by Song Yuan. A complete fraud. The police soon escorted the visibly terrified Song Yuan back to the station. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and Su Yi spat disdainfully at the retreating figure. Shen Qinglin lay in the hospital. Although he insisted he was fine, the young boss still followed protocol, subjecting him to a battery of examinations. Shortly thereafter, 2 police officers arrived in the ward to take statements. After being troubled until midnight, Shen Qinglin finally lay down to rest, exhausted. "Shen Qinglin, Chi, how is it going with Song Yuan?" The host, Song Yuan, has called his parents, who have rushed over overnight and will arrive early tomorrow morning. Shen Qinglin remarked, "Excellent. The incompetent allies are about to arrive." The system inquired, "How do you know they are incompetent allies?" Shen Qinglin replied, "Just look at Song Yuan's temperament. Stubborn, prideful, and easily offended. It is evident whom he is taken after." The system conceded, indeed, the shadows of one's family of origin can be discerned in the next generation. The following morning, Shen's parents burst into the hospital room, their cries echoing through the air, startling Shen Qinglin awake from his deep slumber. Shen's mother rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "My poor son. Are your injuries severe? If it weren't for Uncle Lee's notification, your father and I would still be in the dark about such a significant matter. You didn't even bother to call to inform us." She gently lifted the bandage from his forehead. The wound had healed, and upon seeing it, Shin's mother stifled her sobs, realizing it wasn't as dire as she had feared. It seemed excessive to continue crying. Shin's father stood behind them, his face clouded with anger, and exclaimed, "That Song fellow is truly despicable, daring to lay a hand on someone. It is outrageous. Our family has assisted a thankless wretch." Curious, Shun Qinglin asked, "How did you two find out I was here?" With a grateful expression, Shun's mother grasped her son's hand and explained, "The restaurant where you dined is run by Uncle Lee's son, who personally brought you here last night." Realization dawned on Shun Qinglin. No wonder the young proprietor had seemed to favor him during their conversation. Shin's mother, still holding his hand, adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "What are you planning to do about Song's Yuan?" Shun Qinglin smiled slightly, assuring her, "Do not worry. I have everything under control. Just wait and see, Mom." Shin's mother furrowed her brow and turned to Shin's father, "Old Shun, don't you think our son has become more astute lately? I used to think I had given birth to a dimwit." Shun Qinglin pouted and rolled his eyes, lying back down on the hospital bed, as his head throbbed more than it had the previous night. Meanwhile, at the police station, a sleepless Song Ziyuan sat despondently in a chair, his eyes bloodshot and his lower lip marked with teeth impressions from biting it anxiously. The police had urged him to call a family member, but in this unfamiliar metropolis, he could not think of a suitable friend or relative. Reluctantly, he dialed his parents, who lived in a distant province, knowing it would take nearly a night for them to arrive. As he sat there, feeling utterly defeated, an elderly couple, weary from travel, entered the room and instantly spotted their forlorn son. "Ziyuan, what has happened to you? Your mother received a call, saying you were in a fight?" inquired his mother, a shrewd woman with sharp features, her voice laced with concern. A nearby police officer, displaying impatience, interjected, "Your son has assaulted someone. If the other party does not provide a letter of understanding, your son will be detained." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyun immediately became anxious, jumping up and down in distress. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "On what grounds do you arrest my son? If no one else is hitting him, how could he possibly hit others? Why aren't both of them being apprehended?" The police officer, seemingly accustomed to dealing with such obstinate individuals, frowned and replied, "The other party did not initiate violence. It was your son who acted first, and the surveillance footage corroborates this. You should promptly seek a resolution with the involved parties." Wang Xiaoyun, unwilling to see her son suffer, hurriedly grasped Song Ziyuan's arm, her face a mask of urgency as she implored, "What happened? Speak to your mother, and I shall advocate for you." Finally lifting his head, Song Zin, who had been staring at the ground, looked at his anxious parents with a bewildered expression and slowly began to speak. "Mom, he was originally with me. We were in the midst of a breakup." Chapter 18. Embracing the boyfriend of the white moonlight, the scorching afternoon sun bore down on the earth, while the hospital room was fully air-conditioned. Shun Qinglin, rarely having an appetite, managed to finish a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean meat. Just as he wiped his mouth, two unexpected visitors barged in without knocking. A couple in their 50s entered the room unceremoniously. Shun Qinglin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the couple closely. Dressed in the cheapest clothing suitable for the sweltering summer, their entire attire barely exceeded 100 yuan. Their shoes were grimy, indicating a lack of care for their appearance. The woman at the forefront, with shifty eyes, scrutinized Shun Qinglin before speaking condescendingly. "You must be Shun Qinglin, the one who got my son taken to the police station?" Her tone was aggressive, showing no inclination for negotiation or reconciliation. In that moment, Shun's father felt an overwhelming urge to expel the intruders, but after years in business, he had learned to conceal his emotions. Suppressing his anger, he responded, "What do you mean? Your son assaulted someone, and he shouldn't be taken to the police station?" Wang Xiaoyun, displeased by this remark, retorted immediately, "Isn't it normal for young people to have disagreements in relationships? Unlike your son, who escalates matters to such an extent. How embarrassing." Shun's mother, infuriated by this comment, rose and vehemently shouted, "Your son has the audacity to commit violence, and you defend him? I hope your son serves his time in prison, and if you truly care, perhaps you should join him behind bars." Shun Qinglin and his father exchanged astonished glances. They had never seen Shun's usually gentle mother react with such fiery indignation. Wang Xiuyun had always cherished her son, unwilling to let anyone tarnish her precious child's reputation. Her son, having been accepted into university and remaining in the capital, was the envy of many in their village. Upon hearing disparaging remarks about him, she could hardly swallow her indignation. Who knows if your son is involved in unsavory affairs outside? It is only right for Ziyuan to teach him a lesson. Perhaps you should focus on managing your own child first. Upon hearing this, Shun's mother nearly fainted from anger, pointing a finger at the other party and scolding Song Ziyuan. A man living off others is still so arrogant. I shall see if, after today, as bravado, your son possesses the ability to emerge from prison. Song's father, a simple and honest farmer, continuously tugged at his wife's arm, urging her to speak less. Instead, he was met with a sharp rebuke from Wang Xiuyun. Shun Qinglin had quietly called the security downstairs, and soon several burly guards arrived, unceremoniously dragging Wang Xiuyun and Song's father out. Wang Xiuyun, still defiant, threw herself to the ground, shouting that the security was assaulting her. The guards, accustomed to such scenes, exchanged glances and swiftly carried her away. Along the way, they attracted numerous onlookers, including patients and their families. Wang Xiuyun's curses persisted until she was dragged outside the hospital. The ward finally fell silent, and Shun Qinglin softly comforted his mother, assuring her that someone would come to deal with Wang Xiuyun. Still fuming, Shun's mother looked up in confusion and asked who. Shun Qinglin smiled confidently, winking, "Her good son. Just wait and see, Mom." At the police station, the bespectacled lawyer adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes revealing nothing but impatience and irritation. This was the second time he had met with the despondent man named Song, a distinguished figure in the legal profession. He found it utterly humiliating to negotiate with such a person. He could only imagine the ridicule from his peers if they were to find out. The thought of this made his eyes, hidden behind thick lenses, flash with a cold light. "Due to your mother's reckless insults at the hospital, my client, Mr. Shun, refuses to settle. We will proceed according to legal protocol." Song Zian, with bloodshot eyes and dark stubble, stood up in disbelief, his voice trembling. "How can he refuse to settle? I did not intend to hurt anyone. We must reach an agreement." The lawyer's impatience flared, almost wishing to hurl the thick dossier at the head of this utterly uninformed man. "Your words carry no weight. It is not your turn to speak now. Encountering you is nothing but bad luck. I usually handle cases worth billions, and now I've sunk to dealing with a fool like you, who has but a few coins to his name. You and that Wang woman outside are cut from the same cloth. One is brazen inside, the other rolling on the ground outside, cursing a police officer decades her junior for misconduct. Truly, a family of blood relations. Are you all here to put on a show at the police station?" His words were sharp, his sarcasm well-placed, and the scene vividly depicted, all without a single vulgarity. The surrounding officers cast admiring glances at him, and one young officer enviously remarked, "Lawyer Zhao, when will I ever possess your eloquence?" The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses once more, turning to the young officer with a serious expression, and remarked, "Being a police officer is commendable, but as a lawyer, encountering such scum makes one feel that wasting life on such individuals is nothing short of a sin, a profound desecration of my very existence." As he uttered the word scum, he cast a glance at Song Zin, whose face bore an expression of utmost discomfort. The young officer, filled with admiration, nodded eagerly, his eyes practically sparkling. Soon after, Song Zin was sentenced to 15 days of detention, while Wang Xiuyun, who had caused a ruckus at the police station, was detained for 5 days on charges of obstructing justice. During those 15 days, Song Ziyuan felt as though he was enduring an eternity. Stripped of his freedom and having exhausted his funds, he was subjected to the abuse of other inmates during his idle hours. In just 4 to 5 days, he had lost a significant amount of weight, his cheeks sunken, brows furrowed, and an expression of anger and fear replaced his once handsome visage. Fortunately, In the final 5 days, he encountered a man known as Biao Gu, whose appearance was intimidating yet whose demeanor was kind. He detested fights among prisoners, and each time someone attempted to provoke trouble, Biao Gu would bellow them back. After several such encounters, Song Yuan found himself increasingly grateful to the seemingly fierce Biao Gu. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Upon their first meeting, Song Yuan had presumed that Biao Gu would be the most aggressive fighter, but in just a few days, his perspective had been completely transformed. Chapter 19. Embracing the moonlight boyfriend after the 15-day detention ended, Song Yuan returned to his rented apartment in a daze. Sharing the space were his parents, who incessantly complained about the exorbitant prices in the capital. Yuan, look at this. Mom went to buy a tomato, and it cost 4 yuan per gene. Back in our village, I wouldn't even pay 1 yuan for it. Why are these people so adept at extorting money? Wang Shuyan grumbled throughout the morning, insisting that now that her son was back, she must buy groceries to prepare a hearty meal to celebrate and cleanse away the bad luck. However, before she could start cooking, she was taken aback by the shocking prices at the market. After half an hour of complaining about the costs, she turned her attention to the apartment. Look at this place, so dilapidated with poor lighting, and we have to climb 5 flights of stairs. Just going up and down leaves me utterly exhausted. Yuan, when you're out in the world, don't just settle for less. When you have the time, rent a better place so that your parents can enjoy some comfort too. Suddenly, Song Yuan, who had remained silent until then, shouted, startling his parents. Wang Shuyan swallowed her complaints, stifling them in her throat. This is not our village. Keep your temper tantrums to yourself. Otherwise, you and Dad can hurry back to the village and spare us the embarrassment. Though Wang Shuyan often appeared unyielding in public, deep down, she was apprehensive of her son, especially since he was their only child and their future reliance for support in their old age. She had always refrained from retorting when he reprimanded her. Pouting slightly, Wang Shuyan murmured a few words before turning to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Song's father dutifully followed her inside to assist. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Song Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. Their family had already offended the Shun clan. At this point, the prospect of reconciling with Shun Qinglin seemed utterly implausible. The mere fact that the two could meet without engaging in conflict would be a blessing. He found himself destitute, with only 50,000 yuan left in his pocket, savings brought from his hometown by his parents during their visit to the capital. This sum represented a lifetime of toil for his parents, who, after providing for their family's sustenance and his education, had managed to accumulate a meager 50,000 yuan. Instinctively, Song Yuan felt that his parents might have more savings, though likely not substantial, as they would be hesitant to deplete their funds reserved for retirement. 50,000 yuan, in this city where every inch of land is precious, would vanish within a few months, especially with 3 people now relying on it for survival. Exhausted, he closed his eyes. In a span of a month, he had plummeted from paradise to despair, from a life of luxury to mere survival. He felt a pang of resentment and indignation. Once, he had been a person of 2 million. Yet now he found himself calculating for a mere 20 yuan to buy a piece of meat. Song Yuan was filled with regret. If only he hadn't broken up with Shun Qinglin. If only Su Yi had not appeared. Yet, what was done was done. Given the current predicament, the most pressing concern was to devise a way to earn money. Rent was due quarterly, and by the end of this month, he would need to pay. The rent, property fees, and utilities would amount to 20,000 yuan in one go, which would slash his savings in half. As he pondered this, his phone rang. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who could be calling at this hour. Through the cracked screen, he could barely make out an unfamiliar number. Warily, he answered, and the most familiar voice from the police station greeted him. Song, it's your brother Biao. Are you free? Come out, I'll treat you. The robust voice of Wang Biao resonated. Instantly, Song Yuan perked up. He had heard from others at the station that Biao was engaged in business outside and had ended up inside due to a lapse in judgment, but would soon be released. If he could establish a connection with Biao, it could potentially lead to new opportunities. He quickly donned a smile, politely declining while his voice betrayed his excitement. Oh, Biao, you're too kind. It should be me treating you. Just tell me where to meet, and I'll head over right away. Wang Biao chuckled derisively through the phone, but maintained a warm tone. Let us meet at the Anhao Entertainment City. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance. Anhao Entertainment City was the most renowned establishment of its kind in the city, frequented by all manner of people. Having risen through the ranks through education, Song Ziyuan instinctively felt a sense of aversion towards such venues. Yet, the tantalizing possibility of networking surged through him, igniting every nerve with ambition. Without further deliberation, he called out to the kitchen, "Mom, I want to be home for lunch. I have some matters to attend to. I'll return later." Wang Shuyan hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, wiping her wet hands on her apron while lamenting, "The dishes are already in the pot. Where do you think you're going? Can't you leave this afternoon?" Song Ziyuan, visibly irritated, changed his clothes and replied with frustration, "What do you understand? The big boss can't wait for me. If you had money, your son wouldn't have to live by others' whims." Wang Shiyun turned pale with anger but dared not retort, silently returning to the kitchen to turn off the stove. She then turned back to scold her helpless husband, lamenting her poor judgment in marrying him, which had led to their current predicament. At the entrance of the Anhao Entertainment Club, the exuberant Biao Gu pulled Song Ziyuan's arm, leading him into a private room. Upon entering, they were enveloped in smoke, despite the acrid smell. The ambience was akin to a paradise. Having never experienced such a scene, Song Ziyuan coughed a few times and awkwardly seated himself, unsure of how to position his limbs. Biao Gu exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby subordinate, who eagerly greeted Song Zin. "Hey, Brother Song, you're here to celebrate today, and everyone is gathered. How about we try our luck on the third floor? They say when business is bleak, luck at the tables is bright." Biao Gu nodded in agreement, encouragingly patting Song Ziyuan on the shoulder. "Come on, little Song, let us play a few rounds." Although Song Ziyuan instinctively resisted, the presence of so many people made it awkward to decline outright. He reasoned that as long as he remained true to himself and refrained from gambling, he would not be caught up in it. Resolving this internally, he pursed his lips and nodded. Biao Gu raised an eyebrow, a triumphant glint in his eyes. As the group ascended to the third floor, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. There were boisterous laughs from those winning, disheartened complaints from those losing, and a few timid souls peering in, eager to test their luck and perhaps become the next favor by Lady Luck. Biao Gu led the group to a table where a stylishly dressed female dealer approached with a smile. "Ah, it's Biao Gu. What do you plan to play today?" Biao Gu surveyed the room and confidently settled into a chair, crossing his legs and declaring, "Let us start with some dice. I brought a new brother to try his luck." The dealer swiftly produced a set of dice, expertly shaking them in the cup before placing it steadily on the table. Turning to Song Ziyuan, Biao Gu urged, "Come on, Xiao Song, guess the size." With a forced smile, Song Ziyuan repeatedly shook his head. "No, Biao Gu, I'm not very good at this. I just watch you play." Suppressing his displeasure, Biao Gu patiently replied, "How about this? If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's mine. This round is on me. How much do you want to bet?" With the stakes set, Song Ziyuan had no choice but to steel himself and participate. He pondered for a moment, fearing the prospect of defeat. Hence, he dared not wager a substantial amount. In a hushed tone, he suggested, "Let us go with 10,000. In this casino, it was quite rare to encounter such a modest bet, and upon hearing his words, the surrounding patrons erupted into laughter. Only the female dealer maintained her composure, her smile unwavering as she regarded the motley crew before her. A flush crept on his Song Ziyuan's face, and amid the ridicule, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Brother Biao, with a grand gesture, came to his rescue. "Ah, young Song, it's your first foray. It seems you lack confidence in yourself. No matter 10,000 it is." With that, he boldly tossed a chip onto the center of the table, a small, circular token representing the sum of 10,000. "Now, my dear brother, choose between big or small." Song Ziyuan had never played dice before. Suddenly posed with the question, he casually replied, "I'll go with big." The dealer lowered her gaze slightly, her fingers curling ever so slightly as she unveiled the dice. The movement was subtle, unnoticed by the crowd, and invisible to Song Ziyuan. As the cup was revealed, 3 dice lay within, showing a total of 4, 5, and 5. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the onlookers. "Oh, he won! Who would have thought he had such luck? A splendid start." The last remark sent a jolt through Song Ziyuan's heart. his eyes brimming with newfound fervor. Indeed, had he wagered 500,000 earlier, he would have amassed a fortune of 500,000 by now. Wouldn't he that have transformed his life overnight? Brother Wang Biao tossed the winnings of 10,000 into Song Ziyuan's hands, inhaled deeply from a cigarette, and exhaled swirling clouds of smoke, infused with envy as he remarked, "Young Song, you must have always been fortunate, for you certainly seem to possess a streak of luck at the gambling table." These words stirred a cascade of memories from the past 20-some years for Song Ziyuan. Yes, it appeared he had always enjoyed good fortune. Academic pursuits came effortlessly, leading him to a prestigious university. His first love reciprocated his affections. Shortly after graduation, he met Shun Qinglin, and his career trajectory soared. While his peers struggled for meager salaries, he had already become a small business owner, commanding respect at various gatherings. Indeed, one could say he was quite fortunate. Brother Biao jested, and Song Ziyuan wore a proud expression, yet he remained modest, replying, "Well, my luck isn't extraordinary. It's rather average, I suppose." Wang Biao took several deep puffs from his cigarette and called out to the female dealer, "Let us have another round. Allow my young brother to take the lead." The dealer flashed a polished professional smile and deftly began to shake the dice. This time, Song Ziyuan did not refuse. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently upon the cup. The crisp sound of the dice, striking one another, stirred a restless excitement within him. After placing the dice cup on the table, Wang Biao forcefully pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and declared with bravado, "Brother, it's your turn to gamble. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me." Song Ziyuan, devoid of any inclination to refuse, decisively stated, "Then let us bet on big. I'll wager 50,000. Wang Biao counted out 5 circular chips and tossed them into the center of the table. The female dealer smiled gently as she lifted the dice cup. The 3 dice revealed 6, 6, and 4. A collective gasp resonated around them. "Ah, I won another 50,000. What incredible luck. Could it be that a new gambling god has emerged?" A wave of euphoria swept over Song Ziyuan, his complexion flushed and his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. Fortune seemed to favor him. The losses from his business could be reclaimed in just a few rounds. Clutching the 50,000, he envisioned a future filled with wins amounting to hundreds of millions, luxury cars awaiting him outside, and a throng of admirers surrounding him, all hailing him as their esteemed leader, awestruck by his gambling prowess. After winning twice, Wang Biao abruptly called for a halt. He patted Song Ziyuan on the shoulder, his envy palpable. "Ah, I've truly made a remarkable acquaintance. Let us call it a day for now. When we have time tomorrow, we'll play again and aim for a 5 million win." His words ignited a fervor for the promising future ahead, one that seemed effortlessly attainable without the need for hard work. Song Ziyuan nodded vigorously, his heart fully embracing the notion that gambling could be his path to redemption, fully aligning himself with Brother Biao's character. On his way out, a group of underlings surrounded Song Ziyuan, calling him Brother Song, their adulation elevating him to dizzying heights. As if he had genuinely become the leader of the area, a nascent star destined to rise on the gambling table. After seeing him off to a taxi, Wang Biao watched the vehicle disappear from view, his expression darkening. He leisurely lit a cigarette and pulled out his phone to dial a number. "Brother Shun, I've taken care of it, don't worry." "No problem. I've scheduled for him to come again tomorrow." "Thank you, Brother Shun." Once the call ended, a satisfied smile finally graced Wang Biao's face. Meanwhile, Shun Qinglin, who had just returned home from the hospital, concluded his own call with relief. Back in the hospital, not even the arrogance of Wang Xiaoyun could have swayed him. Even had she come to beg for forgiveness, Shun Qinglin would never have considered reconciliation. His intent was to ensure that Song Ziyuan became acquainted with the likes of Wang Biao, leading him to a complete downfall. The system in his consciousness rolled about, puzzled. With Song Ziyuan's current financial state, how could he squander it away, and why would he be enticed by gambling? System. Host. Why do you wish for Song Ziyuan to gamble? Shun Qinglin. Quick money will make him incapable of accepting the slow, steady path to wealth. I don't want to give someone like Song Ziyuan any chance for redemption. System. I understand. Even if you were to encourage him to engage in honest business now, he would lack the patience to settle down. Shun Qinglin. Indeed, with such a son, Wang Xiuyun must be overjoyed. Tong, host. What you mentioned in the hospital about her son taking care of her, now it all makes sense. Sung Qingli nodded, plucking a grape and tossing it into his mouth. This grape was exceptionally delicious. Though its exterior appeared unripe and green, the succulent flesh was remarkably sweet. Chapter 21. Embracing the boyfriend of the moonlight upon returning to the rental apartment, Song Ziyuan placed the 50,000 yuan on the coffee table, examining it repeatedly. Song's father, puzzled, wondered how his son had acquired such a sum in a single outing. Where did you get all this money? We don't engage in illegal activities. With a look of impatience, Song Ziyuan replied, What do you know? This is earned through my own efforts. Wang Xiuyun, beside him, sharply nudged her husband's shoulder, her face beaming as she praised her son. My son is truly capable, unlike your father, who has spent his life fearing others and enduring humiliation in the village. Song Ziyuan scoffed, uninterested in further conversation, and instead secured the money, rising to retreat to his room. He opened his computer and began researching dice-throwing techniques, not returning to bed until late into the night. The next afternoon, Wang Biao's call came in again, inviting him to the Anhao Entertainment City for some gaming. Without hesitation, Song Ziyuan hailed a taxi and headed to the entertainment venue. In the bustling casino on the third floor, a crowd had already gathered, loudly clamoring for another round. Wang Biao guided him to a table and joined the lively throng. The same beautiful female dealer from yesterday smiled at the excited crowd, calmly shaking the dice in the center of the table. Once the dice settled, Song Ziyuan confidently placed a bet of 20,000 chips. Wang Biao exchanged a discreet glance with him. The dealer, understanding, leisurely lifted the lid. Song Ziyuan couldn't contain his excitement, slamming his hand on the table, his smile nearly distorting with joy. He had won. In just 2 days, he had amassed tens of thousands at the gaming table. Those around him began to recognize him, displaying an air of reverence as they hurriedly offered cigarettes, exclaiming, So it's Brother Song. With you here today, whatever you bet on, I shall follow. The flattery made Song Ziyuan beam with delight as he confidently took his place at the head of the table, exuding the aura of a gambling deity leading his followers, even forcing Wang Biao to sit to the side. The dealer once again rolled the dice. Song Ziyuan counted his chips, totaling 70,000. This time, he decided to wager it all, doubling his stakes. As the dice settled, he pushed his chips forward, boldly declaring, All in. Bet small. Wang Biao wore a satisfied smile, nodding slightly at the dealer. The dealer maintained her serene smile. The lid was lifted to reveal 554, a big win. A collective gasp echoed around, and Song Ziyuan could hardly believe his eyes. How could this be? How could he have lost? Why did he lose everything in this round? His heart sank, feeling as though he had been plunged into icy waters. His mind nearly ceased to function, and the surrounding clamor of the crowd became a distant murmur. At that moment, Wang Biao stepped forward and remarked, Dear Brother Song, you have always bet on high. Why the sudden shift to low? This loss is indeed unjust. You will surely win the next round. Trust me, go back to betting high. Song Ziyuan forced himself to regain his composure, his lips trembling as he hesitated before speaking. Brother Biao, I have no money left. Wang Biao waved his hand grandly. No matter, I shall lend you 50,000. You can repay me once you win. Hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Song Ziyuan's heart. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Brother Biao and hurriedly turned to the female dealer, urging her to commence another round. Once again, he placed his bet on high without hesitation, wagering the entirety of the 50,000. As the lid was lifted, a chorus of disapproval arose. 113 entirely low. Song Ziyuan's heart sank even further. His hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. Now, he was in debt for 100,000. Wang Biao remained unperturbed, quietly saying, Brother, it seems your luck has simply reversed. I believe fortune is still on your side. Perhaps you should return home and fetch more money for another attempt. Song Ziyuan mechanically nodded, his desire to recover his losses consuming every nerve. He hastily stood and said to Wang Biao, Brother Biao, I have some money at home. Let me fetch it, and then we can gamble again. Wang Biao nodded in agreement. On the way home, Song Ziyuan calculated rapidly. Surely his parents had some funds left. He would take that as capital aiming to win 2 million at the gambling table before withdrawing. With that money, he could then venture into business. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuyun was languidly watching television at home, while Song's father, with nothing to do, rummaged through the community's trash bins for cardboard boxes. As Song Ziyuan unlocked the door, Wang Xiuyun curiously inquired, "Son, why are you home so early today?" Song Zin, lacking patience for an explanation, frowned and said, "Mom, how much money do you have left? I need to borrow it. I promise to return it tonight." At once, Wang Xiuyun became vigilant. Having toiled in the countryside all their lives, enduring hardship and labor, they had saved a total of 100,000, of which 50,000 had already been given to their son for emergencies, while the remaining 50,000 was reserved for retirement, sacred funds that could not be easily touched unless absolutely necessary. "What do you need the money for? Didn't I just give you 50,000 a few days ago?" Her tone was filled with resistance. Song Ziyuan grew increasingly impatient, as if fearful of being discovered gambling. He retorted more insistently, "Don't concern yourself with that. I just need to use it, and I'll return it tonight." Wang Xiuyun's vigilance heightened. "No, I need to keep this money for retirement. It cannot be touched." Song Ziyuan was indeed too weary to engage in futile conversation with her. He bypassed Wang Xiuyun and directly entered his parents' bedroom, rummaging through their belongings in search of something. In a moment of panic, Wang Xiuyun's voice took on a trembling edge as she stepped forward, grasping her son's arm in an attempt to halt his quest for money. "Stop looking. That money is meant for our retirement. What do you need it for?" The bedroom was modest, with few belongings, and Song Ziyuan effortlessly uncovered the cash wrapped in a plastic bag. A total of 50,000 yuan. Without uttering a word, he turned to leave. Wang Xiuyun, unwilling to let her son abscond with the money, clung desperately to his arm, exclaiming loudly, "You can't take that money. It's for our old age." With a forceful shove, Song Ziyuan sent Wang Xiuyun crashing to the floor. Moments later, the door slammed shut behind him, leaving her hair disheveled as she sat on the tiled floor, pounding her thigh and wailing, "My money. You can't take it. I've saved for a lifetime to accumulate this little." Chapter 22. Embracing the boyfriend of my dreams on the third floor of the Anhao Entertainment Club, Song Ziyuan sat once more in a chair, this time devoid of his earlier confidence. His back hunched, expression anxious, brow furrowed tightly. For his first bet, he hesitated and placed only 20,000 yuan. Fortune seemed to return to him as he won back 2,000. With a newfound sense of assurance, he regained his previous air of arrogance. Wagering all the chips he possessed, Wang Biao, lurking behind him, let out a cold chuckle. "That's enough. It's time to end this." With 70,000 yuan all wagered, the moment the dice cup was lifted, a chorus of disheartened murmurs swept through the crowd. All the money was lost. Stunned, Song Ziyuan leaped from his chair. He had just won 2,000, only to lose 70,000. Now, he found himself with not a single penny to his name. Money, in his eyes, had become an elusive stream, slipping through his fingers in an instant. A chill enveloped him, and in the frigid air of the casino, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. What to do? With no capital, he could not continue gambling. "Biao Gu." Song Ziyuan turned his gaze to Wang Biao, who was casually smoking nearby, as if he had seized a final lifeline. "Could you lend me some money? I promise to repay you as soon as I recover my losses." Wang Biao took a drag from his cigarette and nodded nonchalantly in agreement. The female dealer raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised by the exchange, yet her face remained impassive, adorned with her perpetually professional smile. Wang Biao tossed out 10 chips, his voice laced with a barely perceptible allure. "I'll lend you 100,000. Give it another shot." Grateful, Song Ziyuan repeatedly expressed his thanks, seizing the 10 chips and shouted to the female dealer, "Let us go again." The dice cup was lifted time and again, miraculously transforming 100,000 into 200,000, then into 400,000, and subsequently 800,000. A throng of onlookers abandoned their own games. Drawn in by the spectacle, Song Ziyuan's face contorted with excitement, his complexion flushed. Fortune had smiled upon him once more, and in a fleeting moment, he had amassed 800,000. In his final wager, Song Ziyuan cast all 80 chips, harboring the most optimistic of expectations, intent on doubling his newfound wealth. Alas, fate did not favor him in the end. He wagered the entirety of the 800,000. The money he had just acquired slipping away before it could even warm in his grasp. At that moment, a mere 10,000 held no significance for him. The small round token in his hand felt like nothing more than a trivial piece of plastic, devoid of any connection to wealth. Having lost everything, he turned once more to Brother Biao for a loan. With a smile, Wang Biao patted his shoulder, tossing him 100 chips and whispering temptingly in his ear, hoping he would win it back. Oblivious to the underlying implications, Song Ziyuan frantically grasped the chips, urging the dealer to continue. This time his luck had all but vanished. The chips dwindled gradually. Within just 4 or 5 rounds, he had lost all his tokens. Desperation drove him to once again beseech Brother Biao for assistance. It was not until an hour later that Song Ziyuan regained his senses, drenched in cold sweat. By the end, he had lost track of how much he had wagered. To him, money had become merely a symbol, a circular token. After countless rounds, the female dealer calculated that Song Ziyuan owed the casino over 4 million, a staggering figure, one he had never imagined possible. Overcome with disbelief, he stared in horror, unable to fathom such a debt. With a forced smile, his tongue slightly numb, he stuttered to Wang Biao beside him, "Brother Biao, can we disregard the bets from this afternoon?" Wang Biao, shedding his usual amiability, violently threw a chair to the ground, startling everyone with a cacophony. With a cold smirk, he pinched Song Ziyuan's terrified face, his voice icy. "What do you take this place for? Your home? You think you can lose money at the casino and then refuse to pay? Dream on. I'll tell you this. Today, you must come up with the money. Otherwise, you'll leave here limping." Song Zin was utterly petrified by the burly man before him. The brotherhood they had shared in recent days evaporated in an instant. A chilling realization dawned upon him. He had been ensnared. Scenes of cheating from television dramas flashed before his eyes. Bolstered by newfound bravado, he shouted at the crowd in the casino, "You colluded to cheat me. I will never pay you. Return my lost 100,000. In response, Wang Biao delivered a swift kick to Song Ziyuan's abdomen, his flesh quivering with malice as he snarled, daring to cause a scene in the casino. "You ought to consider your own weight. I'll tell you this. If you don't repay your debt, you'll leave with a limb." Song Ziyuan was violently thrust to the ground, clutching his abdomen, trembling in agony, each breath tearing at his wound, his fingers spasming into tight fists. Wang Biao stepped forward, seizing Ziyuan's hair, lifting his head. In the midst of Ziyuan's panicked gaze, Wang Biao, with a stoic expression, articulated each word. "You think you can cause a ruckus in the casino? You are not worthy." Zin, quaking with fright, dared not utter a word in defiance. Only stammering, "Brother Biao, I will go home and gather the money. I will surely manage to raise it." Wang Biao revealed a sinister smile, picked up a nearby chair, and hurled it at Ziyuan's head. Zin cried out in pain, rolling on the ground while clutching his forehead, his body smeared with cigarette ash that had fallen. The female dealer observed the scene with a cold gaze, casually placing a chair behind Wang Biao, standing beside him with a smile. Satisfied, Wang Biao glanced at her, then threw himself onto the chair, looking down at Ziyuan from his elevated position. "I give you 3 days to settle this 4 million debt. Otherwise, you can forget about living well for the rest of your life." His voice was fierce, offering no semblance of leniency. And, eager to escape this place, endured the excruciating pain from his wound. Struggling to rise, he stammered, I will go back and gather the money now." Only then did Wang Biao nod in satisfaction, waving him off to retrieve the funds. Ignoring his wounds, Ziyuan pressed on his bleeding forehead, limping away from the casino amidst the gloating stares and whispered conversations of the crowd. The female dealer handed Wang Biao a cigarette, lit it for him, and curiously inquired, "Brother Biao, it seems he intends to flee?" Wang Biao snorted, took a drag from his cigarette, letting the smoke swirl in his mouth before leisurely replying, "Humph. What if he runs? I fear he cannot resist the allure of this place. Sooner or later, he will yearn for all its splendor in return." Chapter 23. The boyfriend embracing the white moonlight song, Ziyuan rummaged through his pockets, barely managing to scrape together a few dozen coins. He attempted to hail several taxis along the roadside, but the drivers, seeing his disheveled state, refused to take him. After a lengthy wait, he finally managed to flag down a cab, though the driver, with a reluctant demeanor, charged him an extra 10 yuan to take him home. Dragging his injured body, Xian ascended the stairs step by step. Wang Shiyun heard the commotion and turned to see her son returning, battered and bruised. Forgetting all about the 50,000 yuan matter, she gasped and hurried towards him, her heart aching as she exclaimed, "Xian, what happened? Did you get into a fight? Who dares to hurt you? I'll stand up for you." And, in a daze, was unwilling to utter another word, struggling to sit on the sofa, motionless like a puppet, his gaze blank and unfocused. Wang Shiyun's heart raced with anxiety, her speech faltering as she exclaimed, "Who on earth attacked you, my son? Let us report this to the police and ensure that individual is imprisoned. There shall be no reconciliation." This statement brought to mind Shen Qinglin for Song Ziyuan, who felt as though he had grasped the only lifeline in the darkness, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. In a flurry of activity, he retrieved his phone and dialed the number he knew by heart, only to be met with the insistent beeping of a blocked call. Shen Qinglin had blacklisted his number. Refusing to yield to despair, Song Ziyuan opened WeChat, sending a message that read, "Are you there?" punctuated by a bold, crimson exclamation mark as striking as blood. His heart sank completely. Shen Qinglin had decisively severed ties with him, leaving no room for reconciliation. Thoughts of 4 million lingered in his mind, a sum ample enough to purchase his very life. Unaware of the turmoil, Wang Shiyun noticed her son's despondence and summoned the assertiveness she once wielded during disputes in their village. "Son, tell me who did this to you. I will seek justice on your behalf. In the village, I have never lost a battle of words." Enough. The pent-up rage within Song Ziyuan erupted, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Shiyun, shouting, "Do you think this is our village? You have spent your life flaunting your power there. But do you expect to bring that entitlement to this capital? Who cares for your antics here? What significance do you hold?" Wang Shiyun had never endured such humiliation. After all, Song Ziyuan was her son, whom she had cherished for over 20 years. How could he hurl such vitriol at her? Her instinct to retaliate kicked in. "No matter what, I am still your mother, the one who raised you. How dare you speak to me like this? Have you ever dared to express disdain for me when you were younger?" Unable to contain his fury, veins throbbing on his forehead, he surged towards Wang Shiyun, delivering a fierce kick. This blow mirrored the one he had received from Wang Biao at the gambling den. Caught off guard, Wang Shiyun was propelled 2 meters away, writhing in pain on the ground, unable to rise. Yet, Song Ziyuan remained unsatisfied, pointing at her and berating. "If it weren't for you confronting the Shun family at the hospital, Shen Qinglin would undoubtedly have answered my call. Everything has led us to this point, and it is all your fault. Your incompetence has only served to hinder me." Wang Shiyun, nearly incapacitated by pain, clutched her abdomen and muttered like a mantra, "I am truly unfortunate to have given birth to such an ungrateful son, one who dares to strike his own mother. If you have the courage in my life today, I no longer wish to live." Upon entering the home with a pile of cardboard boxes, Song's father was greeted by the sight of his wife sprawled on the floor, wailing, while his son bore visible injuries, his expression dark and his chest heaving with rage. Song's father, ever the dutiful husband, assisted his wife to her feet and led her to the bedroom before cautiously inquiring about the source of their injuries. Song Zing, weary and disheartened, leaned against the sofa, offering no response, remaining silent and motionless. Song's father timidly returned to the bedroom. After calming down, Song Ziyuan contemplated the situation. For Million was an insurmountable debt. The only viable option was to hastily depart from the capital. Yet, what prospects awaited him in his impoverished and backward mountain village? Earning a mere 4,000 a month seemed impossible, offering little in terms of development and opportunity compared to the bustling cities. With no clear path ahead, after much deliberation, Song Ziyuan resolved to return home to lie low for a while. Once the gambling debacle had subsided, he could return and strive anew. After all, he was still young, with the chance to turn his fortunes around. Wang Shiyun, after enduring that kick, had become utterly subdued, clutching her stomach and quietly groaning. no longer daring to complain or even murmur. When Song Yuan briefly mentioned returning home, she did not even inquire about the reason. The rented room was in disarray, and he hastily packed his belongings, leaving the rest behind as he descended the stairs with his parents. From the moment they exited the neighborhood until they reached the train station, his heart raced with trepidation, fearing that Biao Go might suddenly appear with his men. Only after boarding the train did his heartbeat begin to steady. The hard-seat carriage was crowded and stifling, with fellow passengers casting curious glances at the family. The elderly couple wore somber expressions. One was clutching their stomach, while the young man bore the signs of a recent altercation, his clothes rumpled and his body marked. The other passengers intentionally steered clear of them, keeping their distance. Song Yuan had never imagined he would leave the capital in such a manner. Just a month prior, he had envisioned returning home in triumph after earning 5 million, bringing his parents along to live with him. In just a few days, his life had taken a dramatic turn. Now, he found himself back in the small mountain village of his birth, impoverished and backward. The villagers gawked at the disheveled family, curious about how they had fallen to such a state. The once golden phoenix that had soared from the village had now become a plucked wild chicken. The mountain village lacked casinos and vibrant nightlife. For half a month, Song Yuan remained indoors, fearing ridicule from the neighbors and struggling to find suitable employment. His relatively decent diploma, regarded as a high qualification in the small county, was insufficient in a place where job opportunities were scarce. A glance at job listings revealed most offered monthly salaries of 3,000 to 5,000, a pittance for someone who had once accumulated over 1 million in the capital. Wang Shuyun diligently cooked and sought odd jobs to earn money, but when approached by kind-hearted villagers with inquiries, she would turn away with a scowl, unwilling to utter a word. After a month of seclusion, Song Yuan finally ventured into the county town. His finances had dwindled to nothing. Even staying at home incurred costs. The meager earnings from his parents' odd jobs barely amounted to a few dozen yuan a day, insufficient even to afford a new skin for his favorite game. In this quaint county town, he secured a job that paid over 4,000 yuan a month. However, after only a few days, he succumbed once more to a circle of friends who indulged in wine and meat, leading him back to gambling. Initially, it was merely a trifling pastime, but after winning a few rounds, his confidence swelled, and he began wagering thousands at a time. As he lost increasingly larger sums, he clung to the hope of a comeback in the next round, embarking on an unending cycle of throwing in more money. When funds ran dry, he would return home to plead with his parents, resorting to force when they could not provide. After 3 months of employment, he had saved not a single penny, and he owed several thousand outside. Once the pride of Wang Shuyun in the village, he had now become her greatest embarrassment. The once haughty woman found herself stripped of the confidence to argue with others. Chapter 24. Embracing the moonlight, boyfriend Shen Qinglin reclined on the soft bed in his bedroom, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his mind. He gently reached out to touch a shadow in the corner, murmuring something softly. The shadow gradually coalesced into human form, producing a pearl that radiated a gentle golden light. Shen Qinglin, as if in possession of a treasure, hastily secured it. The shadow then inquired, "How did you know he had a bad temper?" "In all the days I spent with him, he maintained a well-crafted facade and never lost his temper. Yet you seem to know from the very beginning that he was a bully who feared the strong and tormented the weak." A languid voice replied, "Many people can maintain a facade in times of prosperity, but adversity reveals a person's true nature. Your mistake was paving his path too smoothly from the start, thus denying him the opportunity to display his true temperament. Observe how he treats the weak in his everyday life. That is innate and cannot be entirely masked." In conclusion, the languid voice added, "In truth, you would have led a comfortable life in this world, considering the disparity in family backgrounds between you and Song Yuan. However, I believe that stripping him of everything pales in comparison to allowing him to remain forever lost in his torment." The shadow nodded in agreement before slowly dissipating into the depths of his mind. Awakening slowly on the soft bed, the youth felt a resurgence of life. His previous death had been utterly frustrating, a hapless accident, leaving no words behind. This time, he vowed to distance himself from toxic individuals and truly live his own life. As the door swung open, Shen Qinglin greedily inhaled the fresh air, observing the servants downstairs busily setting exquisite dishes upon the table. He had heard that Uncle Li would be coming over with his son for dinner. With tears welling in his eyes, he wiped the dampness from the corners and called out loudly to his mother downstairs, "Mother, I'm hungry. May I eat now?" 2 years later, in a newly completed entertainment complex in the southern part of the city, a grand banquet was underway. Countless male attendants busily navigated the crowd, pouring wine and offering towels to the guests. In the bustling kitchen, amidst the clatter of utensils being washed, a young man with a gaunt visage and a hint of bitterness in his brow, named Song Zin, was mechanically cleansing glassware with his hands submerged in the icy water. He had returned to the capital a year ago, having found life in his small county town stifling. After a year of meager earnings, his appetite for a more vibrant existence had grown insatiable, leading him to the brink of desperation. Enduring a year of discontent and familial strife, he could no longer bear it and boarded a train once more. He had imagined that in the vast expanse of the capital, he would evade the likes of Biaogu, but to his dismay, he was found the very next day. Biaogu approached him with a demand for 4 million, threatening to break a leg if the debt was not repaid. With merely 2,000 yuan in his possession, money he had wrested from Wang Xiuyun after a scuffle, he was determined to strike it rich in the capital. He dismissed ordinary jobs, fixated solely on gambling and grand ventures. However, before his ambitions could take flight, he was ensnared at the Anhao Entertainment City, where Biaogu decreed that in lieu of repayment, he must work off his debt. With no wages to his name, he signed the agreement, relegated to a life in the entertainment establishment, enduring the filthiest dormitories and performing the most menial tasks, with no income in sight. The end of this arduous existence remained elusive. Now, during the opening of the Cheng'an Entertainment City, he had been reassigned to the kitchen to perform various chores. Piles of dishes awaited him, demanding attention until the late hours of the night. Nearby, a group of young men engaged in hushed conversations. "Have you heard? This entertainment city is a joint venture between the Shun and Li families," one remarked. "Indeed, I also heard their sons are engaged." Another, curious, approached to inquire, "Is an arranged marriage?" A gossip-fueled youth explained, "I heard it's a love match." Shen Qinglin from the Shun family and his counterpart from the Li family seem quite suited for one another. I caught a glimpse of them in the lobby earlier. They are both strikingly handsome. Suddenly, a highball glass slipped from Song Ziyuan's grasp, clattering against the edge of a plate with a dull thud. With bubbles still clinging to his hands, he froze in place. A young man jostled him. "Irked, what are you doing? That glass is expensive. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it, and don't drag us down with you." Others nodded in agreement, their expressions laced with disdain. When he first arrived, Song Zven had been haughty, exuding an unfounded confidence as he boasted of once possessing millions. Yet here he was, unable to scrape together 200 yuan, puffing himself up like a child. Lowering his gaze, he retrieved the highball glass from the water, relieved that the flow had softened its fall. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford the cost. Now, he finds himself devoid of the means to visit Shen Qinglin. The Shen family is far beyond his reach. Over the past year, he gradually comprehended the immense wealth of the Shun household. Previously, Shen Qinglin, who was willing to share a rented apartment with him, possessed a gentle temperament and a kind disposition. Yet, blinded by ignorance, he failed to cherish her and became entangled with Su Yi. Now, it is too late for regrets. After toiling until 3 in the morning, Song Ziyuan finally collapsed onto his dormitory bed. In the small room, crowded with a dozen individuals, all ordinary laborers striving to make a living, the rhythmic sounds of snoring filled the air. Exhausted beyond measure, he fell into a deep slumber. That night, he dreamt vividly. In his dream, he amassed a fortune, reaching millions, and soared through life alongside Su Yi. Meanwhile, Shen Qinglin tragically met with a car accident, leaving behind not a single word as she departed. At that time, he even felt a sense of relief that Qinglin was gone, believing it would free him from her entanglements. Little did he know that marked the beginning of his nightmares. Su Yi was a false scion of wealth. Since their romance began, he relentlessly extracted money from Song Ziyuan in various guises. Business ventures inexplicably faced sabotage, and within 2 months, his once millions evaporated. Sui vanished with the money, leaving behind his aged parents, who arrived in a fit of rage, berating him for failing to send money home, becoming the laughingstock of the village. Song Zhen struggled for a decade in the capital, ultimately finding himself destitute, unable to establish any enterprise, and plagued by misfortune in every endeavor. With no alternatives, he returned to his hometown, disheartened and nearly 40. He married a woman with a child from a previous marriage, whose temper was fierce. Daily, she clashed with his mother, Wang Xiuyun, who, aging and frail, was no match for her daughter-in-law, often left in tears, echoing her woes throughout the village. Throughout his life, Song Ziyuan never intervened. Unfulfilled in his career, he could scarcely tolerate a job that paid a mere 4,000 a month, ultimately succumbing to despair and passing away before reaching 50. His life seemed to flicker by like a revolving lantern, a swift passage through existence. In a fleeting dream, he witnessed the rise and fall of a life. The following morning, Song Ziyuan awoke groggily. He lay in bed motionless, his mind replaying the vivid dream from the previous night. In that dream, his circumstances were dire. Yet, in truth, his current situation was even more dismal. Gambling had become an addiction, consuming his desire to work, leaving him yearning for fortune at the gaming table. Unfortunately, burdened by debt, he lacked even the principle to wager. In his dream, at least he had found a partner. Now, faced with 4 million in debt, he feared it would take 20 years to repay. Suddenly, it seemed as if Song Ziyuan remembered something crucial, whether in dreams or reality. It seems he only began to decline after parting ways with Shun Qinglin. Shun Qinglin meticulously reviewed the latest bidding proposal before turning to a young and handsome man beside him, speaking softly. Uncle Li and my father can make the decision for this project. I have no objections. The young man behind him smiled slightly, ruffling Shun Qinglin's hair, and pointed to the signature line at the end of the proposal, saying, "You are the largest shareholder. Without your signature, who would dare to take the lead?" Shun Qinglin was taken aback. Aren't the two elders collaborating together? Why is it me? The young man seated himself on a nearby table, resting his chin on his hand while gazing at the puzzled youth, cheerfully explaining, initially they intended to manage it, but the situation in the southern city is far too hectic, so it was entrusted to us. Next month, we will be married. I thought it best to hand this project over to you. You will oversee it as the owner, holding all the shares, while I will assist with the trivial tasks. Together, we shall undoubtedly succeed. The young man's eyes sparkled like stars, prompting Shun Qinglin to gently poke his nose. Such a substantial project cannot merely involve financial investment without shares. He grasped the young man's warm right hand, placing the proposal in his palm, and with utmost seriousness declared, "Let us split the shares equally. After our wedding next month, we shall prepare for the bidding." The young man nodded with a smile, gently squeezing the file in his left hand. Inside was the transfer deed for the restaurant he had operated on the second floor of the Empire Building for many years, which had always thrived. This transfer deed could be considered his wedding gift to Shun Qinglin. Such a gentle soul is indeed the greatest gift bestowed upon him by fate. Chapter 1. The treacherous general Shun Qinglin jolted awake, abruptly regaining his senses. A faint metallic tang filled the air, and the temperature around him was rather low, causing his hands and feet to feel icy from prolonged exposure to such conditions. The glaring, incandescent light shone down upon him, forcing his eyes to squint instinctively before slowly adjusting to the harsh illumination. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a weak yet resolute voice reached his ears. "Shun Qinglin, you traitor, you shall surely face retribution." Shun Qinglin paused momentarily, only then realizing that he held a leather whip in his right hand, stained with blood. This bullhide whip was sturdy, capable of inflicting severe wounds with a single strike. Before him stood a man bound to a cross, his striking features marred by various lash marks and other signs of torture. His face was pale from blood loss, yet he still managed to lift his head defiantly, his eyes shining with an indomitable spirit, unafraid to confront the cruelty of his punishment. Shun Qinglin hesitated with the whip in his hand. No matter how he looked at the wounds on the man before him, They seemed to bear the mark of his own doing. An instinctual feeling told him that this man was undoubtedly a good person, and he had no desire to strike again. Why had that torture man just called him a traitor? Shen Qinglin gently bit his lip. Surely, he must have made a mistake. He was supposed to embody this man to complete a mission, was he not? The original host had been so ruthless in dealing with others, yet he met a tragic end? Shen Qinglin, Chi-Chi, are you there? I can't have missed the mark. Have I? How did I end up in the body of a traitor? My instincts tell me I appear to be a traitor indeed. System, yes, host. You are indeed a traitor. He is correct. Shall we commence the transmission of the storyline now? Shen Qinglin, hurry up and transmit it, or I might just shoot myself in the head. System, all right, I will initiate the transmission immediately. This is a high-dimensional microcosm. Shen Qinglin is an ordinary student, excelling academically from a young age. At the age of 16, he gained admission to the prestigious military academy of Blue Star, where he met someone who would alter the course of his life. Lena, the most outstanding student from the same class, was an exceptionally ambitious individual. Despite his fiery temperament, his prowess was formidable. Their acquaintance blossomed into a romantic relationship, making them an enviable couple. Unfortunately, their idyllic days were short-lived. The planet Tamonk launched a massive assault on Blue Star, inflicting severe losses and resulting in the demise of several high-ranking generals. In the face of adversity, Blue Star found itself in a precarious situation. It was then that Lena devised a brilliant plan. He orchestrated Shen Qinglin's deliberate violation of the Academy's regulations, leading to his expulsion. Subsequently, he feigned surrender to Tamonk, going undercover for 5 years, during which he amassed a wealth of intelligence about the planet. Using this information, Lena masterminded a series of victorious battles. During this time, the exceptional Lena caught the attention of the Duke's estate and was adopted as a foster son by the Duke, swiftly rising within the military ranks. Ultimately, he led forces to obliterate Tamonk's control domain, emerging as a hero celebrated by all of Blue Star. Meanwhile, Shen Qinglin met his end at Lena's hands during the final assault on Tamonk, labeled a traitor and left to be displayed as a corpse in Blue Star. The information exchange between them remained a secret known to no one else. All citizens of Blue Star believed Shen Qinglin to be a traitor who had betrayed his home, while Lena was hailed as the savior of Blue Star. Shen Qinglin's expression darkened. The original host had indeed suffered a great injustice, enduring 5 years as an undercover agent only to be innocently executed with no one to vindicate him. He had merely served as a stepping stone for Lena, a commoner who transformed into the highest commander of Blue Star, backed by the Duke's estate. Shen Qinglin, who is this injured man before me? System, he is your classmate. Haiso, a man of humble origins, known for his fierce hatred of evil. He ventured alone to uncover the control domain of Tamonk, but was captured instead. The original host severely injured him to facilitate his own undercover mission. Shen Qinglin suddenly understood. The original host had been remarkably successful in his infiltration. No wonder no one ever suspected him. Indeed, to deceive the people of Tamonk, one must act with utmost authenticity. Hisaw gazed at the familiar figure before him, a former comrade from military school, as a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Just moments ago, while he had been denouncing the other as a traitor, the latter had remained silent, standing quietly with his head bowed, not uttering a word for an extended period. There seemed to be a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. Hisaw found this perplexing. How could someone who had defected to the enemy exhibit such a melancholic expression? Shen Qinglin casually discarded the whip in his hand and quietly instructed the officers behind him, take him away and confine him. Hisaw could scarcely believe his ears. Shen Qinglin, instead of executing him, intended to spare his life, perhaps even allowing him to escape like a tiger returning to the mountains? The officers exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice their inquiries, instead carefully unfastening the man from the torture rack. As Hisaw's spirits lifted, an audacious plan flickered in his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, Shen Qinglin was now a high-ranking commander. If he could seize him as a hostage, he might secure a safe exit from Tamonk Star. The officers, seemingly indifferent to the battered man, were escorting him past Shen Qinglin when Hisaw clenched his teeth, his gaze darkening. In a sudden burst of energy, his muscles tensed, and he kicked one of the officers aside, swiftly locking Shun Qinglin's neck within the crook of his arm. The entire turn of events was so abrupt that Shun Qinglin offered no resistance. Finding himself firmly held in Hisaw's grasp, his delicate throat gripped by calloused, strong hands. The surrounding officers were taken aback, hastily drawing their particle guns and aiming them at Hisaw. Hisaw had not anticipated the ease with which he had seized Shun Qinglin. In his recollections, Shun Qinglin had been an exceptional talent at military school, surpassing even Leonard in many respects. Although expelled later, he should not have been so effortlessly subdued by an injured and sluggish individual. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The officers surrounded him, poised to pull the trigger at any moment. To instill fear in the surrounding officers, Hisaw tightened his grip slightly, causing Shun Qinglin to involuntarily emit a pained grunt, which he quickly stifled. Hisaw's hold softened just a fraction, but he remained unyielding in his grasp of Shun Qinglin's vulnerable neck. If you wish for your commander to live, lower your weapons and procure a mech for me. Once I reach a place of safety, I shall release him. The officers exchanged hesitant glances, their expressions wavering. Yet none took a step back. A sense of urgency washed over Hisaw. Just as he was about to issue another threat, Shun Qinglin spoke calmly, his voice tinged with a slight rasp. Do as he says. If I perish, His Majesty will not spare you. Remember, do not disclose today's events to anyone. With the thought of His Majesty's admiration for this young commander's military prowess lingering in their minds, the surrounding officers slowly withdrew from the torture chamber, heading toward the inner cabin to locate a reasonably suitable A-class mech. Chapter 2. The treacherous general, his heart, once laden with anxiety, finally found respite as Hisaw softened his demeanor towards the hostage before him. Leaning in closer to Shun Qinglin, he allowed his warm breath to cascade over the alabaster skin of the latter's neck, inhaling the refreshing and pleasant fragrance, and spoke in a buoyant tone. We are both graduates of the military academy. I hold no desire for your life. Once we reach a safe haven, I shall return you unharmed. A forced smile flickered at the corners of Shun Qinglin's lips before his expression settled once more into a mask of tranquility. Devoid of any superfluous emotion, a small mechanoid craft awaited at the spaceship's exit, and as Hisaw seized Shun Qinglin amidst the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers, he swiftly boarded the vessel, the hatch sealing shut with an ominous thud. The mental interface promptly activated the mech, and, for a graduate of the military academy, maneuvering a standard mech was a trivial task. With a resonating hum, the diminutive craft soon vanished from sight, leaving a cadre of officers in a state of shock. The commander had instructed them not to disclose this incident, should they inform the general of the unfolding events. Upon departing the spatial realm of the planet Time Monk, Hisaw finally exhaled, acknowledging the recklessness of his solitary intrusion, yet relieved that fortune had favored him without peril. Through the cockpit, he cast a glance at the much-maligned traitor of Blue Star, Shun Qinglin. Since boarding the mech, Shun had been bound at the wrists to a silver-gray copper pipe at the corner of the cockpit, sitting motionless on the ground with his chin resting upon his knees. The silence was unnervingly profound. Hisaw's earlier unease resurfaced. Shun Qinglin should not be so feeble. How could he have so easily succumbed to capture? This affair had unfolded with an almost absurd ease. Shun Qinglin shifted slightly, the discomfort of his restraints becoming increasingly apparent. Waves of pain coursed through his wrists, where skin had been abraded, drawing forth droplets of blood. A wave of soreness washed over him, and he furrowed his brow. Shun Qinglin, Chi-Chi, I find myself struggling to adeptly master the combat techniques of this world. Even after perusing the original owner's memories, I cannot seamlessly integrate the knowledge. Otherwise, he would never have been able to capture me in the torture chamber. I feel as though I am about to falter in maintaining my facade. System. Host. You may wish to refrain from close-quarters combat. This will prevent others from detecting any inconsistencies. Shun Qinglin. Moreover, I feel quite unwell. What has transpired? System. You have been poisoned. To convince His Majesty of Time Monk, you willingly ingested the toxin. An antidote is required monthly, conveniently located in your jacket pocket. However, it appears you are currently unable to procure it. Do you require assistance? Shun Qinglin. No, it is unnecessary. I wish for Haiso to harbor doubts about me. He is the only one capable of contending with Lina. System. How can we instigate his suspicion? Shun Qinglin. By doing nothing at all. I shall merely play my part authentically. Through his expressions, I have gleaned the way forward for the tasks at hand in this world. The system announced, Host. You have triumphed. The mech, programmed for automatic flight, soared through the skies like a diminutive meteor, trailing a long, silvery tail as it sped towards the blue planet. Haiso, shaking off his stiff limbs, gradually emerged from the cockpit. Shun Qinglin's face bore a faint flush, his breathing labored and harsh, giving him the appearance of one ailing. Haiso remained vigilant, his arms crossed as he scrutinized the notorious traitor known across the blue planet. In this moment, the once glorious figure appeared diminished, resembling a fragile youth, or perhaps a lamb at the mercy of its predator. Haiso swallowed hard, the memory of his admiration for Shun Qinglin from their military academy days resurfacing. That admiration had faded into the depths of friendship once Shin's heart entwined with Lina's. Today, within the confines of this small mech cabin, the object of his unrequited affection lay restrained against a copper pipe, utterly vulnerable. Haiso knelt slowly, instinctively reaching out to caress Shun Qinglin's cheek. Upon noticing the bruises marring his neck, a pang of regret surged within him for having been too rough. His fingertips grazed the delicate skin, eliciting a subtle thrill. Yet Shun Qinglin recoiled, furrowing his brow in evident discomfort. Haiso, startled, withdrew his hands swiftly, an awkward expression crossing his face. He cleared his throat to mask the embarrassment, rising once more to look down upon the disheveled hostage, and mockingly remarked, Should I take your life aboard this mech, the entirety of the blue planet would likely rejoice. Shun Qinglin offered no response, his head bowed, long eyelashes casting shadows that obscured his expression. At that moment, the toxins coursing through his veins were nearing a critical point. Without the antidote, he would succumb within the confines of this small mech cabin. The aches in his muscles and the rising fever dulled his perception of the world around him, rendering the conversations of those nearby indistinguishable. Haiso's gaze darkened, noticing something amiss with Shun Qinglin. His complexion was flushed, and his body trembled slightly. This was not the quaking of fear expected from such an outstanding military academy prodigy. Something else was afflicting him. Haiso's expression morphed into one of suspicion as he reached out, intending to touch Shun Qinglin's forehead. Suddenly, the mech was struck violently, causing it to lurch erratically. Unprepared, Haiso lost his footing and tumbled to the ground, inadvertently pulling Shun Qinglin into his embrace. The two were tightly entwined, their military uniforms separating them, yet they could hear each other's frantic heartbeats. The cacophony jolted Shun Qinglin awake, and though his hands were shackled, he found himself unable to escape from the embrace filled with raw emotion, panic flickering across his features. Fortunately, Haiso exhibited no hesitation, promptly rising to head towards the cockpit. Through the thick bulletproof glass, he could discern countless small mechas in pursuit. The thunderous sound from earlier was the result of laser projectiles fired by the officers from the planet Tamanki, aimed directly at his mecha. Remarkably, the projectiles had not struck the cockpit, but had instead targeted the tail, indicating a lingering caution regarding the hostage in his possession. Chapter 3. The treacherous General Haiso connected his consciousness entirely to the cockpit, accelerating towards Blue Star amidst a relentless chase. The mecha swerved violently, causing significant turbulence within. Shun Qinglin, already feeling dizzy, was now increasingly uncomfortable. His clarity of mind waned, breaths became rapid, and the pain coursing through him left little room for other thoughts. Haiso managed to escape the encirclement once more, yet he dared not relax. The radar control panel flickered with countless lights. Each represented a mecha from Tamanki, densely packed and unyieldingly relentless in their pursuit. Casting another glance outside the cockpit, Haiso spotted Shun Qinglin slumped in the corner, utterly drained, eyes tightly shut, seemingly devoid of breath. A heaviness settled in Haiso's heart. Had Shun Qinglin sustained injuries? Since the interrogation chamber, he had sensed something amiss. though concern washed over him. He quickly reminded himself that Shun Qinglin was merely a traitor, and his fate mattered little. The paramount priority was to evade the relentless pursuers and ensure a safe return to Blue Star. Haiso returned to the cockpit, focusing intently on piloting the mecha, relegating the ailing figure outside to the recesses of his thoughts. As the mecha neared the spatial domain of Blue Star, the officers from Tamanki charged forward, ramming their warships into Haiso's small mecha. The craft jolted violently once more, the control panel malfunctioning in an instant, with various indicators swinging erratically, beyond the control of his consciousness. Frustrated, Haiso struck the panel forcefully. Now he could only maneuver the hostage while contending with those detestable officers, with the control domain compromised. This mecha would soon plummet through the cosmos, disintegrating into countless unnoticed particles within the vast expanse of space. He pushed open the cockpit door, only to find Shun Qinglin still leaning against the wall, motionless. Haiso was taken aback. Was his adversary gravely ill? He uncuffed Shun Qinglin from the copper pipe, securing his hands behind him once more. Shun Qinglin was in a semi-conscious state, unable to stand unaided, and when roughly lifted, he leaned heavily against Haiso, his awareness fading. Instinctively, Haiso swallowed hard, supporting Shun Qinglin's limp form with one hand while retrieving a particle gun with the other. A faint, cold smile graced the corner of Shun Qinglin's lips as he instructed within his consciousness, "Chi-Chi, administer the antidote. Otherwise, I won't hold out much longer." The system extended a blue tendril, quietly injecting all the antidote from the host's pocket into his body. The pain that had plagued him finally found a momentary reprieve. The hatch of the mech was violently breached, and a group of officers wielding particle guns stormed in. Outside the small mech, countless tightly packed Tamonk warships surrounded Zaiso. Gazing at the nearby blue planet, Zaiso gritted his teeth, realizing he was so close to success. He could not falter now. He pressed the gun against Shun Qinglin's temple, menacingly threatening, "If anyone moves, I will shoot your commander dead." Shun Qinglin, obediently enduring the coercion, remained utterly still. In his consciousness, he instructed the system to discreetly slip a vial of healing potion from his shirt pocket into Zaiso's coat. A senior officer trained his weapon on Zaiso, his expression grave. "How can I trust you to release our commander once you return to the blue planet?" Just as Zaiso prepared to retort, Shun Qinglin hoarsely interjected, "He will release him. You all stand down and provide him with a new mech." Though his voice was soft, tinged with fatigue and hoarseness, it resonated clearly with everyone present. Zaiso was taken aback. He sensed an undeniable trust in Shun Qinglin's words. Did he truly believe that Zaiso would let him go rather than execute him on the spot? The group of officers found themselves with no other option. Their commander's life was in Zaiso's hands, and they dared not take any risks. A young major brought forth a brand new mech, and Zaiso cautiously proceeded with Shun Qinglin in tow. "System, alert, alert. An officer is about to fire an attempt to kill Zaiso." Shun Qinglin, "Understood, I've spotted him. Control my body to precisely block the bullet and ensure it doesn't strike any vital areas." "System, rest assured, host, it will be handled." Countless officers brandished their particle guns, their gazes fixed intently on Zaiso's every movement. Among the crowd, an older officer was unwilling to let Zaiso escape so easily. He aimed his particle gun at the renowned hero of the blue planet. If he could eliminate Zaiso, he would surely earn the Emperor's favor, perhaps even promotion. His finger rested on the trigger, his muscles taut, lips pressed tightly together, eyes unblinking. As Zaiso stepped into the mech, the sound of a trigger being pulled suddenly reverberated through the crowd. Shun Qinglin swiftly reacted, leaning slightly to intercept Zaiso, positioning himself in front of Zaiso's chest in an instant. The particles emitted from the gun struck him squarely in the heart. The surrounding officers were utterly stunned by the sight. Even the older officer stood frozen, realizing only after firing that his legs had turned weak and his body trembled. He had not hit Zaiso. Instead, he had shot the Emperor's most valued commander. Shun Qinglin's chest was rapidly soaked with copious amounts of fresh blood, his body succumbing to weakness as if all strength had been instantaneously siphoned away, leading him to collapse to the ground. In that fleeting moment before he fell, he whispered a single word into Shisua's ear: "Run." His voice was hoarse, barely audible unless one was close by. Shisua's gaze flickered, and without the luxury of contemplation, he instinctively darted into the cockpit, commanding the spiritual entity to steer the mecha towards Blue Star with reckless urgency. Outside, chaos reigned, with no one paying heed to the fleeing hero of Blue Star. Chapter 4. The Treacherous General Through the Thick Glass. Shisuo watched anxiously as a group of individuals clumsily lifted the unconscious Shun Qinglin onto a colossal mecha. Blood stained his military uniform, the wound situated near his heart, and his complexion swiftly shifted from flush to pallid. He appeared devoid of life, leaving one to ponder whether he was dead or alive. The mecha's flight was swift, quickly leaving the disoriented crowd behind as it entered the expanse of Blue Star space. That frantic throng gradually diminished into a mere speck of light before vanishing entirely. As Shisuo surveyed the familiar surroundings of space, the tension that had held him taut suddenly dissipated, and he crouched in the cockpit, cradling his head in disbelief. Was it not said that Shun Qinglin was a traitor? How could he risk his life to save him? What he had witnessed was undeniable. The particle gun had been aimed directly at his heart. In such a fleeting moment, Shun Qinglin had reacted with astonishing swiftness, driven purely by instinct, disregarding his own life in a desperate bid to facilitate Shisua's escape back to Blue Star. Such velocity, such explosive force. There was no way he could have taken this former military academy prodigy hostage in the interrogation chamber. The only plausible explanation was that Shun Qinglin had intentionally allowed himself to be captured, orchestrating his own sacrifice to ensure Shisua's flight. Shisua's mind was a tumult of confusion, his hair a disheveled mess, and his eyes ached with bewilderment, leaving him oblivious to his own injuries. After an indeterminate time crouching, as he attempted to rise, his arm suddenly brushed against a hard object. It was nestled within his pocket. Curiously, he reached in and retrieved a vial of potion. When had this been tucked away in his pocket? He had no recollection of it. At the very least, he hadn't brought it along when arriving at Taming Planet. Unscrewing the cap with a swift motion, he brought it to his nose and inhaled. It was a healing potion. In that instant, he recalled Shun Qinglin. Only he had been close enough to him. No one else would have provided such a premium healing elixir. The small, transparent vial contained a rich liquid that sloshed back and forth as the mecha navigated through space. A mere application to a wound would initiate the healing process for even the most grievous of injuries within a day. This was a rare medicine reserved solely for the royal family. Clutching the small vial of healing potion, Haiso finally untangled the intricate web of events in his mind, forming a coherent narrative. After being captured by the inhabitants of Tamonk Star, Shun Qinglin feigned torture in the interrogation room, enduring mere superficial wounds for the sake of appearances. He then deliberately allowed himself to be taken hostage, successfully orchestrating his escape while discreetly leaving behind a vial of the healing elixir. Even when cornered by officers, he was willing to risk his life to ensure his own flight. Contemplating these matters, Haiso remained motionless, gripping the vial for an extended period. The man labeled a traitor had exerted himself to aid Haiso's escape, while the so-called hero of Blue Star, Lena, had failed to dispatch mechas for his rescue. How ironic. In the command room, Lena had fervently assured that mechas would be at the ready in the space domain of Blue Star, guaranteeing that this solo venture into Tamonk would pose no danger. Yet now, having piloted a mecha to the Blue Star military base, he saw no sign of any mechas awaiting his arrival. Who then was the true traitor? Inside the military base, Lena violently hurled the intelligence report he held, bellowing at a trembling officer nearby to leave. The officer, relieved, hastily saluted and retreated, eager to distance himself from the volatile atmosphere. The expansive conference room now echoed with Lena's clenched teeth as he gripped the documents, crumpling them in fury before casting them into the wastebasket. Haiso had ventured alone to Tamonk, been captured, and yet here he was piloting a mecha back to Blue Star. Lena had intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate his greatest adversary within the military, only to find that Haiso's resilience had prevailed, returning with a body marred by battle scars. A mere civilian, Haiso had consistently overshadowed him during their time at the military academy, and upon reaching the military command, he had become a celebrated figure, adored by countless citizens. In contrast, Lena, the academy's most promising commander, had faded into obscurity. How could he possibly swallow such indignation? A tempest of obscured emotions swirled in Lena's gaze as his fingers drummed lightly on the table, producing a sharp, rhythmic sound. It was imperative that he seek another opportunity to eradicate this irksome individual. Upon Haiso's return to the military base, he had not even paused to tend to his wounds before heading straight to the conference room to confront Major General Lena. Lena swiftly masked his emotions, turning to adopt a facade of concern, rushing forward to assess Haiso's injuries. However, Haiso subtly sidestepped his advance. Lena's expression darkened as he inwardly cursed. Yet he maintained his facade of worry, exclaiming, "Haiso, it is truly wonderful to see you back safe. I have been so anxious about you, fearing that you might encounter unforeseen dangers alone on Tamok." His gaze flickered momentarily, and Haiso's eyes subtly shifted from the crumpled heap of discarded paper in the trash bin to Lena, his expression remaining composed as he calmly inquired, "General, while I was en route to Tamok, you mentioned that you would dispatch mechs to rendezvous with me in Blue Star's orbit. Why have I yet to see a single mech?" "I have already sent someone," Lena replied, his demeanor slightly uneasy, the guilt elevating his voice involuntarily. "I apologize. The mechs departed later than anticipated. They only left the military base just as you returned to Blue Star." Haiso let out a derisive chuckle, observing the unnatural expression on Lena's face, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he abruptly stated, "I encountered Shun Qinglin. These injuries are his doing." He had not utilized the vial of medication, which remained securely tucked in his pocket, occasionally squeezed between his fingers. After enduring considerable turmoil, the wounds on his body were visibly horrific, marked by bloodstains that slowly seeped forth. Lena held no doubts about Shun Qinglin's dedication as a traitor. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the trust and favor of His Majesty on Tamok in such a brief span of 2 years. Only through such means could he have pilfered the most confidential intelligence, enabling Blue Star to withstand the onslaught from Tamok. Lena patted Haiso's shoulder in a gesture of consolation, feigning a look of deep sorrow, his tone laden with lament. "Ever since his expulsion from the military academy, he has betrayed our planet. Now, he serves as a senior commander for the enemy. To have escaped from his clutches is indeed a stroke of fortune. When next you meet, he shall be your adversary." Haiso pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed intently on Lena's expression, remaining silent for an extended moment. Lena, under the intensity of Haiso's stare, felt a sense of unease. Averting his gaze from those alarmingly bright eyes, his voice tinged with panic, "Haiso, you should go and rest. Tend to your wounds first." Haiso nodded, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he retreated. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at the flustered general. Lena's heart raced, and for a fleeting moment, he feared that their secret might be unveiled. Yet he reassured himself that all documents related to Shun Qinglin had been destroyed, leaving no evidence to substantiate that Shun Qinglin had been clandestinely transmitting intelligence to Blue Star. In the eyes of everyone, he was the exemplary general, leading them to victory after victory. Immersed in self-reassurance, Lena was oblivious to the familiar scent of jasmine that clung to Haiso, a fragrance uniquely associated with Shun Qinglin. Chapter 5. The treacherous General Haiso returned to his quarters and retrieved the vial of potent medication. The small bottle seemed to carry a hint of someone's jasmine fragrance, evoking memories of that spirited, exuberant youth. The training grounds, the command center, mech drills, all were filled with the figure preserved in the recesses of his memory. He cautiously removed his blood-stained garments and applied the medication evenly over his wounds. The wound visibly began to heal, the flesh reattaching itself, leaving behind scars of varying depths. The vial of medicine lay empty, yet Haiso did not discard it. Instead, he cherished it like a treasure, tucking it beneath his pillow. Just as he donned a new military uniform, the door was forcefully pushed open, and an excited voice pierced the air. "Haiso, you have truly returned safely. Thank heavens." As Haiso turned around, He was enveloped in a tight embrace, the other person's arms constricting him fiercely. It took considerable effort for him to extricate himself. "Can't we just talk properly? Why the need for such embraces?" he exclaimed. Ming, feigning irritation, pouted and leaned in closer to Haiso, taking a deep whiff of his scent. With a comical expression of mock suspicion, he pouted and said, "You want to let me hug you, but allow others to? You really are a lover over a friend, aren't you?" Haiso, momentarily taken aback, scanned his own attire, wondering what could possibly be amiss. "What others? How could I embrace anyone else? Stop making wild claims." Ming rolled his eyes dramatically, adopting an expression that urged Haiso to confess. "All right, stop pretending. Just smell yourself. That intoxicating jasmine fragrance is far too strong to be from your own clothes. Come clean. Who has you so enchanted?" The mention of jasmine immediately conjured images of Shun Qinglin in Haiso's mind. In that small mech, during their close encounter, a faint floral scent had indeed clung to his garments. Seeing Haiso lost in thought, Ming playfully waved a hand in front of his face, jesting. "You must be daydreaming about him. Come on, tell me what kind of person he is." Haiso's mind flashed to the image of Shun Qinglin collapsing, struck, and his expression darkened visibly. However, he quickly masked his emotions, shoving the noisy Ming out the door, effectively sealing his discontent on the outside. The room returned to a serene quietude. Weary, Haiso sank onto the bed, retrieving the empty vial from beneath his pillow, slowly recalling every detail of his encounter with Shun Qinglin. It was fraught with oddities and breaches of logic. Most concerning was that particle gun shot, which had struck near the heart. He wondered whether it posed any mortal threat. Restlessly tossing in bed, his anxiety heightened. After a while, he abruptly sat up, casting a final glance at the vial, his visage betraying an inscrutable expression. In a military hospital on the planet Tai Monk, Shun Qinglin lay feebly on the hospital bed, his breathing shallow, the rise and fall of his chest barely perceptible. An elderly physician wore a grave expression as he administered an injection into Shun Qinglin's body, then turned to the officer behind him, stating, "The injury is quite severe, but fortunately, there is no immediate danger to life. He needs to rest and avoid movement during this period." The young officer nodded in understanding. One by one, the individuals in the room exited, and as the last officer closed the door, Shun Qinglin slowly opened his eyes. "System, host, how do you fare? I have administered anesthesia for you." "Shun Qinglin, I was wondering why I felt no pain despite such severe injuries. Does the anesthesia require points?" "System, it does not. Were it to require points, I would be reluctant to provide it." "Shun Qinglin, thank you, though I have indeed been harmed. The damage you have inflicted rivals that of a particle gun." "System, host, I apologize. I was merely concerned about the points. Brother 88 next door has amassed over 1,000 points, while I have barely a few dozen." Shun Qinglin chuckled helplessly. It was merely points. Was it truly that significant? He laboriously raised his hand and retrieved the communicator from his pocket, making no effort to conceal it under the watchful surveillance. Although he felt no pain, every movement demanded considerable effort, leaving him breathless and devoid of strength. This communicator was encrypted and served as his sole means of contact with Lena. The signals emitted by the device were collected periodically by Lena on a derelict asteroid in space. Shun Qinglin pressed the communicator and sent an encrypted message. On May 18th, the Tamon planet will attack the military base in the northern region of Blue Star. The message appeared as a jumble of characters. Yet Lena possessed the ability to decipher it. After successfully transmitting the message, Shun Qinglin casually sent a few inconsequential messages to several subordinates before securely stowing the communicator away. In 3 days, the Tamon planet would launch another assault on Blue Star. Yet this time, their target was not the North. Lena, having betrayed his trust and ascended to power atop the corpses of others, would be methodically dragged down from his pedestal, transforming this so-called hero of Blue Star into a figure of scorn. Amidst the vast cosmos, countless abandoned asteroids drifted along their orbits. On one particularly inconspicuous asteroid, Lena stealthily boarded his mech. He activated the communicator, immediately receiving a barrage of chaotic messages. Each day, numerous distorted signals were transmitted from these forsaken asteroids, going unreceived. Despite the confusion and enormity of the data, Lena exhibited remarkable patience, seated in the cockpit of his mech, meticulously sifting through the junk messages one by one. Upon encountering a string of garbled text, his previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he took his time retrieving paper and pen to begin the decoding process. The fragmented letters and nonsensical spellings, though chaotic, held a traceable pattern in Lena's discerning eyes. After approximately 10 minutes, he exhaled deeply, inscribing the deciphered message onto the thin paper. The Tamang planet will attack the military base located in the north 3 days hence. Lena carefully deleted the message from his device, then incinerated the piece of paper until it was reduced to ashes. The tiny fragments of paper dust were scattered into the cosmos, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Rena wore a triumphant smile upon his face, convinced that by concentrating his forces in the northern military district and preparing thoroughly for the impending assault on the planet Tamang, victory in the forthcoming battle would be resounding. In the hearts of the countless citizens, his stature would undoubtedly rise further. He remained the most formidable commander, the invincible hero of Blue Star. Chapter 6. The treacherous Lieutenant General. The morning sun streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the hospital bed and enveloping the room in a gentle glow. The azure sky above bore not a single cloud, heralding an exceptionally fine day. Shen Qinglin did not linger in the tranquility of dawn, but struggled to rise from his bed. The expansive hospital room was silent, save for the rhythmic beeping of medical devices. Severely injured, he felt an overwhelming weakness. A simple act of getting out of bed left him dizzy. He leaned against the edge of the bed, taking a moment to regain his composure before finally surveying his surroundings. Standing nearby, General Vidal wore a concerned expression as he steadied Shen Qinglin's frail form and gently urged, "Commander, it would be best if you refrain from participating in this operation. You should take a few days to rest here in the hospital." Rubbing his aching temples, Shen Qinglin replied in a weary tone, "I understand. My injuries will heal with a bit more rest. I merely wish to move around a bit. Lying down constantly is quite uncomfortable." His voice was laden with fatigue. Vidal had known this young commander for 2 years. His exceptional abilities were matched only by his humility. Upon their first meeting, Vidal had scoffed at the sight of such a delicate yet traitorous figure. Yet, over the course of 2 years, his perspective had transformed entirely. Shen Qinglin was merely a civilian on Blue Star, and despite his talents, he struggled for recognition. Having left the military academy, why not seize the opportunity on Tamang? Stealing a glance at the young and handsome commander, who appeared pale yet resolute, Vidal noticed the faint scent of jasmine lingering on his garment. "Commander, please take care of yourself. I shall return to check on you in a few days." Shen Qinglin nodded slightly. "Travel safely, General Vidal." After ensuring the commander was comfortably settled back in bed, the young general reluctantly turned to leave the room. Shen Qinglin's peripheral vision caught sight of the surveillance camera nestled in the corner. He lowered his gaze, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How could His Majesty place complete trust in a traitor who had come to pledge allegiance? Even if he had ingested a specially concocted poison in the presence of His Majesty, requiring monthly antidotes to survive, there would always be an air of suspicion surrounding him. The omnipresent cameras served as irrefutable evidence of that mistrust. However, he could not withdraw from the fray. That self-proclaimed genius Commander Rena was eagerly awaiting his moment to shine. And Shen Qinglin was determined not to let him have the satisfaction. One could only imagine the disheartened expression on Rena's face when faced with utter defeat in battle. "Shen Qinglin, Chi-Chi, assist me in disrupting the hospital surveillance system. I must make a trip to Blue Star." "System, host, given your current injuries, can your spiritual entity even pilot a mech?" "Shen Qinglin, TSK, do not underestimate your host. If I can appear at a critical moment, it will sow doubt in Haiso regarding Lena's true nature. He is the most suitable candidate to counter Lena." "System, host." The system cradled the host's consciousness within its realm, adopting a tone akin to an elder brother caring for a younger sibling. "Come, call me elder brother, and I shall protect you. You need not worry." Shen Qinglin rolled his eyes dramatically and forcefully removed the code entity clinging to his consciousness, casting aside. Shun Qinglin, stop taking advantage of me. Disrupt the hospital surveillance and adjust the footage to show me lying in the nutrient pod. The system, disregarding its host's disdain, quickly input a line of code amidst its coding sphere. Footage prepared. One interference card exchanged from the shop, consuming a total of 5 points. In the expansive monitoring room of the hospital, several officers were intently focused on all the screens. In a moment unnoticed by them, the monitor designated for the commander's ward flickered briefly before returning to tranquility. The speed was so swift that it eluded the naked eye. Subsequently, the footage displayed Shun Qinglin laboriously rising from the hospital bed, then lying down in the nutrient pod, eyes shut tight, succumbing to a profound slumber. The officers paid no attention to this entirely normal behavior. The commander, gravely injured, lying in the nutrient pod, was the quickest means of recuperation. Now, liberated, Shun Qinglin stealthily crawled out of the hospital window, commandeering a mech, and trailed behind the army of the Tamanki people, heading toward Blue Star. At the northern military base of Blue Star, Lena was preoccupied with directing preparations against the impending threat. Haiso felt a twinge of confusion. How could Major General Lena be so certain that the Tamanki forces would assault their northern military base? Major, the southern military base is utterly unguarded. Should the enemy launch a full-scale attack, we have no means of defense. Haiso's concern was met with Lena's evident impatience, laced with disdain, without absolute certainty. I will not commit all defenses to the northern military district. Rest assured on that. Haiso wanted to retort further, but, upon seeing Lena's unmistakable reluctance to engage in further discussion, swallowed his words. Over the past 2 years, Lena had successfully repelled 2 assaults from the Tamanki forces, almost as if gifted with foresight, earning significant recognition from the military. Even Haiso could not help but admire Lena's strategic prowess. However, this time, Haiso instinctively perceived the unguarded southern military base as a significant potential threat. Unable to persuade Lena, he withdrew from the command center and piloted the mech towards the southern base alone. The southern base appeared desolate, with most personnel reassigned, leaving only a handful of soldiers to guard the command post and control center. Haiso, piloting his mech, aimlessly circled the base in the sky. In his jacket pocket lay an empty vial. It had been 3 days since he returned to Blue Star, and he was uncertain about Shun Qinglin's condition. The memory of that day, when the individual collapsed before him, tugged painfully at Haiso's heart, haunting his dreams with that fallen figure. He even contemplated infiltrating Tamank Star again, merely to ascertain whether that person was alive or dead. As Haiso gently caressed the vial, he seemed to catch a whiff of the familiar jasmine fragrance. Just as he reminisced about their rare moments of contact, the mech suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, the display screen revealing clusters of lights rapidly approaching the southern military base. Haiso's pupils constricted. This was the assault from Tamank Star. He immediately activated the communicator, connecting to the northern military base. The moment the connection was established, his anxious voice broke through. Tamank Star is attacking the southern military base. Urgent assistance required. Chapter 7. The Treacherous General in the Distance. A swarm of mechs closed in on the southern base, bombarding the protective shield overhead. Haiso clenched his teeth in silent determination. This layer of defense would not withstand 10 minutes, and soon the control console, buried hundreds of meters underground, would be subjected to laser scans. If the console were destroyed, the entire southern military base would fall to the forces of Tamank Star, leading to the massacre of countless civilians. The fastest mech would still require at least 15 minutes to travel from north to south, so he had to devise a strategy to delay the enemy's assault. Haiso's gaze darkened as he made the resolute decision to act as bait. Sitting sternly in the cockpit, he peered through the cockpit glass at the swarm of attacking mechs above the shield, connecting his mental energy to the cockpit and swiftly breaking through the relentless bombardment. Soaring into space, countless Tamank Star mechs pursued him closely, while the number targeting the protective shield dwindled significantly. The officers hiding in the control console were astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Colonel Haiso was risking his life to divert the enemy. Sweat beaded on Haiso's forehead, trailing down his damp temples to his cheeks. His body was pushed to its limits, with numerous mechs mere steps behind him, relentlessly pursuing. His mech had sustained multiple hits. The tail was damaged, causing it to shake violently in flight. Several times, Haiso nearly lost control of the mech's balance. Cursing under his breath in the cramped cockpit, he thought, "It seems unlikely I'll emerge unscathed today. Such a demise leaves me quite unwilling." Behind him, Vidor piloted a formidable warship, his countenance serene, his gaze fixed intently upon the diminutive mech on the verge of plummeting to its demise. This was the mech of Colonel Haiso, the civilian hero of Blue Star, emblazoned with a conspicuous blue planet insignia that caught the eye. Eliminating him would undoubtedly diminish the morale of Blue Star-S soldiers and incite further dissent among the populace against the military. Thus, the conquest of Blue Star by Tamonk would be rendered more feasible. Vidor's eyes darkened as he decisively pressed a crimson button. A small laser projectile surged forth towards the battered mech, now perilously close. "Farewell, colonelizo." Inside the cockpit, alarms blared, and before Haiso could react, the cockpit was ejected. The mech that had faithfully accompanied him for years was instantly reduced to ashes. Fragments scattered across the vast cosmos, drifting aimlessly, evoking a sense of tragic beauty. In the wake of this destruction, an overwhelming tide of Tamonk mechs surged forth, and bereft of his own, Haiso found himself utterly defenseless. Just as despair began to consume him, an unheralded small mech emerged from the shadows, deftly rescuing him and whisking him away to safety. Vidor gazed in disbelief at this unforeseen turn of events. He had anticipated Haiso's swift demise, yet a nameless mech had intervened. What was most astonishing was the remarkable speed of this small mech, far exceeding that of ordinary machines. Who could be? The mech accelerated until it breached Vidor's radar detection range, gradually decelerating thereafter. Shun Qinglin's complexion had turned a ghastly white as he leaned wearily against the plush seat. Gasping for breath, his vision clouded with a shimmering haze. The system expressed concern. Upon analysis, it detected that the host's physical condition had deteriorated, with previously healed wounds now showing signs of rupture. System: Host, retract your spiritual entity and cease controlling the mech. Your health is in a dire state. Shun Qinglin: I am aware, fret not, I have it under control. How many points did I earn during that minute of acceleration? System: 20 points, fortunately. It is not excessive and one acceleration card has been utilized. Shun Qinglin: damn it, the main deity truly exploits us, charging 20 points for such a brief moment. Why not just wield a knife and rob the hall of fast travel for points? That would be far more efficient. System: well, host, back in the day, even a bowl of meat sauce noodles cost 5 points, and you did not complain about the price. Shun Qinglin: that is entirely different. The noodles sustain one for ages, while this acceleration card lasts but a minute. In terms of value, the noodles are undoubtedly the wiser choice. The system pouted, deciding it was futile to argue with a severely injured man over a bowl of noodles. Host, there's a derelict small asteroid ahead. You should take a moment to rest. Shun Qinglin: no need, I can endure a bit longer. Now stop. How awkward would it be to meet Haiso? The system replied. Since entering the mech, Haiso was utterly bewildered, remaining in a daze for quite some time, unable to comprehend the situation. Who else could have rescued him from the multitude of Timonkians? After ruminating for a while, he found himself at a loss. He wanted to enter the cockpit to see who was inside, but the hatch was tightly sealed, offering no glimpse of the occupant within. Thus, he dutifully remained at the door. Shun Qinglin's body grew increasingly frail, his breathing becoming labored, and his vision blurred, rendering the surroundings almost indistinguishable. By instinct, he managed to land the mech on the nearest desolate asteroid, but then darkness engulfed him, and he fainted completely in the cockpit. As the mech touched down, it lost control of its spiritual entity, nearly crashing onto the ground with a tremendous roar, which resonated eerily in the silence of the lifeless planet. Haiso, caught off guard, stumbled and bumped his head against the cockpit door. Rubbing his aching head, he listened intently for any sounds from inside the cockpit. There was silence, following the thunderous noise. The mech fell into an eerie stillness. Everything was hauntingly quiet. Haiso's eyes brimmed with confusion. as it seemed the mech had abruptly lost control and crashed, reminiscent of a spiritual entity suddenly withdrawing, leading to an unfortunate incident for the person inside the cockpit. With a jolt of concern, Haiso felt a pang of anxiety wash over him. He pushed against the cockpit door, which swung open effortlessly without the presence of the spiritual entity. A frail figure lay sprawled over the dashboard, the face obscured from view. Haiso found the silhouette vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. He approached and gently nudged the still body, but there was no response, as if life had completely vacated it. Growing increasingly anxious, Haiso swiftly lifted the unconscious individual into his arms. A pale visage, almost alarmingly so, came into focus, and he gasped in astonishment, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a coherent thought. This was indeed Shun Qinglin. Chapter 8. The treacherous general on the abandoned asteroid. A mech stood still in a remote desert. Haiso, burdened by the not overly heavy Shun Qinglin, trudged towards a distant oasis, one labored step at a time. Were it not for the faint heartbeat discernible through the fabric, Haiso might have believed Shun Qinglin was already deceased. Shun Qinglin, hold on, we're almost at the oasis. Please wake up, he implored, his voice trembling, a blend of inquiry and plea. Yet the person on his back remained unresponsive. His gaze dimmed as he adjusted Shun Qinglin in his arms, quickening his pace. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Qinglin's consciousness had already delved into the sea of awareness, casually observing Haiso, who was panting heavily. The system interjected nonchalantly. Host, why have you returned? Shun Qinglin. I'm bored. Shall we watch a horror movie together? System. Host, what horror film are you watching in broad daylight? Are you not planning to awaken? Shun Qinglin. Why awaken? This body is gravely injured. It must be examined thoroughly by Zaiso. I endured this for his sake. System. The poison within you will spiral out of control tonight. Would you like me to assist in administering the antidote? Shun Qinglin. No need. Let him discover it himself. System. I sense the plot is about to collapse. Zaiso gently laid Shun Qinglin on a patch of soft grass, turning to pluck a leaf, and, from the oasis's central water source, carefully gathered a small pool of clear water. He cautiously helped Shun Qinglin to sit up, bringing the water to the unconscious youth's lips and feeding him drop by drop. A large area on Shun Qinglin's chest had already been stained a bright crimson, the heavy scent of blood overwhelming. With delicate hands, Zaiso unfastened the upper garment, revealing a ghastly scar beneath the heart. The wound had reopened, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Zaiso's eyes brimmed with tears. Such a grievous injury was incurred to shield him from a bullet. In that moment, notions of betrayal and loyalty transformed in Zaiso's mind into the weight of enduring humiliation. If Shun Qinglin were truly a traitor, he would have slain him in the torture chamber long ago. Why then would he take that bullet for him and risk his own severely wounded body to rescue him? Zaiso sniffed back his emotions, diligently wrapping the wound with layers of white bandages to tend to Shun Qinglin's injuries. He then searched his pockets only to find a single nutrient solution, devoid of any other medicinal supplies. Upon inspecting the mech, he discovered it was entirely empty, suggesting it was rarely used, and the owner had hastily departed without preparing any rescue provisions. In this remote asteroid, where desolation reigned with only sparse oases, there was no food to be found. Nevertheless, Zaiso instinctively administered the nutrient solution to Shun Qinglin. A severely injured person must not go hungry. Having done all this, Zaiso exhaled deeply, remaining by Shun Qinglin's side as his thoughts began to unravel the events that had transpired. It was evident that Shun Qinglin had gone undercover. Lena's foresight in predicting the Tamankian's attack on 2 previous occasions was likely linked to Shun Qinglin's intelligence. Yet, why had this time gone unnoticed regarding the enemy's assault on the southern military base? Zaiso pondered deeply. Lena's ambition was evident. Having always exhibited a competitive spirit since their days at the military academy, disdaining those who surpassed him, particularly those of common birth, despite being one himself. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had aligned himself with Shun Qinglin, who also hailed from humble beginnings. Now, with Shun Qinglin undercover on Blue Star, Lena simultaneously undermined him at the military base while leveraging the perilous situation of his former lover to gradually ascend to leadership on Blue Star. This time, Lena solemnly declared that the Tamonk aliens were set to assault the northern base, while the enemy had instead directed their efforts towards the southern front. Haiso, repeatedly mulling over the words southern front, suddenly experienced a flash of insight. A bold notion took shape in his mind, causing his expression to darken with a frosty pallor. He was Lena's most formidable rival, yet regarded as a mere commoner, looked down upon by the latter. It occurred to him that Lena might have orchestrated this ruse deliberately, intending to withdraw all defenses from the south to ensure his own demise amidst the impending Tamonk onslaught. Just days prior, upon returning from the Tamonk planet, he had received no escort, a realization that should have alerted him to the fact that Lena was coveting his very life. As the sky gradually dimmed, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings, the absence of even the slightest insect chirp rendering the rhythmic pounding of his heart painfully audible. Haiso's brow remained furrowed. His thoughts weighed down as if a colossal stone pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. He found himself in a perilous predicament, and Shen Qinglin's fate hung precariously in the balance. Only the ambitious Lena lurked like a predator in the shadows, his cold, piercing gaze awaiting the opportune moment to strike and sever the throats of his adversaries. Lovers, comrades, classmates, all were but stepping stones for Lena on his ascent to power. Now, he had leaned upon the Duke's estate, a formidable ally. Haiso clutched a leaf he had plucked absent-mindedly, his mind racing, his fingers unconsciously grinding the tender foliage into a viscous green pulp. Beside him, the unconscious youth stirred, letting out a soft whimper before slowly opening his misty, bewildered eyes. Haiso's heart leapt with joy. He hastily discarded the mangled leaf, wiped his hands, and leaned with concern towards the boy, anxiously inquiring, "Qinglin, how are you feeling? Does the wound still hurt?" Shen Qinglin, momentarily disoriented, took a moment to comprehend his surroundings. In his autumn-like eyes, Haiso's anxious expression was reflected, and after a prolonged pause, he hoarsely asked, "Did we manage to escape the Tamonk encirclement?" Haiso's eyes misted, and he quickly rubbed them, grasping the boy's cold hand reassuringly. "We made it out. We've evaded their radar detection and are now safely ensconced on an abandoned asteroid." A visible sigh of relief washed over Shen Qinglin's face, only to be replaced by a frown of concern. "Why were you alone in the southern military district? Why was all the defense concentrated in the north?" I distinctly informed Lena, realizing he had spoken too freely. Shen Qinglin bit his lip, his expression evasive. Haiso, however, nodded in sudden realization, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, Lena's ascension was heavily reliant on Shen Qinglin, the widely known traitor from Blue Star. "Qinglin, do you know how Lena has slandered you at the military base on Blue Star? He has convinced everyone that you are a traitor, that your association with him during your time at the military academy was merely a means to secure greater opportunities for advancement." Shen Qinglin's expression, which had remained stoic, was suddenly overtaken by a shock upon hearing the final words. The earlier slanders seemed crafted to further solidify the perception of his traitorous identity. Yet the last statement was a sheer act of defamation against himself. Back at the military academy, it was clearly Lena who had taken the initiative to express admiration for his talents, yearning to be by his side. Chapter 9. The treacherous General Haiso observed the disbelief flickering in Shen Qinglin's eyes, and a pang of anguish struck his heart. Academically, Shen Qinglin excelled. Yet in matters of the heart, he was undeniably at a disadvantage compared to the seasoned Lena. Haiso, unwilling to witness the despondency in the injured youth's gaze, swiftly changed the subject. "It's not solely you. I am also a thorn in Lena's side, someone she wishes to eliminate at all costs. This time, you must have privately informed her to defend the southern military base. Yet she intentionally misled everyone to believe the target was the northern base, all to take my life." With great effort, Shen Qinglin sat up, his pallor suggesting fragility, yet a faint blush graced the corners of his eyes, rendering him akin to a delicate porcelain doll. However, Haiso understood that beneath Shen Qinglin's fragile exterior lay an indomitable spirit. I received intelligence on Taimung Star that the southern military base was utterly undefended. I couldn't fathom how such a situation arose, so I discreetly pilfered a mech to come to Blue Star for a closer look. His voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. Shen Qinglin could scarcely believe that Lena would toy with the security of the military base merely to eliminate a formidable rival. He slowly bowed his head, engulfed in a shroud of sorrow, his gaze distant and silent for a lengthy moment. The system within his consciousness sent a massive, nose-picking emoji, followed by a disdainful remark. Host, Lena is about to find herself in dire straits, considering you were the one who informed her the attack was on the northern military base. Shen Qinglin dismissed the emoji with a kick and then crafted an eye-rolling emoji from the system's code. Hasn't she already betrayed the original host enough? I need to find an ally to collaborate with to coordinate efforts against Lena. System, how do you know Haiso is the most suitable candidate? Shen Qinglin, the narratives you transmit are merely memories of the original host's life. Since merging with this body, I have also perceived what the original host's soul witnessed after death. Thus, Haiso is undoubtedly the most excellent choice. Moreover, he is undeniably a formidable hero. System, what did the original host's soul see? Shen Qinglin, a secret. The system scoffed. Fine, keep your secrets. Haiso, having watched Shen Qinglin's prolonged despondency, was at a loss for words to provide comfort, so he remained quietly by his side, allowing the young man to process his negative emotions. After a considerable time, Shen Qinglin finally lifted his gaze. The sadness that once resided there vanished, replaced by a resolute determination and hopeful anticipation for the future. Hizuo, I do not wish for Blue Star to face annihilation, Shen Qinglin remarked, biting his lip in hesitation. May I convey the intelligence to you? Over the past 2 years, His Majesty of Tamonk has gradually come to trust me, and I do not wish to squander this opportunity. Hizuo nodded without hesitation, yet his countenance soon clouded with deep concern. How could a traitor from Blue Star earn the trust of the Tamonk inhabitants so swiftly? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Shen Qinglin's expression suddenly changed, his temperature rising, his entire body aching, and his already pallid face grew even more ashen. Panic flickered in Shen Qinglin's eyes as he clumsily retrieved an antidote from the crevice of his jacket pocket, trembling as he injected it into himself before Hizuo's astonished gaze. Hizuo abruptly stood, disbelief etched across his face, but he quickly regained his composure, as if the doubts he had harbored were now validated. Have you been poisoned? I sensed something amiss the last time we met. What kind of poison is it? Did you inject it to gain the trust of the Tamonk people? Shen Qinglin lowered his head, evading Hizuo's gaze, and after a long pause, he murmured, It's a transformation agent. Shen Qinglin, look, Hizuo is remarkably astute, having guessed it so swiftly. System, host, you have crafted an image of one who bears humiliation and hardship. Shen Qinglin, this way, he will believe I am an undercover agent rather than a traitor. Upon seeing Shen Qinglin's sorrowful expression, Hizuo could no longer contain his grief and enveloped him in a tight embrace, cautious not to press too hard against the boy's recently staunched wound. Qinglin, Hizuo's voice trembled. Do you have any idea what the consequences of injecting a transformation agent are? Shen Qinglin replied, I am aware. You do not comprehend. You will never possess a robust physique again, Hizuo lamented, unable to articulate the pain that followed. A body irreparably damaged is tantamount to a life nearly ruined. Shen Qinglin reassured him, not to that extent. The poison is a ruse, devised by the original host to deceive His Majesty. He had already formulated a genuine antidote long ago. There is no need for such distress. He patted Hizuo's back, appearing quite unaccustomed to such an embrace. System, host. We have a predicament. General Vidal is preparing to return to Tamonk. You are merely a projection in the nutrient pod and will be discovered. Shen Qinglin, goodness, so soon. I thought it would take all night. I must return immediately to ensure I reach the hospital before him. It's all right, my condition is stable, Shen Qinglin stated, licking his lips, feeling somewhat flustered by the intimacy, and clumsily pushed Hizuo away, staggering to his feet. I must hurry back, or they will uncover my presence. Hizuo wiped away his tears, donning a mask of calm once more. Qinglin, just take the mecha back. I will send a signal to the southern base shortly, and they will come to assist me. And above all, you must prioritize your safety." Shen Qinglin nodded absent-mindedly, and only at the moment of boarding the mech did he fully grasp the urgency of the situation. He hastily relayed the method for decrypting communication information to Zaiso before scrambling into the cockpit, not daring to glance back. The diminutive mech swiftly vanished into the vastness of the cosmos. Zaiso remained rooted in place for an extended period, watching until the mech's silhouette completely faded from view. Reluctant to move, his gaze transformed into one of quiet resolve, his lips pressed into a straight line. The final rays of sunlight elongated his shadow, which eventually succumbed to the horizon's embrace. Chapter 10. The treacherous Major General in the military hospital on the planet Timunk. Major General Vidor had reached the uppermost floor and was briskly making his way to the patient ward. The hard soles of his boots echoed sharply against the polished tile floor, instilling an inexplicable sense of tension. Shen Qinglin carelessly abandoned the mech in a secluded spot, skillfully avoiding surveillance as he spent over an hour navigating his way to the military hospital, climbing in through a window. The system had interfered with the hospital surveillance equipment, allowing him to nimbly lie down in the nutrient chamber. The moment he settled in, regret washed over him as he realized he hadn't changed out of his clothes. A patch of blood from a gaping wound still stained his chest. The nutrient chamber was designed to treat injuries. It was illogical to lie within it while still bearing a grievous wound. However, time was of the essence, and Major General Vidor was merely steps away from the ward. Through the door, he could distinctly hear the rhythmic echo of footsteps drawing nearer. Steeling himself, Shen Qinglin slowly immersed his body in the nutrient fluid, enveloped in a soft, cloud-like embrace as his wound began to mend. He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. If no one noticed the bloodstain, it would be fortuitous. Upon entering the ward, Major General Vidor beheld Shen Qinglin still reclined in the nutrient chamber, a flicker of suspicion crossing his gaze. At the military base, he had discovered the mech that had taken Zaiso, carelessly abandoned in a concealed corner. The mech bore no fingerprints, nor any traces of previous use. However, as Vidor entered the cockpit, he caught a faint whiff of blood mingled with a subtle hint of jasmine. This familiar scent, once perceived on Shen Qinglin, coupled with the metallic tang of blood, aligned with the grievous injuries the youth had sustained days prior. Though Vidor hesitated to suspect Shen Qinglin, all evidence pointed towards this traitor from the blue planet. He stood before the nutrient chamber, contemplating the pale visage of the young man for an extended period before turning towards the military hospital surveillance room. As the footage played frame by frame, Vidor's brow furrowed deeper. The monitors revealed that after he departed, Shen Qinglin had risen to recline in the nutrient chamber, without ever exiting during the interval until Vidor re-entered. The tranquil and fair visage lay still, with eyes gently closed, occasionally shifting slightly to send a message. It was evident, through the surveillance monitor, that she had not departed the confines of the chamber. During this time, only a solitary pharmacist had entered, merely casting a distant glance at the slumbering commander before placing down a few vials of medication and promptly turning to leave without lingering. Vidor could not quite articulate the source of his unease. A sense of oversight gnawed at him. Yet, after meticulous contemplation, he found no evidence supporting the notion that Shen Qinglin had ventured outside, leading him to believe he was merely overthinking. It appeared that the individual piloting the mech to Blue Star to rescue Zaiso was not Shen Qinglin. He inhaled deeply, aware that among these high-ranking officers, numerous traitors lurked. At the southern military base of Blue Star, the protective shield above had become riddled with breaches. Should the northern reinforcements delay for even a minute longer, the southern military district would falter. Zaiso's countenance was far from agreeable as he sat in the conference room, silent. The others wore equally troubled expressions. The vast chamber was filled with senior officers, yet none dared to broach the subject. Even Lena had sealed her lips, fearful of provoking the ire of the assembly. In the aftermath of this incident, Lena's command position on Blue Star had significantly diminished. Countless civilians from the southern district took to the streets, demanding the revocation of Major General Lena Lina's command in favor of the civilian hero, Xiso. Beneath the table, Lina's hands clenched into fists. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed, starkly visible. He simmered with suppressed rage, unable to swallow the indignation of being protested against by those he deemed lowly, who dared to challenge his authority as commander. Such base insects, they ought to have been obliterated by the time-long aliens. Now, with Xiso's safe return, Lina felt his chest heaving with fury, his molars grinding tightly. This thorn in his side sought not only to usurp his position, but also to undermine his prestige within the military. Such a formidable adversary, left unaddressed, would inevitably lead to prolonged unrest. The assembly of officers harbored some dissatisfaction with the irascible Lina, yet his backing from the Duke's estate rendered him untouchable, while Xiso stood alone, devoid of support. Despite Xiso's consistently superior performance compared to Lina, he remained relegated beneath others. This time, with Lina's significant miscalculation, no one dared suggest that Xiso assume the command. In the center of the conference room, the elder General Amandal surveyed the gathering before cautiously breaking the prolonged silence. He acknowledged Lina's command blunder, but, in light of his previous successes, proposed granting him another opportunity. I believe Major General Lina will not disappoint us, and the Duke's estate will not let us down either. His words encapsulated all underlying issues, subtly referencing Lina's affiliation with the Duke. The expressions of the attendees shifted, each understanding the implications of his statement. Thus, they nodded in agreement, willing to allow Lina to retain his position as commander. Only Xiso remained impassive. This was to be expected. Lina, backed by the Duke's residence, would not easily succumb. At this moment, his greatest concern was whether Shun Qinglin would be exposed on the planet Taimunk. The consequences of such exposure would be dire. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Lina cleared his throat and stood up, slowly surveying the room before suppressing his fury and adopting a sincere expression. This was my oversight, I assure you. Such an incident will not occur again. I will exert my utmost efforts to ensure the safety of all the citizens of Blue Star. His words resonated powerfully, and aside from Haiso and Xiaming, the others applauded, casting supportive glances in Lina's direction. Lina's eyes briefly flicked over to Haiso before swiftly averting his gaze. Presently, his most pressing dilemma was to devise an explanation for the Duke's residence. Otherwise, his status as the Duke's adopted son would likely be at stake. The communicator on his wrist beeped insistently, and as Lina glanced down, his heart sank. The sender was unmistakably marked with the title Grand Duke, and the message was succinct: come to the Duke's residence. Before a grand entrance, Lina had already been standing for nearly 2 hours. The nearby fountain cascaded its waters, the delicate droplets tapping against the marble walls, creating a cacophony that was somewhat disconcerting. Passers-by, the servants, regarded the Duke's adopted son, who had been with them for less than 2 years, with curious glances before whispering to one another. Lina felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he dared not reveal it. He could only glare back before quickly composing himself. The Grand Duke had summoned him, yet after a long wait. He was informed that the Grand Duke was in discussion with the Earl and would require more time. Lina dared not leave, and thus stood patiently outside the bustling Duke's residence. As the sun gradually descended, the remaining light cast a faint golden hue upon the Gothic structure adorned with colorful glass, lending it an air of ethereal mystery. Lina, however, found little joy in this splendid view. Just as his legs began to ache from standing, the Duke's chief steward finally emerged, his expression impassive, inviting him inside. Chapter 11. The treacherous General the Grand Duke stirred his coffee, seated firmly in his chair, without casting a glance at Lina. The white sugar cubes dissolved rapidly in the rich brew, and a robust aroma, tinged with bitterness, pervaded the small study. The Grand Duke savored a sip, the lingering bitterness spreading across his palate, pleasant in scent yet mediocre in taste. Lina, he spoke, I have taken you as my adopted son due to your command abilities. Should you commit another such grave error, I believe we must sever our ties entirely. His voice was soft, yet each word struck Lina's heart, causing it to ache with a profound sense of dread. My Lord Duke, Lina knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with evident fear as he frantically explained. This was an unfortunate accident. I assure you, it will never happen again. Please, you must believe me. Coming from a humble background, Yuan had witnessed countless humiliations and betrayals from the lower strata of society. Ever since he secured a place in the military academy through his innate talent, he had been resolutely determined to rise above his circumstances. His association with Shun Qinglin was primarily due to the latter's status as the most outstanding student in their class. Subsequently, he had deceived Shun Qinglin into acting as an undercover agent on the planet Tamok, using Shun's life as a bargaining chip to catapult his own ambitions. Having finally garnered the Duke's respect through 2 commendable military commands, he could not afford to squander this hard-won opportunity. The Duke, unfazed, savored his coffee, his sharp gaze appraising the anxious Yuan. The ambition etched on Yuan's face was unmistakable. While the Duke appreciated ambition, excessive ambition could prove challenging to control. "Let this incident pass," the Duke remarked, "but should there be a next time, the Duke's house will not be your refuge. I hear Colonel Zaiso from the military is quite competent. I shall keep a watchful eye on both of you." Yuan's expression froze, and in that instant, his limbs turned icy. His worst fear had materialized. Should Zaiso rise above him, his standing in the military would be virtually obliterated. He could not allow such a calamity to unfold. Raising his gaze, he responded with the utmost sincerity, "My Lord Duke, rest assured, I will not let you down." The Duke merely nodded, his face betraying no emotion, and waved his hand, signaling Yuan to depart. Instead of piloting his mech back to the military headquarters, Yuan ventured to the abandoned asteroid. He was resolute in uncovering why Shun Qinglin had informed him of an assault on the north while the forces from Tamok were attacking the south. As the mech soared through the vastness of space, he received a fragmented message from the familiar desolate asteroid. Upon deciphering it, he found the alarming statement: "They changed their minds suddenly before departure, and I could not prevent it. However, I will soon be able to steal the coarse secrets of mech production from the planet Tamok. With this intelligence, Blue Star will be able to contend with Tamok." A surge of joy welled within Yuan. He had once doubted whether Shun Qinglin had intentionally provided him with false information, but it now seemed that the earnest and lovesick Shun Qinglin remained loyal to him. This was merely an unfortunate incident. Once Shun Qinglin successfully acquired the mech secrets from Tamok, Blue Star would be capable of producing superior mechs. If he could claim this achievement for himself, crafting the most advanced mech, he would be able to confront Tamok. At that time, no one on Blue Star would dare to question his position as the great commander. Not even the Duke's household, which would have no choice but to show him deference. The mere thought that his position would soon be unassailable, garnering the Emperor's favor and the admiration of thousands, made Lena chuckle with satisfaction as he sat in the cockpit. Meanwhile, Shun Qinglin had spent an entire day in the nutrient chamber, and upon feeling that his wound had healed significantly, he emerged from within. After stretching his limbs, he carefully inspected the gunshot wound on his chest. Following a day's treatment in the nutrient chamber, the wound had scabbed over, leaving behind an unsightly scar beneath his heart. However, any sudden movement would still tug at the injury, provoking sharp pain. It was now late autumn, and the midday sun shone warmly. Shun Qinglin, squinting against the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass window, basked in its warmth for a moment, his mind racing. Reflecting on General Vidal's reaction after reviewing the surveillance footage, he realized that the bloodstain on his chest would inevitably become a liability, only a matter of time before it was discovered. Furthermore, acquiring the highest mech secrets of the Tamok Star was no simple endeavor. The original owner had spent 5 arduous years earning the Emperor's trust, while he had only allied himself with Tamok for 2 years, insufficient time to secure complete confidence from the Emperor and the military. However, if he were to take another 5 years, that would mean continuing to send false information to Lena. Once could be overlooked, but if it happened 3 or 5 times, even the dullest mind would grasp the truth. At this juncture, he needed to devise a strategy to expedite gaining the trust of the entire military of Tamok. He cast a glance at the bloodstain on his chest, a flash of insight illuminating his eyes. The most effective course of action would be to employ a strategy of feigned retreat. Shun Qinglin. Chi-Chi, is Vidal still investigating who rescued Zaiso? System, yes, host. Vidal has repeatedly scrutinized the footage of your time in the hospital, attempting to find any clues, yet he has come up empty. I must remind you, the bloodstain on your chest, which you neglected to address while in the nutrient chamber, will eventually be discovered. You must act swiftly. The civilization here is quite advanced, and there are limitations to our interventions. Shun Qinglin. Indeed, I was remiss. Time was of the essence, and I did not attend to the bloodstain before lying down. By the way, I recall that the military of Tamonk has a major disguised as a Zerg. The system reviewed the details and confirmed, yes, he has been masquerading for nearly a year without raising suspicion. In the previous life, it was only when Tamonk was defeated by Blue Star that he was unmasked. Shun Qinglin nodded thoughtfully. The Zerg were the most reviled species across all planets, swarming through the cosmic wormholes, devouring every mech that crossed their path. Moreover, they were adept at disguising themselves as civilians from various planets, blending into crowds and stealthily hunting humans for sustenance. On Blue Star, countless civilians fell victim to the Zerg each year. As Shun Qinglin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, he pondered for a considerable time before stating in his mind, "Retrieve the action records of this Zerg from yesterday for me to review." The system code fluttered as it projected onto the large screen, inputting several lines of code. Soon, the screen displayed all the surveillance footage of the insectoid from the previous day. Shun Qinglin observed with a smile, nodding in approval, exclaiming, "What splendid cannon fodder! What a flawed alibi! I find it utterly delightful. He is the one." The system, grappling with the code, evidently failed to comprehend the situation. After retracting the screen, it inquired with a hint of confusion, "Host, what purpose do you have for this insectoid surveillance records?" Shun Qinglin replied, "Yesterday, he ventured into Military District 17, where I pilfered the mech. However, his intent was to steal medication. The insectoids have an immense need for these supplies. Thus, his infiltration of the planet Tamonk was solely for its pharmaceutical formulas." The system responded, "Ah, I see. You both went to pilfer. So you intend to attribute the loss of the mech to this unfortunate insectoid?" Shun Qinglin retorted, "Oh, let's not use such harsh terminology. I do not call it stealing. I refer to it as borrowing. Besides, I shall return the mech." The system remarked, however, "An insectoid aiding the people of Blue Star lacks any justification." Shun Qinglin raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "How can there be no justification? I have discovered his theft of medication. He wishes to employ the military of Tamonk to eliminate me. How reasonable is that?" Chapter 12. The Treacherous Major Lamontu. Clutching a bundle of medications, carefully concealed his excitement as he made his way to his quarters. Every few months, he concocted excuses to pilot a mech to the remote vicinity of a wormhole, delivering these medications to the awaiting insectoids. The insectoids were notably inept in the production of medicines, despite their rapid reproduction in vast numbers. As universal pariahs, their mortality rate far exceeded that of other planets, rendering these medications exceedingly precious. As Lamontu squeezed the medications in his grasp, envisioning the future accolades from the insectoid queen, perhaps even a promotion to a high commander, he felt an urge to find a place to celebrate. Lost in his daydreams, he collided unexpectedly with another figure around the corner of the corridor. Unsteady on his feet, he dropped the medications, scattering them across the floor in a chaotic mess. A sense of dread filled Lamontu as he recognized the individual. It was none other than Commander Shun Qinglin from military. Flustered, he hurriedly gathered the shattered remnants from the ground, too anxious to lift his gaze. Shun Qinglin crouched down, curiosity evident in his voice. "What do you intend to do with such an abundance of medications? Are they for someone?" As the words left Shun Qinglin's lips, Lamontu's face visibly paled. His eyes flickered, his tongue darting out to moisten his cracked lips, and he stammered, "No, they are for my personal use." "Personal use?" Shun Qinglin inquired, holding a prescription smeared with an unknown liquid. "Do you require a prescription for personal use?" Lamontu's heart raced with anxiety as he hastily concocted an excuse. "Commander, I recently wished to learn the art of potion making, so I gathered some recipes." The skepticism etched on Shun Qinglin's face was unmistakable, yet he refrained from pressing further, instead furrowing his brow in deep contemplation as he walked away. His expression clearly conveyed his utter disbelief in Ramonto's rationale. Beads of perspiration formed in Ramonto's palms, and his legs began to weaken. He couldn't shake the suspicion that the Grand Commander would undoubtedly investigate the matter of the potions upon returning. And if he traced the clues back to discover Ramonto's true identity as a member of the insectoid race, his fate would be dire, shattered into pieces, subjected to 1,000 tortures, with his 8 legs torn into 16 segments. Clutching a handful of shattered potion vials, Ramonto approached the room with trepidation. An audacious thought crept into his mind. How splendid it would be if Sun Qinglin could simply vanish. Just days prior, he had accompanied General Vidor to uncover the mech that had rescued the Blue Star's civilian hero. The faint scent of jasmine from the mech was unmistakable. As a member of the insectoid race, with senses far more acute than those of humans, he had detected it the moment he entered the cockpit. However, he deemed it wiser to remain silent, knowing that explaining his acute sense of smell would only raise further questions. Later, he learned that General Vidor had scrutinized the hospital surveillance footage of the Grand Commander countless times, seemingly harboring suspicions. Pondering this, Ramonto hesitated for a moment before decisively turning toward the monitoring room. Perhaps he could uncover some clues there. Inside the monitoring room, Ramonto replayed the footage repeatedly, while the surrounding officers looked on in confusion, wondering why General Vidor had watched it so many times and why Major Ramonto had come to view it too. After all, it was merely footage of the Grand Commander lying in the nutrient pod, having never exited, only occasionally shifting positions. What was so captivating about that? Having grown up amidst the bloody carnage of the insectoid race, Ramonto was particularly sensitive to the sight of blood. After watching it one last time, he finally grasped what had struck General Vidor as suspicious. Indeed, there was something amiss with the footage. Though he could not ascertain how the footage had come to be, it had inadvertently become the most compelling evidence pointing toward Sun Qinglin. Elated as if he had stumbled upon treasure, Ramonto dashed toward the general's conference room, eager to urge the Timac planet's authorities to execute this Blue Star infiltrator without delay. "What did you say?" General Vidor exclaimed in disbelief. "Sun Qinglin is the one who piloted the mech to rescue the Blue Star hero?" Ramonto nodded earnestly, projecting the footage from the monitoring room onto the screen. He pointed to Sun Qinglin, who lay in the nutrient pod, and said, "General, observe closely. The nutrient pod is intended for treating human wounds." When the commander entered, there was no blood on his chest, yet by evening, inexplicably, blood had appeared. This is utterly illogical. He must have ventured outside, yet managed to deceive the surveillance. Vital's pupils jolted with realization. The doubts that had lingered in his mind for days were finally elucidated. He rose and approached the projection for a meticulous inspection. Indeed, there were no traces of blood in Sun Qinglin's nutrient chamber throughout the day. It was only in the evening, after he casually turned over, that a large stain of blood appeared on his chest. It was no wonder that upon his initial viewing of the surveillance footage, he had sensed something amiss, only now coming to a sudden understanding. It was the peculiarity of that bloodstain. Vital's expression darkened ominously. Sun Qinglin was likely an undercover operative for Blue Star. Perhaps, the last time Hisaw successfully escaped back to Blue Star, it was also due to his assistance. Ramon observed the colonel's increasingly somber demeanor with a flicker of delight in his heart. If Sun Qinglin truly piloted the mech to rescue that civilian hero of Blue Star, it would be most advantageous for the military to discreetly eliminate him. Not only would the suspicions regarding his own theft of the potion dissipate, but his identity as a Zerg could remain concealed. A cold smile crept across Ramon's lips, his eyes sparkling with newfound determination. It seemed that fate was truly aiding him. Chapter 13. The treacherous Major General Sun Qinglin languidly reclined in a soft chair, gazing at the distant scenery as the door to his hospital room creaked open. Major General Vidal entered, holding a cup of coffee. "System. Alert. A substantial amount of sedative has been detected in the coffee. Please be cautious, host." Sun Qinglin's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he donned a harmless smile and inquired, "Major General Vidal, have you come to see me for a particular reason?" Vidal, unlike his usual jovial self, fixed a cold stare upon Shun Qinglin's clear eyes and asked, "Is there something you wish to say to me?" Shun Qinglin sensed the tension, but did not dwell on it. He tilted his head in contemplation before hesitantly responding, "My injury has improved significantly, Major General." "Is that what you were asking?" Vidal chuckled inwardly, concealing his amusement, and replied in accordance with Shun Qinglin's words, "Yes, that is indeed what I meant. I brewed you a cup of coffee. Would you care to taste it?" Shun Qinglin, unsuspecting, lifted the cup and drank heartily, then wiped his mouth and exclaimed, "Delicious. I particularly enjoy this sweet flavor of coffee." In that fleeting moment, Vidal even began to doubt whether he had wronged Shun Qinglin. The latter's demeanor was simply too impeccable. Yet, recalling the bloodstain on Shun Qinglin's chest in the surveillance footage, along with the faint scent of jasmine in the mech chamber, all the evidence pointed to Shun Qinglin. Without employing any coercive methods for thorough interrogation, someone who had long navigated the military's corridors would undoubtedly remain silent. Not long after consuming the coffee, Shun Qinglin suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and glanced at the ashen-faced Major General Vidal, whose features now seemed to blur into a hazy shadow. At this moment, the slow-witted Shun Qinglin finally realized that something had been added to his cup of coffee. He struggled to rise to his feet, but his legs felt weak, causing him to fall back down. He lacked the strength to lift even his body while seated in the plush chair and could only gasp for air. General Vidal looked down upon him from his elevated position, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and overwhelming disdain for the traitor. "Shun Qinglin, there are matters you refuse to acknowledge. Thus, I shall resort to measures to extract the truth from you." Shun Qinglin managed to lift his head slightly. His bewildered gaze met General Vidal's impassive expression. The scene before him grew increasingly blurred, until finally his head drooped and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "System, host, you are about to be suspected. Will your identity be exposed?" Shun Qinglin, "Yes, it will be exposed, but he will soon realize I've been wronged. This will not only resolve the issue of the bloodstains on my chest, but also gain the trust of the military, allowing me to clandestinely acquire the mecha manufacturing secrets of Tamong Star. I do not wish to wait here for 3 more years. System, but you have not been wronged. You are indeed guilty." Shun Qinglin, "It wasn't me. I will never admit it. Do you understand the concept of a dead pig not fearing boiling water?" System, "Not quite, host. You may want to wish for your own good." A basin of icy, piercing water was suddenly splashed over him, causing Shun Qinglin to shiver as he slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Blinded by the harsh glare of bright, incandescent lights, it took some time for his eyes to adjust before he could discern his surroundings. He found himself bound to a cross-shaped torture device, with the grim-faced General Vidal seated before him. In his mind, Shun Qinglin marveled. Now, this is how one properly initiates the scenario. Upon my arrival, I nearly thought I had taken a wrong script. Had I been thrust into such a bloody scene from the outset, I would have had no reason to doubt. System, host, you are about to be tortured, and you still find the humor in this? Shun Qinglin, if I can find humor, how have you progressed with the tasks I assigned? The system perked up at his words, responding with newfound dedication. Rest assured, host, the jasmine fragrance has been placed in that creature's quarters. His nose is overly sensitive, so I sealed it before placing it inside. Shun Qinglin, good. I have also prepared the items in the nutrient chamber. Everything is now in place. System, what remains? Shun Qinglin, 1 session of torture. General Vidal silently scrutinized the fair-skinned youth before him, no more than 20 years of age, with delicate features that, if judged solely on appearance, rendered him seemingly harmless. As Vidal gazed into Shun Qinglin's clear eyes, his fingers caressed a sturdy leather whip that glinted ominously under the bright lights. Is it you who secretly piloted the mecha to Blue Star to rescue Colonel Zyso? A perplexed expression crossed Shun Qinglin's face, as if he had failed to comprehend the question. He hesitated momentarily before responding in confusion. When have I ever been a Blue Star? Vidal let out a cold chuckle, an anticipated reply. He raised his whip and struck it mercilessly against Shun Qinglin. With a sharp crack, the whip tore a gash in the fabric of his uniform, and the tender flesh met the leather, quickly breaking the skin and causing blood to seep, staining the newly donned military attire crimson. Shen Qinglin furrowed his brows and let out a soft groan, clenching his teeth to silence any further sounds, swallowing back all the broken notes of pain that threatened to escape his lips. In his sea of consciousness, however, he bellowed, "Chi-Chi, how could you set the pain threshold to maximum? I can't feel a thing, which makes it exceedingly difficult for me to immerse myself in the scene. At least dial it down a half. How can I perform otherwise?" The system, feeling awkward, hurriedly scrambled from the depths of his consciousness and flustered, adjusted the pain setting to 50, apologetically saying, "Hee, I forgot. Look at my memory. Your reaction just now was splendid. Keep up the good work. I'm off now." At a pain level of 50, he could finally feel the searing sting at the wound, and Shen Qinglin genuinely furrowed his brow, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead as he felt the nerve signals of pain. Vidal raised an eyebrow. After the first lash, Shen Qinglin had not uttered a sound, proving to be quite the tough nut. It was indeed challenging to coax words from such a person. "We have known each other for 2 years. I don't wish to be excessively harsh with you. Just tell me, did you pilot the mech to Blue Star to rescue Zyso?" At this moment, Shen Qinglin fully grasped the situation. His expression remained calm, though his deep-set eyes swirled with inscrutable emotions, and he tossed the question back to Vidal. "If I say no, will you believe me?" Vidal was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he did not believe him. Deep down, he harbored a lingering suspicion towards Shen Qinglin. Moreover, as a general, he despised those who remained obstinately silent. Vidal raised the bullwhip beside him and struck again with force. Shen Qinglin winced in pain, instinctively hissing in a breath, his mind briefly convulsing. Yet he still refrained from crying out. The 2 bloodstains on his body were starkly visible, blood oozing slowly. Even through the dark military uniform, it was unmistakable. His already injured body, barely recovered, teetered on the brink of collapse. His complexion began to pale visibly. The ropes binding his wrists dug into his skin due to the tension from his struggles, drawing forth droplets of blood. The second lash struck the scar on his chest, igniting a fresh wave of intense pain beneath his heart. Chapter 14. The Treacherous Lieutenant General. Vidal greatly admired Shen Qinglin's fierce spirit, idly toying with the bullwhip. He languidly inquired, "Then explain why there was blood on your chest in the nutrient chamber?" With his gaze cast low, Shen Qinglin's expression remained inscrutable. Without a hint of hesitation, he exhaled sharply to alleviate the pain coursing through his body, his voice hoarse as he softly replied, "There was corrosive fluid in the pocket of my chest, and I accidentally brushed against it while transmitting a message." Vidor was taken aback. He had anticipated Shen Qinglin would falter, stammer, or display signs of guilt. However, he was unprepared for the immediate and forthright response that flowed from him. The tone was dispassionate, the countenance unshaken, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Vidor, feeling the stirrings of unease within himself, swallowed hard and pressed on with his inquiry. "Then, why does the mecha that rescued Zyso carry your scent?" At this, Shen Qinglin lifted his head, suspicion flickering in his eyes, his face pale and flushed with confusion. "My scent? The fragrance of jasmine? Is that truly admissible as evidence?" Vidor pursed his lips. Indeed, this hardly constituted proof. His skepticism towards Shen Qinglin stemmed from the fact that he had defected from the Blue Star, a matter that had lodged itself like a thorn in Vidor's heart. He was determined to ascertain whether Shen Qinglin's allegiance to the taming planet was genuine. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qinglin parted his bloodless lips to add, "The corrosive fluid was given to me by Major Lamont, who claimed it was for treating wounds. I suspect he might have mistook the reagent. Fortunately, it was opened in the nutrient chamber, and most of the corrosive fluid was diluted by the nutrient solution. Had it been applied directly to the wound, it would have caused considerable trouble." Vidor's heart raced at the mention of Major Lamont, the very individual who had come to confront him that day regarding Shen Qinglin's blood. "Have you had any interaction with Major Lamont? Why would he give you a vial of medication without reason?" His voice bore a tinge of urgency, losing the unwavering conviction it had initially held. A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Qinglin's heart, yet his face remained impassive. After taking a few deep breaths to endure the waves of pain, he contemplated and replied, There hasn't been much contact, just 2 encounters where Major Lamont discreetly hid numerous vials of medication in the room. I inquired briefly, but he seemed anxious, merely stating he wished to learn about concocting medications. In the vastness of space, it was common knowledge that the insectoid species had an affinity for various medications and excelled at masquerading as humans to infiltrate military establishments and pilfer such substances. Shun Qinglin's reference to Lamont's secretive hoarding of medications instantly conjured images of the insectoid's usual modus operandi in Vidor's mind. His expression darkened palpably as he discarded the leather whip in his hand, locking his gaze onto Shun Qinglin's pallid visage with cold resolve. I will uncover the truth of your situation, and I will investigate the matter concerning Major Lamont as well. However, until then, you may need to remain here for a few days. Shen Qinglin offered no reply. The fatigue from his grievous injuries rendered him somewhat dazed. He clenched his jaw, enduring the agony from the lash wounds and the tearing pain beneath his chest, remaining silent. Vidor, burdened by his thoughts, exited the interrogation room and proceeded directly to the monitoring room to review the footage from the previous day featuring Major Lamont. In a secluded corner under surveillance, a familiar figure flitted past, exhibiting an intimate knowledge of the monitoring layout of the 17th Military District, successfully evading all cameras, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of half a silhouette. Despite its incompleteness, it was barely discernible as that of Major Lamont, who had previously appeared in the 17th Military District following the theft of a mech. General Vidor's expression was beyond mere discomfort. It was a mask of palpable distress. That very mech had been pilfered from the military headquarters of Zone 17. It was highly probable that Lamont had eluded detection and piloted the mech to Blue Star. Moreover, the absence of fingerprints on the mech could be attributed to his true nature as a Zerg. All Zergs lack fingerprints. Inside the room, Lamont quietly organized his potions, having accumulated a considerable stock that he intended to dispatch within the coming days. Yet, for reasons unknown, his heart raced with anxiety. Just as he was engulfed in unease, the door was violently kicked open, and General Vidor, accompanied by a cadre of officers, stormed in. Lamont was rendered speechless with fright. The potions he held slipped from his grasp, and an unlabeled bottle shattered upon impact with the floor. Vidor's countenance darkened further as he surveyed the cramped space. Commanding the officers behind him, search thoroughly. Lamont was utterly paralyzed by fear. Was it not said that General Vidor was interrogating the commander in the torture chamber? Why had he come to ransack his quarters? Could it be that Shun Qinglin, aware of his impending exposure, had come to drag him into the mire? Reluctant to be ensnared by such a fate, he shouted at General Vidor, "General, Shun Qinglin is a traitor. Everything he says is a fabrication. You cannot trust him." The moment the words left his lips, he clasped his mouth in horror. What if it was not Shun Qinglin who had spoken? Had he inadvertently implicated himself? Indeed, Vidor let out a chilling laugh, turning to gaze at the pale-faced Major Lamont, his eyes glinting with icy scrutiny. Shun Qinglin has revealed nothing. Your eagerness to shift the blame onto him raises questions, does it not? Lamont's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his mind a tumultuous haze, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. However, one certainty dawned upon him. He was finished. The room was small, yet a multitude of officers unearthed a considerable cache of potions, recipes, and a tightly sealed vial of an unknown substance. Lamont himself could not recall when this vial had found its way into his possession. He had never encountered it before. Frowning, Vidor meticulously opened the securely wrapped porcelain vial, bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff, and was taken aback by the scent of jasmine. The moment the vial was uncorked, Lamont detected the aroma and, pointing vehemently at the diminutive vessel, exclaimed, "That is not mine. How could I possibly use a fragrance, especially one with a jasmine scent? This is Shun Qinglin's scent. It does not belong to me." No sooner had he spoken than a cadre of officers drew their particle guns, aiming them squarely at his chest and forehead. A shudder coursed through Lamont as the realization dawned upon him. He inadvertently revealed his own flaws. Such a diminutive bottle would be imperceptible to the human nose without a close examination. Only the insectoid species possesses such acute olfactory sensitivity. Raimondo, with icy limbs and trembling all over, found himself ensnared by a multitude of particle guns, his eyes reflecting desolation. After an entire year of undercover work, he was discovered in such a manner. It was truly disheartening. Chapter 15. The treacherous General Shun Qinglin observed this amusing scene within his consciousness, nearly bursting into laughter. Shun Qinglin, he exposed himself. He cannot blame me. System. Host, perhaps you should first attend to your own injuries. Shun Qinglin, merely 2 lashes? That is far too few. Ideally, I would prefer electric shocks, lasers, and pain amplifiers all at once. Only then would Vidal feel more remorse. System. Host, your wounds are seeping blood. Would you like me to activate the pain relief entirely? Shun Qinglin. No. If it is fully activated, it will affect my mental state. This half measure is quite sufficient. If you find yourself with nothing to do, deepen my wounds a bit more. Let there be more blood. System. Very well. Host, you are truly ruthless to yourself. The interrogation chamber was somewhat frigid, and Shun Qinglin, in a state of continuous blood loss, felt his body temperature plummet rapidly. The wound beneath his heart began to ooze blood once more. The particle gun had nearly penetrated his entire chest. Had he not been within a realm of advanced technology, he would likely be nearing the end of his 7 days of mourning by now. Struggling to move his numbed, bound limbs, he jested within his mind, Chi-Chi, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall once again find myself in the nutrient chamber tonight. Truth be told, I detest that viscous sensation. It feels akin to lying in a large bubble of mucus. System. Host, being able to lie in a nutrient chamber is a privilege. You should simply comply. That general has already gone to investigate the corrosive liquid within the nutrient chamber. Vidal stood in the military hospital S ward, observing several military doctors extracting the nutrient solution from the chamber and placing it into instruments for analysis. Soon, a plethora of data illuminated the screens. A doctor clad in a white coat, his expression grave, meticulously examined the reports detailing the composition of the nutrient solution before explaining. Indeed, a minuscule amount of corrosive liquid has contaminated the nutrient chamber, but it is negligible, and the nutrient solution can mitigate the corrosive liquid's harmful effects on the body. If accidentally spilled within the chamber, it would not pose a life-threatening risk. The doctor added, such a potent corrosive, if directly poured onto human skin in the air, could create a hole in an instant. Should an unfortunate fall onto the heart, that person would perish on the spot. That last statement startled Vidal. Had Shun Qinglin not conducted the examination and poured the vial directly onto his heart wound, his entire heart would have been corroded away by now. It is no wonder that Ramontu intends to replace the healing potion with corrosive liquid, as long as Shun Qinglin remains unwary. A mere twist of the bottle cap and a pour onto his wound could easily claim his life, ensuring that Ramonto's identity as a member of the insect tribe would never be scrutinized again. The pharmaceuticals from the planet Tamonk are likely to be entirely depleted by this wretched creature. With a surge of indignation, Vidal struck the door of the nutrient chamber with a vehement slap. The malevolent insect tribe lurks everywhere, devising numerous schemes to infiltrate humanity and pilfer their medicines, even attempting to substitute the potions to eliminate the commander. Truly despicable. Wait, the commander? A sudden thought flashed through Vidal's mind. Oh no, the chief commander is still in the torture chamber. Shun Qinglin, having lost a significant amount of blood, lay unconscious on the rack. Vidal, filled with guilt, carefully untied him and hastened towards the military hospital. Shun Qinglin's body temperature was alarmingly low. The prolonged injuries had rendered him in a dire state. Vidal could scarcely bear to look at the commander's frightfully pale visage, reminiscent only of a corpse. Once he placed Shun Qinglin in the nutrient chamber, he remained vigilantly at the door, continuously reassuring himself. He thought how fortunate it was that only 2 lashes had been administered. Had the punishment been more severe, the consequences would have been unmanageable, and he would surely face the wrath of the emperor. Shun Qinglin lay quietly in the nutrient chamber, enveloped in nourishing liquid. With much of his pain alleviated, his brow relaxed, and the weariness of many days dissipated, swiftly pulling him into a profound slumber. Observing this, Vidal exhaled a sigh of relief, yet a deep sorrow settled within him. The commander had suffered unjustly. As a general, he ought to provide some form of compensation to alleviate his own guilt. Shen Qinglin remained in the nutrient chamber throughout the night, and by the following morning, he slowly opened his eyes. Confusion washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly perplexed as to how he had transitioned from the torture chamber to the nutrient chamber. His wounds had just begun to heal. Any sudden movement could still cause him pain. With utmost caution, Shen Qinglin pushed open the hatch of the nutrient chamber. Carefully climbing out, the morning sunlight poured into the infirmary, casting a soft, warm orange hue over the furnishings. General Vidal lay asleep at the bedside, dark circles under his eyes suggesting a night devoid of rest. Shen Qinglin gently pulled a thin blanket and draped it over Vidal before turning to exit the infirmary. In the distance, the warm sun slowly ascended the horizon, the small orange glow dispelling some of the coldness in the air. In a late autumn season, the early morning was already quite frigid, with frost adorning the few remaining leaves on the trees. Standing on the rooftop, Shen Qinglin sought a flat spot, leaning against the railing to admire the breathtaking sunrise. He called out in his mind, "Chi-Chi, come out to witness the sunrise. It's a rare and beautiful sight." Stealing a moment of leisure amidst the busyness is indeed delightful. The system cast a reluctant glance before dismissively stating, "What is there to admire? My code can effortlessly generate countless depictions of sunrises from every conceivable angle, far surpassing this in beauty. If you wish to behold one, I can produce it for you right away." Shen Qinglin rolled his eyes dramatically, pouting as he communicated within his mind, "There is no way to converse with you. Farewell." Vidor, groggy from a night of restless thought, awoke in a daze. He moved his stiff body and stretched, causing the soft, thin blanket draped over him to fall to the ground. Confused, he picked it up and glanced into the nutrient pod, discovering it to be empty. Shen Qinglin had vanished. Alarmed, Vidor sprang to his feet and scanned the area, finding no trace of Shen Qinglin. It was only after contacting the officers in the monitoring room that he learned Shen Qinglin had gone to the rooftop. His mind in turmoil, Vidor hurriedly took the escalator to the rooftop. There stood Shen Qinglin, leaning against the railing, admiring the sunrise as the distant orange glow danced and struggled to rise from the horizon. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind, startling him. "Shen Qinglin, don't do anything rash. Let us talk this through. Yesterday was entirely my fault." Shen Qinglin thought, "I merely had a fleeting whim to witness the sunrise. I was nearly scared out of my wits. Am I the sort to contemplate ending my life? If I were to die, I would take 100 down with me." The system chimed in. "I was so startled that I misaligned my code. Dear host, could you kindly switch those 2 lines for me? They control the sensitivity, and my hands are trembling, rendering me unable to correct it myself." Shen Qinglin retorted, "Figure out on your own." Chapter 16. The treacherous General Vidor stepped forward and firmly pulled Shen Qinglin back from the railing. Shen Qinglin swallowed hard, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest, his tongue trembling. In that moment, he truly believed Shen Qinglin might leap from the dizzying height. "Yesterday was a misunderstanding. If you are angry, just strike me 10 times and return. Please don't consider ending your life. If you were to die, how would I explain it to His Majesty?" Shen Qinglin mustered a faint smile. "I'm not here to seek death. I merely found the sunrise appealing and wanted to enjoy it from the rooftop." Vidor's face clearly displayed disbelief as he gripped Shen Qinglin's icy hands, dragging him back into the infirmary. The temperature inside the infirmary was significantly warmer than outside, and Shen Qinglin's cold body gradually began to warm. Vidor, filled with remorse, could barely meet Shen Qinglin's gaze. He fidgeted with his fingers, struggling to articulate his thoughts, finally managing to utter awkwardly, "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive yesterday." Shen Qinglin shook his head with a smile. "It's all right. I understand your feelings and thoughts. After all, I hail from Blue Star." Upon hearing those last words, Vidor's shame deepened, prompting him to make a daring decision in an instant. Shun Qinglin had been on the planet Taimink for 2 years, commanding numerous victorious battles, particularly excelling in the war against the Zerg and the planet Samia a year ago. However, to avoid any suspicion, he had refrained from touching the highest secrets of Taimink. With a face full of confusion, he was led by Vidal into a mech, heading towards the military control domain. In a hidden corner, Shun Qinglin subtly smiled. The system hesitated and inquired within his consciousness. Host, Vidal is taking you to see the highest secrets of the mechs. I can't help but feel a tad bit sorry for him. Just a tad, of course, I am still on your side. Shun Qinglin's lips curled into a cold smile. Sorry? No, he is not deserving of pity. 17 years ago, he was a colonel who, in his quest for advancement, led a bombing of the 32nd civilian district of Blue Star, where he was rather imposing. The system responded, I recall that the original host also hailed from the 32nd civilian district of Blue Star. Indeed, Shun Qinglin replied. 17 years ago, it was Vidal who bombed the original host's home. The original host's father was killed instantly during the bombing, and his mother succumbed to injuries 2 years later due to a lack of medication. Thus began the original host's life of wandering. Meanwhile, Vidal was promoted from colonel to brigadier general following this bombing. The system remarked, Oh, I understand now. No wonder you intend to take action against Vidal. The mech halted outside the military command building, and Vidal led Shun Qinglin through numerous checkpoints until they finally reached the vicinity of the control domain. At this point, they were several hundred meters underground. Before the final laser particle gate, Vidal conducted an iris scan, causing all lasers to vanish. The control domain resembled the heartbeat of every planet, serving as the military's largest energy output area. With a sense of pride, Vidal gestured towards the rows of unfinished mechs before them, his face alight with excitement and a hint of arrogance in his tone. Look, this is the most precious asset of Taimink. All the mech warships are manufactured right here. Shun Qinglin raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Feigning curiosity, he touched the round exterior of one of the mechs, discreetly affixing a small laser scanner resembling a button in an inconspicuous corner. Then, turning back to Vidal with a smile, he remarked, Impressive. Now, we should return. We've been out for too long, and I feel a bit unwell. Upon hearing this, Vidal immediately became alert. He dared not delay further and promptly escorted Shun Qinglin back to the military hospital. In the quiet hospital room, Shun Qinglin lay alone in his bed. He glanced at the monitor in the corner, and with his hands hidden beneath the covers, he pressed lightly a few times, activating the scanner he had placed on the mech. Shun Qinglin, Chi, interfere with the control domain signal for 001 seconds, disrupting the transmission of information. Understood, host. A nearly completed mech stood before him, its intricate components meticulously scanned and stored within the scanner, then transmitted to the communicator on his wrist. Shun Qinglin wore a triumphant smile, convinced that Blue Star would soon fabricate a sophisticated mech capable of not only withstanding the assault from Taimon planet, but also launching a counteroffensive against it. Recently, Lena had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, as if something significant were about to transpire. This intuition intensified when he received the mech's scan schematics from Shun Qinglin, prompting him to laugh heartily at the abandoned asteroid. Armed with this confidential blueprint, he could construct the most exquisite mech, vanquish Taimon planet, and ascend to the status of the most revered figure on Blue Star. Even the Duke's household would dare not show him any disrespect thereafter. Treasure-like, he carefully stored the laser scans, his heart racing with exhilaration. Shun Qinglin truly possessed remarkable abilities. His betrayal had proven to be remarkably successful. Once Taimon planet was subdued, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate Shun Qinglin, ensuring that no one else would know of his undercover role, with all accolades falling solely to him. The smile on Lena's face could no longer be concealed as he entered the military conference room. It faded shortly after the meeting commenced. 4. Not long into the proceedings, Major General Heiso announced his intention to develop advanced mechs. Lena clenched his teeth in frustration. That insufferable Heiso, having risen from colonel to major general, now sought to usurp his spotlight. His expression darkened suddenly, and amidst the bewildered gazes of those around him, He resolved that the southern and northern military districts would each manufacture mechs independently. Haiso nodded slightly. Upon receiving the encrypted schematics, his immediate thought was of Shun Qinglin's safety. How could he have accessed such high-level secrets so swiftly without putting himself at risk? Anxiety gnawed at Haiso for a considerable time. His concern for Shun Qinglin's welfare deepening as he observed Lena's unmistakable glee. Lena cared solely for the transmission of useful intelligence, showing no regard for the precarious situation of his former lover. Unable to bear the sight of Lena's insincere countenance, Haiso merely remarked on the urgency for the Southern Military District to produce exemplary mechs before rising and exiting the conference room. Lena perceived this action as a provocation. Fists clenched and teeth gritted, he silently cursed the departing figure 100 times until General Amanda of the Count's household patted his shoulder, allowing him to suppress his fury and return to his seat. Upon returning to the southern base, Haiso led numerous officers in an unrelenting endeavor to develop mechs, laboring day and night without respite. Soon, expertly crafted mechs began to emerge within the Southern Military District's domain. Haiso's mind was consumed by a singular thought: the urgency to expedite the process so that Shun Qinglin might return to Blue Star soon, free from the dangers of Taimong planet. He absent-mindedly touched the empty vial of medicine in his pocket. Every time he thought of Shun Qinglin, he could not resist the urge to touch the inconspicuous little vial. It was the only tangible connection he had with Shun Qinglin. However, progress on Lena's side was fraught with difficulties. The mechas produced could not achieve any increase in flight speed, and there were even instances of the mental entities temporarily going out of control. This was undoubtedly fatal for soldiers in combat. Lena pounded his fist hard against the mecha in frustration. Even more infuriating was the news that Major General Haiso from the Southern Military District had successfully developed an extraordinarily advanced mecha, which was now in mass production. Both the Duke's residence and His Majesty had summoned Haiso privately, and no one knew the content of their discussions. Lena secretly suspected that the blueprints provided by Shun Qinglin were most likely counterfeit, while the authentic ones were hidden in Haiso's possession. Shun Qinglin had betrayed him and allied with Haiso. Realizing this too late, Lena stood amidst a pile of discarded mechas, his gaze lowered in contemplation for a long time, his hands clenched into fists, veins protruding. After an indeterminate amount of time, a ruthless smile suddenly appeared on his face. In that case, both of these individuals should be eliminated. Chapter 17. The treacherous Lieutenant General seated in the command room, Shun Qinglin perused the latest intelligence on the Zerg. In his consciousness, the system excitedly exclaimed, "Host, Major General Haiso's mecha has been completed, and the news has been tightly sealed. An attack on the military base of Taimong Star is imminent." Shun Qinglin did not even blink as he continued to sift through the materials in his hands, replying within his consciousness, "What are you so excited about? Don't you realize that when Blue Star assaults Taimong, it will be my demise?" The system trembled in fear, tugging at its code, and cautiously inquired, "Why? You are now allied with Haiso, not Lena. As long as you hide during Blue Star's attack, everything will be fine." Shun Qinglin replied, "Humph. Lena has already uncovered the truth about the mechas. He will not let this matter rest easily. Not only I, but even Haiso will likely return with their lives in jeopardy." The system stammered, "What should we do then? Do you need me to protect Haiso?" "No, I must protect you." Shun Qinglin set down the materials, stretched, and responded, "Just adapt to the situation. If Haiso falls into the hands of Taimong, he will not perish immediately, for he will serve as the best hostage. As for me, well, let us see if my fate is resilient enough." The system paused, then tightened its embrace around the host's consciousness, loudly declaring, "Host, I will protect you. You must endure." Shun Qinglin rolled his eyes dramatically and resumed his study of the Zerg information. This little system was overly dramatic, causing him a headache with its incessant distress. At the southern military base of Blue Star, finely crafted mechas were lined up neatly in the parking area, with officers brimming with enthusiasm, eager to pilot the mechas alongside Major General Haiso to overthrow the military base of Taimong. Luna cast a cold glance at the spirited Hissit on the command platform, internally scoffing. This young major general from the southern military base was likely to embark on a mission from which he would not return. His mecha had been tampered with, and once the time came, it would lose all control. Imagining Hisset being shot down by the Time Monk aliens, a cruel smile flickered across Lena's face. As Hisset settled into the cockpit, a thin sheen of sweat formed on his palms. He was eager to meet Shun Qinglin, anxious to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries and to grasp the gravity of his current situation. More importantly, the suppressed affection he had harbored during their years at the military academy was now surging forth like rampant weeds, consuming him more intensely than ever before. Countless mechas ascended slowly, venturing into the vast expanse of space, soon arriving near the vicinity of Taimonk's planetary domain. In the conference room, Vidor perused communications when suddenly, the entire military base erupted in alarm. His pupils contracted as the panicked voice of a sentinel crackled through the communicator. "General, countless mechas are approaching our planet. All launched from Blue Star." Within the highest military command of Time Monk, Vidor had already dispatched someone to apprehend Shin Qinglin, confining him to a torture chamber. The swift production of mechas by Blue Star could only be attributed to the classified military domain Vidor had previously shown Shin Qinglin. His initial suspicion had proven correct. Shin Qinglin indeed came as an undercover agent. Perhaps he had been deceived from the outset. Yet, there was no time to deal with Shin Qinglin now. A great battle loomed, and they needed to devise a strategy for victory. A swarm of mechas rapidly approached the military base of Time Monk. Vidor forced himself to remain calm, instructing everyone to prepare their mechas for battle. Above the military base, the laser defense shield was engulfed in a tumult of laser particles, a spectacular sight to behold. Shin Qinglin found himself handcuffed on the ground in the torture chamber, gazing through the window at the relentless assault above. In his mind, he mused, "Blue Star has truly come prepared this time. Look at the ferocity of their attack. System, host. It has been detected that Major General Hisset's mecha has been sabotaged and is about to crash," the system reported. Shin Qinglin. Indeed, Time Monk is utterly unprepared. They stand no chance against Blue Star. They will likely capture Hisset and then retreat to the second military zone. In midair, Hisset was firing particle beams at the mechas ahead when suddenly his consciousness was wrenched away before he could comprehend the unfolding events, and his mecha plummeted to the military base of Time Monk. It was only upon landing that he realized his mecha had been tampered with. The first name that sprang to mind was Lena. Unfortunately, it was too late. Countless officers surrounded the mecha with particle guns, stripped of its defenses. He was no match for them. They forcibly extracted him from the cockpit and administered a sedative, plunging him into unconsciousness. Admiral Vidal furrowed his brow as he observed the increasing number of mechas. There were simply too many individuals from Blue Star this time. Without adequate preparation, they could not achieve a decisive victory. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to withdraw from the base and head towards the second military district. Vidal's gaze darkened as he grasped the communicator and issued the command. "All personnel, evacuate the base and proceed to the second military district." The officers on the planet Tamonk swiftly retreated, leaving the vast military base as nothing more than an empty shell. The soldiers from Blue Star, brimming with excitement, seized control of the base and began to scour the area for any remaining personnel. Shin Qinglin leaned against the wall, bored and quipped within his consciousness. "Vidal is so preoccupied with the retreat that he has left me behind." The system's voice resonated cheerfully. "Host, the people from Blue Star have taken over this military base, and they will soon rescue you." Shin Qinglin chuckled, finding the system's logic rather simplistic. "Oh, Chi-Chi, how naive you are. I'm a traitor. They would sooner kill me than come to my aid. I fear I am about to face the executioner's platform for the second time, and this time, it is far more perilous than the last." The system fell silent in his consciousness. Indeed, apart from Lena and Heiso, no one was aware of the host's true identity. One harbored a deep-seated hatred towards the host, while the other had been captured and was unaccounted for. No one could unveil the host's undercover identity now. Outside, the sound of bustling footsteps echoed, and soon the door to the interrogation chamber was forcefully kicked open. Shin Qinglin looked up at the sound, smiled, and greeted, "Long time no see, Major Siaming. Chapter 18. The treacherous Lieutenant General Lina was practically elated. Haiso had been captured, uncertain of his fate, while Shun Qinglin, who had fed him false intelligence, had inexplicably been spared by the people of Tamok. It seemed the heavens had opened their eyes, resolving two of his most troublesome foes in one fell swoop. The pent-up frustration that had lingered in his chest was, in that instant, expelled entirely, and even his steps felt significantly lighter. In the depths of the interrogation chamber, hundreds of meters underground, only Lina and Shun Qinglin remained. Once a pair of lovers, they now faced each other as bitter adversaries. Yet, while Lina basked in triumph, Shun Qinglin found himself bound to the executioner's platform, appearing quite disheveled. System. Host. Painless execution has reached 50. Is that acceptable? Shun Qinglin. Yes, I am about to deliver a performance. Do not interfere with my acting. The system promptly retreated deep into the recesses of Shun Qinglin's consciousness, remaining obedient and still. Lina, brimming with self-satisfaction, grasped Shun Qinglin's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. When did you start associating with Haiso? I should have suspected you from our last encounter. Shun Qinglin frowned, attempting to turn his head away from the loathsome hand. But Lina applied more pressure, causing pain in his jaw and leaving him unable to move. Lina, you summoned me to go undercover, and I complied. You instructed me to relay intelligence, and I obeyed. Yet, why do you still target Haiso? Lina appeared to have heard something amusing, unable to suppress his laughter. Do you still have the leisure to concern yourself with him? Do you truly believe I would permit you to leave this interrogation chamber alive? He released his grip and drew forth a laser particle gun, a sinister smile gracing his face. The discontent that had plagued him for days finally dissipated today. Pulling the trigger, he shot through Shun Qinglin's arm. What is Haiso to me? You are all merely stepping stones. Shun Qinglin, were it not for your modest abilities, how could I have ever associated with you at the military academy? I am destined to ascend. I would never associate with someone of your lowly status. Shun Qinglin let out a muffled groan, struggling to swallow back his whimpers. A massive, gaping wound on his arm gushed forth blood, rapidly soaking his military uniform. Veins throbbed at his temples, beads of sweat trickled down his temples, and he bit down hard on his lip, clearly enduring excruciating pain. A satisfied smile danced on Lina's lips. The humiliation he had suffered in the military department finally washed away. He then poured a bottle of ordinary healing potion over Shun Qinglin's arm, the bleeding reluctantly subsiding. Shun Qinglin had fallen into his grasp. He could not allow him to perish so swiftly, for that would be too merciful. He needed to vent his frustrations first. You are far too ambitious. Shun Qinglin gritted through clenched teeth. I refuse to provide you with further intelligence. Only Haiso is the true hero who cares for Blue Star, while you are not. Lina loathed being compared to Haiso. From a military academy to the military department, others perpetually drew comparisons between them, invariably concluding that Haiso was the superior. The thought of living in someone else's shadow for years caused his nails to dig painfully into his flesh. He turned and seized a whip from the side, striking Shun Qinglin with ferocity. The pristine military uniform tore apart, a prominent bloodstain marking the path of the whip. Lina, still unsatisfied, delivered a dozen more lashes before finally relenting. Shun Qinglin's complexion rapidly paled, his body marred by splotches of blood, and his breathing grew heavy and labored. His flesh writhed grotesquely, an unsettling sight. System, would the host like to activate a pain-free mode for a bit longer? Shun Qinglin, silence. I am recording a scene. Do not impede the future star's performance. The system, startled, swiftly retreated to the depths of his consciousness, curling into a ball to minimize its presence. To eliminate Haiso, you would jeopardize the safety of the southern military base? This time, I shall only share the secrets of the mech production with Haiso. Shun Qinglin exerted great effort, speaking through the pain in fragmented sentences. Initially puzzled, Lina soon grasped the implications. Regardless of whether it was the southern or northern region last time, it is certain that Shun Qinglin will not survive until the morrow. Everything here will remain a secret, buried deep beneath the earth for hundreds of meters. For a deceased cannot utter a word. Ha ha, The short-lived Haiso is now at the mercy of the Tamonk people, uncertain of whether he is alive or dead. Perhaps you should focus on your own predicament. In Blue Star, who truly knows that you are here as an undercover agent? In everyone else's hearts, you are merely viewed as a traitor to your own nation. Once these words escaped his lips, Shun Qinglin finally felt a sense of relief. This was the most deserving wound he had endured since entering this world. He even wished to endure a few more lashes, for otherwise, his heart would remain unsettled. The blood continued to seep from his wounds, and Shun Qinglin's gaze began to dull. Weakly, he parted his lips, devoid of color, and uttered, "It was you. You tampered with Haiso's mech?" Lena nodded with delight, unable to conceal the pride on his face. That fool, unaware that the cockpit had been tampered with. Ha ha. He is likely already dead at the hands of the Tamon people. In his hand, he toyed with a small electric gun. With a mere press of a button, this little device could bring misery to his former lover, who had secretly allied with Haiso. Lena's smile grew ever brighter, spreading from the corners of his eyes to his lips, a reflection of uncontainable pleasure. A prisoner at his mercy, a life hanging by a thread. No one could now contest his position within the military. He raised an eyebrow and brought the shimmering electric gun closer to Shun Qinglin's chest. In that instant, an electric current struck his heart, causing Shun Qinglin to cry out in agony, his muscles tensing, blood gushing from his wounds, his fingers spasming uncontrollably. The pain was akin to having one's heart violently extracted while alive, every cell in his body screaming in torment. Fortunately, Lena did not wish for him to perish so swiftly and did not crank the current to its maximum. The moment the electricity ceased, Shun Qinglin slowly lowered his gaze, his mind blank, the pain rendering him unable to remain conscious even for a moment, his eyelids growing heavier. At last, his head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shun Qinglin's consciousness plunged into the sea of knowledge, and upon witnessing this, the system hurriedly emerged. "System, host, are you all right? Will Lena shoot you dead next?" "Shun Qinglin, I'm fine. He won't kill me just yet. He needs an outlet for the rage that has built up over the days. If I were to die, whom would he unleash it upon? Therefore, he will keep me alive as long as possible, torturing me slowly to death. Rest assured, I can endure at least half a day in the torture chamber." Chapter 19. The treacherous Major General when Haiso awakened once more. He found himself lying in a completely empty secret chamber. Rubbing his groggy head, he struggled to prop himself up. The anesthetic had not yet fully dissipated from his body. At this moment, he felt utterly drained, his limbs weak and feeble. The simple act of sitting up left him breathless. "Greetings, Major Haiso. It is a pleasure to encounter you here." A voice resonated with a captivating timbre. Haiso scanned the room, but found no one present. His gaze ultimately settled upon a surveillance monitor in the corner, emanating a faint red glow. The voice originated from this very device. "Who are you? And where is Shun Qinglin?" The magnetic voice responded once more. "Shun Qinglin is likely in the hands of Blue Star now. He is far safer than you are. Perhaps you should prioritize your own safety, Major Haiso." Upon hearing the mention of Blue Star, Haiso's anxiety surged. It would be far better for Shun Qinglin to be in the hands of the enemy than under the grasp of Lerna. Yet, he dared not voice these thoughts. Suppressing his inner turmoil, and maintained an unusually calm demeanor as he countered, "What is it you desire?" "Nothing much. Merely to inform you that this chamber is embedded with countless liquid explosives, set to detonate in 12 hours. If Major Haiso has any last words, now would be the opportune time to express them." Haiso's expression remained largely unchanged, betraying no emotion, as though he had grown indifferent to life and death. "I have no last words. If you're disappointed, feel free to detonate the liquid bombs now." The voice fell silent, no longer responding. Although Haiso displayed no sign of fear, a tempest brewed within him. He feared not for his own life. Rather, he was more concerned for Shun Qinglin. Lerna, eager for accolades, would undoubtedly ensure Shun Qinglin's demise. Now trapped in this predicament, who could possibly rescue Shun Qinglin? As dusk settled, numerous officers from Blue Star convened in a conference room to deliberate the next assault on Tamonk. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Siaming quietly slipped away from the raucous assembly. In the expansive room, filled with fervent voices clamoring to speak, no one noticed the presence of a solitary major in the corner. Earlier that day, when Siaming approached Shun Qinglin, he distinctly recognized the faint scent of jasmine that clung to Haiso, identical to that which enveloped Shun Qinglin. Upon encountering Shun Qinglin, General Lerna had immediately whisked him away to an underground military base, forbidding any contact with the traitor. This was indeed peculiar. Siaming stealthily infiltrated the control area of the surveillance room, brandishing a particle pistol. After disabling the monitors, he slipped into the underground interrogation chamber, inspecting each room until, in the final chamber, he discovered a barely conscious Shun Qinglin. Bound to the torture rack, his body was marred with bloodstains, nearly soaked in crimson. A pang of fear gripped Siaming's heart as he approached to check for signs of life. Thankfully, Shun Qinglin was still alive, albeit gravely injured and suffering from severe blood loss, caught in a fever within the oppressive confines of the underground base. As if sensing the presence of another nearby, Shun Qinglin slightly opened his eyes. In the darkness of the interrogation chamber, after discerning the figure before him, he murmured faintly, his voice barely audible due to his weakness, "Hurry and save Zaiso. He is at the liquid bomb base in the 2nd Military District of Taimong Star. Their SA defense map in my jacket pocket." Siaming, astonished, rummaged through the other man's pocket and indeed found a small map, stained crimson with blood. "How do you know Zaiso is being held there? And have you met before?" Shun Qinglin lacked the strength to respond further. The high fever and severe injuries rendered him achingly exhausted, his mind a chaotic blur, nearly incapable of reacting to his surroundings. Clinging to the last vestiges of clarity, he managed to utter one final sentence. The first button of my jacket." With that, Shun Qinglin's head slowly drooped, his breathing barely discernible. As he slipped into unconsciousness once more, Siaming swiftly tore off the button from his chest, examining it closely under the dim light of the communicator, revealing a concealed miniature camera inside. In the darkness, Siaming's gaze darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he licked his cracked lips and made a swift decision. He carried Shun Qinglin out of the interrogation chamber and discreetly relocated him. The system, feeling a sense of anxious unease, sensed the furnace-like heat within the sea of consciousness. Worrying, "Host, your body cannot endure much longer. Your life is quickly fading." Shun Qinglin, "It's all right. Siaming will save me. Luna's good days are numbered." The original host was a military academy graduate. His physical constitution is robust. He won't die easily. System, indeed, Major Siaming has hidden you away. Siaming evaded all watchful eyes as he carried the barely breathing Shun Qinglin onto a large warship, settling him into a compartment on the lowest level. He quickly retrieved a collection of healing potions and administered them to Shun Qinglin. The moment the transparent liquid entered his bloodstream, a hint of color returned to his pallid face. Shun Qinglin remained in a deep unconsciousness, lying on the soft bed, the rise and fall of his chest gradually becoming more pronounced. Siaming felt a slight sense of relief, touched the small button in his hand, pursed his lips, and then turned to leave the compartment. After a lengthy meeting, Luna, for reasons unknown, felt a wave of irritation and restlessness. He turned towards the underground interrogation chamber. Navigating through a series of laser gates, he quickly made his way to the innermost interrogation room, frowning. Shun Qinglin could no longer be left alive. With an assault on the 2nd military base planned for tomorrow, it was best to eliminate him tonight to avoid any lingering complications. With no evidence of his death, no one would question his command abilities. Then he would find a way to dispose of Zaiso, ensuring his own security within the military. In this subterranean chamber, hundreds of meters deep, the silence was eerily unsettling. The door to the innermost interrogation room stood ajar, as if signaling that it was empty within. Luna felt a sudden heaviness in his heart as he hurried inside to take a look. The vast interrogation room was devoid of any trace of Shun Qinglin. His limbs turned to jelly, and waves of regret surged within him. Had he known, he should have executed him outright. Now, the man had vanished. How could someone, with so many laser-guarded doors, managed to escape with only a flicker of life left? With no time to ponder further, Luna swiftly turned and raced towards the surveillance room. Upon arrival, he found the surveillance room in disarray, a group of soldiers working silently to repair it. Not daring to make a sound, Luna stood by, his face ashen, speechless. It was evident that someone from the military had facilitated Shun Qinglin's escape. A mere traitor, whose existence was known to so few, who would dare to take such a significant risk to rescue him. The connector in the control area of the surveillance room had been brutally destroyed by a particle gun, indicating that the individual responsible must hold considerable rank. Luna gritted his teeth, realizing that the entire military was indeed a source of constant concern. In the second military base, Shisu had been trapped in a sealed chamber for nearly 10 hours. He meticulously felt the walls, searching for any means of escape, but found none. The walls, composed of an unknown material, were impervious, likely resistant even to particle gunfire, and the liquid bombs embedded within the walls had begun their 2-hour countdown. Shisu felt increasingly agitated. The place was airtight and as solid as a steel drum, leaving him at a loss for how to break free. More than his dire circumstances, his thoughts were consumed with worry for Shun Qinglin. Xiaming stealthily piloted his mecha to the vicinity of the second military base. In his possession was a blood-stained map, meticulously marking the location of the liquid bomb facility, including areas where defenses were notably weak. The liquid bombs were sensitive to any vibrations, triggering explosions. However, the map specifically indicated that only one holding point contained false liquid bombs, where Major General Shisu was confined. Xiaming clenched his jaw, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. If the map were a ruse, attacking the liquid bomb facility would be akin to flying into the flames, leading to certain doom. Although he had always regarded Shun Qinglin as a traitor, at that moment, he felt an inexplicable urge to trust this former classmate. The button he had not yet examined was safely tucked away. If he failed to return safely that night, the following morning, countless identical messages would be dispatched to all officers' communicators. Indeed, the soldiers at the liquid bomb facility were few, with even radar coverage easily thwarted. The distant second military base was ablaze with light, clearly indicating that all personnel were engrossed in discussions regarding the counteroffensive plans for the following day. Oblivious to the plight of Major General Shisu, imprisoned within the liquid bomb facility, Xiaming meticulously examined the map several times, aware that he possessed but a single opportunity. Failure would spell doom not only for him, but also for Major General Zaiso. The surroundings of the base were eerily silent, with even the crescent moon obscured by thick clouds, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Drawing a deep breath, Xiaming dashed toward a section of the base encased in a laser protective shield. The alarm blared instantly, and countless soldiers surged forth from the base. Even those gathered in the conference room of the 2nd Military District ceased their discussions. General Vidor's expression darkened. The alarm was triggered from the liquid explosive base. How could the Blue Star forces be aware that Zaiso was imprisoned there? Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind: Shun Qinglin. Xiaming's speed was remarkable as he collided with the laser shield, causing a thunderous roar from the mech. The laser failed, and he swiftly disembarked, retrieving a massive machine gun to obliterate the entrance. The tremendous explosion startled Zaiso, but upon recognizing Xiaming, a look of euphoric relief washed over his face. Without uttering a word, Xiaming, relieved to see Zaiso alive, hurriedly assisted him into the mech, and they sped away. By the time Vidor arrived, all that remained was the ruin of the liquid explosive base. His expression darkened further within the entire base. Only the room where Major General Zaiso had been held remained intact. The explosives were mere fakes, and Shun Qinglin was aware of this fact. Otherwise, a direct bombardment would have obliterated the liquid explosives long ago. Vidor slammed a fist against the mech's exterior, seething with frustration. He had been too careless. Such a secure location had turned into a significant vulnerability. As Xiaming piloted the mech toward the military base, his expression remained grave, frequently scanning the radar for any approaching Tamonk aliens. Zaiso, having escaped peril, took a deep breath while half-clutching his chest, sensing the tense atmosphere in the cockpit. To lighten the mood, he jested, "How did you know I was imprisoned there?" It seems Major Xie is becoming increasingly formidable, daring to fire upon the liquid explosive base. Xie Ming's expression remained unchanged, and upon uttering his next words, Zaiso's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. Shun Qinglin is in critical condition. In the lowest compartment of the warship, Zaiso anxiously checked Shun Qinglin's forehead. Although the bleeding had ceased, the prolonged fever had left him extremely weakened. His breath shallow and precarious. Xie Ming produced a button and handed it to Zaiso, his expression earnest. This was given to me by Shun Qinglin. It contains a miniature camera that should be effective against Lina. Holding the tiny button as if it were laden with weight, Zaiso carefully stowed it away, quickly devising a strategy. I will ensure Lina pays the price. Ideally, it will be at the very moment he reaches the pinnacle of his power, only to fall from grace. You must not disclose my presence here to anyone. Tomorrow marks the opportune moment to launch an assault on the 2nd Military District. Following that, I shall promptly reveal everything to the public. Behind him, Xie Mingzheng nodded solemnly. Lina had not rested well the previous night, and by dawn, a multitude of mech from Blue Star were suspended densely in the air, under his command to attack the 2nd Military District on the planet Tamek. Securing the 2nd Military District would pave the way for negotiations with the sovereign of Tamek. After the triumph of the previous day, the soldiers were imbued with fervor, vigorously raising their arms and fists, resolute in their mission to capture the 2nd Military District. Amidst the thunderous cheers, only Major General Lina, as the commander, felt an unsettling anxiety, haunted by the notion that the missing Shun Qinglin might emerge like a venomous serpent, lurking in unseen corners, ready to strike unexpectedly. He had scoured the surveillance footage the night before, yet could not ascertain Shun Qinglin's whereabouts. Now, he could only hope that the gravely injured individual would succumb. One mech after another sped towards the 2nd military base on Tamek, a deluge of particle beams striking the protective shield above. Vidal gritted his teeth. The forces from Blue Star were overwhelming. It was imperative to eliminate their commander to halt this relentless barrage. He maneuvered his mech, leading several officers through the dense onslaught, diligently evading countless particle projectiles while attempting to bring down Blue Star's commanding mech. Alas, Lina remained ensconced at the rear of the army, too distant to be reached. Vidal cursed him as a coward within the cockpit, turning to evade the concentrated fire and return to the 2nd Military District. Unexpectedly, a mech emerged from nowhere, intercepting him with a reckless charge, colliding against his mech's wing while unleashing a torrent of fire. Taken by surprise, Vidal's mech was struck at the rear, swaying uncontrollably. Unable to maintain balance, fated to lose, General Vidal and his trusted mech, which had fought alongside him for many years, were consumed in an explosion of particle beams. Reduced to ashes, the demise of General Vidal on Tamek at the hands of an unnamed mech ignited fervor among the countless soldiers for Blue Star. They intensified their bombardment upon the base's protective shield, and within mere minutes, the 2nd military base fell completely, with the control domain hundreds of meters underground utterly destroyed. The soldiers of the Tamek military faced death or surrender, and by evening, the battle reached its conclusion. Countless individuals eagerly gazed at the unnamed mech, yearning to witness the identity of the hero who had charged forth. Only Lina clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. He was intensely curious to know who had dared to usurp his glory. The mech gradually came to a halt atop the military headquarters, and the hatch opened slowly, revealing a grave-faced Major General Shisu who stepped out with deliberate calm. While the surrounding crowd erupted in jubilant celebration, Lina stood in disbelief, hardly able to trust his own eyes. Surprisingly, Haiso is still alive. Not only has he evaded death, but he has also triumphed over General Vidal, emerging as a hero of Blue Star. At this moment, he can no longer conceal his emotions. The words unwillingness are starkly etched upon his face. Haiso cast a cold glance at Lina, whose countenance was marred by resentment, before turning away in disgust. Now is not the time. Once he returns to Blue Star, at the peak of his glory, he shall cast Lina into the abyss from which he shall never rise again. Chapter 21. The treacherous Major General in the Military Tribunal. A century-long peace treaty was signed between the Tamanki planet and Blue Star, with the federal authorities as witnesses, ensuring that both sides would cease bombarding each other's civilian areas. During this mission, Haiso was directly promoted to general, while Lena, leveraging his status as commander and with the intervention of the Duke's residence, was elevated from major general to general. Lena, plagued by anxiety, returned to Blue Star, where he had not received any news of Shen Qinglin for 3 days. Gradually, he began to feel reassured. Perhaps this former lover had perished, leaving no evidence behind. Haiso could do nothing to him. With this thought, Lena felt a surge of pride. Supported by the Duke's residence, now a general and a commander, no one in the military could threaten his position. Although the bothersome Haiso remained alive, he could bide his time, waiting for the opportunity to eliminate him. The ceremony for the awarding of military ranks was scheduled for the 5th day. Lena, clad in a brand new uniform, caressed the insignia reflecting silver light on his chest, his eyes brimming with suppressed ambition and excitement. This ceremony would be broadcast live globally, allowing everyone on Blue Star to witness his gallant demeanor. Young and accomplished, he had ascended to the rank of general in just a few short years, and even the Duke had shown him a kinder demeanor in recent days. He believed that in the near future, he would stand on equal footing with the Duke. Across all of Blue Star, no one would dare to look down upon him any longer. In a clandestine underground base within the military, Haiso stood quietly before the nutrient pod, gazing at the unconscious figure within, his eyes filled with deep affection and reluctance. It had been 4 days, and Shen Qinglin's injuries had only healed halfway. He had yet to awaken. His body was marred, nearly devoid of any uninjured area. When Haiso had seen him 4 days ago, he had feared that the bloodied figure was already lifeless. Fortunately, Shen Qinglin had persevered with sheer willpower. Just a few more days, and he would awaken. After a few months of proper care, he would undoubtedly return to his prime state. Haiso sighed deeply, then held a small recording device in his hand. Tomorrow's ceremony for the awarding of military ranks was sure to be a lively affair. The azure sky was devoid of clouds, basking in bright sunshine, warmth awakening the world, buzzing with lively activity. Today marked the day of the rank bestowal for 2 generals. They obliterated the military base on the planet Tamok, sparing countless civilians on Blue Star from the ravages of war. The populace surged into the streets, eager to witness the grandeur of the 2 generals displayed on the enormous live broadcast screens. Lerna, donned in a pristine military uniform, stood gallantly before the Blue Star Palace, while numerous officers saluted him from afar, removing their hats in deference. Even the king observed from a lofty vantage point, smiling as he gazed upon the 2 youthful generals. Lerna proudly lifted his chin, suppressing any lingering unease deep within him. From that moment onward, no one would dare to regard him with disdain, and the young man would ascend to become an indomitable presence within the military. Haiso cast a cold glance at Lerna, pursing his lips, his expression betraying no sign of emotion. This grand ceremony of rank conferral was soon to transform into Lerna's nightmare. A regiment of neatly aligned soldiers marched past the palace, as the king personally retrieved 2 insignias, poised to bestow them upon the young general. In accordance with tradition, prior to the conferral of ranks, footage of past generals was to be screened. The vast curved display gradually unfolded, and Lerna, brimming with pride, tilted his head towards the screen. However, upon viewing the images, the smile on his lips froze in place. Instead of showcasing the legacies of previous generals, the screen displayed footage of him torturing Shen Qinglin in the interrogation chamber on Tamok. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The onlookers, disregarding Lerna's ashen complexion, began to murmur amongst themselves. Across the globe, viewers of the grand rank conferral ceremony stared in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Standing atop the elevated platform, Lerna felt as though ice shards were being shoved into his very being, the chill swiftly permeating his limbs and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. In a frenzy, he struck at the massive display, yet it remained impervious, continuing to reveal the unwitnessed torture to the world. As the screen depicted him confessing to tampering with General Haiso's mecha, an uproar surged through the crowd, gasps of shock resonating, even casting a shadow upon the king's visage. Cold sweat poured down Lerna's brow, his mind a blank slate. Weak in his legs, he collapsed to the ground before the king, stammering, "Your Majesty." The previous two instances were indeed Shun Qinglin relaying information, but regarding the attack on Blue Star, he specifically indicated the northern military base. The king's expression remained unyielding, his gaze fixed upon the flustered general, filled with skepticism. Even the duke fell silent, standing behind the king, voiceless. Lerna's ambition was far too great. In his relentless pursuit of advancement, he disregarded everything. Such treachery, climbing to heights upon the corpses of others, rendered him untrustworthy in the eyes of all. The king, seated in his elevated position, harbored a long-standing wariness towards such individuals. Admiral Zaiso, unperturbed, retrieved a document containing confidential information about the mecha technology that Shun Qinglin had previously transmitted to him. "Your Majesty, this is the mecha secret sent by Shun Qinglin. It is precisely these secrets that have enabled our military to triumph over the military base on Taimong Star. Since General Lina insists that the information Shun Qinglin relayed to you was false, let him present his evidence." The system, observing this exchange within the realm of consciousness, cast a worried glance at its host and whispered, "Host, you did indeed send false information to Lina at that time. If he produces it," Shun Qinglin smiled, gently patting the system's head, "he will not be able to produce any evidence. Do not worry." The system, puzzled, inquired, "How can you be so certain? The information you provided him is evidence, is it not?" With unwavering confidence, Shun Qinglin replied, "Lina, eager to ascend the ranks, has destroyed all evidence of the information I sent him, fearing it would reveal his reliance on my intelligence for his prescient capabilities. Now, cleverness has backfired. He possesses not a shred of proof. In my past life, he obliterated all evidence, leaving no one able to prove the original host was an undercover agent. In this life, he has similarly destroyed all evidence, leaving no one to vindicate him from wrongful accusations. What does this signify? It is merely the cyclical nature of cause and effect." The system came to a sudden realization, casting a glance at Lina's ashen countenance through the screen. Feeling a sense of relief wash over it, Lina knelt on the ground, utterly taken aback. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been the envy of all, and now, in such a brief span, had transformed into a pariah, despised by everyone. The chill of late autumn enveloped him, the biting wind penetrating to his very core. He could not produce a single piece of evidence. All correspondence had been thoroughly destroyed, obliterated without a trace. Initially, fearing exposure of his reliance on Shun Qinglin's covert intelligence for his command prowess, he had rashly annihilated all communications, leaving him without the means to recover them. Now, he found himself devoid of any evidence to substantiate his innocence. Moreover, the individual who tampered with the controls in Admiral Zaiso's cockpit was indeed Lina himself. His mind was a blank as countless gazes, both in front and behind him, pierced through his despair and confusion, clearly revealing his regret and panic. This was a global broadcast. Undoubtedly, the entire Blue Star was now aware of his disgrace. Chapter 22. The treacherous Lieutenant General the Duke was the first to react. Kneeling before the king with one knee, respectfully bowing and speaking with a steady voice, "Your Majesty." The Duke's house acknowledges that the adoption of Lina as a foster son was indeed ill-considered. Given Lina's treachery, the Duke's house shall sever all ties with him, and we humbly request your consent. Upon hearing these words, Lina's eyes blazed with resentment, his heart plummeting into despair, suffocating under the weight of his predicament. The Duke's house, once eager to align with him during his rise, now hastily distanced themselves, truly embodying the notion of burning bridges after crossing them. The king's sharp gaze swept over the trembling Lina, his right hand lightly tapping the back of the chair. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded the guards beside him. The military does not require such an ambitious individual to lead. Strip Lina of all ranks, dismantle his spiritual essence, and exile him to the planet Gandatel. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Even Haiso's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Gandatel was a desolate asteroid, barren save for its deserts and scattered rubble. Those who survived there were the most heinous criminals, their spiritual essences destroyed and cast away. For a meager morsel of food, they toiled relentlessly in the arid soil, often resorting to violence to seize the scant provisions from one another. Lena, once a brilliant military genius, would now be rendered no different from an ordinary person, unable to pilot mechas, forever stripped of his former glory. The monarch clearly harbored deep disdain for someone like Lena. As the words Gandatel left the king's lips, the chaos in Lena's eyes shifted to sheer disbelief. He could scarcely believe his ears. The king was willing to obliterate a general and cast him into that forsaken place. To be exiled to Gandatel meant he would never have a chance to redeem himself. Crawling to the king's feet, Lena's lips turned pale as he trembled, bowing repeatedly in supplication. "Your Majesty, I graduated from the highest military academy. You cannot destroy my spiritual essence. I can serve as a lowly soldier in the military. I can pledge my loyalty to Blue Star. Please, do not cast me to Gandatel." These pleas stirred no emotion in the king, who waved his hand irritably, signaling the guards to drag the ashen-faced Lena away. His desperate cries fading into silence. The murmurs that had filled the crowd moments before were replaced by an oppressive quiet, with everyone bowing their heads, fearful of incurring the king's wrath. Meanwhile, General Haiso, who had been silently observing, suddenly knelt on one knee, pleading with the visibly displeased king. "Your Majesty, I humbly request that you restore Shun Qinglin's enrollment at the military academy and allow him to serve the Blue Star." King Valot's expression softened slightly. He nodded, acknowledging his role in the destruction of the Taimonk military base was significant. He shall be appointed as a colonel and serve in the military. Joy erupted on Haiso's face, his grip tightening around the empty vial, for he had finally fulfilled a long-held desire. The one he cherished most would no longer need to live in fear. Shun Qinglin, observing this scene within his consciousness, turned to a swirling mass of black mist in the corner and whispered softly. A bead, radiating with a purple glow, settled steadily in his hand. The system narrowed its eyes, noticing the change in hue. Previously golden, it had now transformed into purple. As the dark mist gradually transformed into a silhouette, a soft voice murmured, "I wish you could fulfill your desires as well." Shen Qinglin smiled faintly. Scrutinizing the orb with care, he gently patted the dark mist on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you. In the future, please refrain from being a stepping stone for others. I believe that with your capabilities, you will surely thrive within the military." The dark mist nodded and, as if recalling something, posed a question that the system had longed to ask. "What is your name?" "Qi Yuan." The dark mist nodded once more before dissipating entirely. The system, hiding nearby, observed the satisfaction on the host's face as he cradled the orb, swallowing a plethora of questions before inquiring, "Host, shall we depart?" Qi Yuan carefully stowed the orb away and turned back with a smile. "Indeed, we must leave, but it is time to vacate the original body and return everything to its rightful owner. You, on the other hand, shall accompany me to another location." The system pondered for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Shen Qinglin remained submerged in the viscous nutrient solution, his injuries nearly healed. Slowly, he opened his eyes, momentarily dazed in the nutrient chamber before regaining his composure. He had truly returned. This time, events had unfolded entirely differently from his previous life. The individual named Qi Yuan had irrevocably altered his fate. He was no longer the traitor whose lifeless body dangled from the gallows, but rather a man who could confidently stand in the sunlight, entering the military base of Blue Star with the rank of colonel. Shen Qinglin moved his limbs, which had long been devoid of sensation, and after a prolonged examination of the nutrient chamber, he finally located the switch to open the hatch. The room was warmly decorated, and beside the empty hospital bed stood a bouquet of blooming jasmine, glistening with morning dew, infusing the small chamber with a delicate floral fragrance. Reaching out, Shen Qinglin caressed the petite white petals, lifting the bouquet to his nose for a gentle inhalation. The subtle, refined aroma permeated his senses, soothing his very core, still the scent he adored most. Behind him, an excited voice chimed, "Do you like it? I just picked it from the garden this morning." Shun Qinglin paused, cradling the bouquet as he slowly turned to see Zaiso's face, unable to conceal the joy radiating from his features. Backlit, he resembled a hero descending from the heavens. "Thank you," Shun Qinglin replied, lowering his head to inhale deeply once more. "I truly love it. Thank you, Zaiso." Zaiso, shyly scratching his head, gazed at the long-missed visage before him. Unable to contain the surge of emotions within, he enveloped both the person and the flowers in a heartfelt embrace. Shun Qinglin was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing as he smiled and reciprocated the embrace with the one individual from his past life who had sought to vindicate him. Chapter 23. The treacherous Major General on the planet Gandatel. A young man found himself mercilessly beaten by a group, his body marred with footprints and dirt, and a bruise blossoming on his forehead. The young leader took a deep drag from his cigarette, deliberately exhaling the swirling smoke into the face of the beaten young man. The yellowed teeth were clearly visible through his parted lips. "Do you even know where you are? This is the territory of your master, Song. To act recklessly on the planet Gandatel, you ought to consider your own worth. You are nothing but a worthless wretch, your spirit shattered. Yet you still fantasize about rising again. Do you see yourself as a general?" Beside him, a younger accomplice kicked the fallen youth harshly, seizing the nutritional supplements from him and presenting them obsequiously to the leader. "Brother, why waste words on such a person? Just beat him." He still thinks he's on Blue Star, imagining himself as that lofty general. Bah, just a useless individual no one cares to glance at. The leader contentedly collected the nutritional supplements, leisurely taking another puff from his cigarette. His mood lifted slightly. "All right, remember this. You must submit 3 nutritional supplements daily. If you fail to do so, don't blame me for being unkind." With that, the group departed, leaving behind a swirling cloud of choking yellow dust. Lino wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose, leaning against a rugged boulder. In this place of extreme scarcity, food had become the object of fierce competition among the exiled prisoners, who formed factions to vie for every morsel available. Lena had been here for merely 3 months, and most of his provisions had already been stolen. Upon his arrival on Gandatel, he had harbored dreams of possibly returning to Blue Star one day. However, a few days and revealed the grim reality. He would never escape this planet. All prisoners here had their spirits destroyed, reduced to mere mortals. On this dust-choked planet, nearly devoid of any materials for crafting mechas, even if mechas existed, he could not pilot one without a spirit. This planet felt like a forsaken corner of the universe. In this place, where light scarcely penetrated, countless evils thrived amid squalor. Every day was spent in a constant state of fear, fighting, robbing, killing, and plundering. Lena toiled for over 10 hours each day, barely earning 5 nutritional supplements. Now, he was forced to surrender 3 of them. The remaining 2 could only sustain his life. Nothing more. This savage planet saw mechas only when prisoners were exiled here. Otherwise, no mecha would venture to this remote world. The only link to the outside world was a colossal display screen in the heart of the desert. This screen primarily broadcasted news from the Blue Star military, occasionally interspersed with significant events from other planets within the Federation. Each evening, after his work concluded, Lino would gaze at the military updates on the desert screen. That had once been the epitome of his spirited existence, a time he cherished deeply. Amidst the vast expanse of the screen, his heart seemed to momentarily forget all the misfortunes that had befallen the planet Gandatel, retaining only memories of its former splendor. This was the sole sanctuary from which he could derive joy. Today, beneath the colossal display, throngs of people congregated, each craning their necks to gaze upward, their voices rising in a cacophony of animated conversation. Luna stood in the corner of the crowd, also fixated on the screen. Within the imagery, a familiar figure materialized. His once beloved, who had shared his days and nights, now appeared at the military headquarters, her sunlit visage radiating a confident smile, while the monotonous voice of the announcer provided commentary. Shin Qinglin had been promoted from colonel to major general. The crowd buzzed with excitement, a myriad of opinions swirling around during this rare moment of leisure. Can this pretty boy really ascend to the rank of major general? If so, Perhaps I too should apply to the military academy. Do you? Just yesterday, weren't you knocked over by a single kick? Do you think no one witnessed that? Who is this person? Quite impressive indeed. I don't know, but last I heard, he went undercover on Tamonk and, in collaboration with General Hishuo, dismantled the military base there. Wow, that is quite formidable. Luna's figure was obscured in the crowd, his hands clenched into tight fists. As he beheld Shen Qinglin alongside Hishuo, the latter casting a gaze filled with profound affection toward Shen, his teeth ground together in fury. These two had trampled him beneath their feet, ensuring his perpetual subjugation. Trapped in this abyss of despair, he languished, consumed by the daily struggle for sustenance. After a prolonged moment, he gradually uncurled his fists, the faint traces of blood seeping from his palms drawing no concern. No matter how enraged he felt, he could not deny that in this moment he was filled with regret, deep, profound regret. If only he had not been so eager for accolades. Harboring thoughts of eliminating Shen Qinglin, perhaps he too could now stand at the pinnacle of the military, revered by the masses like Hishuo. After all, Shen Qinglin was merely a civilian, devoid of any support, and could never surpass him. Why had he been so blinded as to wish to remove this lover, who had once been wholly devoted to him? Upon reflection, Shen Qinglin was indeed a remarkable partner, willing to infiltrate Tamonk to aid him in his ascent within the military. How had he failed to cherish that? In such lofty heights, having someone by his side would have been a delightful blessing. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Luna lingered in place for a considerable time until a fierce wind arose, laden with yellow dust that swept towards him, prompting him to finally turn and head towards a place of respite. Habitable spaces on Gandatel were exceedingly scarce. The predominant feature of the yellow sand was its softness and tendency to collapse, rendering the construction of homes impossible. Only in a few patches of clay could a handful of overcrowded buildings be erected, resembling a dense aviary. Lena resided in the most diminutive of cages, barely able to lie down, devoid of any semblance of proper bedding. The rigid wooden planks served as a bed, causing discomfort that rendered him restless throughout the night. The soundproofing was atrocious. Every utterance from the neighboring inhabitants was crystal clear, in stark contrast to the solitary lounge he once possessed in the military headquarters. This was a world apart. Chapter 24. The treachery of the general that night. Lena drifted into a haze of dreams. The first dream unfolded as he envisioned it would. Shen Qinglin had infiltrated the planet Tamonk for 5 years, transmitting a wealth of intelligence. With this invaluable information, he ascended to become the most formidable commander of the Blue Star, ultimately crafting the most advanced mechs and launching a full-scale assault on the military base of Tamonk. Within that base, he encountered his former lover, Shen Qinglin. Shen had remained unchanged, and upon seeing him, his eyes brimmed with an everlasting affection and devotion. Yet, in the next heartbeat, that gaze transformed into disbelief. Lena held a particle gun, and with a ruthless shot, he struck his former lover's chest. Shen fell into a pool of blood, his heart pierced, and in an instant, life fled from him. The traitor's corpse was displayed before the triumphant army. In the days that followed, Lena thrived within the military establishment until a decade later, when General Hiso uncovered the confidential communications Shen had sent to him from Tamonk. The truth of that long-ago event was finally revealed. Hiso took the exposed body of his former lover and laid it to rest in the military's heroes cemetery. As the highest commander of the Blue Star, Lena faced scorn from thousands. Fortunately, due to his long-standing service in the military and the backing of the Duke's estate, he was not exiled, but merely stripped of his rank, still able to serve within the military. This dream felt strikingly real, as if it had indeed transpired. Lena turned over on the hard surface of the bed, not waking, but rather slipping back into slumber. His second dream commenced. This dream was utterly dissimilar to the first. In this life, he cherished Shen Qinglin as his most beloved partner. During the assault on Tamonk, he and his former lover reunited amidst the chaos of war, embracing and weeping under the witness of countless mechs. They became a pair of heroes, admired by all across the Blue Star. Upon returning to the military headquarters, he achieved the rank of general, while Shen ascended to colonel. During the rank conferral ceremony, they shared a passionate kiss, their love witnessed by every corner of the globe. Even among the crowd, General Haiso wore a face of envy and excitement, clapping until his hands turned red, reluctant to cease. His days in the military were seamless, supported by the Duke's estate, with his lover as a colonel and overseeing the military selection of outstanding civilians. They exchanged reassuring smiles amidst their bustling lives, providing each other with unwavering support. The dream was exceedingly blissful, and even after the sun had ascended high in the sky, Lena remained ensnared in her reverie, reluctant to awaken. In midair, Yuan crossed his arms, observing Lena, who wore a smile and was still enraptured by her dreams, with a disdainful snort. Within the sea of consciousness, the system inquired curiously, "Host, why have you woven such a splendid dream for him?" Yuan raised an eyebrow and patiently elucidated. Those from the upper echelons idolize others. Though Lena has ascended, her thoughts remain tethered to a world where the lower strata trample upon one another. She fears that Shun Qinglin might usurp her military achievements, thus hardening her heart to eliminate this former lover, oblivious to the fact that, fighting alone, she too will soon be trampled upon. Pausing momentarily, he added, "I merely wish for her to comprehend that if she could graciously relinquish her military accolades to Shun Qinglin, then her beloved would reciprocate with even greater affection, and together they would traverse far within the military. Since she so relishes the cutthroat nature of her current world, let her languish completely on this wretched planet of Gandatel." The system nodded thoughtfully. Amused by its days, Yuan chuckled, tugging at some code, and called out, "Let us be off." Gradually, the already translucent figure vanished from sight. Lena slowly opened her eyes from her slumber, taking a while to gather her senses, with the hard cot beneath her serving as a stark reminder that the bliss she had just experienced was but a figment of her imagination. Now dawn had broken, and her dream had dissipated. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she struggled to process the reality before her. The dream had been so exquisite, so close to becoming tangible. With just a fleeting thought, she could have lived a life revered by all, embraced by her beloved, and envied by many. Alas! This was Gandatel, the most sordid and depraved of planets. She found herself unable to rise, her cries and despair unheard, her existence as a castaway disregarded, and her spirit rendered a mere shadow of its former self. Rising from the bed, Lena faced the grim reality of this planet, where the scarcity of water turned even the simple act of washing her face into an unattainable luxury. She cast a glance at the sun, now high above, and hastily donned her clothes. Delaying her work further would leave her uncertain of where her next meal might come from. No matter how splendid the dream had been, reality had reasserted itself, offering no chance for reprieve. In the military base's mecha training room, Haiso and Shun Qinglin, having just concluded a simulated duel in their mechas, were still unsated and commenced close combat. Haiso, mindful of Shun Qinglin's previous injuries from toxins, intended to restrain his strength to 30%. To his astonishment, Shun Qinglin swiftly pinned him beneath him in a single move. Haiso's expression faltered, and he protested that he had not reacted in time and requested a rematch. Shun Qinglin chuckled, rising to begin anew. This time, Haiso, wary of underestimating his opponent, exerted his full strength. The two engaged in a fervent struggle, drenched in sweat. For a solid 20 minutes before the exhausted Haiso found himself thrown to the ground once more by the panting Shun Qinglin, who had executed a shoulder throw. As they landed, Haiso grasped the other's collar, causing Shun Qinglin to lose his footing and tumble onto him. Their gazes locked, and for a fleeting moment, both of their heavy breaths paused, the flush on their cheeks deepening. There was no time to ponder the implications of this intimate encounter. Haiso could hardly believe the extraordinary event unfolding before him. How could someone injected with a toxin exhibit such prowess? It felt as though he had not diminished in strength at all, remaining as formidable as during their time at the military academy. Shun Qinglin pouted. He had explained this countless times. The toxin administered by His Majesty of Tamonk had been neutralized from the very beginning. Yet, Haiso remained skeptical, often insisting on dragging him for medical examinations. Frustrated by the inability to articulate his point, Shun Qinglin eventually ceased his explanations, allowing Haiso to indulge in his concerns. Qinglin, when I was captured onto Monk, you deliberately allowed me to take you hostage, didn't you? Otherwise, with your strength, I would never have managed it, Haiso remarked. Shen Qinglin blinked, feeling a twinge of guilt. That wasn't truly him. If it had been, Haiso might not have been able to subdue him. This was another matter that could not be clarified. Just as Shen Qinglin was about to nod in acknowledgement, the door to the training room swung open with a kick. Xiaming's boisterous voice echoed. General, Major, the military has summoned a meeting at 6 tonight. Did you two receive the notice? You've been hiding here without your communicators for ages. What on earth are you doing? The latter part of his statement was abruptly stifled upon witnessing the scene in the training room. The major lay atop the general, both breathless and appearing as if they were about to ignite in flames. In that moment, Xiaming felt less like a messenger and more like an unwitting witness to an indiscretion. The atmosphere in the training room grew decidedly awkward. Xiaming cleared his throat several times, his mind racing. He chuckled nervously. Oh dear, continue. I merely came to inform you that there are 10 minutes remaining before the 6 o'clock military meeting. That should be ample time for General Haiso to demonstrate his prowess. Haha, I'll be on my way now, before the two on the floor could react. Xiaming swiftly closed the door and shouted through it. Haiso, you must regain your composure and turn the tables on the major. I'm here to cheer you on. With that, he vanished without a trace. The remaining two found the silence even more uncomfortable. Shen Qinglin's face flushed like a ripe shrimp as he scrambled off Haiso, lowering his head in silence. Haiso cursed Xiaming, who he had known since childhood, multiple times in his mind, blushing as he rose from the floor. Stammering, he suggested, let us head to the military meeting room. Last time, we were late, and General Amandao gave us quite the reprimand. Shen Qinglin nodded vigorously, his head bowed and cheeks aflame as he hurried toward the door. Haiso seized his hand, hesitating for a moment before managing to squeeze out a few words. Don't listen to Xiaming, that rascal, and his nonsense. My physical condition is quite fine. Shen Qinglin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of this statement. Noticing the confusion on the other's face, Haiso gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to exclaim, How could I possibly take only 10 minutes? Shen Qinglin remarked, Heavens, I fear I may never encounter a scene more awkward than this. Chapter 1. The disciple who betrays his master and ancestry in the realm of the main deity. Countless small orbs of light flickered and darted swiftly between numerous floors, busily attending to their tasks. Yuan leaned against the exterior of the Fast Travel Bureau, arms crossed, feeling rather bored as he gazed at the bustling scene before him, lost in thought for quite some time. It was only when 77 established a connection to the main deity space, completing the System Mall update, and briefly conversed with System 88 en route, that he swiftly exited the building in search of his host, who stubbornly refused to enter the Fast Travel Bureau system. Host, I have returned. The mall has been updated, and many wonderful items have been added. Yuan, does it require points to purchase? System, of course, it does. Yuan, I could have told you that the main deities might as well emerge to rob, as that would accrue points far more swiftly. System, host, aren't you curious to take a look inside the main deity space? There are many entertaining things there. Waiting outside is rather dull. Yuan, no, thank you. It's just the same old things. I would rather engage in tasks. The system nodded approvingly, thoroughly appreciating the host's dedication. Host, you are truly the best in the world. Let's go. Perched atop a high building, a small orb of light watched as the person and system gradually vanished from the main deity space, still lingering in place. A young man approached, his brow furrowed in curiosity, and asked, Xiaoba, what are you staring at so intently? Only then did the small orb returned to its senses, zipping to the side of the young man, perplexedly inquiring about the already vanished figure. Host, the one bound to Chi-Chi, is rather peculiar. Oh, in what way is it strange? From him, I sense the presence of another's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Upon hearing this, the young man frowned, pondering for a moment before relaxing his furrowed brow. Let it be. As long as he can assist your Chi-Chi in completing the tasks, what does it matter what his intentions are? System 88 hesitated before nodding. Recalling something that made him express dissatisfaction towards the young man, the host of Chi-Chi is always called Chi-Chi. Why do you call me Xiao Ba? It sounds rather unpleasant. What would you like me to call you? Call me Ba Ba. It sounds much better. What was that? Ba Ba. Could you repeat that? Ba Ba. Very well. My dear son, this task cannot be undertaken. As Shen Qinglin opened his eyes, he immediately felt a sharp pain radiating from his dantian. The pain, though still bearable, tugged at him in thin, lingering threads, coursing through his dantian and gradually spreading throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. He raised his aching arm, the iron chain at his wrist clanking with a distinct sound that resonated in the stillness of the water prison. The dim and damp environment sent a chill through his thin garments, prompting an involuntary shiver, just as he contemplated calling out for Chi-Chi in his consciousness. The door of the water prison creaked open slowly. A sliver of light penetrated the heavy iron door. Shen Qinglin squinted slightly. It seemed he had been enveloped in darkness for several days, and even the faintest glimmer of bioluminescence stung his eyes painfully. At the very moment Morong and pushed open the door, he beheld the figure tightly shackled by iron chains, the esteemed master he had longed for day and night. Once an exalted immortal, untouched by the filth of the world, he was now a captive of the demon clan, clad in tattered garments, stained with blood and dirt, his hair disheveled and unkempt. He bore the traces of neglect, yet his proud spine and that gentle, refined countenance still faintly echoed the image of the former leader of Yunnan Peak. Murong's lips curled into a smirk as he leaned down before the prisoner, gently lifting his chin, locking eyes with a still clear gaze, and teasingly remarked, "Master, your golden core has been extracted, your cultivation wasted. What are your thoughts on this?" Shen Qinglin's expression remained tranquil, his eyes devoid of any ripples, simply fixating on Murong's slightly contorted smile. He pressed his lips together and softly replied, "If it is wasted, then so be it." The word struck Murong like a thunderclap. He could scarcely believe his ears. What did his master say? He didn't care about his cultivation? Surely, he was feigning indifference. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he scoffed derisively, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen through this charade. He taunted, "Master seems remarkably at ease. Just days ago, you were crying out to see me, and now you present such a facade of nonchalance. Could it be you anticipated your disciple's arrival and donned this demeanor to plead for leniency?" Shen Qinglin maintained his indifferent demeanor, lowering his gaze, as calm as an ancient well. In his eyes lay a profound silence, as still as death. Murong felt a surge of irritation coursing through him. Just days prior, the guards of the demon clan's water prison had reported that Shen Qinglin wished to see him. Upon hearing this, Murong had burst into laughter. Did his esteemed master still believe he was the exalted immortal of Yuling sect? Now, he was but a mere shell, the lowest of the low within the demon clan, yet daring to assert authority over his former disciple, expecting him to come at his beck and call. It took Murong 3 days to arrive at the water prison. To his surprise, his esteemed master had not forgotten to maintain his airs. Presenting such a pretense, it was truly nauseating. "Master," he advised, "I suggest you come to terms with reality. Who, within Yuling sect, could possibly come to your rescue now?" In the next moment, Murong leaned closer to the other's ear and, with the gentlest of tones, uttered the most despairing words. "The Yuching sect is too preoccupied to save you. In this world, no one will come to your rescue." Shen Qinglin finally exhibited a flicker of reaction, not a frenzied outburst of anger, nor tearful pleas for mercy, but a slight reddening of the eyes. "I know. There will be no one. I should have realized that from the very beginning." This response struck Murong as somewhat peculiar. He furrowed his brow slightly, but soon found himself at ease. It was likely a mere pretense to evoke his sympathy. He steeled himself, flicked his wide sleeves, and turned to leave. The heavy prison door slammed shut, blocking the last remnants of light, plunging the dark water dungeon once more into obscurity. The oppressive blackness suffocated the air. Shen Qinglin let out a long sigh, his expression marked by an unprecedented gravity. "System. Host, do you require a transmission of the plot?" Shen Qinglin, "No need. I have witnessed everything the original host endured. The plot transmission merely offers an observer's perspective, but in this life, I wish to perceive things from the original host's viewpoint. After a moment of silence, the system, driven by curiosity, rummaged through the plot within his consciousness. Upon reading the first line, it gasped in astonishment. System, host the original. He is actually a transmigrator. Shen Qinglin nodded, his seriousness unwavering. The original host was terribly betrayed. He was deceived by the system and his disciple, and in the end, no one could save him. The system quickly skimmed through the plot, and upon reaching the final page, it sighed heavily. The original host truly had an unfortunate fate. Chapter 2. The traitorous disciple Shen Qinglin was an ordinary young man from modern society who, after a car accident, inadvertently bound himself to a system and traversed into the realm of cultivation. The system promised him that if he completed the tasks as stipulated, ensuring Murong and became the demon lord, he could return to his original world. However, upon examining the tasks, which consisted solely of tormenting his disciple, he found himself unable to inflict harm upon such a gentle soul. He informed the system that he would rather face obliteration than engage in such cruel acts. After all, he was already deceased in his original world. Despite the system's futile attempts to persuade him, it resorted to a mix of coaxing and threats, stating that all he needed to do was follow the plot to complete the tasks. Any leniency was beyond the system's concern. Furthermore, even if someone else took his place, they would still have to carry out the same tasks, and Murong and would suffer the same torments regardless. Ultimately, the system could completely take over the original host body, making it difficult to avoid certain actions. Naively, Shen Qinglin, upon hearing the system's words, resolved to simultaneously torment the male lead while secretly assisting him. Until the very end of the task, he incapacitated the male lead, casting him into a graveyard of the Forsaken. In this hell of rampant souls, the male lead, Murong, managed to claw his way out, successfully cultivating into a demon, and harness the male lead's aura to become the next demon lord, embarking on a path of bloody vengeance. The task has concluded, and Shen Qinglin initially believed he could return to the modern world. However, he soon discovered that his physical form in reality had perished, rendering any return impossible.